You were originally a small-time thug who spent all day drinking and fighting, yet you managed to win the heart of the daughter of a military district commander. This infuriated your father-in-law, who chased you for 2 miles with his belt. In order to get you away from her daughter, your mother-in-law tricked you into joining the army, requiring you to stay for 3 years. Who would have thought that on the first day of basic training, you would earn a second-class merit? In the sniper competition, every shot you fired hit the mark. In the Iron Fist tournament, you swept away all the top soldiers. A year later, a mysterious squad emerged, and during battlefield exercises, you skillfully applied various military tactics. You single-handedly infiltrated behind enemy lines, cleverly outmaneuvering the ace soldiers, leaving them anxious and fearful. 3 years later, your father-in-law looked at you, covered in medals, with tears of joy, not expecting that his son-in-law would achieve a rank even higher than his own in just a few short years. At this moment, in the southeastern military district's new recruit training base, over 100 young people in camouflage uniforms stood in line. Somewhat awkwardly, the new recruit company commander, Su Guiqing, scanned the crowd with his eyes, giving them a brief assessment. He heard that among the new recruits sent this time, there were several students from sports schools with outstanding physical fitness, making them the focus of Su Guiqing's attention. As soon as you got off the transport vehicle, you felt like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, awkwardly slinging your backpack and looking around in a daze. Just yesterday, you were indulging in luxury at a club, and today you were sent to the military camp. The huge contrast left you somewhat at a loss. Just when you were daydreaming, several strong instructors walked over. One of them, a darker-skinned veteran, cleared his throat and said, "My name is Zhou Zhuangshi. I am your squad leader, and I will also be the class leader for some of you in the future. You can call me Old Black Squad Leader from now on, but I must remind you, black does not refer to my skin color, but to the harsh methods I use when training new recruits. I believe in one saying, as long as new recruits don't die from training, they should be trained to the brink of death. So, everyone, right turn, prepare for a 5-kilometer cross-country run." No way? We just got off the bus and we have to run 5 kilometers? That's too harsh. They aren't giving us any time to rest. I'm still feeling dizzy from the ride. Running 1,000 meters is already tough for me, and now I have to run 5 kilometers with my luggage. How can I handle this? The new recruits immediately began to discuss among themselves, and the already loose formation became even more chaotic. Everyone shut up. Old Black, seeing this, widened his eyes in anger and shouted, "If I hear another complaint, you won't have lunch today. Everyone, start running." The new recruits dared not say another word, immediately turning around and chaotically following the lead to run. Su Guiqing stayed in place, coldly watching everything. This 5-kilometer cross-country run was not just to give the new recruits a warning, but also a small test for them, making it easier to formulate training plans for them later. Soon, after running 3 kilometers, the team was completely in disarray. Most people were sweating profusely and breathing heavily, but they gritted their teeth and followed Lao Hei, not daring to fall behind. There were also a few with poor stamina, standing in place gasping for air, and some even knelt on the ground and started to vomit. Su Guiqing squinted slightly, secretly pondering, Zhang Meng, Jiang Chong, Song Wei. It seems these 3 are the sports school students that Lao Zhao mentioned, and their physical fitness is indeed good. Lao Hei's speed is not slow, and if they can keep up, they will definitely be good prospects if properly trained in the future. At this moment, you and the team were already out of breath. With poor physical condition and motion sickness, you were completely exhausted. You couldn't help but complain in your heart about your father-in-law. To deal with this old man, I listened to my mother-in-law and became a new recruit. This is just the beginning. How am I going to endure the next 3 years? However, at that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in your mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully registered for military service and awakened the strongest soldier system. The initial physical enhancement will be issued soon, and obtaining first place in the 5-kilometer run will grant you elite-level internal skills." In the next second, a warm current slowly flowed through your body, followed by a surge of power in your bones and muscles, causing your physical strength to grow exponentially. You felt as if your body was like a balloon filled to the limit, desperately needing to release. With the system's support, it seems that serving in the military for 3 years won't be that difficult. Amazing! In your excitement, you couldn't help but shout out. This shout stunned the new recruits around you, and the expressions of several instructors on the periphery also turned grim. No organization, no discipline, and talking out of turn. Starting off as a negative example, Su Guiqing also noticed you and thought to himself, this soldier was just about to collapse, but now he's breathing easily, not flushed, and following behind Lao Hei with ease, in better shape than those 3 physical education students. Suddenly, he remembered something. Looking at him, could he be the little troublemaker that the commander asked me to pay special attention to? Wasn't it said that he was a good-for-nothing, lazy young master? Why does it not look quite right? Su Guoqing suddenly became very interested in you. The team ran another kilometer, and the new recruits' formation completely scattered, with everyone relying on their willpower to persist in groups of 2 or 3. At this moment, 3 sports school students seized the opportunity and began to sprint with all their might. They could finally run freely after holding back for so long. A few accelerations later, they had pulled more than 20 meters ahead of the team behind. Seeing this, you took a deep breath and suddenly doubled your speed, charging out like a hunting cheetah, catching up to Song Wei in less than 5 seconds. Song Wei snorted coldly and accelerated again, thinking to himself, I am the top student from the sports school, what does this kid count for? Get back behind me. Seeing his bad attitude, you felt a bit angry and thought, since you want to compete, then let's have some fun. So, you accelerated again with a burst of speed. Song Wei also stopped holding back, using all his strength to chase after you, planning to overtake you on the right side and catch up to Zhang Mang and Jiang Chong ahead. Are these two crazy? They just arrived at the recruit company and are already pushing themselves so hard. I can barely stand up, yet they can still sprint. Their physical fitness is incredible. The recruits were all wide-eyed in surprise at this scene. The team leader, Lao Hei, and Su Guoqing both showed satisfied expressions. This is interesting, they dare to compete right after joining the army. It seems we have 2 spirited individuals. As long as we cultivate each of these tough ones well, they will be good seeds. In Su Guoqing's view, young people should have a competitive spirit. Soon, Song Wei caught up, matching your speed, but the difference was that you were getting lighter and lighter as you ran. While Song Wei was gasping for breath, his face flushed. You couldn't help but tease, brother, you look quite strong. But I didn't expect you to struggle so much running. If you're not feeling well, you can go to the army hospital, their medical skills are good and it's free. After saying that, you took off running. After suffering a series of setbacks and watching you take the lead, Song Wei couldn't catch his breath and fainted on the spot. The recruits, who were originally not very angry, suddenly became lively. This kid can't be cheating, right? He's too amazing, even the donkeys from the production team can't run like him. The key is that he's still accelerating, leaving those 2 strong guys behind by half a lap. Su Guoqing and the other instructors were all shocked, thinking, this 5 kilometers is as easy for him as drinking water. Could he be the legendary gifted one? In the end, you crossed the starting line with a lead of 1 lap. The old black instructor didn't hesitate to take you into his class and even made you the vice class leader. At this moment, you were immersed in the system's prompt. Congratulations, host, for successfully winning the 5 kilometers. Reward, elite-level internal affairs skills. A wealth of military internal affairs techniques flashed through your mind, and soon you grasped them all. What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear the class leader ask you to introduce yourself? A voice interrupted your thoughts, followed by the interaction session among the new recruits. Song Wei, the athlete who came in second, looked at your proud expression and secretly vowed, I will train even harder in the future. Let's see how it goes. 3 days later, during dinner time, the old black instructor brought the new recruits to the cafeteria. As soon as they reached the entrance, everyone smelled a delicious aroma, and someone shouted, that smell seems to be spicy tofu pudding. It smells so good. As soon as they entered, Zhang Meng from class 2 waved to everyone. Today's cafeteria specially offers spicy tofu pudding, said to satisfy our cravings as new recruits. The veterans are all drooling, and only we new recruits get to eat it. Upon hearing this, the new recruits quickly sat down and began to feast. This spicy tofu pudding is a rare delicacy in the military camp, with a complex preparation process and not very filling, so each soldier can eat about 4 or 5 bowls, which is why the cooking team rarely makes it. Zhang Meng saw you sit down and immediately walked over, saying, with your physique, you will definitely be able to join the Tiger Squad in the future. I'll toast you with a bowl of tofu pudding instead of wine. After saying that, he raised his hand to pour a bowl of spicy tofu pudding into his mouth. Just then, you suddenly grabbed his hand and said, I feel something is off. What could be off? I had 2 bowls before you came, and they were delicious, Zhang Meng said, puzzled. I'm not talking about the tofu pudding. Look at the old soldier next door. This tofu pudding is something only we new recruits can eat, and they must be unhappy. But look at their expressions now, half smiling, with no signs of dissatisfaction. Something unusual must have a reason behind it. After listening to Qi Tian's analysis, Zhang Mang also realized what was strange. After 2 seconds of hesitation, Zhang Mang put down the tofu brain in his hand and heckled the second squad fighters next to him. Brothers, don't eat yet. There might be a situation. Zhang Mang was a top student in the ancient martial arts program at the Donghai Sports Academy. This afternoon, he had already used his strong hands to win the position of class vice of the second class, beating the crowd to the punch. At this moment when his words came out, the second squad warriors immediately put down the dishes in their hands, but the other 8 squads of fighters couldn't care less. Seeing class 1 and class 2 stop at the same time, there was no intention of continuing to eat tofu brain. They thought both classes of brothers were full. They sent people forward to take the last pot of tofu brain all away on separate plates, and sent them to their own class table for a good meal. And that's when the corner of the restaurant. Su Guoqing and the squad leaders of the 10 squads of the recruit company were looking at the group of recruits across the street with a playful look on their faces. Go ahead and eat. The more you eat, the worse off you'll be tonight. How can you come to the Iron Fist Regiment and not feel the favorable and generous treatment our regiment gives to new recruits? I can already picture the rookies throwing up and having diarrhea tonight. It's going to be especially funny. Wait a minute. Look at Squad 1 and Squad 2. Since Qi Tian and Zhang Mang, the two pricks, muttered a few words together. The warriors of both squads have put down their bowls and chopsticks. They couldn't have guessed something, could they? That remains to be seen, but even if they guess something, they won't be able to stop the other 8 classes of recruits. And this is going to be a big show tonight. Chapter 19, Cat and Mouse. That night, at 10 o'clock sharp, the lights-out whistle of the Tekken regiment sounded on time, announcing that all fighters were to rest immediately and not to go out without a reason or otherwise. On the top floor of Building A of the men's dormitory, in the dormitory of the first class, Song Wei raised an eyebrow and muttered in an uninterested manner, putting on airs. I don't see anything happening here. Why are you stopping us from having dinner? You've just become a deputy and you're going to command blindly. Let's see how you're going to explain it to the people in the second shift tomorrow. Keep quiet when the lights are out. No one will treat you as dumb if you don't speak. Qi Tian responded in a cold voice. At this moment, he became more and more determined in his judgment. The lights-out whistle had just sounded, and only their floor in the entire building resounded with the sound of slightly panicked footsteps. The veterans' quarters downstairs, on the other hand, didn't come with any semblance of movement. Combined with his own guesses from the evening, Qi Tian could almost conclude that tonight, there would definitely be some major action. At least definitely not just lightly and comfortably asleep. And the truth, it was just as Qi Tian had predicted so. All the fighters on the top floor had just fallen asleep less than an hour ago, and were all only slightly in dreamland. The long whistle of the emergency assembly suddenly sounded shrilly from below the dormitory building. Qi Tian, who had long been ready, rolled over, shouted to wake up the other warriors at the same time, changed into a training suit at fire speed, and rushed straight downstairs. Below the dormitory, Su Guoqing was waiting quietly at the door with the 10 class leaders. Seeing Qi Tian's figure, it was as if they had expected it. As they smiled at each other and gently nodded their heads in greeting, Old Black picked up the stopwatch and glanced at it, and said with a stern face, "The fastest is Class 1 Qi Tian, with a time of 16 seconds. Faster than any of the previous emergency gatherings of recruits to come. Class 2 Zhang Mang reporting for duty." As soon as Old Black's words fell, Zhang Mang followed and rushed down the stairs, almost back and forth with Qi Tian. Apparently, he was also on guard tonight and didn't go straight to bed. Not bad, go and form up. There is no need to stand in line according to each class for tonight's emergency assembly. In order of descending the stairs, 4 across and 8 columns, the second squad leader waved a hand at the 2 men, a flicker of displeasure following closely in the corner of his eye. At this moment, they could all see that these 2 must have discovered something during dinner time, so they had prepared for it earlier. Leaving others aside, this speed of the 2 of them alone was nearly twice as fast as any previous class of recruits. But even in the case of guessing what's going on ahead of time, Zhang Mang was still a few seconds behind Qi Tian, still on the premise that the dormitory was closer to the stairs than Class 1. It would be a hell of a thing for the second squad leader to be satisfied. 10 seconds or so later, more and more recruits were running wildly down the stairs. Mostly it was dominated by the first and second classes, but there were a handful of people from other classes that rushed down at the first opportunity. For example, Jiang Chong, the third class of the same sports academy, hardly with the explosive power practiced by practicing triathlon for some years. From the crowd, he transformed into a cannonball and blasted straight down the building, at a surprisingly fast speed. 1 minute and 6 seconds for all the people to assemble. Are you guys mimicking Granny crossing the street at this assembly speed? When everyone is assembled, the recruits hadn't even reacted to what was really going on before they were heckled on the spot by Su Guoqing. The crowd didn't dare to talk back, so they could only hold their heads and wait for Su Guoqing to continue his speech. Mark my words, all of you. This time, it's the last time you'll be on the force for more than a minute of emergency assembly. If anyone else drags the company down next time, get your ass straight to the pig farm and raise pigs. As for why I called you guys downstairs tonight, the answer is very simple. I couldn't sleep and wanted to play a game with you. Company commander, what are you tossing us for if you can't sleep? You have training tomorrow. Before Su Guoqing's words fell, a very disgruntled muttering sound rang out immediately following the team's leaning forward position. Su Guoqing didn't care about him, and continued to put on his voice and opened his mouth. The name of this game is Cat and Mouse, and the content of the game is very simple. You new recruits are the mice, and your 10 squad leaders, and the veterans of the 1st and 2nd battalions of the Iron Fist are the cats. As rats, you are entitled to half an hour's advance time to make your way to the northeast, 5 kilometers away, to Tsangshan Mountain for shelter. This is the only area for the game, and no one may rush to any other location to hide. Those who break the rules will be heavily penalized afterwards. In half an hour the old cats went up the hill with their drill rifles to catch the rats, and the wake-up whistle tomorrow was counted as the end of the game. Just to remind you, there is not necessarily a prize for those who survive at the end of the day, but there is definitely a penalty for those who are caught, or even shot, by the old cat. So, spreading out and taking cover will give you a better chance of staying alive. The rules of the game are finished. Are there any questions? If you don't have any, then get the hell out of here and don't affect my mood of making the game. Report, Company Commander. What about our drill weapons? You still want weapons? Su Guoqing glared fiercely at the person who had opened his mouth to ask, his tone a little more unkind. Have you ever seen a mouse that dares to fight with a cat? It's too late to hide, and you need a weapon. It's against you. Hearing this, Chi Tian immediately reacted to Su Guoqing's meaning. This is to let the veterans ruthlessly clean them up, completely let the recruits recognize the gap between themselves and the veterans. With this thought, Chi Tian pulled his leg and ran in the northeast direction, shouting as he ran. Old Black Squad leader has been pressing the stopwatch since the moment he blew the whistle, counting the time to go downstairs and the release of the rules of the game. We have less than 25 minutes left. Brothers rush. With this reminder from Chi Tian, all the recruits instantly realized the importance of time. The original neat and orderly team instantly coaxed scattered. All the people are running at full speed, for fear of running slower, lagging behind by the veterans' shot. Looking at the backs of the crowd leaving at full speed, Old Black glanced down at the stopwatch in his hand and smiled as he muttered to the several squad leaders around him. This kid, Chi Tian, is really refined, not even sparing such small details. Yes, 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 who doesn't know that you have a good seedling under Old Black's hand? Just don't change your mind and praise him. This kid is really good. First time I've seen a recruit with such quick reflexes. Old Black, are you not paying attention? The one who first questioned the company commander and complained about the game is also someone from your first class. What is his name? Song Wei, right? That's him. When you guys take the veterans into action later, aim for Song Wei and hit him hard. At least make him realize what price he has to pay for questioning his superiors. The last sentence was spoken by Su Guoqing. When the 10 squad leaders heard this, they immediately smiled and nodded their heads in agreement. Yes, promise to complete the mission. In the meantime, the 100 or so recruits of the recruit company had collectively rushed out of the gate of the Iron Fist new training base, heading straight for Tsangshan Mountain to the northeast in a full-speed frenzy. But just as they ran out of the new training base, a few of the less physically fit fighters rushed to the grass on the side of the road and vomited profusely. Don't forget that they had all filled their stomachs hard with several bowls of red oil tofu brain in the evening. Under strenuous exercise, these soups and broths reacted directly. Not only did it make these fighters lose a lot of stamina, but each one of them was forced to stop, so hard that they were about to vomit out their bile. See this scene. In the mind of the first and second class recruits, they subconsciously remembered someone, one that they had complained about so hard before the break. If it wasn't for this man, perhaps they, at this moment, would be just like these warriors, hugging the big tree on the side of the road and puking their guts out. For the rest of the game, there will be no chance of winning. Chapter 20, Beyond the Rules. Report. Exactly half an hour past whistle blowing time. 25 minutes later, in front of the Iron Fist Regiment dormitory building, Old Black and the other 9 squad leaders opened their mouths in unison and saluted Su Guoqing to report. The veterans of the 2 battalions of the Iron Fist Regiment stood right behind them, standing at attention. Obviously, these veterans are all fired up to give the new recruits a great gift. Go on, give these new recruits a good lesson in how weak they are in front of the veterans. Su Guoqing's face sank slightly, and as his words left his mouth, he turned around and looked at a small mountain not far away. Chi Tian, aren't you very capable? Then let me see how many kilograms you still have left when it comes to the battlefield. On the other side, the 24 best recruits led by Chi Tian all arrived at the location halfway up Tsang Mountain. The group that had originally rushed away from the Iron Fist Regiment in great numbers was completely polarized. The physically fit soldiers hide themselves in the mountains by any means possible to avoid the hunting of the veterans. The soldiers with slightly less physical ability were left behind, and there were even quite a few that hadn't made it to Tsangshan. There's no way. That meal of red oil tofu brain at dinner made too much of an impact on them. The feeling of their stomachs turning over as they sprinted at full speed was not something these warriors wanted to experience a second time in their lives. Chi Tian, thanks to you, or else tonight, all of our second class would have folded halfway. Zhang Mang actually drank a bowl of tofu brain in the evening, but due to the small amount, it didn't affect him too much. At the moment the two were hiding together, quietly watching the time displayed on their watches. We're all comrades in arms, so don't be so outgoing. Chi Tian waved his hand and responded to Zhang Meng. Right now the veterans have set out. Those comrades who didn't make it to Tsongshan can only be captured alive by the old cats halfway. There's no place to even escape. These veterans? Playing dirty. Hey, it's only natural. They are veterans who have been around for years, and we are just a bunch of new recruits. Numbers, fitness, equipment, and even personal status are all outmatched. Let's just see how many rats we can get back alive to report in the morning. Let's hope it's not a total wipeout, or it would be too embarrassing. After finishing the last word, Zhang Mang lay down on the ground and looked at the sky in silence. As a top student of the ancient martial arts major in the physical education college, Zhang Mang had never been bullied so nastily, not to mention being chased and beaten by others, and not being able to fight back. Suffocating? This is really suffocating. The same sentiment was on the minds of the recruits hiding in the neighborhood. On a big tree in the sky, Jiang Chong of the third class looked at the dense silhouettes that appeared at the foot of the mountain and drank to the crowd below. The veterans are coming after us. And that's real fast. Less than half the recruits have entered the Tsongshan. I reckon. Less than 50 men and an unarmed team against 2 battalions of veterans. What a game. Ding dong. Just the moment Jiang Chang's words fell, a crisp beeping sound appeared in Chi Tian's mind immediately afterward. Congratulations to the host for opening the third mission, a game of cat and mouse. The host is requested to lead at least 30 people to complete the game of cat and mouse, setting a new record for that game for the Iron Fist Corps. Due to the difficulty of this task, rewards are being distributed early. Congratulations to the host. You have received the elite level fighting technique, limited to 8 hours. Success in the mission will automatically make this reward permanent. If the mission fails, the host will lose the skill, as well as the opportunity for subsequent enhancement. So please respond carefully. At the same time the system voice appeared. Chi Tian only felt a sudden stabbing pain in his head. It's like when you got the elite level housekeeping instincts before. A memory that didn't belong to him suddenly appeared in his mind and forcibly fused with it. But unlike elite level housekeeping instincts, the volume of memories of this elite fighting technique was much larger, and the tingling sensation that came with it was much more ferocious. Even Chi Tian, who was prepared to absorb the rewards in the first place, couldn't help but suck in several mouthfuls of cool air at this moment. But at the same time, Chi Tian also gained new insights and knowledge about fighting. Some of the free sparring routines that he had seen before, Chi Tian was able to think of how to counteract them at the first moment and articulate a follow-up move to take the opponent down instantly. With this kind of strength, when placed in the Iron Fist Regiment, one would at least be able to fight a veteran like Su Guoqing back and forth without losing. Zhang Meng, who was following Chi Tian, noticed Chi Tian's abnormality and subconsciously thought that something was wrong with Chi Tian's body. He wanted to go up and ask, but he suddenly saw Chi Tian shaking his head vigorously. Then the expression on his face changed, as if he had suddenly thought of something. Slightly agitated, he asked, I remember before we left, the company commander said the rule was that if you don't get caught alive or hit by a veteran, you're not eliminated, right? Hearing this question from him, Zhang Meng subconsciously nodded his head and blurted out, that's right. The company commander's original statement was that it's too late to hide, but you also need weapons. Against you, if I'm not mistaken, those veterans will definitely use their numerical superiority to fully encircle Tsongshan Mountain. Make an encirclement, and encircle it step by step towards the summit, Chi Tian said while looking up at Jiang Chong, who was hiding in the big tree. Then what if we really rebel? Rebel? Hearing Chi Tian's words, Jiang Chong immediately understood his thoughts and quickly peered down the mountain. A few breaths later, Jiang Chong followed suit and responded excitedly, you guessed right. After the veterans gathered over, they didn't immediately go up the mountain to search. Instead, they're spreading out around the foot of Tsongshan Mountain in a circle. They're not going to spare any of the recruits, but all the same, they're spreading out. In terms of their strength, very well, this is our chance. Chi Tian's eyes lit up. If they were to directly face 2 battalions of veterans and without weapons, they were bound to lose. But right now, instead of acting in a group, these veterans were completely spread out and formed an encirclement. This leads to the fact that the recruits on the hill who are holding out to a single point of resistance, then these dispersed action veterans may not be able to get out in one piece. Chi Tian, are you trying to? This is too bold. Chi Tian's conversation with Jiang Chong also made the surrounding recruits realize what exactly he wanted to do. Everyone's faces became excited for a split second, but then immediately shifted to loss. That's impossible. People have guns in their hands, and even though they're drill rounds, a hit counts as elimination just the same. Then get the jump on them and finish them off before they do. Speaking of this, Chi Tian simply stopped pretending and directly stood up, gathering the crowd together. Upon counting, the total number of recruits guarding the place at the moment was 37. and those scattered on the Tsongshan mountain were roughly estimated to be about a dozen. This number is just within the range of tasks issued by the system. Wanting to preserve so many people to complete their training, that resistance was the only path in front of Chi Tian. If we allow everyone to continue to spread out and fight on their own, waiting to die in place, then this task that the system had issued to him was bound to fail. Jiang Chong, observe a line where the least number of veterans have to come out, and the rest, those who don't want to tie up their hands, come with me. Chi Tian gave an order to gather his men, and at the same time, he also allowed Jiang Chong in the tree to observe the situation below the mountain. Zhang Mang and Lin Mang got up almost simultaneously and followed Chi Tian out. The rest of the warriors from Class 1 and Class 2 hesitated for a few seconds and followed suit, choosing to support Chi Tian's plan. For no other reason than tonight, they were having a really stifling time, not to mention being counted on by the veteran for dinner. But now he has to be bullied like this by the veteran. Right now, with Chi Tian as an example, everyone wanted to end the game in a way that was outside the rules. By the way, they showed the veterans that they, the new recruits, were not made of dough. I can kind of see now that staying put is literally waiting to die. I'm going to fight back. That's right, we can't keep being led around by the veterans. Once their encirclement is done, we really won't survive. Before we left, the company commander said something about spreading out to have a better chance of surviving. This is clearly a distraction from our fighting force. We can't let him get away with this. Chi Tian, do what you say. The brothers trust you. Tonight we'll show the veterans who's the cat on this Tsong mountain. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. It wasn't long after the Chi Tian decision was made. All of the nearby recruits all stood up, no longer intending to remain in disguise. Even Song Wei, who had always been at odds with Chi Tian, stood behind Chi Tian at the moment, eyes burning at a kind of veteran at the bottom of the hill, wariness in his eyes. Chapter 21, Change of Identity. Old Feng, you don't say. These new recruits are really quite good at hiding. After walking for half a day, I didn't see a single one. We've already captured nearly 70 recruits alive on the road before. The ones that ran into the mountains were already few and far between, so it's normal that we couldn't encounter them. Also, weren't these brats so proud of themselves when they ate dinner? I'd like to see if they can still laugh now. Send out 2 battalions to surround them. Even if these new recruits have wings, they won't be able to escape. Let's just do our job and wait for tomorrow morning. Maybe even get a couple hours off. Following Jiang Chang's guidance, Chi Tian led a group of new recruits to find a path that was more remote from the veterans' traveling route and had a smaller number of people, and ambushed them in advance. Right now, there were 3 veterans slowly stepping forward, chatting idly as they felt their way around the neighborhood. It seems to be due to the absolute superiority in numbers as well as equipment. The 3 veterans weren't exactly concentrating as they felt their way forward. This led to them not noticing Chi Tian and Zhang Mang, who were hiding on top of the boulder, as they felt their way towards the inside of a boulder. Do it! Waiting for the 3 veterans to enter the range of the duo's attack, Chi Tian fiercely opened his mouth and let out an explosive cry. At the same time, he lunged forward, tackling a veteran directly in front of him straight down. Zhang Mang, on the other hand, ran towards the veteran on the other side. The 4 of them quickly rolled and twisted into a heap, looking directly dumbfounded at the remaining veteran. And since the 4 were rolling around, at the moment, even though he had his gun up, he was hesitant to pull the trigger. If he were to accidentally injure one of his own people in this situation of total dominance, he would be disgraced. These 2 brats, how dare they make a move against a veteran? Let's see how I'll fix you. Seeing Chi Tian and his companion tumbling gradually slowed down, this last remaining veteran immediately raised his snatch for aiming, waiting for the right moment, wanting to directly eliminate Chi Tian. It was also at this time that Jiang Chong, who had long been ready in the dark, made a forward lunge, put his shoulder hard against this veteran's stomach. The terrifyingly monstrous force aided by the inertia of the sprint knocked the veteran straight to the ground. Song Wei, who had also prepared himself early, made a lightning strike, picked up the drill gun that the veteran had dropped on the ground, and pulled the trigger at the small of his back without hesitation. Bang! After a gunshot, the veteran who was pounced on by Jiang Chong was declared eliminated on the spot, and at that moment, the remaining 30 or so recruits all poured out from the shadows. The crowd spread out and helped Chi Tian and Zhang Mang eliminate the 2 remaining veterans while also seizing all of their weapons. Are you brats crazy? How dare you resist? If you have the guts to go one-on-one, don't play this kind of underhanded game. If I don't beat you guys into submission, I'll count these 6 years in the army as a waste of time. The 2 short-tempered veterans could no longer hold back the anger in their hearts and directly hissed at Chi Tian and the others. It was a pity that Chi Tian didn't have the intention of talking too much nonsense with them. After robbing all the supplies from the 3, even their jackets were stripped clean. They quickly withdrew with their men and fled in the opposite direction. Before leaving, Zhang Mang noticed the intercom on the waist side of the person with the highest rank among the 3 and walked up to remind him. Veterans, you're already dead. Don't do anything that violates the rules of the game, and if you want to get revenge, I'll practice with you when the maneuvers are over. As the words fell, Zhang Mang immediately followed the pace of the large troop and fled into the distance with the protection of the knight. It's over. Now when the game is over, the three of us are definitely going to get a hard time. The veteran who was the most arrogant before saw that things were already irreparable and sat on his butt on the ground with a face full of indignation. The two comrades beside him, on the other hand, echoed with bitter faces. It doesn't matter to us, the key is the other brethren. Now that this group of new recruits have weapons, I'm afraid they're going to have a hard time. This year's group of new recruits is really demonic. During the day a third-class merit, at night even dared to arm wrestle with our veterans. If I'm not mistaken, the one who led just now, is the winner of the third-class merit, Chi Tian. What the hell is this kid doing? Ready to stab through the sky of our Iron Fist regiment? I've been here for 8 years, and this is the first time I've seen such a strong recruit. I'm really convinced. A few minutes later, the 1st Battalion commander's voice rang out over the walkie-talkie on the side of the veteran's waist. Hey, 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 this is 1st Battalion Command. Old foam, what's the situation on your side? When the three of them heard the sound, they all let out a bitter smile before lying on the ground without making any response. If you're dead, you have to be dead. And that's when the commander of the 1st Battalion guarding the bottom of the hill immediately became suspicious when he saw that the three-man squad on channel 186 was slow to move. What's the situation? Could it be that the intercom is malfunctioning? Why isn't there any movement on Old Feng's side? I'm okay on my end, so don't worry, I'll have my guys check it out for you. On the side, the 2nd Battalion commander took the initiative to speak up, contacting his own team and closing in on the direction where Old Foam and the others were. However, he did not know that at this time, one of the squads that he had sent up the mountain had similarly been ambushed by Chi Tian and the others, and this time, they were going to lose even more completely. An empty space 800 meters away from the death of Old Fong and the others, the 7 veterans, all shot, were sitting on the ground, staring defiantly at the 40 new recruits across the street. Among them, there was also the 2nd squad leader of the recruiting company. Turns out, 2 minutes ago, they met 3 men in old camouflage training uniforms who said they had found a trail of some new recruits and asked for their help. It was too dark, plus the faces were painted with camouflage. The 2nd squad leader really didn't recognize the identity of these 3 people and didn't think much about it, so he followed them to this side of the clearing. The 7 had just stood still, and without waiting for the 2nd squad leader to open his mouth to inquire, the 3 who had led the 7 of them here immediately got down. In the next second, 3 blackened muzzles quickly poked out from the shadows and fired indiscriminately at the 1-meter-high spot in the clearing. Indeed, these new recruits couldn't match the marksmanship of their veterans. However, one of the 2 sides' men was in the light and the other was in the dark, and Chi Tian and the others had no intention of saving their bullets. After such a round of strafing, those 3 recruits didn't have a single thing to do, but all of these veterans have been shot and declared obsolete. One of the more unlucky ones even got a drill round knocked into his mouth and ate a whole mouthful of red powder, wearing our side's clothes, disguising as our people, tricking us into shooting us. Chi Tian, Zhang Meng, you two are ruthless enough. Although the 2nd squad leader's tone was rather unpleasant, the expression on his face was one of extreme satisfaction. The fact that they were able to get 3 weapons meant that they weren't the first wave of veterans that this group of new recruits had exterminated. To be able to do this in such a short period of time, this year's group of recruits has really exceeded everyone's expectations. Squad leader, don't blame us. The brethren don't want to admit defeat, so we can only pit you guys against each other once with this method. Zhang Mang walked forward smilingly and stretched out his hands at the 2nd squad leader. We don't want your clothes. They're full of powder, so it's not much use to bring them. Turn in your ammo and weapons and resupply your brothers. The more veterans we kill, the less you'll be chastised tomorrow, right? As the old saying goes, the law doesn't punish the masses. Give it to him, give it to him. The 2nd squad leader glared at Zhang Mang without any good humor, offered to hand out his drill gun and all his supplies. The other 6 veterans saw this and all followed with the same gesture. If you want to gamble, you have to accept the touching of the body if you are eliminated. That's the rule. After this ambush, the group of recruits led by Chi Tian had grabbed 10 drill rifles, and nearly 100 rounds of drill ammunition. They, who an hour ago had been regarded as fish and meat, were thoroughly climatized. The bottom line is that their ambush is far from over. Chi Tian's goal was also no longer as simple as bringing 30 people to complete this cat and mouse game. He wanted a subversive victory like no other in the history of the Iron Fist Corps, ever. Watching the figures of the 40 recruits disappear in a hurry, an ensign smiled bitterly at the 2nd squad leader. Old show, is that kid your soldier? He's not bad, he's got guts and skill, he's going to be great in the future. Hey, if only it was really planned by Zhang Mang. Upon hearing this, The second squad leader fished out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and after lighting one for himself, he distributed it to the 6 brothers around him. I can conclude that the person who facilitated this ambush, or even led the new recruits in a desperate fight against our veterans, it wouldn't be Zhang Meng, who didn't have the brains for it, but that Qi Tian, who had just received a third-class personal honor during the day. He was the only one who could make such an outrageous move. That kid, the one who was truly a great weapon. I had a feeling that as soon as the recruiting company was over, the boy would be off to train with a more powerful unit. Such excellent men cannot be retained in our infantry regiment, which is at the level of the whole brigade's hangers-on in every respect. But I'm really quite curious to see how far this kid can go in the future. The swords, Marines or Commandos, or Special Forces? Chapter 22, if you're going to play big. Report. Battalion Commander, I found Old Feng and the others. Just have a fart. Just what? At the foot of Tsongshan Mountain, inside the makeshift command post set up by the officers of the Iron Fist Regiment, the 2nd Battalion Commander responded to the intercom and with a grimace. Judging from the other party's somewhat heartfelt report, an unsettling premonition appeared in the minds of several officers at the same time. Except they're all corpses, and it should have been the recruits who moved them. Beside the 2nd Battalion Commander, Su Guoqing's face changed and he exclaimed, I knew it. Since not long ago the 1st Battalion Commander realized that a 3-man squad could not be contacted. Su Guoqing's heart then vaguely guessed that perhaps this year's cat and mouse game would be very different from the past. Because of the extra uncertainty of Qi Tian, this kid's ability to do this is so unbelievable. A single door took out a few military skills, even better than some Phase 2 and 3 veterans. And right now, after listening to the reply from the front fighters, the speculation in Su Guoqing's heart was completely confirmed. Qi Tian, literally leading the recruits, began to fight back. Battalion Commander, not only did Old Feng and his group become corpses, we also inventoried that Old Shou's group from the 2nd squad of the recruit company also hung up. This group of recruits is not an easy target. The news that surprised the 2 battalion commanders, as well as Su Guoqing, was still coming back over the intercom. Hearing this information, the 2nd Battalion Commander's face was about to suffocate into a pig's liver color on the spot. I've worked so hard to train you guys for so long, and in the end you can't even handle a bunch of new recruits. What the hell are you guys doing? Pass on my order that all veterans increase their manning and report to the regiment as much as possible, so as not to give those new recruits a chance to take advantage of the situation. If any new recruits do come back tomorrow to report safely, then your training load, straight up, will be doubled tenfold. Got it? The last 3 words came out of the 1st Battalion Commander's mouth in an almost snarling growl. A firm response immediately came over the intercom. These veterans, at the moment, also realized the seriousness of the matter. This year's group of new recruits is going to be tougher and harder to deal with than any previous class. If they continue to spread out their search, in the end it was likely that not only would they not be able to find the group of recruits, instead, more and more veterans are going to be under the gun. If it really developed into that situation, then the face of their group of veterans would be stepped on hard by the new recruits. Guoqing, what kind of freaks have you raised here? Grabbing weapons from veterans and getting tough with them, that's too pugnacious? The commander of the 1st Battalion forced down the fire in his heart and came to Su Guoqing's side to ask. Su Guoqing sniffed and didn't hide it. Directly reported the head of the regiment, Li Yunfei, naming Qi Tian as targeting Qi Tian, to what Qi Tian did later on, one by one with the 2 old comrades. You're saying that this Qi Tian was asked to be targeted by name by someone from above? Gosh, which true god has this kid messed with that could make the military high command? Hey, just understand some things in your heart, don't say them out loud. Su Guoqing shook his head at the 1st Battalion Commander. The one who can command the chief to do something is definitely an existence we can't afford to mess with. Just follow the orders. To be honest, I always have a hunch that this year's game of cat and mouse might be more exciting than any other. Ever. Let's wait and see then. I'd like to see what kind of god is this kid that the above named to target. The 2nd Battalion Commander responded with a word of fire. With those words, he personally took command of the large force on the hill, and carried out a more careful and rigorous job of screening and rating the ranks of the new recruits. Tsongshan Mountain, a depression lot on the southwest side. Jiang Chong, who was good at climbing, climbed up a big tree and looked around carefully. Veterans wear a variety of searchlights when they search. In other words, where there is a light, it means there is a group of veterans on the move. This was the main reason why Qi Tian and the others were able to ambush the 2nd squad leader and the others with precision. After a long time, Jiang Chong returned to the ground and spoke what he had observed and judged. Xiao Tian, no more lights have appeared in this neighborhood. I'm guessing we made too much noise. The command knew about it, and they changed their tactics, no longer letting the veterans spread out and conduct carpet searches. Instead, we're assembling a team and lining up in a zigzag line, and we're, right now, just hiding in a place where they haven't lined up for a while. Upon hearing this, all the new recruits let out a sigh of relief. Finally a break. These veterans, they really don't mind getting tired, shifting positions along the way without the slightest stop. The number of this squad of recruits had expanded to as many as 43. But all the same, everyone's stamina was severely depleted, especially the other squads of warriors who had all thrown up the food in their stomachs earlier, now in high-intensity continuous action for more than 2 hours. Physical strength has been played to the limit. Really need to take a good rest in place for a while, and observe the surrounding area. If you still have the strength, leave the direction of the foot of the mountain to me. Chi Tian had just become the captain of this squad, and not just because he won the medal for third-rate individual merit and became the best recruit. At the same time, the counterattack was blown by him. At this moment, as soon as he uttered these words, Zhang Mang, Jiang Chong and Song Wei, the 3 recruits with the best physical abilities, immediately got up and took charge of guarding the other 3 directions. Putting it before this cat and mouse game tonight, Song Wei would definitely not listen to Chi Tian's arrangement. On the first day of the recruits, Chi Tian ran him unconscious alive in front of everyone. This enmity has not yet passed in Song Wei's heart, but right now, more than that revenge of running stunned, Song Wei wanted to ruthlessly clean up these veterans once and beat the backbone out of the new recruits. After all, disgrace in front of a company of recruits, or in front of 2 whole battalions of veterans, the lesser of the two is obvious. At this moment, Song Wei also began to gradually obey Chi Tian's orders. Even in his heart, the hatred towards Chi Tian had long since disappeared for the most part. It's just that he's still in the way and doesn't want to admit it. That night, at 3 o'clock sharp, the 40 or so recruits had barely regained a few moments of strength by relying on the rations of the 10 veterans they had collected earlier, and at this time, Chi Tian also noticed that several silhouettes flashed by in a row in the woods 300 meters away from the mountain. Although they didn't hit the searchlights and moved extremely quickly, however, with the eyesight that had been improved by getting the eyesight unforgettable skill, Chi Tian was still able to see their whereabouts clearly. Brothers, draw up an ambush line. There's prey coming to the door. At the same time the words left his mouth, Chi Tian quickly concealed himself underneath a bush and aimed his gun at a fork in the road not far away. The other 9 warriors with rifles followed the action and aimed their guns as well. Next thing you know, as soon as someone passes through here, those 10 blackened gun muzzles will attack the intersection indiscriminately, unless the group of veterans numbered over 100. Otherwise, no one would be able to get through the dense bullet coverage without getting hit. As for the other recruits who hadn't been assigned weapons, one by one, they were also ready for first-level combat. A rainstorm of punches in tight terrain would definitely give these veterans a hard time as well. Only, everyone didn't notice. At this moment, Chi Tian did not focus entirely on this intersection. Out of the corner of his eye, he was constantly glancing at the makeshift command post set up at the bottom of the hill. A rather exciting and daring thought slowly surfaced in Chi Tian's mind. It doesn't seem like much fun to keep hiding in the hills, even if you can hide until the end of the game with a guy style in your hand. Since we have decided to have a good time with these veterans, we might as well play a little bigger. Take the command camp, and tease 1,000 troops. Chapter 23, Juggling thousands of troops, winning easily. Do it. A few breaths later, more than 10 sneaky silhouettes appeared at the fork in the road. At Chi Tian's command, the recruits hiding in the shadows immediately took action. From all angles, they surrounded the dozen or so men who appeared at the fork in the road and shot them. Not good. Enemy attack. These 10 or so people also reacted extremely quickly, immediately spreading out and preparing to counterattack, but they were moving at least 2 seconds slower than the recruits. Although it was only a short 2 seconds, the battle was already a big success. A round of strafing left only 5 veterans who hadn't been eliminated yet, but at that moment, they were greeted by Chi Tian and Zhang Mang, more than 30 recruits who were poised and ready to pounce on them like a tiger pouncing on a wildly swinging fist. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, and a good man can't beat a pack of wolves. In terms of ability to fight alone, the new recruits certainly couldn't compete with the veterans, but if it's 6 against 1, and the tactics are still discussed in advance, someone is responsible for holding the arms, someone is responsible for holding the legs, and the one with more power is responsible for throwing punches. Under this kind of siege, even the veterans simply couldn't carry it off. I'm sorry, you newbies, go easy on me. I'm out of the game, okay? Don't fight. This is a game. Are you guys really going to send me to the hospital? A round of strafing plus a roundup came down on a makeshift assault squad of 14 veterans. 9 were hit with a maneuver bullet symbolizing game elimination. The remaining 5 people, all bruised and swollen with color, looked at the opposite side of a group of new recruits, hated the roots of their teeth itchy. They were the best overall group of men in the 2nd Battalion. The mission received was to go the entire time without searchlights, in the dark, and kill the recruits by surprise. In a different situation, ambushing someone else, these veterans would have been able to do it handily and with little effort. But today is different. What they were facing was the chosen one who had obtained the ability to forget everything, and whose eyesight had been horribly improved along with it, and who was able to detect abnormalities even in the infinite darkness of the night. Chi Tian. This resulted in, among other things, the complete defeat of their operation. It didn't even come close to eliminating a recruit before elimination. 1 minute to touch the bodies, then quickly evacuate in the direction of the top of the hill. It's almost dawn, let's go down the hill in the opposite direction. Chi Tian let out a command, and with that, his gaze looked towards the mountaintop area. Zhang Meng, on the other hand, walked to his side and asked softly, do we need to make up to those 5 veterans? In case they, no need, always have to give these veterans to leave some face, beat people a meal, but also eliminated people. Too murderous and heartbreaking, have to forgive people and forgive people. In the future, low head, no head to see, unnecessary. Seeing the crowd stripping the supplies from the 14 veterans as fast as they could, Chi Tian quickly led the group and ran in the direction of the mountaintop. The conversation between Chi Tian and Zhang Mang just now did not intentionally conceal their voices, and these veterans all heard it clearly. Witnessing Chi Tian and the others' figures all disappearing around the corner of the intersection in front of them, one of the veterans picked up the walkie-talkie directly and pressed the call button. Hey, what are you doing? Being ambushed by a recruit is humiliating enough. Are you going to break the rules of the game? Dead people can't use walkie-talkies. Who says I'm dead? There's not a single bullet hole in my body. I just got punched a few times, and the kid just said there's no need to make up for the gun. It's an oversight on their part, not within the violation of the rules of the game. The veteran with the color on his face rushed his comrade beside him to respond in a cold voice, and immediately reported the situation to the command post at the bottom of the mountain. Battalion Commander, this is Da Fei. We were ambushed by the new recruits, but I wasn't eliminated yet. They just punched me a couple times and didn't fill me with gunfire. These recruits surrendered our equipment and supplies and ran off in the direction of the top of the hill with the object of descending from the back of the hill and returning to the regiment on time. Please immediately set up your manpower to the top of the mountain, and then block the back of the mountain, and you will surely be able to capture these new recruits alive. Down the hill, inside the command post, the 2nd Battalion commander listened to the report coming from the intercom. His face was ugly as hell, but he was finally relieved. See, I told you these new recruits couldn't do everything, and even if they could take out the veterans, so what? A bunch of rookies whose military literacy is far from mature will always slip up, and I, for one, am grasping at straws. After chanting at the serious-faced Su Guoqing behind him, the corner of the 2nd Battalion commander's mouth slightly hooked upwards. Immediately follow the intelligence and inform all the veterans on the hill of the new recruits' trajectory, so that they can rush to the target location with all speed and lay an ambush to catch them. But Su Guoqing did not respond to the 2nd Battalion commander at this time. When he had just received the information, an indefinable and unclear sense of doubt appeared in Su Guoqing's heart. He always felt that he had overlooked something very important, but for a moment, he couldn't remember. Including the commander of the 1st Battalion at this time, also similarly did not speak. His mind, exactly the same as Su Guoqing, and at this time, Sanshan Mountain's halfway position, veteran Daffy, who had finished reporting the news to the command post, was preparing to take the 4 remaining brothers who had not been patched up. Follow the line that the recruits left and continue to the top of the hill to feel for the line. Aim to play the final role and return the favor to the recruits. But the very next second they walked around the corner, several blackened guns were suddenly pressed against their foreheads, forcing them to retreat again to the side of the 9 corpses. You didn't leave? Looking at Chi Tian, who was no more than 2 meters away from him, Daffy was completely confused. Didn't this group of recruits evacuate towards the top of the hill in flames just now? Why did they suddenly appear near the corner? Or did they press to leave at all? If we leave, how do we know that you, veteran, are leaking our tracks toward the command post? Brothers, don't be polite to them. Aim and hit. After saying the last word, Chi Tian directly pulled the trigger and shot Daffy in the head. The fiery red smoke spread outward along his brain, and the other 4 veterans, too. But that's not all. After finishing off Daffy with his own hands, Chi Tian snatched the walkie-talkie from his hand, and then, without the slightest hesitation, he stomped on it, completely severing the connection between Daffy and the others and the command post. What do you mean by that? You just said yourself that it would be murderous to beat us up and then patch us up. Spare the people. Could it be that you've changed your mind so quickly? Da Fei was full of doubts and stared at Chi Tian. Veteran, if you hadn't looked down on us and seen us all as warriors on the same level, you wouldn't have asked that. Chi Tian didn't directly respond to the question asked by the veteran. After speaking to himself, he beckoned and ran down the hill at a fast pace with all the recruits. And at that moment, The 14 veterans, led by Daffy, all had their bodies violently trembling. Apparently, they all realized something. A sense of dismay that could not be described in words appeared, almost simultaneously, in the hearts of the 14 veterans. Brother Faye, this kid is taking advantage of us? Taking advantage of the fact that just now you were still alive and could report the news down the mountain, and sent a piece of false intelligence over to the command post. Now all the veterans are on fire to the top of the mountain and the back of the mountain to feel out the mountain. I'm afraid there is no one. This group of recruits down the mountain will be unimpeded, like no one's business. Damn, how the hell did these new recruits get spooky enough to even think of this kind of maneuver? I just said don't mess around. Now well, they will have no difficulty to return to the regiment to resume their orders. We these old birds, this time is considered to be a big disgrace. The battalion commander may be how to punish us later. No, now I don't even think they may return directly to the regiment. Listening to a group of comrades beside him who were filled with bitter sentiments, DeFay sat on his butt on the ground with an indescribable expression on his face. His eyes, on the other hand, were fixed straight on the command post at the bottom of the hill. In his heart, there was always an inexplicable premonition. There, perhaps, was the real goal of these recruits. Chapter 24, Disconnect dissolved. Named again. At the foot of the hill, the procession of recruits made their way through. Entrenched behind the command post, 100 meters ahead was the command post where the Iron Fist Regiment's 1st and 2nd Battalions, including the recruit company's company commander, Su Guiqing, were located, and all around, empty. Of course, it's no wonder these officers weren't prepared. It's really because in no previous cat and mouse game has there ever been an operation like this year's, where the new recruits beat the veterans back. Brother Tian, are we really going to do the command post? This is too exciting. Lin Mang followed closely behind Shi Tian, seemingly speaking with a slightly shaky voice because he was too excited. Not only him, but all the new recruits following behind Shi Tian were all unusually excited. Thinking back to his companions who were hunted down by the veterans last night, he vomited wildly and constantly on the side of the road. No one could restrain the restlessness in his heart when he was about to get his revenge. After 3 whole days of being trumpeted by veterans, it's time to show them what new recruits are made of. A glint flashed in Shi Tian's eyes, and his tone of voice changed to be equally exuberant as he spoke. At this time, there were 24 drill rifles in their squad. While prop rounds weren't exactly plentiful, they were perfectly adequate for an unsuspecting command post. The 4 words victory appeared in almost everyone's mind. Song Wei clenched the weapon in his hand and took the lead in responding to Chi Tian's opening. Then what are we waiting for? Just go straight up and exterminate their command post. Yes, Chi Tian. I can hardly wait. Order the charge. Zhang Mang followed suit and spoke in agreement. There's no rush. It's not too late to map out the surroundings and make sure there are no veterans ambushing in the shadows before making a move. Chi Tian glanced back at the duo and thought for a moment before setting out to all the recruits. Counting the comrades we found down the mountain, we now total as many as 49. Zhang Mang, Song Wei, aren't you two about to get impatient? Then the 2 of you, with 16 brothers, will start the mapping inspection from the left and right sides. Take the command post as soon as you're sure there's no ambush. I'll stay here with the remaining 30 brothers. If anything happens to you, do whatever you can to divert the veterans' attention in the opposite direction. We'll take the opportunity to make an evacuation, and in doing so, we'll have saved most of the viable forces in our team. In this game of cat and mouse, it's not too ugly for us to lose. What do you guys think? This plan that Chi Tian was proposing at this moment could be described as a step forward and backward plan that was flawless. Not only do they dish out the last of the undercurrents that the old cats may have left behind near the command post, at the same time, a retreat was laid out. Even if the 2 action teams did get ambushed, they could use themselves as bait to attract the veterans' attention and create escape time for the others. This game of cat and mouse has evolved to this moment. The scales of victory were completely tipped on the side of the recruits. Of course, this number of people that Chi Tian had set up was also extremely elaborate. The reason he stayed was not because of cowardice or laziness, but to fulfill the task issued by the system. After a night of action, Chi Tian had long since seen the power of this elite fighting technique. On his first action, he was able to steadily overwhelm a 6-year veteran and immobilize him. With such a smooth and efficient reward, Chi Tian had to take it. That being the case, he couldn't afford to take any risks. It just so happens that Song Wei and Zhang Mang are in a hurry to get their hands dirty, and it would be most appropriate for them to lead the lineup. You have a bright mind. I'll listen to your arrangements. Zhang Mang paused his voice and responded with a proper sentence to Chi Tian, but immediately afterward, he turned to look at Song Wei and said with a smirk, "But Song Wei, are you willing to listen to Chi Tian's orders? Everyone knows that you two don't get along very well. Right now he's ordering you to do something. Are you convinced?" Hearing these words, the corners of the mouths of the surrounding recruits also surfaced with a smirk as they looked over to Song Wei's side. Feeling the dozens of gazes coming from around him, Song Wei almost blurted out, "Of course I don't obey, but this game of cat and mouse, our new recruits were able to pull out the tiger's teeth time and time again. Don't have to worry about being chased by a veteran while grabbing the veteran's gear for a counterattack. I know, it's all because of Zaitan. If it wasn't for him, I might still be hiding in some cave waiting for dawn. Besides, what happened before was an internal conflict within our recruit company anyways. Right now it's a confrontation between the old and the new, and he's in command, so I'll do whatever he says, no questions asked." "Ah Wei, well said." As soon as Song Wei's words fell, Zhang Mang followed suit and nodded his head in response. At this time, Qi Tian could also see that Song Wei's attitude towards himself was no longer as tit-for-tat as before. Since the other party wasn't looking for trouble anymore, Qi Tian himself wasn't a small-minded person. Immediately, he smiled and nodded his head, responding to Song Wei with a sentence. "After this game, we are all brothers, so act and be safe." Yes, at Qi Tian's order, Zhang Meng and Song Wei each picked a few good men from their own classes, brought their equipment, and extended the touchdown line out, one on the left and one on the right. Third-class Vice Jiang Chong, on the other hand, came to Qi Tian's side and gave a thumbs up. "Qi Tian, you're really this. I knew about this Iron Fist regiment before I joined the army, and I knew about the cat and mouse game that all the recruits would play when they arrived. To be honest, every new class of recruits was basically overwhelmed by the veterans, and it was by no means rare for them to be annihilated by the regiment. But you're the first one to clean up the veterans and end up counting the command post like you did today, and I can tell that why, despite his tough talk, is really convinced of you in his heart. He is stubborn and good at face-saving, but when it comes to right and wrong, he is absolutely clear, so I'll have to ask you to take care of him in the future. Introduce yourself. My name is Jiang Chong, Class 3 Vice. If you need me in the future, just speak up. Qi Tian, we will all be brothers from now on." Qi Tian raised his hand and touched fists with Jiang Chong, recognizing this comrade. Between boys, it's not supposed to be that much of a curveball. When you meet someone whose temperament and personality match, you can even become a brother in a few words. Not to mention the fact that this was still a military camp and they had just gone through an operation of honor and disgrace. It makes sense that the relationship would heat up rapidly. As for Qi Tian and Song Wei's previous conflict, in the final analysis, it was nothing more than a good faith placement. Right now, to say the words open, the two hearts will no longer have half a gap. At the same time, Song Wei and Zhang Mang had already completed their mapping and checking of the surrounding area at a rapid pace, making sure there wasn't any ambush. The two immediately led the charge into the command post. After a few gunshots, Zhang Mang walked out from the command post and waved his hand excitedly towards where Qi Tian and the others were. "Brothers, it's safe. All the officers are eliminated, except that you'll have to come here in person. Tiny, the two battalion commanders, as well as Company Commander Su, all want to see you by name." Chapter 25, Su Guoqing sighs. "Hello Company Commander." Qi Tian quickly ran into the command post and reported to Su Guoqing with his hand raised in salute. As soon as his words fell, a man beside Su Guoqing with extremely pronounced muscle lines jumped ahead of him, clenching his fists and said, "You're the Qi Tian who led all the recruits to engage in a counterattack? Kid, you're good. I'll remember you. It's an honor to be remembered by the battalion commander." Qi Tian responded calmly. It was as if he hadn't taken the other party's words to heart at all, and this performance of his made the hearts of the group of recruits who entered the command post immediately after him admire him even more. Tarzan is in front of me without changing his face. To show such poise in the face of a slightly hostile one-liner from the battalion veteran, such a man is worthy of their command. As for why Qi Tian would be this answer, the answer was actually very simple. Previously, Su Guoqing had made it clear that it was the head of the group, Li Yunfei, who had authorized him to target himself ruthlessly. Even the regimental commander had started to lead the targeting. What did Qi Tian care about the threat of a battalion commander? What an international joke. Ahem. Okay, down to business. Seeing that the 2nd Battalion commander, who had the hottest temper, was ready to get on the bandwagon, Su Guoqing and the 1st Battalion commander rushed to open their mouths and cut him off. "Qi Tian, even though your men shot me down tonight and left me to die in my own command post, I have to admit that I am very pleased with your performance. If I'm not mistaken, the message that came back from that veteran earlier was a deliberate move on your part to remove all of our placements on the main road, lure them to ambush you at the top of the hill and in the back of the mountain, while you take advantage of the opportunity to turn the tables on our side of the command post, right?" Su Guoqing's face was tinged with joy, and his breathing was slightly rapid as he asked Qi Tian. This was still the most words Qi Tian had heard Su Guoqing say in one breath in the entire 72 hours he had known him. You can imagine how urgent Su Guoqing's mood was at this time. "Yes, Company Commander. I purposely didn't allow the man to refill his gun just to mislead him and pass on the wrong information to you." "Who?" Sure enough, this time I figured it all out. Su Guoqing slapped his thighs and nodded his head uncontrollably. When that intel came back earlier, I always felt something was wrong, but I couldn't tell. And now I've figured out that the problem is you. In these days of contact with you, I have realized that you are an extremely thoughtful soldier with excellent military qualities. According to your past style of doing things, there should not be such a slip-up. Too bad. I realized too late. If I could have thought of this earlier and made an ambush in the neighborhood, then the final act of extermination tonight will be initiated by us veterans. Never by you. What a shame it was so close, Company Commander. In fact, even if you were able to figure it out early, in the end you wouldn't have been able to capture Qi Tian and complete the extermination. As soon as Su Guoqing's words fell, in the team of recruits, Song Wei took the initiative to speak up and report it forward. You may not know, before the final raid, Qi Tian also left an extra hand. He didn't rush to lead the team to action, but let Zhang Mang and I separately lead people to inventory the surrounding area before the action, in order to check whether you have left any ambush in the neighborhood, and if you did, the ones who were captured in the end would only make a few of us. Moreover, we will fight to the death to carry out resistance and attract your firepower, so Qi Tian can take this opportunity to evacuate to a safe area with most of his remaining brothers. It's only a matter of time before they still get the ultimate victory in the game. What? After listening to Song Wei's narration, Su Guoqing stood up directly from his chair in shock on the spot, including the 2 battalion commanders beside him. They were all staring at Qi Tian with wide eyes and dead eyes at this moment. Obviously, none of them had thought that Qi Tian had, at the end, actually left a handout. Gosh, a new recruit who just joined the army less than 4 days ago can come up with such a perfect layout. Lao Su, you, the 1st battalion commander, was surprised and no longer knew what to say. Even the 2nd battalion commander, who looked at Qi Tian rather unpleasantly, couldn't help but nod his head at this moment, his eyes full of appreciation. This new recruit, not to mention his intelligence and bravery, was able to make a final layout on the eve of victory and not get carried away by the impending victory. With a heart like that, you will be a great man in the future. The rivers and mountains are filled with talented people, and the generation is even stronger than the next. Kid, in this game tonight, I can kind of see the point. Not only have you conquered all the new recruits, but you've conquered us old bones as well. Go back early. This game has been so busy so far that there is no need for it to continue. It's nothing more than you guys using our side of the comms to send false commands to the veterans on the hill. Keep them busy until morning arrives and watch you return to the Tekken Core and win the game. Let's just save face for those veterans, and for a few of us old bones, and call it a day. Su Guoqing's tone was filled with rich sighs of admiration and awe as he said these words. In the past, he would never have believed that he would feel such emotions towards a new recruit. In the past, but at this moment, he had to believe it. Not for any other reason. It was because this new recruit was too demonic. Yes. Qi Tian nodded slightly to Su Guoqing and opened his mouth to respond. Then he turned to look at the group of recruits and in a straight voice he barked. All hands, turn backward and run for it. All the recruits who had completed the game ran off in good order and at a neat pace. When the last man left the command post, a leaping and uplifting cheer erupted outside immediately afterward. The 48 recruits shouted Qi Tian's name in unison. It was like shouting for their heroes. While venting the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time tonight, he ran in the direction of the Iron Fist Corps. Inside the command post, Su Guoqing and the 2 battalion commanders glanced at each other, all of them shaking their heads with a bitter smile full of helplessness. To be honest, they've lost track of how many recruits they've teamed up to clean up, but like tonight, it was cleaned up by the recruits. In the end, they were also completely blocked the road to extinction. When it was really the first time in life, Su Guoqing knew that the head of the group, Li Yunfei, must not have rested tonight and was still waiting for the end of this cat and mouse game. Solely taking out his cell phone, he reported the night's events, one by one, especially for Qi Tian's performance. Su Guoqing praised him for half an hour. He didn't hang up until it was dark. Early that morning, 6:15, Southeast Military Region Compound, under the family building, Lang Changhua, who was accustomed to waking up early, changed into a training uniform and prepared to start today's morning run. But just as he was about to move, a sharp ringing of the telephone suddenly sounded from his pocket. This phone call Lang Changhua basically will not leave his body, because this is the phone number he uses to contact all the officers in the Southeastern Military District. Right now at this moment, someone contacted him, and Lang Changhua concluded that something very important must have happened. Immediately, he walked quickly to a corner suitable for talking and pressed the answer button. Hello, who is it? Army Commander. It's me, Li Yunfei of the Iron Fist Regiment. On the other end of the phone, Li Yunfei was full of tangles. Hesitating for a moment, he still had the guts to say bitterly to Lang Changhua, Army Commander, what kind of freak have you stuffed me with? Please, just get him out of here. This kid is crushingly unrecruitable. All sorts of military literacy is ridiculously strong, not to mention tactical command and even leadership that he plays so clearly. If we let him stay any longer, the sky of my Iron Fist regiment will be stabbed through alive by him. Chapter 26, The Battle with Zhang Mang and the Plan. Gollum. 10 minutes later, after listening to Li Yunfei's narration and evaluation of last night's cat and mouse game, even this day of the Southeast Military Region couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, with surprise written all over his face. Outnumbered, outfitted, and out of shape altogether against the veterans. That jerk was able to start a counterattack with the recruits and even ended up taking out the veterans' command post. Leng Changhua knew very well that even if he borrowed 10 of Li Yunfei's guts, he wouldn't dare to fool himself with this kind of thing. It's something that must be truer than pearls. Old Li, hold on for a while longer. When I'm done with the matter at hand, at most 1 month, I'll go over there at the first opportunity to deal with this brat. After answering a sentence in a positive voice, Leng Changhua hung up the phone and subconsciously looked up in the direction of his house. Since Zaitan enlisted, daughter has been teared up. Every day holding the phone to look through their past chat records, people have lost several pounds. Although Leng Changhua didn't admit it with his mouth, he understood it in his heart. His own baby girl, who could no longer detach herself from the relationship. What kind of charisma does this kid Chi Tian have? Not only can he coax Laozi's precious heartthrob to be his only choice, to still have Li Yunfei praise him so much. Could it be that I really underestimated him before? But this shouldn't be. According to the investigation, this kid is just a mixed-up uneducated landlubber, that's right. This. Leng Changhua was filled with a look of disbelief. As the words fell out of his mouth, he opened the phone again and sent a text message to his deputy. The text message was simple, less than 40 words, but this text message was in red font. This means, very urgent. Help me put off all unimportant meetings and events. All planning processes are in full swing, and in a month's time, I'm going to make a personal trip to the Iron Fist Corps. Meanwhile, inside the Iron Fist Regiment, Chi Tian took 48 new recruits and majestically reported back to the Iron Fist Regiment. Just walked through the door of the new Tekken training base. They then saw more than 60 warriors waiting in silence for something in the playground with bitter faces. And these men were clear. All new recruits this year. Squad Lieutenant, Chi Tian, Zhang Meng, Song Wei, even you were captured alive by the veterans? Gosh, it looks like our new recruits this time are really going to be wiped out by the veterans in a regiment. A warrior of the third class quickly ran to Chi Tian and the others, letting out a cry of emotion. He had expected these powerful recruits to survive the veterans, a game the recruits wouldn't lose too badly, but after witnessing the crowd report back to the regiment before the end of the game, the heart this warrior had been hanging on to finally died. The same thought appeared in the minds of the recruits on the playground who had been taken alive by the veterans early on. Sighs, all of a sudden, like a tidal wave, came to mind in succession in the playground. Unceasingly, what the hell are you talking about? Jiang Chong glanced at the warrior without any good humor and raised his hand to give him a big neck slip. We won, a total of 49 people, all of whom won the cat and mouse game, and Chi Tian even took us and took out the veterans command post. What? Won, and took out the veterans command post? Squadron leader. You can't joke about this. The third-class warriors in front of Jiang Chong couldn't help but cry out in shock, and as soon as he said this, he immediately drew the eyes of the recruits who sighed continuously. Squad Lieutenant, you're not delirious from being tortured by the veterans, are you? It's not even game over time yet, and you guys are back. Didn't you get caught by the veterans? Taking out a veteran's command post? Really? This sounds like a mythological story, and you don't seem like you like to brag nah, squad mate? The recruits on the playground, who had been suppressed all night, were like a flood that broke the dike, and a brain rushed over to ask after them. Jiang Chong cleared his throat and shouted quiet, taking the crowd back to the playground and sitting down. He recounted all the things that had happened after meeting Chi Tian last night. It had been waiting for Jiang Chong to speak until Su Guoqing himself gave the order at the end. Let them report back to their regiments first, right after saving face for the veterans and for them as officers. The recruits who had been eliminated early were then convinced that they, the 49, had not lost to the veterans. Instead, they also cleaned up and played the veterans. I'm Brown. This is too damn awesome. Grabbing weapons from veterans and starting to fight back straight away. Is this the way Chi Tian does things? I still remember what the company commander said earlier. We can't even run away in time, so don't dream of fighting back. The second day of the new company took the third individual merit. The third night with a team of less than 50 men teased 1,000 troops, and finally sliced up the veterans command post. Chi Tian, from now on you'll be my idol. King of recruits. Chi Tian, you're the king of recruits in our class. I don't know who it was that brought up the title of New Soldier King. In the next second, the 100 or so recruits gathered on the playground spoke in unison. Everyone was energized, shouting out the slogan King of Recruits, Iron Fist in the sky. The commotion directly shook the veterans of the other 3 battalions who had stayed in the Iron Fist Regiment and had not participated in the game right out of their sleep. A number of people spit up at the recruits in their dormitories for their lack of understanding. There are some, however, who detect unusual implications. Shouldn't these new recruits be getting their asses handed to them by the veterans tonight? Why is every one of them like a chicken blood now? Chi Tian. It's that name again. Can't it be that this brat has done something earth-shattering again? I suppose so, or these recruits wouldn't be so excited as they are. But what can they do? In the middle of the playground, Zhang Meng stabbed Chi Tian with his arm, bringing the wandering man back to the real world. Chi Tian. The brothers have recognized you as the new king of soldiers, so why don't you tell us a few words? At the sound, Chi Tian stood up and moved his muscles, smiling and waving his hand. Well, then I'll say a few words. Actually, in my opinion, the brothers are good. Don't be discouraged by the brothers who were first captured alive by the veterans. Without your help to delay and interfere with the veterans' arrival at Songshan, it's also impossible for us to rally and be ready for a counterattack. The key to winning this game is not one of us, but the collective work of all of us. I also believe that after tonight, those veterans will never dare to despise us again. Who says that in the military, new recruits are necessarily weaker than veterans? The last sentence was hissed out by Chi Tian, and with this hiss, he completely ignited the fighting spirit of all the recruits. At this moment, every recruit was clenching their fists, their minds constantly recalling this last sentence of Chi Tian's. Yeah, who says that in the military, new recruits are necessarily weaker than veterans? It's all 2 shoulders against 1 head. What a difference it can make. This time, a number of them lost to veterans. Next time, make sure you get back and show the veterans what they're made of. Feel the ebb and flow of emotions of the recruits around you. Chi Tian smiled and sat down, glancing his gaze towards Zhang Meng at his side. The reason why Chi Tian had wandered off just now was because they had successfully returned to the Iron Fist Regiment to report for duty, and the mission was officially over. That elite-level fighting instinct has gone from being limited to 8 hours, to a permanent reward. At that moment, Chi Tian was in the process of comprehending this skill, and right now, it had already become a great success. It was also at this moment that another ploy, followed by another, appeared in Chi Tian's mind. Out of admiration for the strongest, right now I've become what the recruits call the new king of recruits. So can I use this identity to find a way to deepen that impression, and at the same time, bring everyone up to the standard of a competent soldier more quickly? How long would that whole 2-finger-thick code of regulations have to drag on otherwise? Thoughts to this. Chi Tian slowly got up and under the gaze of all the recruits, he hooked his finger at Zhang Meng beside him. Seeing him clearly with this action, all the recruits instantly realized what he was trying to do. Each one of them became more excited as if they had been beaten up. Zhang Meng, I've long heard that you're the best seedling in the ancient martial arts program of the Eastern Sea Physical Education Institute. How about a fight? Chapter 27, 1 touch, 3 moves to settle the score. Chi Tian, you've just become the new king of soldiers and you're about to start beating up your brothers? Jiang Chong sat behind Chi Tian, full of smiles and flirting while his words changed. Divine state line. I think it's fine, but you have to be prepared. Zhang Meng has few enemies in the generation of students at the East Sea Sports Academy. The only ones who can defeat him are those old monsters in the academy. Challenge him and be prepared to pay the price. Just to cheer everyone up. How about a little FaceTime? Fine. Let's fight then. Zhang Meng slowly stood up, his eyes filled with battle intent. Previously, when he and Chi Tian had laid hands on the very first 2 veterans, he had observed that Chi Tian's hands-on skills were definitely not bad. That reaction, as well as the rolling moment to intentionally overpower the veteran, was a textbook maneuver. As the leader of the younger generation of the ancient martial arts program at the East Ocean Academy, Zhang Meng was an absolute belligerent in his own right. From that time onwards, he had thought about it, and when he had time in the future, he would definitely have to compete with Chi Tian once. However, Zhang Meng did not expect that Chi Tian would take the initiative to extend an invitation to him tonight. Since this was the case, Zhang Meng would naturally not be polite with Chi Tian. The 2 men strutted, head high, to the front of the playground, and after touching fists in silent agreement, they each set up a starting motion. Zhang Meng, go for it. Bring out your strength as the number 1 in close quarters in the gymnasium and show the new king of soldiers. With a big battle on the horizon, Jiang Chong was so excited that he opened his mouth to cheer for Zhang Meng. In the first-class team, Song Wei was not willing to lag behind and followed suit, letting out his voice and shouting at Chi Tian. Brother Tian, the new king of soldiers is just as much a king of soldiers. The brothers believe in you. Beat Zhang Meng down. The shouts of the 2 men were like dynamite that completely ignited the atmosphere of all the recruits. At this time, although it was early in the morning dew frost, but none of the recruits felt the cold. Instead, they were warmed up and their emotions were high to the core. As for Songwei's off-the-cuff name-calling, even he didn't notice. Not to mention the other recruits who focused their attention entirely on the sparring duo. The people who supported Zhang Mang and Chi Tian were basically 50-50, and the names of the two once again resounded throughout the entire Iron Fist new training base. Under the shouts and cheers of more than 100 people, Zhang Mang took the lead. The single split palm of the Tongbei fist, wrapped with all the force of his right arm, smashed straight at Chi Tian's face. Chi Tian, watch out! In the face of Zhang Mang's kind reminder, Chi Tian nodded slightly in response at the same time. The body violently deviated to the left side, and the sweeping leg went straight to attack Zhang Mang's lower plate. Tongbei Quan, famous for its wide-open, thunderous attacks. Chi Tian was fully prepared to dodge and fight at the moment, and the sweeping leg was only his first move to deal with Zhang Mang's attack, but somewhat out of Chi Tian's expectation. Although he easily dodged Zhang Mang's first palm, his sweeping leg kicked at Zhang Mang's lower disc, but his opponent did not move at all. Even his right leg, which he had kicked out with force, was now stuck straight on the outside of Zhang Mang's ankle, unable to move forward. Zhang Mang was like a small mountain, and Chi Tian's countermeasures couldn't have any effect on him. Well done. Zhang Mang squatted horse stance for 3 years in addition to practicing in the gymnasium. With this solid lower body, how can he sweep it with just a sweeping leg? After the first round of tentative exchanges between the two, Jiang Chong cheered out directly. At this moment, he seemed to have seen Zhang Mang completely suppressing Chi Tian. In his opinion, in terms of IQ, physical ability, military literacy and all these, Zhang Mang was definitely not Chi Tian's match. However, when it came to fighting, especially the aspect of hitting and being hit hard, in front of Zhang Mang, Chi Tian was similarly not good enough. Chi Tian, the test is over. I'm going to get real. At the same time the words left his mouth, Zhang Mang took a step backward on the right side of his body, with his left shoulder in front of him. Only seeing him take a deep breath, he slammed into Chi Tian who had retreated to 2 meters away. Baji fist, sticky mountain leaning. Zhang Mang's collision came fast and hard, and Chi Tian, who had just stabilized himself, had no chance of dodging at the moment. Facing Zhang Mang who was charging across the room like a brute bull, Chi Tian took a deep breath as his body lay backward. When he saw the right moment, he struck out like lightning and grabbed the shoulder of Zhang Mang, who was blasting at him head-on. The body lashed out to the backside with the help of inertia, directly sending Zhang Mang into a reverse hugging fall, which knotted Zhang Mang to the ground. Neither one was slow to make a move or react. Zhang Mang, who had been backflipped by Chi Tian, didn't even bother to think. Instead, he relied on his muscle memory and changed his stance again, making the most powerful move in Xingyi Quan, the Jiaolong Tan Hai. Only his left hand was seen pressing backward and clasping Chi Tian's shoulder at the same time. Aiming his right fist at Chi Tian's chest and abdomen, he fiercely blasted it. This punch, which carried the force of 1,000 pounds, as long as it hit, it would disable Chi Tian on the spot. The most crucial thing was that at this moment, Zhang Mang's left hand was still like an iron clamp, holding Chi Tian's shoulder, making him unable to move. East Sea Physical Education Academy, the strength of the #1 ancient martial arts major, had completely struck out at this moment. Hearing the sound of fist wind ringing out in front of him, Chi Tian's face changed and he hurriedly crossed his arms in front of his chest. Right now, he had nowhere to hide, so he could only find a way to harden himself against Zhang Mang's strike. Bang! In the next second, Zhang Mang's sandbag-sized iron fist smashed into Chi Tian's arms, although it didn't directly hit Chi Tian's chest and abdomen, causing him to lose his combat power on the spot, but it still caused Chi Tian's face to instantly turn white and his arms to go numb for a while. Again, Zhang Mang growled and just clasped Chi Tian's shoulders, delivering a cart push-up in front of everyone, and then directly lifted Chi Tian to his shoulder. The hegemony giant cauldron, the great power has been achieved. Seeing this scene, all the recruits once again boiled over. One should know that at this moment, it had not been more than 3 moves since Chi Tian and Zhang Mang had fought against each other. Within 3 moves, he had the chance to knock the new soldier king down. Zhang Mang was indeed as fierce as his name, fierce in a completely unlikable way. However, just as Zhang Mang's right arm fired, he was about to use the Overlord's giant cauldron to slam Chi Tian to the ground, ending the battle once and for all. Chi Tian's left leg, which he had held onto his shoulder in a death grip, suddenly poked forward. Utilizing the arc of the back fossa of his knee, he forcefully jammed Zhang Mang's throat. At the same time, Chi Tian's right leg was completely taut and his left toe locked back in a smooth manner. Relying on the strength of his legs, he directly stuck Zhang Mang's throat completely. A dense sense of suffocation instantly occupied Zhang Mang's brain. He was originally ready to make the Overlord giant cauldron maneuver at any time. It also could no longer be done under the influence of a stuck throat and severe breathing problems. Not only that, but the suffocating feeling intensified as time passed. After 10 seconds or so, Zhang Mang couldn't even be in a position to snap Qi Tian's shoulders. Qi Tian obediently broke free, and his entire body was stuck so straight on Zhang Mang's shoulder, suppressing him with a red face, unable to move, and at this time, both of Qi Tian's arms were still in a free state. The soreness and numbness from resisting Zhang Mang's punch just now had also disappeared for the most part, and he could launch a counterattack at any time. In other words, if this is not a friendly match, instead, it's a real close fight, or a fight to the death, that Qi Tian's hands would be ready to take Zhang Mang's life at this moment. This battle, up to this point, the victory or defeat has been decided. Chapter 28, Song Wei worships his master. The young plot has been completed. Seeing that Zhang Mang's face was suffocating red, he was about to be unsteady on his feet. Qi Tian hurriedly withdrew the force of his legs and jumped off Zhang Mang, helping him pat his back repeatedly. Cough cough. Qi Tian, I didn't expect you to give me such a move in the end. Count me in. I'm convinced. The feeling of regurgitation caused by the lack of oxygen in his brain caused Zhang Mang to arch his back and cough violently. Qi Tian patted his back while answering in a deep voice. Under the rule restrictions, even if I use all my strength, I can't be your opponent. But the enemies we'll face in the future are all real murderous criminals, and they don't have any rules in their eyes. I was able to beat you today because your mind hadn't yet shifted from the gymnasium routine, leaving room for both attack and counterattack. Whenever you're ready to use the kung fu in your hands to fight to the death with vicious criminals, I may not be your match then. Qi Tian's words were not a compliment to Zhang Mang. What he said was the truth. This Donghai Physical Education Institute's #1 ruthless person in the ancient martial arts specialty was indeed living up to his name. Even he, who possessed elite-level fighting instincts, did not dare to guarantee that he could steadily defeat this monstrous strong man. That punch just now, if Zhang Mang had done it with all his might, it was estimated that both of Qi Tian's arms would have to be smashed hard by him. The force of that punch that came was just too terrifying. The main reason why Zhang Mang had lost this battle was that his various moves were still all match-specific flourishes. There are quite a few superfluous movements, not to mention the target of the attack, none of which are sufficient to disable the opponent instantly. Of course, it's just a friendly game and there's really no need to go down to the wire. Just like Qi Tian's last moments, when his arms remained free, he similarly did not continue to lash out at Zhang Mang. The two are now brothers, but also comrades in arms. Sparring with each other, point to point can be. Looks like I have a long way to go if I want to use the kung fu in my body in the army. Brother, I've been taught. A few breaths passed, and the expression on Zhang Mang's face gradually eased over. After twisting his head and handing Qi Tian a look, he smoothly grabbed Qi Tian's wrist and raised it high, declaring this sparring match. Before the fourth move, he was defeated by Qi Tian and conceded defeat. And that's when, across from the duo, the recruits, who had been completely dumbfounded, finally came back to their senses. Zhang Chong took the lead in clapping and stood up to call out Qi Tian's name. The next second, the rest of the recruits rose to follow suit. The gazes they looked at Qi Tian again were still filled with admiration and fervor, a few more than before, but underneath this adoration and fervor, there was also a hint of awe, which was derived from the awe of strength. In less than 4 moves, he made the #1 ancient martial arts student of the Eastern Sea Physical Education Academy fall. Such strength was truly as terrifying as it was. Song Wei, who had started out cheering and applauding for Qi Tian, even swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva deeply. Thinking back to his previous repeated and unknowingly provoking Qi Tian, a fine layer of cold sweat subconsciously appeared on Song Wei's forehead. Thanks to Qi Tian's good temper, he didn't really get on the wrong side of himself. Otherwise, with these 2 strokes, he would have to rub himself on the ground, and be the kind of person who can't fight back. Thinking of this, Song Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing Qi Tian and Zhang Mang preparing to return to the group, Song Wei dodged and scurried out of the crowd. Coming directly in front of Qi Tian, he knelt down on one knee and clasped his hands together. Brother Tian, I was the one who was unseeing before, so be generous and don't talk to me. Wei, what are you doing? I said before in Sangshan, after tonight, we are all brothers. What? Are you still afraid that I'll use my class vice status, or this fighting skill, to put shoes on you later? Qi Tian was a bit confused by Song Wei's kneeling. As he opened his mouth to respond, he tried to help him up from the ground. However, Song Wei didn't have the slightest intention of getting up at this moment, but said in a deep voice in front of all the recruits, Brother Tian, please take me as your disciple. Those 2 strikes of yours just now were so cool. The reverse hold slam and the leg twist. I really want to learn. As long as you promise to accept me as your disciple, I'll take care of all your housekeeping from now on, and I'll do whatever you want me to do, okay? Qi Tian had never expected that Song Wei would even entertain the idea of worshipping his master. At the very beginning, he just wanted to take the opportunity of the competition with Zhang Mang to show his hand to everyone. Let everyone develop a heart of admiration after seeing these fighting skills. That way he can take the Code of Ordinances out and learn it in exchange. For example, memorize the first panel of the Code of Ordinances in the allotted time, and he teaches a trick or something. But where could Chi Tian have thought that the effect would be this good? Look at this. It's almost like songwriter is fishing for a warbler. The most crucial thing was that right now, there were quite a few other recruits who had gathered around and were ready to follow Songwei's maneuver. Chi Tian hurriedly exerted his force, dragging and pulling Songwei up from the ground at the same time. He said to the crowd around him, "Calm down, everyone, forget about the apprenticeship. The new company will have a course in combat arts. I guess it won't be long before our old squad leader leads the way. All I can teach you is a few trick sets that I've worked out for myself, and that's about it. Of course, I'll teach these things just as well if people don't worship me, provided they take the Code of Ordinances in exchange." Brother Sky, take the Code of Ordinances? What does that mean? Lin Mang scratched his head and asked Chi Tian in surprise. This Code of Ordinances is in one copy in every hand and is extremely well stocked. Collecting this, I am afraid, is not half as useful as it should be, is it? Seeing that Lin Mang had some misunderstanding, Chi Tian paused his voice and quickly added clarification. When I say Code of Regulations, I am not talking about the books that you have in your hands, but the paragraphs that recite the Code of Regulations. Tell you what, starting today, 15 minutes before lights out at night, I'll be teaching you some of the better counter techniques to use in the real world on the playground. If you want to come over and study together, you have to memorize 20 pages of the Code of Ordinances. In the future, each day will increase backward according to this number, and if I can memorize it ahead of time, I will also teach some even more powerful moves. What do you all think? Brother Sky, is that true? As soon as Chi Tian's words fell, Song Wei, who was standing in front of him, immediately followed with a rhetorical question. Seeing Chi Tian nodding his head, Song Wei directly dodged and ran in the direction of the dormitory and scurried out. Let's be honest, 20 pages of Code of Regulations a day is really not that little. According to this progress, I'm afraid that in less than 10 days, the crowd would be able to follow Chi Tian to memorize this Code of Regulations. If it was placed before tonight, not to mention Chi Tian as the class vice, even if the squad leaders themselves spoke up and asked each of these soldiers to memorize 20 pages of the Code of Regulations every day, everyone is in over their heads and trying to pass the buck in any way they can. But it was different now. The hand Chi Tian had just revealed was just too shocking. In less than 4 moves, he was able to suppress Shang Mang, the #1 ancient martial arts major of the Eastern Sea Physical Education Institute, who couldn't catch his breath. Once such a skill is learned, in the future, no matter what regiment or company everyone will be assigned to, they are sure to be the best in that company. In the face of great temptation, a 20-page Code of Regulations doesn't seem so difficult, especially under the influence of Song Wei's rhetorical question to finalize it and his fiery run back to the dormitory to fetch the code and recite it. The recruits who had originally gathered around Chi Tian instantly looked like they had been pumped with chicken blood. A mad dash to the dormitory to fetch the Code of Regulations to memorize. In the end, it was Chi Tian, the person in question, who stood alone in the center of the playground, looking at the backs of everyone leaving in flames and shaking his head repeatedly with a bitter smile. Is this the herd effect that comes with being strong? Not yet. It's a little too scary. Chapter 29, Plotting and Playing with Plotting and Plotting. Early the next morning, Su Guocheng and other officers announced the end of the game. Bring back to the Iron Fist Regiment all the veterans of the Tsangshan who had laid ambushes all night and pounced on them. At this time, the veterans were all downcast, especially those who had been eliminated by the new recruits, and they were depressed to the extreme. Many of them had played the cat and mouse game several times, and successive sessions had demoralized the recruits to the point of no resistance. But this year, this game of cat and mouse, the contrast brought to them, is too big and too big. To the end, they were all still in the back of the mountain expecting to ambush Chi Tian and the others and fight a nice battle. Unbeknownst to them, their own command posts were all copied by the recruits. If Su Guocheng hadn't let the recruits return to the Iron Fist Regiment early last night, I'm afraid that all of them, this morning, will have to stand guard at the back of the hill to see the recruits complete their evacuation with their own eyes. Company Commander, Old Xiao and I have an inexplicable intuition. I'm afraid that when the recruit company is over, Chi Tian will be drawn away directly from the top. You say this. At the entrance of the Iron Fist Regiment, Old Black registered while opening his mouth to Su Guocheng to lament. At those words, Su Guocheng was just about to open his mouth to respond. One slightly noisy sound after another could be heard from the playground not far away. Su Guocheng's face became more and more ugly as he asked the veteran standing guard on duty at the door. What's the situation here? Which battalion is training? Company Commander. This isn't the kind of commotion our veterans make. The duty post let out a bitter laugh and reached out to point to the location of the playground. Last night, these new recruits didn't know what they were up to, and after shouting Chi Tian's name for quite a while, They rushed back to the dormitory as if they were crazy. Then they darted back to the playground and made a big commotion. Who can sleep when they're like that? I couldn't resist coming out to take a look and found that all these recruits were like chicken blood, playfully reciting the regulations and code of conduct in the playground. A scene I'll never forget in my life. Later, when I inquired carefully, I realized that it was still this kid Chi Tian, and I heard that he was the one who fought with a guy named Zhang Mang. It took less than 4 moves to defeat his opponent. His kung fu was quite impressive. All the new recruits wanted to learn fighting from him, and one of them even kneeled down, wanting to worship him as a teacher. The kid simply set a rule that said recruits could learn kung fu from him if they memorized 20 pages of regulations and codes every day. You should go back and take a look. These recruits are really a little bit bewitched. I didn't even go as crazy as they did when I was preparing for my senior year of high school. It took less than 4 moves to defeat Zhang Mang. As soon as the words of the veteran on duty fell, the faces of the several officers walking in front of them couldn't help but change at the same time. Su Guoqing turned around violently and looked at the 10 squad leaders of the recruit company, his tone shocked. Besides the one from the East Sea Sports Academy, is there a second Zhang Mang in our recruit company? Company commander. No more. That should be him. I'm rough. This kid is really going to turn our Iron Fist Corps upside down. Zhang Mang, that's a good seedling that our Donghai city has cultivated for the National Olympics. I've heard that it's something like the first person to specialize in ancient martial arts in the last 100 years, with a copper skin and iron bones. It's this kind of ruthless character that can't go more than 4 rounds under Chi Tian's hand? This kid is still a human being. Several squad leaders simply couldn't help the surprise in their hearts and spoke out in response. Upon hearing this reply from them, the veteran on duty also finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Turning back to look in the direction of the playground again, there were clearly a few more points of scorn and surprise in his eyes. Yes, yes, yes. A full dozen breaths passed. It was only then that Su Guoqing came back to his senses, nodded with a smile, and responded to the group of squad leaders. Golden scales are not the stuff of fools, and once they meet the wind and clouds, they change into dragons. You guys watch, this kid Chi Tian. His future achievements will definitely be very dazzling. Military literacy is extremely hard, and wisdom and courage will also utilize the human nature. This kid, when it really is for me. Su Guoqing opened his eyes. Company commander, I can understand when you say he's hardened militarily and has good intellect and courage, but what do you mean when you say he'll take advantage of human nature? As soon as Su Guoqing's words fell, the 7th squad leader opened his mouth immediately after to let out a rhetorical question. It had just been half a week since Chi Tian had arrived at the Iron Fist Corps. Su Guoqing's ability to recognize people and identify people even if they are more venomous and sophisticated. But where did he see that Chi Tian would utilize humanity? This was something that the 7th squad leader couldn't understand for the 100th time. The same doubt appeared in the minds of several other squad leaders. Of course, it wasn't their fault for questioning Su Guoqing. It was really because Su Guoqing's evaluation of Chi Tian just now was too high. The highs were even a little off the charts, leaving these squad leaders with their heads spinning. The one among them who had known Su Guoqing the longest was approaching 8 full years. This was the first time in 8 years that I had heard Su Guoqing speak so highly of a new recruit. In the end, it was Old Black, who knew more about Chi Tian, who took the initiative to answer their doubts for them. Everyone has to think about a question first now. Why did Chi Tian choose to fight against Zhang Mang last night? And it was a thunderous strike that took less than 4 moves to decimate this #1 ancient martial arts major of the Eastern Sea Physical Education Institute. They were running continuously last night, and the intense exercise before and after nearly 5 hours did not stop for a moment. Were they not tired? If I'm not mistaken, this kid is trying to use the momentum he created last night to completely convince the recruits to trust him completely, then take advantage of the recruits' desire to get stronger as quickly as possible, and using what they have in hand. They logically offer to memorize the code of regulations in exchange. Since the game started last night, and up to this moment, Chi Tian has played all the conspiracies and Yang plots. The conspiracies are used to deal with us, and the Yang plots are used on their own people. Hiss, there is actually this layer of deep meaning. Old Black, according to you, this brat is really a city, and his heart is quite ruthless, even counting on his own people. The 2nd squad leader's eyes widened as he took a deep breath and marveled in response. Even the veteran soldiers on guard duty on the side couldn't help but nod their heads at this moment. No wonder they're all shouting at Chi Tian's new king of soldiers. This kid, he really does have a bit of the king of soldiers in him. The rest of the squad leaders, including the 2 battalion commanders, they had a bunch of veterans behind them. At this moment, although none of them spoke, their expressions, too, all followed suit and became odd. How could a new recruit, in one night, be so calculating, not only of his opponents, but also of his own people? By the way, such an ability is indeed too much. They had joined the army for so many years that it was really unheard of and unseen. A new soldier king? That's kind of interesting. Su Guoqing twisted his head and glanced at the veterans of the guard post on duty, while then pondering for a moment, he turned to the 10 squad leaders of the recruit company and drank. All listen to me clearly, this batch of new recruits must be trained solidly, no half-assed negligence. Now I also have a hunch that our Iron Fist regiment, it seems, is about to produce a group of recruits that the army has never seen before. Our Iron Fist regiment, or even the entire 386th Brigade, has been quiet in the southeast military region for so long, it's time to make some noise. In that case, hasn't this kid Chi Tian already created the momentum? Then you may as well utilize the momentum he's created to train the 10 squads of the recruit company jointly. With him leading the way, I'm sure all the new recruits will be able to perform at 102% in their training later on, and all you have to do is to practice them to death while staying safe. No mercy. Hearing Su Guoqing's words, the 10 squad leaders immediately comprehended his meaning. Simultaneously, they nodded their heads and agreed heavily. Yes, promise to finish the job. Chapter 30, the heart doesn't panic, the hand doesn't shake. Last night the new recruits and veterans worked back to back together. In the morning, Su Guoqing simply gave everyone a vacation. Let those who participated in the game last night so that they can refresh themselves. Men's dormitory. Chi Tian had just laid down and was ready to rest when he heard a rustling sound from inside the dormitory. This was followed by the sound of shoes being put on and silent steps being taken outside. Chi Tian, who had originally rested with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, only to see a figure furtively leaving the dormitory. Song Wei? What's this kid up to again without catching up on his sleep? With the previous lesson of Zhang Mang lighting a cigarette and being punished by association, Chi Tian realized to get up and follow Song Wei's footsteps. At this point Chi Tian had already made up his mind. If this kid is messing around, one must put a stop to it at the first opportunity and play the role of an off-duty deputy properly. But what Chi Tian didn't expect was, after Song Wei left the dormitory building, he actually rushed straight to the training ground. For a while, Chi Tian himself was a bit skeptical if he had wrongly accused Song Wei. It's hard not to. Is this kid planning to give himself extra practice? With questions in mind, Chi Tian followed behind Song Wei all the way to walk quickly. In no time at all, the two arrived near the civilian dormitory building. Iron Fist Infantry Regiment. Very few women. Even if they did, it wasn't something that male soldiers could easily see. Why else would they say that after 3 years in the army, a sow turns into a sable? There is one exception, and that is military civilians. It's a talent position that the military recruits for the community and is considered semi-military. Took care of a few odd jobs during the week, such chores as document counting, preparing speeches for superiors, and outsourcing of supplies. The pay isn't great, but the good thing is that there is 5 insurance policies plus stability. That's why it's also a good place for a lot of girls to go after college. Don't ask why there are no male college students, because they all come to the military. A proper soldier is the role that the old man should become. Sight. Song Wei sneaked around the surveillance probes and came under a low wall. Both eyes stared straight at the female clerks downstairs in the civilian dormitory who were being criticized for their housekeeping. Every now and then, he lets out an evil-filled laugh. Chi Tian controlled his breathing, his footsteps steady and slow, almost without making any noise. He quietly came to stand behind Song Wei. Was it good? Ouch, I'm brown. Chi Tian's words had just left his mouth. Song Wei, who was glancing intently across the room, was instantly startled. After seeing clearly who the person speaking was, Song Wei hurriedly pulled Chi Tian to crouch under the short wall. Brother Tian, why are you here? If I don't come, you'll be disciplined. So hurry back with me. Chi Tian's face changed slightly as he ordered Song Wei in a deep voice. However, Song Wei, at this moment, was unable to stop himself from gesticulating at Chi Tian. He was signaled to listen to the commotion made by the female warriors who were training under the civilian dormitory building across the street. Don't think that just because you're civilians, internal affairs can muddle through. Look at you guys folding this army quilt. Don't say tofu block, not even tofu dregs. I can fold it better than you guys even with a pen. All of them. Squat training. Whenever I'm in a good mood, you guys can stand up again. Anyone who secretly switches legs during that time, don't blame me for docking her bonus for the month. What? You twisted your ankle and can't squat? Rough. There's a Dekun BA on the ground. You squat faster than anyone else. Don't ink. Hurry up and squat. I suddenly feel that old black squad leader is still treating us quite well, and this cursing by the female squad leader is too dirty. After listening for a short while, Chi Tian's face turned red and pulled Song Wei to go back, though he knew in his heart of hearts that this was the female squad leader who could be desensitizing her civilian comrades. But this is really too much cursing. Meat. It's almost childish. Brother Sky, just listen a little longer. Song Wei reached out and pulled Chi Tian, who had just stood up, back into a crouch, intent on saying, It's a rare day when a number of veterans rest and remove the idle sentries on this side. I don't know when I'll hear it next. Listen if you want. I'm not interested in getting into this with you. Responding, Chi Tian got up and intended to leave the place, but before he could take 2 steps forward, a figure was seen, pulling a military dog aggressively this way. Su Company Commander? Chi Tian stood still for the first time and raised his hand in salute to Su Guoqing, but what responded to him was a solid kick from Su Guoqing. I said, why aren't you 2 little brats in the dormitory building or at the training ground? Hoping to come here to watch someone's desensitization training. How's that sound? Song Wei heard the commotion of Chi Tian being kicked down by Su Guoqing and also rushed over to salute Su Guoqing and make a report. Company Commander, I was wrong. It's none of Tian's business. I was the one who listened. He didn't. You put your mother's ass on the line. He's blushing to the base of his neck and you're telling me he's not listening? Su Guoqing reached out and grabbed Song Wei's collar. Turning his head again, he glared fiercely at Chi Tian, who had hurriedly gotten up from the ground, and angrily scolded. I thought you two were deserting. The military dogs are out in force. Brown, first, come with me to send the military dogs back. On the way I stopped by to think about how to punish you too little. The words fell. Su Guoqing dragged Song Wei straight in the direction of the male dormitory building of the Iron Fist Regiment. Midway after returning the general dog back, Su Guoqing led the duo to his office. The two were ordered to write a 3,000 word review in plank support. By the end of the writing, the two men's abs were hurting so much that they were arching their bodies into shrimp. The feeling of staying hard until your muscles tear is definitely something you will remember for the rest of your life. Su Guoqing also saw that the two people's bodies were about to suffer. It was only then that the words changed and the pair were released to go back to their dormitory to rest. But the punishment doesn't end there. Since the two are not sleepy, Su Guoqing simply removed all the guards at the entrance of the Iron Fist Regiment tonight, allowing the two to be on duty for one night instead. I had a sleepless night yesterday, and I have a normal training session this afternoon, and I'm substituting for the night shift. Chi Tian and Song Wei, who left the regiment's building with their backs bowed, were both clear in their hearts. Su Guoqing made it clear that he wanted to make the two suffer some pain and fix them properly. Brother Tian, I'm sorry, I've gotten you into trouble this time. On the way back to the dormitory, Song Wei rubbed his sore and numb abs over and over again while apologizing bitterly to Chi Tian. Chi Tian could only sigh helplessly as he sniffed, reaching out to rub his belly as well, especially the bruised place where he was kicked by Su Guoqing. He responded in a depressed manner. Come on, I'm your class vice. Apologize to me for being a dick. That is, I have to stay away from the sports students of your East Sea Sports Institute from now on. You and Zhang Mang are really screwing me. Get some rest when you get back. You'll be on guard duty all night. If I'm not mistaken, Company Commander Su will never spare us easily tonight. Brother Tian, don't worry. Tonight I promise not to drop the chain. Not even an ant will crawl in. If I don't do it, I'll eat 10 pounds of croton straight away tomorrow. And I'll fart myself to death in bed tomorrow night. Asterisk. Q. Are you punishing yourself or us? A dormitory is no place for you to be a gas bomb. Give me a different punishment. 2:00 noon that day. After a morning's rest the recruits caught up on their sleep and ate and drank again. That's why it's assembled. Commanded by Su Guoqing. Ready to start today's training. Iron Fist Regiment Range. Firing point area. Su Guoqing swept his gaze in turn from the faces of the various fist-pumping, eager to try recruits. Obviously. Come here. Everyone already knows what the training program is for this afternoon. It looks like you're all interested in shooting, and it's good to know that this afternoon's training has to do with exactly that, Su Guoqing said as he walked to the leftmost firing point, raising the Type 95 automatic rifle in front of him. In front of over 100 recruits, very smoothly disassembled this rifle into part after part. Then it was reintegrated and the rifle was laid out on the table. The whole time, no more than 3 minutes, was strangely fast. It directly gave all the recruits in the recruit company, even Chi Tian, the chosen one, a dumbfounded look on the spot. Everyone also completely realized at this moment how powerful Su Guoqing, the company commander, really was. That kind of skillful and fluid operation is impossible to do without practicing 1,000 times. Due to your wonderful performance last night, I'm going to break 2 routines today. Feeling the blazing gazes coming from the recruits, Su Guoqing took a deep breath and looked at them. First, from today, the division of the formation of the classes of the recruit company will remain unchanged, but the training, in the future, will be carried out in a uniform manner. This will mean that if one of you makes a mistake, it will no longer be the whole class that is punished, but the whole company together. Secondly, the order of firing training subjects was modified. There are 4 more steps that past recruits need to go through before they want to do live fire training. They are learning weapon operation, learning the position of the gun, learning aiming training, learning shooting maneuvers, and, finally, live fire on the range. But for you recruits who already had shooting experience last night, I'm going to work backwards. To put it bluntly, I'm going to start you off with live fire training, because I'm very curious. Some of you, especially the ones who won the cat and mouse game last night, shooting Benji, how many pounds are there? Speaking of the end, Su Guoqing's gaze was not hidden in the slightest, and was directly fixed on the head of the first-class platoon, Chi Tian's body. The eyes can be loved and hated. Not only him, including the remaining 10 veteran squad leaders, as well as all the new recruits, also shifted their gazes to Chi Tian's side, whether it's previous housekeeping or physical fitness or learning to train. Zitendu is a deserving top dog. First in the recruiting company, the time had come to truly test a soldier's strongest instincts. Will Chi Tian still be able to strike and win like he used to? The question quietly appeared in the minds of all. What's the matter? Our new king of soldiers, still waiting for me to personally invite you to live fire training? Report. No need. Chi Tian took a deep breath, as if he hadn't heard the yin and yang in Su Guoqing's words. Quickly, he came over to the side of firing point number 1 and checked his magazine. After confirming that there are no errors, Chi Tian raised his hand and pulled the bolt, kneeling on one knee in a kneeling position, aiming at the wooden target 200 meters away. This set of movements was what Chi Tian had learned from watching military movies and TV shows before he crossed over. It's not a perfect replica, but it's learned in a good way. Old Black, who was guarding the no. 1 firing point, noticed Chi Tian's mistake at this time, whispered Zieten before he pulled the trigger. Don't hold your breath, keep breathing evenly. This Type 95 automatic rifle differs from last night's maneuver weapon in that the weapon produces a tremendous amount of recoil and shock when fired. If you hold your breath, not to mention severe tinnitus on the spot, you may also be at risk of fainting. Shooting training, it seems, is completely new to you, but that's normal. Boy, I'm finally seeing a few new recruits in you. Hearing Old Black's reminder, Chi Tian hurriedly exhaled, keeping his breathing even. But that's when Old Black was pleasantly surprised. Ziten's hands on his rifle didn't shift the slightest bit as he breathed. He was as steady as a statue, and his body control could be quite precise. In terms of the shooting field, that kind of physical talent is considered a definite advantage. At least right now, they would be able to train Chi Tian in the direction of a sniper. Bang! Old Black was secretly appreciating the occasion in his heart. Chi Tian's index finger was clasping as he shot the first live round of his military career. After the gunshot, Su Guoqing and the 10 squad leaders quickly grabbed their binoculars and observed, including all the new recruits. All of them were also fully energized at this point. Squinting into the distance, squad leader, tell me, how many rings did Tian hit? How is this possible? At the front of the first squad's queue, Old Black was dumbfounded and pressed to respond to Song Wei's inquiry. It was the company commander, Su Guoqing, who walked over quickly. Standing behind Chi Tian, he asked Chi Tian with great surprise, "You've shot a gun before? Otherwise there's no reason for it. The first shot was a 10 ring, and I haven't even taught you the various shooting techniques yet." Hiss. Once Su Guoqing said this, in the queue of new recruits, a gust of voices sucking in cool air resounded directly. The first shot, that's the 10 ring. This answer was nothing less than when Su Guoqing was in the shade. Admitting in person that he shouldn't have called Chi Tian's folded military quilts trash brought shock to the recruits. Company commander, Chi Tian definitely never shot a gun before enlisting in the army, and the kid was holding his breath just now. A proper rookie. He would have fainted by now if I hadn't warned him. But I also realized that Zieten is different from other rookies. The hands are exceptionally steady and motionless while the gun is being held. I think he has the potential to be a sniper. The one who responded to Su Guoqing at this moment was not Chi Tian, but the first-class elder Black who was standing next to him. Hearing Old Black's answer, Su Guoqing became even more puzzled. He's never shot a gun before, so how did he manage to get a 10-ring score on his first live round? No matter how steady your hands are, you can't possibly do that, can you? Reporting to the company commander, it's true that I never touched a gun before I enlisted, but I've watched some military movies and TV shows, which have some introductions to shooting techniques. For example, before shooting, hands should be kept absolutely still, breathing steadily, emotions should not be agitated, but also to achieve the 3 points of the gap, the collimator, the target. It was with that knowledge that I took the first shot just now, and the score seems pretty good, not bad? Su Guoqing turned around and glanced at Chi Tian, as if he was laughing at Chi Tian's words. A new recruit, first live fire training exercise, shoots a 10-ring score, and you call that not bad? Even if the brigade commander had come, the best he could have achieved would have been 10 rings. Chi Tian, don't play dumb with me, keep fighting. I'd like to see just how steady your hand can be. Yes, Chi Tian responded without continuing to shoot in a kneeling position. Instead, he just stood there, keeping his breathing even while he did so. Bowing slightly, He aimed at the distant bullseye and pulled the trigger again. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 31, Hawkeye Sniper. Shooting from a standing position? The difficulty of hitting like that can be elevated quite a bit from the kneeling position. At the same time that Old Black's words left his mouth, a light wind followed him from this side of the range, blowing the brim of his hat a little askew, but Old Black couldn't care less about these details at the moment, and hurriedly picked up the binoculars, patted on his toes, and looked toward target number 1. 3 shots in a row, 2 with 9 rings and 1 with 8 rings. Chi Tian, why are you kid regressing the more you fight? Could it be that the shot just now was blindfolded by you? No, it's that he didn't take into account the direction of the wind, which just now came in almost in unison with his firing frequency. Plus this training gun of ours has a slight aging condition in the barrel and not enough force, so he shot out this time. Su Guoqing was going to end with an unsatisfactory comment, but when the words came out of his mouth, he swallowed them back down hard. A new recruit who has never touched a gun before and has only learned about it from military work shoots live ammunition for the first time. 1 round of 10 rings, 2 rounds of 9 rings, and 1 round of 8 rings. That's not as good as it should be, is it? If Su Guoqing really said that at this moment, it would undoubtedly bring endless pressure to the recruits in subsequent training. Not every recruit was a demon like Chi Tian, able to withstand the strong pressure. Thinking clearly about this point, Su Guoqing immediately turned the tables and said, Chi Tian, your understanding of shooting is still relatively spot on, but you also have to think through the weather, environment, and equipment you face when shooting. For example, just now, there was a wind blowing and you were using a practice gun that had been in use for years and years and had been shot at many times, despite the fact that warriors maintain them after each use. Chamber deterioration is inevitable. Your collimator will inevitably have to be shifted a bit in the opposite direction, and how much will depend on later. When you've broken in with your proprietary match gun, keep shooting until you empty the clip. Yes, Su Guoqing's words not only answered the doubts in Old Black's mind, but also allowed Chi Tian to have a deeper sense of shooting, at a deeper level. Upon hearing Su Guoqing's order, Chi Tian continued to assume a standing position and bowed down to aim at the target. The magazine of this training gun could hold 30 rounds of ammunition, but just now Chi Tian had checked it, and inside the matching, there were only 10 rounds of ammunition. In other words, right now he has 6 shots left. Glancing down at the fallen leaves next to him, Chi Tian determined the wind force and direction. Hands adjusted slightly, aimed at bullseye number 1, and pulled the trigger again. 6 shots flew off, and in less than 3 breaths, Chi Tian had emptied the magazine of this training gun. The recruits standing in the rear were just about to inquire about the battle. It was then that I heard the 5th squad leader's mouth, followed by a curse of the nationalist. Brown, squad leader, why are you cursing in good time? Tell me, what grade? See for yourself. The expression on the 5th squad leader's face could no longer be said to be good or bad. Casually throwing the binoculars to the squad mate beside him, he quickly walked behind Chi Tian. It was like looking at a monster, staring at Chi Tian without saying a word and looking straight up and down. That's not right, squad leader. Why are there still 4 bullet holes? And what about the 6 rounds in the back? Are they all off target? The 5th squad deputy glanced through his binoculars several times, frowned, and asked again. And at that moment, Su Guoqing spoke up. Open your eyes and take a good look. Is the bullet hole at the center of the bullseye a lot bigger than a normal bullet hole? Idiot. Hearing this, the 5th shift deputy raised his binoculars once again, and after this glance, it was as if he had thought of something very remarkable. He also followed the 5th squad leader's example and stared up at Chi Tian's side. I'm Brown. Is this the strength of a new soldier king? Brothers, those 6 shots in the back of Tian's head are all perfect scores, only because of the slight deviation. The bullet went through the center of the target and left the muzzle expanding a bit around. But even so, the muzzle of the gun still did not go beyond the red center. A real gun god. No way. Chi Tian, this kid in the end, how in the end is long. I sometimes really doubt. He is which special forces second enlistment. Come to us here to make trouble. As soon as the 5th squad deputy's words fell, the 2nd squad leader spoke up right after him, also coming up with a nationalist. The 2 men's words were like a heavy bomb, directly causing all the recruits to explode. The group that had managed to remain quiet could no longer be controlled and instantly became noisy. Everyone marveled up at Chi Tian's terrifying shooting skills as their scalps began to tingle. Keep quiet. After a few breaths, Su Guoqing spoke sternly and maintained order. As the words fell, he walked directly to Chi Tian's side, and without saying a word, he pulled Chi Tian towards the mid-range and long-range firing point that was leaning back. As he walked, he also droned. The squad leaders will lead the new recruits to continue their shooting training, and Chi Tian will be trained by me alone. Also, go get me a high-precision sniper. Make it the best, and say that Su Guoqing personally trained it. Expedited. Quick. When Su Guoqing said this, The veterans immediately understood that he was really trying to train Chi Tian in the direction of a sniper. One of the veterans in charge of record-keeping next to him quickly moved and ran to the logistics to claim the high-precision sniper with a face full of excitement. He was equally curious as to how good this new soldier king was at shooting. As for the people of the recruit company, at this moment, they were led by the squad leaders of each squad to learn the key points of shooting, as well as the precautions. But when all is said and done, it's all the same. It was the same ones that Chi Tian had said to Su Guoqing not too long ago, and that was all. Zhang Mang and Jiang Chong were the fastest to get started, and the two of them finished their studies and quickly came to the no. 2 and no. 3 shooting positions. After looking at each other, they almost simultaneously aimed at the red center, trying to replicate Chi Tian's actions. It was a pity that their final shooting results were far from being comparable to Chi Tian's. 10 rounds down. Zhang Mang only hit 48 rings. Jiang Chong was a little better than him, but only had 70 rings. At this point, the two of them completely realized where the gap between themselves and Chi Tian really was. Zhang Mang, do you think if Tian had learned things like wind direction and equipment aging before he shot, he would have shot 100% out? I think it's a big difference. That score of his, in itself, is already close to a perfect score. Zhang Mang responded to Jiang Chang's sentence with a bitter face. Then he removed the magazine, reloaded, and moved to return to the rear of the group, ceding the firing point to the second man. And at this time, Chi Tian had already followed Su Guoqing and came to stand at the 500-meter firing point. The effective range of the Type 95 automatic rifle is 400 meters, and the maximum range is 600 meters, a distance that is just between the two range centers. So get on and try it. For this shooting, you don't need to do as well as you just did. Even I will allow you to use the prone position. Do your best and show me your talent. As long as you fight to my satisfaction, I promise that I will help you claim a sniper slot, Su Guoqing said. He personally went forward and helped Chi Tian check the magazines and ammunition of the training gun. Only after making sure that there were no problems did he hand over the weapon to Chi Tian. Chi Tian, you have to realize how important a good sniper really is to a company, or even a battalion. If you have this status, I guarantee that in the future, no matter which troop you go to, the higher-ups will treat you like meat and potatoes. The bottom line is that training a sniper depends not only on his talent, but also on the tremendous amount of exertion he has to endure. Snipers, to be honest, are fed by virtue of their own talent, and one highly refined bullet after another. You, on the other hand, have an opportunity today, a chance to become a sniper and have me tilt all the resources of the Tekken Corps in your favor. Fight well, don't let me down. After so many years of silence, my Iron Fist regiment finally has a chance to produce an eagle-eyed sniper. Chapter 32, Chasing and Feeding a Full House. Snipers, in any urban battle or international war, play a crucial role. These men will not attack under the enemy's nose and fight head-on, as infantry and air corps do, but whenever they strike, it's the enemy heads they take out. For example, Chi Tian had read a report before he crossed over. An excellent sniper of the military took out the head of the incoming terrorist militants with a single shot from the shadows. With his own strength, he directly suppressed the momentum of all the militants' attacks. Right now, the opportunity to become a sniper was in front of him. It was absolutely impossible for Chi Tian to say that he wasn't moved. Taking a deep breath, Chi Tian nodded heavily to Su Guoqing. Then he picked up the brand new Type 95 automatic rifle in front of him, assumed a prone position, and aimed at the bullseye 500 meters away. Unlike the previous training gun at the 200-meter target position, the wires and chambers on this 95 are all in peak condition. There was no need to think about aging at all, and as long as he was sure of the direction of the wind, Chi Tian could pull the trigger. Bang! At the same time as the gunshots rang out, Su Guoqing quickly raised his binoculars and looked into the distance. As Su Guoqing watched with his own eyes, Chi Tian fired consecutively, emptying the magazine once again, and this time, the bullet hole located in the red center of the wooden target was even smaller than the bullet hole in the wooden target at 200 meters just now. The distance increases, but the accuracy of the shot becomes higher. 10 rounds, gunshot red center. Good boy, well done. Su Guoqing could no longer suppress the exhilaration in his heart and opened his mouth to shout out. As the words fell, he didn't even give Chi Tian time to reload and reset his weapon, directly pulling Chi Tian over the 800-meter point. He came to the most backward of the range, and also the most difficult 1200-meter point to stand. And at that moment, the veteran who had gone to claim his high-precision sniper ran over quickly with a black case. Company Commander, this is already the best high-precision sniper in our Tekken Regiment's logistic depot, AT-5000 from the Maoist state, with 20 rounds of matching ammunition. The Minister of Logistics let slip that this bullet costs $130 a round, and that's how much he can give you today. If it's too little, I'll let you go over to him in person and dish it out. That's enough. Chi Tian, take the gun. Su Guoqing smiled and nodded to the veteran, turning to Chi Tian and drinking. Chi Tian sniffed and quickly stepped forward, taking the black box from the veteran with one hand. But Chi Tian had obviously underestimated the weight of this high-precision sniper in 50 rounds of ammunition. The box arrived, and Chi Tian's arm visibly shifted downward. The high-precision sniper itself weighs 8.5 kilograms, not to mention the matching 20 rounds of high-precision ammunition contained within. Counting the box, how to have 50 pounds of weight. You kid, do not show off. If the fall is broken, cannot afford to pay. Yes, company commander. Chi Tian responded, holding the black case with both hands and coming to stand at the firing point. Open the box. There is a black body. The material touched the excellent feel of the big toy. Chi Tian didn't know what material this T-5000 was made of, but at the moment, he could notice that the large gun did not refract any luster under the sunlight. It was thought to protect the sniper's concealment and ensure that when the operation was in progress, the sunlight would not expose the position. This is also a disguised proof that the value of the gun, I'm afraid, won't be under 6 figures again. Phew. Chi Tian moved nimbly and loaded the bullet, exhaled, assumed a prone position, and aimed at the target 1,200 meters away. This time, the shooting distance had violently increased by more than double, and it would be a lie for Chi Tian to say that he wasn't nervous. But on top of the nervousness, the more emotions in Chi Tian's heart were unrivaled excitement. Hundreds of thousands of dollars for a high-precision sniper that costs over $100 a round. Who couldn't love a big baby like that? Quickly adjusting his sights, Chi Tian didn't rush to shoot, but waited for a gust of wind to blow before he pulled the trigger. With this kind of ultra-long range shooting, the binoculars in Su Guoqing's hand could no longer be of much use. One can only rely on the veteran who is 1,200 meters away and is specifically posted there for registration, to report back to him via intercom on his accomplishments. First shot. 9 rings above the bullseye, infinitely closer to 10. Back off and let him keep fighting. Su Guoqing ordered in a deep voice to the veteran on the other end of the intercom, then walked over to stand beside Chi Tian and said, "Kid, relax. This high-precision sniper has an effective range of 1,300 meters and an extreme range of 1,500 meters, hitting a 1,200-meter target without any break-in." Again, bang! As Su Guoqing's words fell, Chi Tian once again pulled the trigger and shot the second method of high-precision bullets. And this time, over the intercom, came an exclamation of surprise from the veteran in charge of registration. "Beautiful. Precisely hit the center of the red center. Lao Su, which superior department's sharpshooter came to visit our regiment? What an accurate shot. Lao Gua, get on the remote control moving target and speed up gradually from 2 to 10. Instead of answering the question asked by the veteran, Su Guoqing asked his opponent to replace the wooden target with a moving target. 1,200 meters to a moving target. Su Guoqing had already made up his mind about the next shooting training at this moment. As long as Chi Tian could leave bullet holes in the moving targets, he put his best foot forward and trained Chi Tian to be an excellent sniper. Not for any other reason, just because the shock that Chi Tian had brought to Su Guoqing in this half hour was just too great. Although Su Guoqing had long been prepared for Chi Tian, the soldier, to be unusual, and perhaps to excel in shooting training as well. But Su Guoqing didn't expect Chi Tian to be so prominent. At 1,200, it's 2 shots, 2 hits, and the shots are accurate and go straight to the center of the red. Such a shooting talent could no longer continue to be described with the word demon that he had evaluated Chi Tian with in the past. This is the real god chasing after the food to eat, and what is fed is a special full banquet. 5 minutes later, the veteran switches the wooden target for a remotely controllable moving target. Irregular wobbling in the open 1,200 away, up and down, left and right. This was the first time Chi Tian had ever hit a moving target. He didn't rush his shot, but looked for the right opportunity to shoot. Su Guoqing didn't rush, keeping absolutely quiet the entire time and waiting beside Chi Tian. Not knowing how long had passed, Chi Tian violently pulled the trigger down, and the moving target 1,200 meters away was directly pierced. A second brand new wooden target followed, and this time, the speed at which the wooden target moved was clearly a step faster than just now. Lao Su, still 10 rings, now the speed is raised to 3 and the wooden target area is smaller, so tell him to get ready. At this point, it's a true test of shooting talent. I've seen too many good prospects end up under these 3 speed moving targets. Just now, I heard from Cho that you were practicing sniping with a new recruit. If he gets a hit with this shot, then you, 4-1, will be producing an eagle-eyed shooter for our Iron Fist regiment. The Xiao Zhao in the veteran's mouth was the person who had just gone to the logistics department to claim the high-precision sniper for Su Guoqing. Apparently, he was trying to observe Chi Tian's shooting more directly. He directly ran over to the veteran in charge of registration and told Chi Tian about it. Su Guoqing sniffed, and just as he was about to open his mouth to respond, he heard a gunshot that exploded violently directly from in front of him. This time Chi Tian's aiming time was nearly doubled compared to the last time, and did not wait for Su Guoqing to speak. On the other end of the walkie-talkie, there was a sound of cool air being sucked in immediately afterward. Ouch, I'm brown. Chapter 33, Monthly Assessment. For the next 10 minutes, the greetings on the other end of the intercom just pressed on, all the way up to the point where Zaitan took down the fastest moving target with a single shot. It was only then that the veteran stopped the nationalist output and said in a trembling voice, Lao Su, you this soldier, is sure that it is not a second enlistment of any special forces, right? Really the kind of recruit who enters the army for the first time in his life and touches a gun for the first time? Don't get too excited, just get used to it. This kid is not only a demonic marksman, but also has other military skills. Better yet, how are his grades? On the intercom, the veteran took a deep breath and spoke out Chi Tian's 1200-meter moving target shooting score. The first 6 shots all hit the center of the target accurately, and the next 3 were slightly off. 9, 8, and 6 rings. But to be honest, being able to hit 6 rings at top speed, such marksmanship was enough to rival some ordinary special forces. And this is only the first time he's hit a moving target at 1,200 meters. So I'm afraid if we give him a few more days of practice. At this point, the veteran on the other end of the intercom didn't finish his sentence. Su Guoqing, however, had understood what he meant. Phew, I knew it. Letting out a long breath full of surprise, Su Guoqing's eyes that looked at Chi Tian again were already filled with endless fervor. He seemed to see that a future rising star of the country's top soldier king was rising in front of him. As for the previous order from above, targeting Chi Tian, it had long been thrown to the back of Su Guoqing's mind. Such great recruits. As long as he hadn't broken any laws before enlisting, Su Guoqing didn't care what he had done. Chi Tian, at this time, similarly heard from the intercom his score of 1,200 meters of super long-range shooting. The excitement was not lost on me. No direct reward from the system for marksmanship though, but with multiple physical enhancements, and the eyesight attached to the Overwatch skill, my marksmanship followed suit and came to an extremely strong level. If I practiced more in the future, with my absolutely stable arms, and my terrifying eyesight, I'm afraid it won't take long to hit the fastest moving target red center with precision. Thoughts to this, Chi Tian slowly lowered his head and glanced at this big black-colored baby in his arms. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Immediately, he got up and asked tentatively to Su Guoqing, who had not yet recovered from his excitement. Company commander, can I be a sniper now? Of course. Su Guoqing nodded heavily and took the initiative to help Chi Tian pack the high-precision sniper back into the case, and then pulled Chi Tian directly away from the range and went straight to the regiment's headquarters. The head of the regiment, Li Yunfei's office. The expense of training a sniper is extremely high, so you have to sign an agreement with the chief. Promise that you will not do anything in the future to wrong the country, the army, or the people. Of course, as soon as you sign this agreement, all the resources of the Iron Fist Corps will be directed toward you. At the same time, this high-precision sniper will be completely yours. From now on, it will accompany you in your training. But Zaitan, you must always remember, a sniper's rifle is a sniper's life. When you've signed the relevant agreements, absolutely no one should touch this gun of yours, not even if the King of Heaven came. Su Guoqing walked quickly while explaining to Chi Tian the various do's and don'ts of becoming a sniper. By the time Su Guoqing's words fell, the two of them had also arrived at Li Yunfei's office door. Chi Tian quickly stood at attention and raised his hand in salute to Su Guoqing. Please don't worry, company commander. I promise to fulfill a soldier's mission better with this high-precision sniper in my hand. Never do anything that violates the rules and regulations of the military and is detrimental to the interests of the country and the people. Good boy, I believe you. Su Guoqing reached out and slapped Chi Tian on the shoulder, and then he directly knocked on the door and led Chi Tian into the middle of the office. Li Yunfei had long since received the news from the other side of the shooting range. At this moment, he saw the two of them arrive, especially when he saw the black suitcase that Chi Tian was tightly protecting in his hand. He instantly understood Su Guoqing's meaning. Xiao Su, Chi Tian, he really has the potential to be a sniper? Chief, if Chi Tian doesn't even have the potential to be a sniper, then there will be no second person in this world who can qualify to be a sniper, Su Guoqing said, sitting across from Li Yunfei with Chi Tian. Then he reported the results of Chi Tian's 1200-meter super long-range shooting to Li Yunfei. When Su Guoqing's words fell, even Li Yunfei, the veteran head who had seen a lot, could not help but freeze on the spot for a moment. A full half a minute passed before Li Yunfei came back from his shock. Yes, 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 Li Yunfei said 3 good words in a row, opened the drawer, took out the sniper training agreement he had prepared in advance, and handed it to Chi Tian. Chi Tian, sign it, and from this moment on, all the resources of the Iron Fist Corps will be tilted in your favor. Other than that, Li Yunfei, can't guarantee that high-precision ammunition, Every day I can prepare at least 30 rounds for you to train. In the meantime, how about your qualification for shooting training, which will surpass all veterans and enjoy absolute priority? Chi Tian didn't hesitate for a second. Taking the document, he laid it on top of the black leather case. After briefly looking over the document, Chi Tian quickly signed his name at the end of the last page. Don't you want to see more? Aren't you afraid I'll dig a hole for you? No fear. To tell you the truth, Chief, I've memorized this document in its entirety. Please rest assured that I will never do anything in the future that goes against the sniper protocol regulations. While Chi Tian opened his mouth to respond with a straight face, he firmly clutched that black leather case in his hand again. Seeing this, Li Yunfei nodded with a big smile. I've already heard old Black recount your ability to forget things. Half a book of regulations memorized in one night. To be honest, if this hadn't happened to you boys, I would have never been able to believe it. Go on, train well. From this moment on, this T-5000 high-precision sniper will remain yours until you leave the Iron Fist Regiment. Thank you, Chief. Chief, can I ask you a question before I leave? You're asking about me having CO deliberately target you. Li Yunfei glanced at Chi Tian with a smile and waved his hand in rejection. If that's what you're asking, then I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you. All I can tell you is that this is what it means from above. But who exactly? I have to keep it a secret and not divulge half of it. I have no questions then. Goodbye, Chief. Zaitan came and went quickly. Seeing that Li Yunfei did not intend to answer his doubts, Chi Tian then took this high-precision sniper and left the headmaster's office with Su Guoqing in quick steps. Finding a quiet environment, under Su Guoqing's guidance, he carefully studied the origin, disassembly, maintenance, and other related knowledge of this high-precision sniper. That night, at 10 o'clock sharp, after the lights-out whistle blows, Zaitan locks the high-precision sniper into the closet. Changing into his camouflage, he led Song Wei quickly to the guard post at the entrance of the Iron Fist Regiment and handed over to the veteran on duty here. And that's when Su Guoqing, who was at the regiment's headquarters, smoothly, he closed a document in front of him. Smilingly, he got up and walked out. TN. We're both except for the hour we went back to rest in the morning. It's been 2 days and 2 nights since I closed my eyes. How are you holding up? Witnessed the two veterans on duty walking away. Song Wei quietly spoke out and asked Chi Tian. Chi Tian yawned and forced himself to say, after training all afternoon, and after dinner and following Su Company Commander to supplement the knowledge of high-precision sniping, how can it not be sleepy? But there's no move. Stand guard properly. One more day of tomorrow and we'll be over listening to female civilian desensitization training. Brother Tian, I passed 2 treasures from the cafeteria during lunch, even one of them to you, as a brother making amends to you. As Chi Tian's words fell, Song Wei smoothly took over the conversation, and quietly fished out a millet chili from his pocket and shoved it into Chi Tian's hand. This is a good thing. With it, we will definitely not have any problems tonight. Count on your kid's conscience. Chi Tian put away the millet chili and gently pinched off a section with his fingernail after. Have Song Wei keep an eye out to make sure no one passes by or makes a surprise attack or something. Immediately shove the pinched off chorizo into your mouth. One moment, Chi Tian only felt like his mouth was on fire. The saliva instantly flowed out uncontrollably, and tears followed. But the good thing is that one is really awake, or the kind that is not sleepy at all. Keep an eye out for me, Tian, and I'll have some. Waiting for Chi Tian to slow down for a while, after Song Wei quietly chanted, he also pinched off a piece of millet chili and stuffed it into his mouth. But Chi Tian, at this time, noticed that the grass not far away showed signs of gently swaying. Immediately, he reminded Song Wei beside him and said, "Why don't move? There seems to be someone at 1 o'clock. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Company Commander Su coming over to pick on us and teach us a lesson, whoever he is. Brother Tin, you're in charge of asking for slogans when someone comes over later. If he can't answer, I'll shine a bright light on him, like the old soldier said." After Song Wei responded to Chi Tian with a couple of words, just in time, he saw a silhouette walk out quickly near the bushes that Chi Tian was talking about. Due to the distance, Song Wei didn't get a good look at the other person's face, but Chi Tian, at this time, had already opened his mouth and snapped, "Stand still, muzzle." Chi Tian's words fell. The other man had no intention of stopping and continued on his way. Seeing this, Chi Tian followed the rules and interceded with the other party for the second time. "Stand there and don't move on command. Will, get ready to chisel him with the gun." Bam bam. What the hell? Tian, just now the handover veteran said is not 3 warnings after the other side still move forward. Then use a strong light to shine. 3rd warning, warning not valid. Why? Get it together. Without waiting for Song Wei to finish his sentence, Chi Tian followed suit and opened his mouth, snapping at the figure in the darkness. As the words fell, Chi Tian rushed up with an arrow step, and didn't care who the guy was. Waving the butt of the gun in his hand, he slammed his opponent straight to the ground. And then, it was a frantic swinging of fists at the other side. Song Wei followed at this moment, didn't bother to worry about whether the veteran was talking about shining a bright light on him or chiseling him with a gun bam during the handoff. Right now, Chi Tian had made his move, so it would be right for him to follow suit. You two brats, hurry up and stop. Stop fighting. I'm Su Guoqing. Before he had a chance to speak, Su Guoqing, who had been put down on the ground by Chi Tian for a round of punching and kicking, saw the opportunity. While the two were tired of fighting, they hurriedly opened their mouths and shouted. Hearing this, Chi Tian and Song Wei stopped their fists. With a dumbfounded look, Song Wei pulled out a strong light and waved it in Su Guoqing's face. After determining that the other man was really his company commander, hurrying to help Su Guoqing up from the ground. Company Commander Su? Why don't you talk or lip sync? Are you okay? Su Guoqing at this time was beaten by the duo all over his body with shoe prints, and there was an additional circle of bruises at his right eye. After standing up, he shouted angrily at Chi Tian and Song Wei. Rough, today is your first day on duty. I wanted to come over and see how well you guys could react on the spot. Who knew you guys would go straight for it? Didn't the veterans tell you at shift change that if someone doesn't listen to 3 consecutive warnings, shine a bright light on them? Who told you to do it? What? The veteran was talking about shining a bright light? Su Guoqing's words fell. Chi Tian, who had been silent for a moment, smoothly took over the conversation and scratched the back of his head, smiling and laughing. I don't know, Company Commander Su. I may have misheard you. What I heard the veteran say during the shift changeover was that if someone didn't listen to 3 consecutive warnings and couldn't respond to the command, they would chisel him with a gun bam bam. You can't blame either of us for that, Captain Su. You can only blame the veteran for speaking with a heavy accent and making a misunderstanding. Brother Tian, you've heard wrong. Why do I remember that veteran's accent is quite standard, and people don't speak? Shut up. If I say there is, there is. Without waiting for Song Wei to finish his sentence, Chi Tian immediately turned his head and glared at him. The moment the two men's eyes locked, Song Wei immediately understood what Chi Tian meant and immediately nodded his head in agreement. Oh, right, Company Commander Su. It is indeed that veteran's problem. His accent was so heavy that we misheard him. I'm really sorry for the whole thing. How could Su Guoqing not see that the two of them were in conversational arts at the moment? Immediately, he glanced viciously at the two men and said in an indignant tone, You two little brats, you really treat me like a little cutie. Do you think I don't understand your live dialogue? Especially you, Zaitan. What? The chief won't tell you who ordered the targeting and you're taking it out on me? Song Wei, your kids' wings are really hardened too. Here to take revenge on me for this morning, is it? Upon hearing this, Chi Tian spread both his hands with an innocent expression. Chief, you really misunderstood me. We really didn't hear you. Besides, you've admitted to deliberately targeting me before, so don't let me vent about it unintentionally. I feel like it was meant to be. We're even, okay? If you don't think it will work, then there is nothing I can do. As a company commander, you surely can't take on a new recruit like me. Then what to do? Why don't you call the police? Let us sir come over to give you a judgment. Asterisk 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 you. Get your ass back on guard duty. Don't say I don't know who the person who ordered the targeting was. Even if you know, you won't be able to find out from me in the future. Su Guoqing plucked out Chi Tian without a good look. The words fell out of his mouth and he covered his right eye and walked quickly in the direction of the infirmary. Chi Tian and Song Wei, who stayed in place, looked on smilingly as Su Guoqing's back quickly disappeared at the end of the duo's line of sight. It was only then that he returned to his post, dripping with pleasure, and resumed his shift. Brother Tian, your move is damaging enough. Not only did he take the blame off the table, but he also got his revenge for the morning. Tell me why Captain Su is targeting you. I really can't understand what you two were saying just now with all the clouds. Just don't understand. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, or I'll beat you up. Chi Tian swung his fist and glared at Song Wei after. Put up a good fight and finished the night's stand in earnest. Until the comrade who handed over the shift the next day arrived. It was only then that the two returned to the recruits' quarters. Follow the large group out for morning exercises and organize the housekeeping as if nothing had happened. The next 26 days, Su has been largely absent. Even when they show up, it's the kind with sunglasses. And Chi Tian was just as Li Yunfei had said when he signed the document. Every day, you can go to logistics and receive 30 rounds of high-precision ammunition for ultra-long-range live-fire training. In these 26 days, Chi Tian led all the new recruits to complete their memorization of the Code of Military Regulations by the evening of the 9th day, the latter 17 days. Aside from the shooting training, Zaitan spent the entire time with all the new recruits, growing together. And 15 minutes before lights out every night, Chi Tian led the group to learn a variety of fighting techniques, as well as the standard movements of military boxing. This task was originally the task of the squad leader. In the end, and logically, it fell on Chi Tian's head. It can't be helped. Who told everyone to love learning kung fu from Chi Tian? Gradually, the military literacy of all the new recruits all came to an extremely high level. Under the leadership of the king of recruits, not a single recruit paddles through his daily training. Everyone is giving 200%. Fear of falling half a step behind your peers. The military blood and bones in their bodies had also grown rapidly during this month. Today they are long gone from being new recruits who knew nothing. They, too, were carved out of them as soldiers should be. The change can't be overstated with the word sea change. It wasn't until the day came that the slightly boring training life of the crowd came to an end. Because of this day, it was the day when they, the new recruits, were enlisted for a month and had their monthly recruit assessment. Chapter 34, Setting the Record Straight. After the morning exercise, all the people in the first class were in the dormitory organizing their housekeeping. Old Black walked in quickly and said to the crowd, "Today is the first monthly exam that everyone has taken since joining the army. I have seen all your efforts this month. I hope you all give 102% of your strength today, and use your best form to get a good rank in the monthly exam. Don't worry, squad leader. I guarantee to complete the mission." The first squad of warriors responded with a single sentence in unison with their heads held high, but immediately afterward, someone asked, "Squad leader, what's the use of this ranking? Why don't you tell the brothers? Monthly test rankings, which will be recorded in your regimental file, will play a big role in future promotions." Old Black smiled faintly and opened his mouth as he walked over to Chi Tian and helped him straighten his collar. Obviously, Old Black was very much looking forward to how Chi Tian, the new soldier king, would perform in the monthly exam today. At the same time, you can show your military style through this test. If anyone is particularly good and outstanding in any area, the Corps will also focus on training. By the way, I'll let you in on a little news. I heard from the company commander that Li Yunfei, our regimental commander, secretly went out last night to pick up someone. The fact that he had deliberately changed into his regular clothes indicated that the other party was not small, and I guessed that in all likelihood, he was a comrade from the higher authorities who had come down to inspect the area. If you behave well in front of this comrade, perhaps he will take the initiative to introduce you and show you a wider world. Ding dong! As soon as Old Black's words fell, the voice of the strongest soldier king system resounded in Chi Tian's mind immediately after. Congratulations to the host for opening the fourth task, winning the monthly exam and refreshing history. Task, in the monthly exam, the host does his best to set a new record for each of the Iron Fist Regiment's tests. There is no limit to the rewards for this quest. The more records the host refreshes, the more generous the rewards will be, so please be prepared. A great reward for setting an all-time record? Chi Tian knew that with his current physical fitness and all military qualities, trying to set some historical records is definitely not a problem. At this moment, he was even a bit impatient, wanting to immediately go to the examination and set the Iron Fist Corps record straight. Chi Tian, you're one of the best of this year's recruits. Perform well, the company commander and I think very highly of you. Chi Tian had just finished calculating in his heart when Old Black beside him opened his mouth once again and said to Chi Tian. At the sound of the voice, Chi Tian didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately stood still, nodding his head in response to Old Black. Don't worry, squad leader. For today's test, I promise to do my best and never disgrace you. In the meantime, Iron Fist Regiment headquarters, inside the regimental commander's office, Li Yunfei was full of solicitude as he carried a cup of warm water and handed it to the hand of an officer sitting in front of the desk. At this moment, the other party was intently browsing the surveillance records on the computer. The light in his eyes grew brighter as he nodded repeatedly. You see, I'm not lying. Chi Tian, this kid really has some talent as a soldier king. The only word I can use to describe the performance during training is perfect, and I've been grooming him toward being a sniper. I guess it won't take long for our southeast military region to produce a resounding eagle-eyed shot. At this time, sitting in front of Li Yunfei's desk was no one else. It's the Tian of the southeast military region, Military Commander Lang Changhua. Only he wasn't in uniform today, and with his status issues, he rarely visited the local regiment. That was why no one recognized Li Yunfei when he went out to pick up someone last night. It's because I underestimated this brat. Looking at this vigor of his training, he has a few moments of the old man's style back then. Lang Changhua smiled and nodded, picking up the water and taking a sip, then said, if I'm not mistaken, today is the monthly assessment for the month in which this group of new recruits joined the army. In that case, let's go down and take a look in person later. As for my identity, it's better to keep it a secret for now, so as not to affect the mentality of these new recruits. Li Yunfei had never thought that Lang Changhua would compare Chi Tian to himself back then. Hearing his words at this moment, he subconsciously assumed that Lang Changhua's earlier request for him to do his best to target Chi Tian was a disguised attempt to help Chi Tian grow as quickly as possible. One was the true overlord of the Southeast military region, and the other was a demonic new soldier king that had never been seen before. Are these two people related to each other? Otherwise, how did Ling Changhua know about this talent and ability of Qi Tian? Moreover, Ling Changhua had come here specifically for Qi Tian this time. Murphy. While thinking wildly, Li Yunfei's breathing couldn't help but accelerate a lot. Ling Changhua also noticed at this time that the expression on Li Yunfei's face was somewhat unmanaged, and immediately cleared his throat and opened his mouth to cough twice. Li Yunfei sniffed and instantly came back to his senses. After raising his hand to wipe the cold sweat that was faintly seeping out of his forehead, he softly tried, "No problem, I'll go and arrange it." Then Army Commander, let's go for breakfast first. Okay, now I'm the guest and you're the host. I have to listen to your arrangement. Ha ha ha. Ling Changhua smiled and got up, taking the lead to walk outside Li Yunfei's office. As for Li Yunfei's unusual look just now, naturally it could not escape the eyes of this old fox of Ling Changhua, but he didn't break it down at the moment. After all, his relationship with Qi Tian did have another layer of deep meaning. As for the final outcome of this deeper meaning, it would still depend on Qi Tian's next performance in the army. At least just now, Ling Changhua watched the surveillance recordings from Qi Tian's training. Mind, it's still very satisfying. This kid, he's a bit of a catch. 8 o'clock sharp that morning, all the veterans rested on leave, and more than 100 new recruits assembled in the center of the playground, all with their loaded packs on their backs, ready to take the test. The monthly assessment is divided into 5 categories. They are medium and long distance weighted cross-country, 400-meter obstacle course, live combat, live fire, and army quiz. Right now, what the recruits are about to do is the first one, medium and long distance weight-bearing cross-country. Mid-distance weighted cross-country, 21 kilometers, 42 laps around the playground, 30 pounds of weight. I hope you give it your all and run your best. As much as I trust all of you, I have to warn you that you are fitted with racers on your bags. Every time you run across the finish line, it will be recorded on my side of the racer. So don't think about slacking off. Understand? Su Guoqing stood at the head of the platoon and let out a shout to the 100 or so recruits. When his words fell, the recruits immediately geared up and responded in a proper voice. Yes, depart. Su Guoqing waved his hand. At the same time, Lightning stepped aside and gave the runway to the recruits. In the next second, the originally well-organized team instantly dispersed, and hundreds of people quickly rushed forward, firing on all cylinders. One of the recruits with a weighted traveling bag that was a few points larger than any of the other warriors was even in the lead. Like a bolt of lightning, he fiercely scurried to the forefront. This kid, Qi Tian, has really maintained his usual style of coming up and sprinting, and for the whole race, on the outskirts of the playground, in the shade of a tree, Su Guoqing had a field simply set up for the head of the regiment, Li Yunfei, and other officers to observe this monthly examination. Looking at Qi Tian, who had already left the team behind by several meters in just 20 seconds, Li Yunfei smiled and opened his mouth to praise him. At the same time as the words exited, he did not forget to add to Ling Changhua, who was sitting next to him in the main seat. By the way, the military, Secretary Lang, you don't know, this Qi Tian's traveling bag is also different from the others. The other recruits' loads were all 30 pounds standard, but Qi Tian had a few extra dumbbell pieces in his bag, and combined, the weight was going to be around 50 pounds. But even so, every time this training was conducted, Qi Tian's rankings would always steadily surpass that of all the new recruits, coming out on top. I had a hidden feeling in my heart last night that maybe today, this kid, Qi Tian, can break my Iron Fist regiment's half-horse weight-bearing cross-country distance right off the charts. Chapter 35, Born to be a Soldier. Oh, Headmaster Li is so confident in him. So let's wait and see. Hearing Li Yunfei's slightly expectant judgment, Ling Changhua immediately smiled and nodded in response. In his heart, why would he not want to see Qi Tian on fire? As for the deputy regimental commander, political commissar and others seated at the table, at the moment, they were half afraid to say more. Those new recruits and fifth-year soldiers couldn't recognize the army chief, but they could. They dared to continue to comment on a young man who even the army chief has said to wait and see. Carelessly? What an international joke. Under the collective gaze of these officers, Qi Tian's first lap of 500 meters took less than 2 minutes to complete successfully. All the other recruits, at this point, were still fighting their way forward in the back half of the circle position. The two sides pulled apart, at least 80 meters. According to this speed, Qi Tian's pace for 1 kilometer actually came directly to 3 minutes and 50 seconds. And let's not forget, that's with a 50-pound load. Good boy, that's a great body. Looking at Qi Tian, who crossed the finish line and continued to rush forward, but also vaguely accelerated, Ling Changhua couldn't help but nod his head and said in praise. As for the other few officers, it was as if they had long been accustomed to seeing this kind of demonic behavior. and none of their emotions changed much. In the past month, Chi Tian's kind of heaven-defying running method had long spread. At this moment, Lang Changhua's unseasoned look is something they have experienced many times before. After several shocking moments, then seeing such a demonic performance, they can't say they're used to it. And the 3 words numb from watching would actually be more appropriate. 3 laps, 5 laps, 10 laps. After Chi Tian crossed the finish line of the 11th lap, he had chased the large group for a whole lap. His pace, at this point, was 3 minutes and 46, but that wasn't all. Chi Tian's acceleration still had no intention of stopping, only to see him raise his breath once again and rush forward, his feet flashing in succession. Although when he first joined the army, the system had already helped him to elevate his physical abilities to a level far beyond that of an ordinary conscript. But Chi Tian didn't slack off. Instead, he trained with all his might for the past month. Once again, you will pull yourself up through the effort of physical fitness. Today, his physicality is once again off the charts. Running like he did, many elite veterans might not be able to hold on. Gradually, Lang Changhua forgot the time. The only thing in his eyes was Chi Tian, who was running wildly at full speed on the playground. He couldn't believe from the bottom of his heart that a punk could make such a world of difference in 1 month of enlistment. But the real results in front of him forced him to believe. At this time, Lang Changhua's mind could not help but recall the image of his daughter and his wife quarreling in the bedroom. It was then that he first saw a picture of Zaitan with yellow hair, used as a green bubble chat background by his baby daughter. To be honest, at that time, Lang Changhua could not look at this yellow-haired jerk. After investigation, the other party has no education, no background, no skills, no car and no house, is a real 3 no youth. But now, to be honest, Lang Changhua had already begun to accept it in his heart. At least he recognized Chi Tian as a good soldier. I don't know how much time has passed. Su Guoqing picked up the walkie-talkie and took the initiative to report that Chi Tian's medium and long-distance weighted cross-country was down to the last 500 meters. In the shade of the tree, the officers all stood straight up in excitement. They wanted to watch Chi Tian complete the final lap sprint and cross the finish line. Reporting to the headmaster, Chi Tian was the first to complete the first test. His time was 80:10 and 9 seconds. Average time per kilometer, 3 minutes and 47. Hearing Su Guoqing's report, all the officers present were all shocked and speechless. Still, Lang Changhua was the first to speak up and inquired to Li Yunfei, "Old Li, what is your regiment's record for medium and long-distance weighted cross-country?" Its 6-year veteran with the rank of Staff Sergeant Sun Xiaohu, who set a record weight of 30 pounds, 21 kilometers on a half marathon, and more than 85 minutes for the whole course, averaging less than a 4-minute, 10-second pace back then. Li Yunfei flipped open a pamphlet in front of him and glanced at it with wide eyes for several moments before continuing to answer to Lang Changhua. Later Sun Xiaohu, precisely with this assessment results, successfully selected Blue Power Commando Team, became a reserve member. But right now, whether it was the pace or the weight, Chi Tian had completely surpassed the record. My good lord, Chi Tian, he's still only practicing for a month as a new recruit. If we give him some more time, I don't even dare to think. Li Yunfei didn't finish his sentence. Or perhaps he just couldn't imagine it. If Chi Tian was allowed to stay in the Iron Fist Regiment in the future and train hard all the time, what could he do to set this record? The same stunned look appeared on the faces of several other officers. Even watching the good seedlings see too much, are about to see the habit Lang Changhua at the moment, are deeply swallowed a mouthful of saliva, faces full of shock that cannot be suppressed. Once I heard a saying that there are people who are born with a unique talent in a certain area. They are the most ordinary of people until they actually touch what they are good at. But if and when they find a direction that really fits, they jump up and become the best of the best. I've never really recognized that statement before because it seems to me that in any field, it all needs to be nurtured and learned one step at a time. No one can do it overnight. But today, I realized that I seem to be wrong. This kid, Chi Tian, was born to be a soldier. This claim, perhaps true. Towards the end, Lang Changhua's tone even began to tremble slightly. Li Yunfei and the others' gazes were also focused on the center of the playground, Chi Tian's body. Seeing Chi Tian holding onto a large tree and starting to take deep breaths continuously, Li Yunfei immediately had someone carry up a bucket of salt water that had been prepared in advance. Every time they take their monthly exams, the recruits give it their all while losing their body salts dramatically. This salt water, then, is their best tonic? Let's go. Let's go to the 400-meter obstacle course first. I'm really looking forward more and more to this kid's monthly test score today. The recruits had half an hour between the 5 tests to refresh themselves and adjust their stamina. Lang Changhua was clearly a bit unable to sit still at the moment. He couldn't wait to see Chi Tian perform the second test. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he got up and left the playground with the crowd. Li Yunfei, on the other hand, took out his walkie-talkie as he was leaving and said to Su Guoqing, Xiao Su, tell the people from the propaganda department to get their cameras ready. Starting with the next 400-meter obstacle, the entire process of Chi Tian's test must be recorded in HD for me. This is probably the most valuable video we've gotten since the founding of Tekken. Didn't you guys keep saying before that it's hard to practice, and that some recruits come here just to mix up 2 years of compulsory military service and go home, and don't train properly on weekdays? In the future, when you train new recruits again, just take out these videotapes and let them see Chi Tian's performance in today's test. I'm sure no one can fail to be infected, no one can fail to adore him, and no one will continue to muddle through. Chapter 36, Be careful, I'm going for the real thing. Half an hour later, the other recruits were still grooming in place at the playground. Chi Tian, on the other hand, had already come to the 400-meter obstacle sand field and passed the test with fire. The few officers present were all shocked by Chi Tian's achievements in this examination, because he, once again, set a new record for the Iron Fist Corps in front of everyone. So far, Chi Tian has completed 2 exams, 2 refreshes. It seems that this kid is going all out today. That 400-meter obstacle course just now was likewise the fastest and hardest he's worked since this month. The best record of our Iron Fist troop is 1.48, and Chi Tian's score for this test is 1.45, although it is only a short difference of 3 seconds. But everyone knows that the difficulty of this 400 meters obstacle cross-country is much more difficult than the half-marathon weight. Every second is an insurmountable chasm, not to mention that 1.48 was run by a 7-year veteran. As for Chi Tian, he was only a recruit who had been enlisted for a month, and in 30 days, he had set the best record of 7 years for a sharp soldier. Secretary Lang, I'm now more and more in favor of your saying, Chi Tian, he's soldier material. Li Yunfei's face was filled with sighs of appreciation and anticipation as he looked at Chi Tian, but all the same, Li Yunfei realized that he was afraid that the day the recruit company ended would be the day Chi Tian left the Iron Fist Regiment. In this regard, Li Yunfei also completely understood. No matter where Chi Tian was in the future, he would be the best new soldier king of his Iron Fist Regiment. Furthermore, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were already proud to protect the country wholeheartedly and serve the people dutifully. Nowadays, in this era of peace, Chi Tian's all-around skills would be useless in an infantry regiment. The frontline troops that could face bandits, or even terrorists, head-on were Chi Tian's true stage. Okay, let's move on to the next item, live combat. After a few breaths, Leng Qiangwa smiled with a smile on his face and said to Li Yunfei with satisfaction, I remember your Tekken regiment's practical fighting was still fun. 3 veterans surrounded the recruit at the same time, calculating how long the recruit would last in their hands. Old Li, why don't you guess again? How many rounds can Chi Tian last in the hands of 3 veterans? Secretary Lang, I'm afraid I can't answer that question for you. As soon as Leng Qiangwa's words fell, Li Yunfei opened his mouth to send a response to him right after. It was just that this response made Leng Qiangwa listen with some blindness and uncertainty. What do you mean by that? Leng Qiangwa subconsciously asked after him, and that's when it happened. 3 staff sergeant veterans wearing training uniforms, their muscles about to burst their clothes, slowly walked out from behind the crowd. The sandy field, which can be used not only for running the 400-meter obstacle course, but also for fighting. Seeing these 3 people, and the must seriousness on their faces, which could even be described with the word sternly waiting, only then did Leng Qiangwa somewhat understand what Li Yunfei meant. Could it be that these 3 veterans might not be able to securely defeat Chi Tian? Or perhaps, Li Yunfei couldn't assess how long they could use to manage to suppress Chi Tian. It's like this, Secretary Lang, Chi Tian's personal fighting strength is so strong that some ordinary veterans are no match for him, and these 3 are the 3 most powerful in terms of fighting in our Tekken regiment. In their previous 20 encounters, Chi Tian had 10 losses and 10 draws, but the further they went, the more Chi Tian was able to fight them back and forth. So for this test today, our leader really can't answer your question. After seeing the 3 of them onto the field, the political commissar of the Iron Fist Regiment opened his mouth, completely answering the doubts in Leng Qiangwa's mind. Hearing this, Leng Qiangwa's expression changed once again. Earlier, when he watched the surveillance in Li Yunfei's office, he had only watched Chi Tian shooting in physical training. The video of the fight training, he hadn't had a chance to click through it yet. I didn't realize that this first look would be the monthly test and that it would come up as a heavyweight showdown. Leng Qiangwa couldn't help but get excited again in his heart. What kind of fight can Zaitan, this time, actually put up? Hello again, 3 veterans. Seeing the 3 poised figures, Chi Tian stood in the center of the sand field and smiled as he hooked his finger at them. You guys always say that when 3 fight one, if you can't win, you lose. In this way, we're considered to be tied 10 to 10. Today, we'll be able to determine the winner. That's right, Chi Tian. It's time for us to have a real fight between us to determine a winner. Last night, The three of us practiced our synergy techniques diligently, and we've already achieved true unity in 3. So today, even if the special forces come, we'll have the courage to fight. Brothers, together. The three of them successively opened their mouths to respond to a sentence, and the last one even charged forward directly. At the same time as the words left his mouth, the person had already arrived in front of Chi Tian and threw a punch at Chi Tian's face. The remaining two didn't slow down too much. They each spread out and came to Chi Tian's left and right. 2 whip kicks mixed with the sound of breaking wind came straight at Chi Tian's front and back, facing 3 attacks from different directions. Chi Tian's face sunk slightly. Good timing, but you guys have to be careful today as well, because I'm going to get real as well. As the words fell, Chi Tian flew and bent backwards, using the whip leg coming from the sidekick directly behind him as leverage. He used the force to flip backward and pranced out, and as he flipped like that, the fists that had just smashed head-on and the sidekicks toward his forehead all fell short. The two subconsciously tried to shift their movements, but at that moment, Chi Tian, who had landed smoothly and was half crouching on the ground, quickly lunged forward. Lightning-like strikes resisted the downward motion of the person who had just thrown a punch to attack, and then once again, he exerted his strength to slam forward. Caught off guard, the veteran's lower body was directly charged by Chi Tian and completely lost control. The entire person flew out in a state of flying backwards, and was viciously pounced on the ground by Chi Tian. As the veteran struggled, Chi Tian's right index finger flicked at the veteran's throat, eliminating him on the spot. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Wait for these officers next to you to react to what is really going on. Chi Tian had then struck again. It was only that his entire body seemed to be transformed into a nimble monkey. With both hands propped forward, both legs carried the strength of his entire body, one left and one right, kicking out directly. In the next second, 2 dull crashes rang out from the center of the sandy field. At the same time, the other 2 veterans who had rushed forward to strike and were prepared to hold Chi Tian down on the spot were all knocked backward by Chi Tian's 2 kicks. Without waiting for them to stand still, Chi Tian moved once again, quickly charging forward at the same time. Lift your elbow and slam it directly into the jaw of the veteran on your right. Bang! The elbow strike is definitely the part of the human body that has the most explosive power to attack without the aid of any external force. As Chi Tian's elbow went down, the second veteran was smashed unconscious on the spot and fell headfirst to the ground. But that's not all. With the help of inertia, Chi Tian did a beautiful flip in the air, and then a second elbow strike, slamming precisely into the shoulder of the last veteran. The next instant, in front of several officers, Chi Tian slammed the third veteran with an elbow and half-kneeled on the spot. The leg that the opponent kept standing on was even smashed into the sand below by nearly 30 centimeters. By now, all 3 veterans had been defeated by Chi Tian with precision and panache. The coordinated fighting techniques that they had practiced hard all night did not even have a chance to lighten up their moves in front of Chi Tian, who was moving for real. And at that moment, Li Yunfei and the others had a sudden epiphany. Chi Tian and these 3 veterans had 10 even-handed fighting battles behind them. I'm afraid there has to be at least 5 of them. In the event that Chi Tian intentionally lets them go, it's only the 3 of them that can fight Chi Tian back and forth. Chapter 37, Impression Flip, First Tier Troops Examination. This kid's fighting skills have grown to such an extent. Geez, less than a minute has passed since they did it. Within a minute, taking out 3 well-trained veterans, this kid Chi Tian, just as he said just now, is completely moving for real today too. Li Yunfei rushed the intercom and called out to a few veterans, sending the 3 to the infirmary. And at that moment, Chi Tian also noticed the eyes coming from behind him, staring at him at all times. This was an officer he had never seen before. He was dressed in civilian clothes though and wore no markings that would show his status. It can be judged by age and aura. The opponent's background and military position should be much stronger than Li Yunfei and the others. Could he be the comrade who came down from above to inspect, as the squad leader said? But this look in his eyes, it's too. Chi Tian was stared at by Lang Qianghua's motionless gaze, and his heart was a little hairy. After secretly saying that, he adjusted his expression and quickly walked to Li Yunfei and the others. Chief, am I now considered to have broken our Iron Fist Regiment's actual combat record? Hearing this, Li Yunfei subconsciously turned his head and glanced at Lang Qianghua beside him. Seeing that the other party had no intention of making a statement, he then turned over the pamphlet in his own hand, surveyed it, and nodded heavily to Chi Tian. Our Iron Fist Regiment's best actual combat record is to last 8 minutes and 11 seconds in a 1-against-3 situation with similar strength. Although the strength between the 4 of you can't be considered similar for this test, they are already among the top veterans in terms of fighting in the Iron Fist Regiment. You've already set a new record by knocking them out in under a minute, and it can be extremely fast, a record that I'm sure will be daunting for a long time to come. Then I am relieved. Chi Tian nodded gently in response. In passing, he glanced at the wristwatch on Li Yunfei's hand, and at this moment, it had only just reached 11 o'clock. There's still an hour to go. Chief, why don't we just do it as soon as possible and take the last two together? I didn't put much effort into this fight in the first place. I don't need to rest. Let's just go straight to live fire. Chi Tian couldn't wait to set all the records and get a new reward. So right now it's too lazy to follow the so-called rules and make unnecessary adjustments. In the past, Li Yunfei had seen too many recruits wanting to increase their rest time. In this way, he could recover a few more points of physical strength and condition, so that he could better complete the next test. But like Chi Tian, who took the initiative to propose to give up his rest, this was the first time Li Yunfei had seen it. Luckily, he had seen too many unusual maneuvers from Chi Tian in the past month. So at this moment, regarding Chi Tian's request, Li Yunfei nodded his head in agreement without much thought. Yes, but if you're not in good shape during live fire training, I won't give you a second chance to start over. It's a sign of respect for all the monthly exams. And you want to apply for a waiver and go straight to the live fire test now? I'm going to go back to the dorms and invite my comrades. And for the fourth firing exercise, we're going to work side by side. After saying that, Chi Tian directly turned around and left, going back to the recruit's dormitory to fetch his personalized high-precision sniper, the T-5000. Looking at Chi Tian's rapidly disappearing back, Lang Changhua subconsciously rubbed his eyes and said, "Old Li, did I hear you right just now? This kid is inquiring about breaking the record. Can I understand that he is, today, running to break the record?" It seems to mean that. Li Yunfei subconsciously nodded his head and responded respectfully to Lang Changhua. And this kid, Chi Tian, has already done 3 exams and 3 new records. As for the 4th live fire test, he actually became a record. He was able to show his talent for shooting within the time of the recruit company, with arms as steady as a statue and eyesight as accurate as an example. Such a record is not only placed in my Iron Fist regiment. I'm afraid that the entire Southeast military region under your control has never seen such a situation. Indeed, I've been a soldier for almost 30 years, and I've never heard of any good seedling being able to become a sniper by virtue of his personal outstanding talent and getting the entire regiment's resources tilted in favor of him in the time of the recruit company. Chi Tian, just how many more surprises are you going to bring me? As the words fell, Lang Changhua subconsciously touched his cell phone, ready to edit a text message over to his wife. But after a few moments of agonizing, he deleted the contents of the text message and put the phone back in his pocket. To be honest, Lang Changhua really couldn't pick half a fault with Chi Tian's performance so far, but this was all a drill within the army, not a real battlefield. Lang Changhua these years also seen a lot of training as a tiger, to the battlefield soft feet cowardly generation. With this text message, Lang Changhua still decided to wait until he had seen Chi Tian's performance on the real battlefield, but he didn't notice. At this moment, his own self had begun to look forward to Chi Tian's performance on the real battlefield as a new recruit who had just joined the army for a month. It is important to realize that every soldier has to go through all kinds of trials and tribulations, blood and sweat carvings. Only then can we go to the real frontline battlefield to fight against the forces of evil, so that we can really go to feel the importance of the saying that sweating more in normal times will result in less bloodshed on the battlefield. And these men are, without question, the most elite veterans of the force. Right now, Lang Changhua had already compared Chi Tian to these people. From this, it can be seen that in Lang Changhua's heart, the evaluation of Chi Tian has long been a 180-degree flip. 10 minutes later, range, farthest point shot. Chi Tian used his T-5000 to easily hit the center of the target under high-speed movement. 10 rounds of ammunition, the gun full ring. But this was not the live fire test that Chi Tian really wanted in his heart. He had previously learned from Su Guoqing that the Iron Fist Regiment's shooting record was the same 1200 distance, with a bullseye shot. Right now, he's only chasing the record, not refreshing or surpassing it. Looks like we'll have to find a way to raise the difficulty a bit. Chi Tian's eyes snapped open as he looked at the target 1,200 meters away. Company commander, I see that there is still some distance behind the wooden target. Can I request to change to a smaller shooting target and to maximize the distance? You kid, you're determined to set a new record today. Satisfy you. Su Guoqing smiled and nodded to Chi Tian, then looked like he had prepared for this. Have the veteran in charge of the remote-controlled wooden targets prepare the targets he just prepared for shooting a short while ago. Through the sniper scope, Chi Tian could clearly see. The veteran flew to evacuate the moving target to the furthest back position on the range. The wooden target, originally the size of a pickleball, has also been replaced with a coin securely adhered to the mover with duct tape. How's that? The content of this test, is it still satisfactory? Su Guoqing looked at Chi Tian with a wry smile. This is already the way certain frontline teams train snipers. It's just that because of the venue, The limit of what we can do is 1,400 meters, which is slightly closer than their distance by 100 meters, but the weapon in your hand is also slightly inferior to theirs. And on balance, this is a sniper test for a frontline unit. If you can actually do a one-shot hit on a coin on a high-speed mover at that distance, then I'll be honest, Chi Tian, you will be the best sniper I've ever seen in all the years I've been in the military. And there isn't one. At this moment, Su Guoqing's mouth commented on Chi Tian. It's no longer about being the most talented, or the hardest working. Chi Tian heard it clearly. What Su just said is the best and there is no one. This should be considered a new record, right? Coins as moving targets. This challenge. I like it. With this thought in mind, Chi Tian raised his hand and gave Su Guoqing a thumbs up before quickly crouching on the ground and getting ready to pre-aim. Su Guoqing saw this and the corner of his mouth jerked upward. Mover maximum speed ready. Ready. Start. Chapter 38, The Strongest Brain. Ridiculously forgettable. Bang. Chi Tian's shot didn't make Su Guoqing wait too long. After a month of practicing on moving targets, he had long since practiced perfectly timing the most accurate shots at the slightest difference. 1,400 away. The veteran collected the coins and resecured one more to open the second round of the test. A high-precision shot like this one would never be performed just once. They need to conduct several tests to ensure that the standard of shooting of the examinee is completely elevated to the level of 100 shots. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 shots, the veteran in charge of accepting the results waved a small yellow flag. This is a signal that the test is over and the results are about to be determined. What's the score on the Chi Tian extreme distance shooting? Seeing the veteran arrive, Su Guoqing quickly rushed forward and asked the veteran. But by now, the veteran was too excited to speak. It just handed several pieces of coin fragments, with trembling arms, into Su Guoqing's hands. Seeing these fragments, Su Guoqing instantly forcefully realized the veteran's dissimilarity at this moment, because he was, at that moment, experiencing the same discomfort in his body. Regiment. Leader, Chi Tian 1400 meters of coin shooting test. All hits, except that all 4 coins were fragmented by high-precision rounds. As you can see here, this was the first time Su Guoqing stuttered in front of Li Yunfei, and after the group of officers in front of him heard the report, their expressions once again became brilliant for a few moments. Today, they could only use 3 words to describe Chi Tian's examination as an eye-opener, not for any other reason. It was really because Chi Tian's performance so far was just too perfect, with no weaknesses. The most crucial thing was that right now, Chi Tian had already accomplished the feat of completing 4 examinations and 4 record swipes. And the 5th item, the Army Knowledge Quiz. Is it still difficult for Zaitan? Chi Tian's ability to forget things had been seen by them for a long time. Eye-opening. Today is really eye-opening. Li Yunfei slammed his thighs and droned to Su Guoqing in a proper voice. Xiaosu, go and ask the comrades from the propaganda department to immediately make a military newspaper out of the Chi Tianyu exam, including the contents of the exhibition boards, all of which were emptied and replaced with today's assessment results. Our Iron Fist Regiment, this time, will definitely be able to make a good showing in the entire 386th Brigade, and even the Southeast Military Region. After saying the last sentence, Li Yunfei intentionally or unintentionally stole a glance to his side, making sure that Ling Changhua didn't have any opinions. He then waved his hand at Su Guoqing. Go on, what are you waiting for? Yes, Su Guoqing answered and immediately went to do something. As for Chi Tian's 5th examination, he understood in his heart that he was afraid that it was no longer his turn to invigilate the examination. Regimental Commander Li Yunfei asked him to do this in the propaganda department. It wasn't just that he wanted to announce Chi Tian's examination results, which could be called heaven-defying, to all the Iron Fist Regiment fighters this time. At the same time, it was a deliberate attempt to sidetrack him. It was obvious that he wanted to personally get his hands dirty and participate in the last element of Chi Tian's examination. The regimental commander taking the initiative to invigilate an exam for a new recruit was indeed too bizarre to say. That was why Li Yunfei had made such an arrangement. Give yourself a chance to be, as a matter of course, an examiner for Chi Tian. Nice work, Zaitan. What about this time? Need a break? After seeing Chi Tian put away the T-5000 high-precision sniper, Li Yunfei directly got up and took the initiative to ask Chi Tian. At the sound of his voice, Chi Tian shook his head decisively. There's no need for that, leader. I can take the test anytime. Very well then, off you go, to the conference room, and I'll be your examiner myself. Ling Changhua had clearly stated before that he had only come this time to see how Chi Tian really performed in the army and would not be involved in any content. Therefore, at this time, Li Yunfei directly announced that he would personally go on the field, and together with Chi Tian, he would wrap up this monthly examination of his that could be called heaven-defying. Such a move, in the Iron Fist Regiment, or even other troops, was likewise an unprecedented and unrivaled existence. It was a rarity for a day-to-day infantry regiment commander to move to observe the monthly exams of his recruits, not to mention personally participating in the examination of new recruits, which in the past was something completely unthinkable. But right now, Chi Tian just did it. Moreover, Li Yunfei felt very honored about this. 20 minutes later, the Iron Fist Regiment headquarters, inside the highest-level conference room, Chi Tian was located at the very front of the conference room, looking serious and standing like a pine. The group of officers led by Li Yunfei were sitting down, holding a thick booklet in their hands with different expressions. In the past, when recruits took their monthly exams and had an army knowledge quiz, we asked about the basics. After all, they had been in the army for a short period of time, and none of their consciousness development was in place, and none of their military literacy was deep enough. All these, it takes time to cultivate. You have to take it one step at a time. But you're different, Chi Tian. My minimum requirement for you is a perfect score, and all of what I'm going to ask next will be of the most obscure and unnoticed kind, as well as the most difficult to memorize. So are you ready for that? After a few breaths, Li Yunfei looked up at Chi Tian, his expression changing as he asked in a proper voice, and Chi Tian's reply was still the same 5 words that most often appeared in the military. Always ready. Very well then, I declare that your final test now begins. As the words fell, Li Yunfei closed the booklet in his hand and said to Chi Tian, let's start with the highest honor you've received so far and ask about it. When the courage training was conducted, Lin Mang was nearly run over by a Type 15 light tanker because of his heart, and you stepped forward at the critical moment and saved him, for which you were honored with an individual third-class merit once. Then expand on the parameters of the Type 15 light tank. Mind you, all of them, every single one of them, Type 15 light tanks, weighing 35 tons, with a body length of 7.5 meters, a width of 3 meters, a height of 2.5 meters, and a body muzzle length of 9.2 meters, with a maximum number of 3 members. The powerhead is equipped with a 1000 HP electronically controlled diesel engine linked to a hydromechanical, fully automatic transmission with in-situ steering. Maximum on-road speed is 70 km per hour. Maximum off-road speed is 50 km per hour and maximum range is 450 km on a full tank of fuel. As for the armament, the main gun is a 105mm line-rifled gun with a new generation of tail-cabin type automatic loader and a reserve of about 38 rounds. It can launch tail-stabilized stripped armor-piercing shells, multi-purpose armor-breaking shells, high-explosive anti-personnel grenades, and artillery missiles. Supporting arms include a 7.62mm machine gun, a 12.7mm machine gun, and a 30mm or 40mm automatic grenade launcher. Weighting depth up to 1 meters. Overrun limit can climb vertical barriers 0.85 meters high and cross a 2.5 meter wide trench. Report out. Chi Tian's reply at the moment was quick and precise. Not only is there a variety of data, and a good one not to mention, even the order, the breaks in the words were exactly the same as in the pamphlet. Not much different from looking at the pamphlet and reading it out. Chi Tian, your unforgettable skills are too outrageous. Li Yunfei couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva in surprise. I've seen people before who say they have a good memory, even people who also use the term unforgettable to describe themselves. I have to admit, they do memorize content quickly, but it's not like you can just recite the original text word for word, like you did. I am now tempted to open this brain of yours to see if it's a brain or a chip inside. If the chief needs it, I can recite the entire encyclopedia of army knowledge you have in your hands and guarantee it word for word, in order to set a new record. Chi Tian has long been ready to amaze everyone here. As for what he said off the top of his head, it wasn't a big brag, with the instincts given to him by the system, not to mention a booklet, even if it's 10 or 100 booklets, as long as Chi Tian was allowed to read it once, there was no problem reciting it in its entirety, and as soon as he said that, Lin Changwa couldn't sit still anymore, only to see him put down the pamphlet in his hand and after pondering for a moment, he drank to Li Yunfei. There's no point in continuing to ask about this encyclopedia of knowledge, and I believe him when he says so. This 5th test counted as him setting a new record, and externally it was taken as a grade for memorizing the entire text. But now, I want to test him on something new. For example, is he really able to read it once and memorize the whole thing thoroughly? Get me 3 pieces of white paper and I'll write irregular numbers all over them. Chi Tian, I'll give you 10 minutes of memory time when the time comes. As long as you end up being more than 80% correct, then I'll send you a chance that other fighters would need to fumble around for years and years to get. Chapter 39, is there any point in proceeding? This was the first order that Lin Changwa gave when he came to the Iron Fist Regiment this time. The deputy head of the group reacted the fastest. he was seen getting up quickly and removing a stack of white paper from a nearby cabinet. Another carbon pen was unscrewed from its cap and respectfully handed to Leng Changhua. Chi Tian also turned around very knowingly without looking at that number for one more second. 2 minutes later, Leng Changhua collects the pen. The political commissar of the Iron Fist Regiment will be 3 pieces of white paper in this way at the forefront of the table, and will call Chi Tian back. Timing begins. Li Yunfei took out his stopwatch and declared the official start in time. Leng Changhua had previously promised to give Chi Tian 10 minutes to memorize, but for Chi Tian, just by looking at them once, the numbers would appear completely in his mind and never be forgotten. So Chi Tian just turned around, not even a minute and a half later, and called out to the officers to stop. Report, I'm done memorizing and ready to recite. So soon, let's get started then. Leng Changhua responded with a slightly excited sentence, and then he asked the political commissar in front of him to bring back the white papers for himself, comparing them one by one to see if Chi Tian had recited them correctly. 5 minutes later, Zaitan blurted out the last number off the top of his head, and at that moment, those officers had all risen and came behind Leng Changhua, following along with the control, close to 700 irregular numbers, and surprisingly, he recited them one by one without missing a beat, and he only looked at them for 80 seconds or so. This memory, it can even go for the Guinness World Record, right? Li Yunfei could no longer control the shock in his heart. As the words left his mouth, he picked up his own teacup next to him and reached out to hand it to Chi Tian. Thirsty? Drink some water. At the moment, Li Yunfei looked at Chi Tian like a new daughter-in-law passing through the door. The more he looked, the more he liked it. Chi Tian took the teacup and after saying thanks to Li Yunfei, he drank the water in the teacup in one go. Not to mention, after tossing and turning all morning like this, Chi Tian was really a bit thirsty. This glass of water came just in time. At this moment, if there were no people present who had watched the entire examination, they would definitely be surprised in a million ways. Li Yunfei, such a veteran regiment leader, would actually take the initiative to give Chi Tian tea. If this goes out, people will definitely think he's lost his mind. But right now, these few officers present, seeing Li Yunfei's actions, were not surprised. Even the deputy leader and political commissar of the Iron Fist Regiment were still in their hearts. The regimental commander was indeed a regimental commander. Just the item of handing water to the new king of soldiers alone was enough for them to learn for the rest of their lives. It's really unforgettable. It's really unforgettable nah. Leng Changhua put down the 3 pieces of draft paper filled with numbers in his hands after sighing. After carefully looking Chi Tian up and down several more times, he continued to add, Chi Tian, I can only use the words astonishing to describe your performance today. Go to lunch. I have important things to say to your chief. As for the chance promised to you, don't worry, it won't take long for you to see it. Then I'll go out first. Chi Tian opened his mouth and responded, quickly moving to leave the conference room without staying another second. On the way out, he was also very considerate and helped Li Yunfei close the door of the conference room for them. Ding dong. Having just gone out for no more than 5 seconds, the voice of the strongest soldier king system appeared in Chi Tian's mind. Immediately following, congratulations to the host for completing the 4th task, winning the monthly exam and refreshing history. Task, in the monthly exam, the host does his best to set a new record for each of the Iron Fist Regiment's tests. It has been assessed that the host has set a total of 5 records this time. The random rewards that will be gained are intermediate level physical strengthening and elite level scouting and counter-scouting instincts. Note, during the process of physical strengthening, the host's body will produce very obvious abnormalities, so please find a suitable place for the enhancement immediately. Surprisingly, I got 2 heavy rewards at once? It seems that Brother Unity is very sure of my performance today. Chi Tian was delighted in his heart, feeling the familiar strange energy fluctuations that had already appeared within his body. Not caring about anything else, he immediately reversed his shape and ran straight for the bathroom around the corner of the building. Right now it's high noon and all the veterans have gone to the cafeteria to eat. I'm afraid that Li Yunfei's group is the only one left in the entire regimental building. Elevate in the bathroom and be sure not to draw attention to yourself. And at that moment, in the middle of the conference room, Li Yunfei was silent for a few moments, but still hardened his head and tried to Leng Changhua. Now that there are no outsiders, Army Commander Leng, just tell me the truth. Is it true that after the recruit training is over, you are going to transfer Chi Tian away to a frontline unit? You're right, but not entirely. Zaitan I'm definitely transferring, including a couple of other good prospects I saw this morning. All of them. I was right. Hearing Leng Changhua's reply, Li Yunfei couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Though he had long been prepared for the fact that Chi Tian would leave the Iron Fist Corps early, but when the order actually came, it was still a little hard on his heart. After all, over the past month, he had been keeping an eye on Chi Tian's movements, and without realizing it, he had long seen this new recruit as the future of the Iron Fist Regiment. Even Li Yunfei tilted the resources of the entire regiment towards Qi Tian. High-precision snipers, high-precision bullets. As long as Qi Tian opened his mouth in the back, even if he wanted 100 rounds, Li Yunfei would be able to get them for him. But right now, there was still no escaping the fact that the recruiting company was over and this precious Garda was going to be transferred. In Li Yunfei's heart, he was both happy for Qi Tian and had so much reluctance. He did not want to let go of Qi Tian, who he had watched grow up step by step, and who was about to be transferred by Leng Changhua at the end of the recruit company. However, Li Yunfei's idea was still a bit conservative. Right after his words fell, not more than a few seconds later, Leng Changhua spoke right after him, saying something that made everyone think something was wrong with their ears. In my opinion, this year's class of recruits in your Iron Fist Regiment can end their intensive training and be assigned to companies according to their overall performance. What? Army Commander, are you ending the recruit company? Li Yunfei's eyes were about to stare out of his sockets. It's only been a month and we're about to end the intensive training. Where's the sense in that? Since the complete establishment of the Dragon Kingdom's military, all military personnel, at the earliest, had to go through 2.5 months of intensive training time for new recruits. The purpose is to let them shed their impatience and grow the military blood and bones that soldiers should have through this period of hard training. But right now, it's only been a month and a day, and Leng Changhua ordered them to end their recruit training. Such a situation, when looking at the military history of the 5 military regions of the Dragon Kingdom, had never occurred before. Army Commander Leng, I know that you want Qi Tian to grow up as soon as possible, but this is a bit too much of a rush, and we've never had an example of finishing recruit training in 31 days. That's not in line with the rules, is it? Rules? I, Leng Changhua, am the rules of the Southeast Military Region. Inside the conference room, the only seated Leng Changhua slowly stood up and asked the crowd behind him with a stern face. What's more, do you think there's any point in continuing the training set for this year's batch of recruits? I watched their housekeeping in formation this morning. Under Qi Tian's leadership, they had long practiced no differently than veterans, including a variety of military skills. The combined results of these 100-odd men were not at all inferior to those of the veterans. Wouldn't it be a waste of time to continue the set? Or maybe you think they can learn anything else here? This, Leng Changhua's words rendered the people in the conference room speechless. A full half-minute passed before Li Yunfei came back to his senses and nodded in response to Leng Changhua with a bitter smile. You're right, Army Commander Leng. This batch of new recruits, under Qi Tian's leadership, are indeed growing too fast. It caused me to not think clearly about the original purpose of our recruit training for a while. They all have the ability to be unique now, and have long since stopped needing to be in the so-called intensive training. I should open the shackles and let them go to the various companies and show their talents and skills. As the words fell, Li Yunfei took a deep breath and ordered in a deep voice to the political commissar beside him. Old Kong, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to be busy for a while longer this afternoon. Let's have all the files of the new recruits of this class ready below, and try to have the division of the company done early tomorrow morning. And by the way, let the notice go down. This recruit intensive training will be officially concluded by the end of the test, after the results are out, and tomorrow night, at the latest, there will be a commissioning ceremony for these recruits. Speaking here, Li Yunfei opened his mouth to add another sentence as if he suddenly remembered something. As for Qi Tian, due to his over-excellent performance in the recruit company, on my own behalf, I have broken the rank of corporal. Consider it as my Li Yunfei's last gift to him. Chapter 40, Breaking Ranks. Pointed amphibious forces. Getting 2 rewards at once is good, but the process, it's torture. Especially with that elite-level scouting and counter-surveillance instinct. The volume of memories is just huge. It was so close that I was going to be swept away on the spot by the horror of the tidal wave of memories. Luckily, having gritted my teeth, I am now well versed in all the details and operations of scouting. In my previous life, Mr. Luo Xiang said that there is absolutely no such thing as a perfect crime in this world, but now it seems to me that maybe that's not true either. Having mastered this skill, I am acutely aware that the perfect crime is not impossible to accomplish with a good layout. Fortunately, the word crime will never exist in my body. Qi Tian, and my presence is only to combat sin. In the bathroom, Qi Tian let out a long breath and slowly stood up from the floor. Across from him was a mirror. As soon as Qi Tian stood still, he saw that his entire body was flooded with a layer of black impurities. Moreover, this black impurity tasted extremely great, and before Qi Tian took a few breaths, he was about to retch and vomit on the spot. How did I get so dirty on my body? Is it because of that intermediate physique enhancement reward? The system did warn me at the time that it would create a very straightforward anomaly, but this is too. At this moment, before Qi Tian could finish his sentence, in his mind, a word suddenly flashed. Felling. In his previous life, Chi Tian was also considered an unabashedly old book fan. A process like this where the physique is violently enhanced and then the surface of the body is flooded with black impurities and the flavor is tremendous. He knew very well that it was the felling of the hair and the marrow. The whole body impurities will be discharged through the pores, thus helping the body to complete the strengthening, and the physical quality will be improved in all aspects. I didn't realize that this kind of jutsu in the netbook would actually happen to me. With this thought in mind, Chi Tian immediately rushed towards the washstand inside, unscrewed all the rows of faucets, then stripped off his clothes and lay right in. It's strange to say the least. This black impurity that seemed to be dead solidified on the surface of his body immediately detached itself from the surface of Chi Tian's body as soon as it met water. After melting with the water in the pool, it was ruthlessly flushed down the drain by Zaitan. After 3 round-trip processes like this, there were no more impurities on the surface of Chi Tian's body. It was too late to get dressed. Chi Tian walked straight to the mirror and observed the changes in his body. Hiss, really is a felling. Looking at himself in the mirror, Chi Tian's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted up a few points. At this time, his skin all over his body became very tender, looking just like a newborn baby. The small scars from previous training had all disappeared. Just practicing his height seems to be quite a bit taller than before, and the breathing is smooth and long. The muscles are toned, and the form becomes more perfect. If a group of photo magazines come out, I'm afraid that Chi Tian's name will be on the spot fire throughout the north and south of the Yangtze River, because at this time, whether it is his face value or body, or height, it is already enough to crush a host of contemporary male stars. Growling, just as Chi Tian was secretly stinking at the mirror, his stomach, suddenly, rumbled in an untimely manner. A feeling of hunger instantly spread throughout Chi Tian's body. Chi Tian knew that this was the aftermath of the severe lack of energy in his body after the hair cutting and marrow cleansing. Immediately put on his camouflage uniform and ran all the way downstairs, like a hungry wolf, rushing to the Iron Fist Regiment restaurant. That afternoon, 2 o'clock sharp, the other recruits were still working on their unfinished tests from the morning. Chi Tian, on the other hand, had already changed into his regular clothes and arrived at the office of Li Yunfei, the head of the Iron Fist Regiment. Chief, why are you making me wear regular clothes for a good reason? Hold your tongue, kid. Why do I suddenly feel a little different about you? Li Yunlong walked to Chi Tian with a puzzled face, looking east and west. It seems, a noon had passed, and the whole man was much more handsome, and this sun and skin were taller and whiter. Chi Tian, you kid didn't sneak in height-enhancing insoles and foundation because I told you to come to me in your regular clothes, did you? Chi Tian was made a little weak by Li Yunfei's actions and hurriedly took a step back, casually telling a small lie. Chief, I'm a big old man, and the only thing I've got painted on my face could be camouflage. As for height-enhancing insoles, that's even less necessary. Maybe it's because we eat so well at Tekken. I went back at noon and measured. It's been a month, and I'm a good 5 centimeters taller than when I first enlisted. I was 5 feet 8 inches when I came here, and now I'm a full 5 feet 3 inches. Really, 5 centimeters of growth in a month. You kid, not only are you an animal for training, you're an animal for eating too. I just heard that your boy built a small half barrel of rice left over from the restaurant at lunch. It's a good thing you got there late and everyone finished eating, or else a lot of people would have had to go hungry this afternoon. Li Yunfei bristled and responded to Chi Tian for a few moments before he stopped joking with him. Instead, he changed into a serious expression and said seriously to Chi Tian, cough cough cough, it's almost time. Let me tell you something serious. In light of your performance in the past month and a day since you arrived in the Iron Fist Regiment, I now conclude that you have successfully passed all the tests of the recruit company. Congratulations, Chi Tian. Your recruit-intensive training career ends here, and at the same time, I will be issuing you an exclusive rank shoulder badge. As the words fell, Li Yunfei twisted his head to look out of the office and shouted softly, Secretary Lang, I've finished saying what needs to be said, so you can come over here and put on Chi Tian's shoulder patch. Upon hearing this, Chi subconsciously glanced back. Just in time, he saw the officer with the surname Lang, who had watched his examination throughout the morning, walk over with a wooden box and a document. Chi Tian quickly turned around and saluted the other party with a raised hand. Good day, Chief. Hello, let's see your sergeant's license first. Leng Changhua smiled as he handed the certificate to Chi Tian, but Chi Tian, at this moment, had no intention of taking over. Chief Lang, at the end of the recruit training, we should be issued with a private's shoulder badge and a soldier's card. This is a non-commissioned officer's card in your hand. Is it a mistake? You kid, you studied these things very well, Leng Changhua said as he opened the wooden box. At this time, Chi Tian also saw the shoulder insignia placed inside, but it was also exclusive to the corporal. A fin abduction. Chi Tian was really a little confused at the moment by the shoulder insignia and officer's license that Leng Changhua brought over. solely opened his mouth and said bluntly, "Chief, this is a gift from your captain Lee. It's better for him to speak to you in person. Chi Tian, take it, it's my parting gift to you." Li Yunfei's eyes were slightly red at this time, and he obediently took over the conversation. "Between the fact that you left my Iron Fist regiment with a very valuable video recording, in the future, I can take the video of the entirety of your test and show it to the recruits, so that they will know that my Iron Fist regiment has also produced such an outstanding soldier. That's why I've broken the rank of sergeant for you. Congratulations, you are now a good corporal, and I hope you will continue to do so in the future. And always remember this month in the Iron Fist regiment. Kid, do a good job in your new unit and don't disgrace my Iron Fist regiment. Of course, if you can't stand it, or don't like the atmosphere of your new unit, you can come back anytime. The doors of my Iron Fist regiment will always be open for you." "Chief, why are you guys getting more and more confused the more you talk about me? What parting gift? New troops? Speaking of which, in Chi Tian's mind, he suddenly flashed back to a chance that the officer with the surname Ling in front of him had said before he parted ways with the crowd at noon. Could it be that? Yes, you guessed right. I'm taking you to a new troop development. Leng Changhua noticed the flash of dawning realization in Chi Tian's eyes and nodded his head in affirmation with a smile. The 386th Brigade's truly reinforced regiment, codenamed the Sharpshooters Amphibious Operations Unit, will be your new home from now on. Of course, you don't have to be too sentimental about it. Every soldier who comes here will be conforming to the old adage that iron sharpens iron. Old people leave, new people come. It's been the age-old rule of the military for thousands of years, and it's the same for anyone who comes alone. Go back and pack your things and return everything that should be returned to its rightful owner. I'll take you, and a few other soldiers I've chosen, and report to the Sharpshooter Amphibious Unit by tomorrow evening." Chapter 41, No Cats or Dogs Allowed in the House. Congratulations, Chi Tian. You are the fastest warrior in the history of our Southeast military region to obtain the rank of non-commissioned officer since its establishment. It is also the fastest to receive the individual third-class honor. With these two records on your side, I'm pretty sure that you'll be able to shine in the army in the future. Li Yunfei smiled and went forward, heavily patting Chi Tian's shoulder twice, and at that moment, his eyes were already filled with relief. Such an excellent soldier, coming from him, was equally an honor for Li Yunfei. Actually, it's not just him. Even the group of officers following Ling Changhua were all looking at Chi Tian with different expressions at this moment. There was excitement, thrill, and of course, the most amazement and dismay. In the past, it wasn't as if the Iron Fist Regiment hadn't produced some good prospects, and performed separate ordination ceremonies for them in advance, but at that time, a deputy brigadier general would have been tops. But this time, the one who came was the military commander of the Southeast Military Region, a figure who would tremble 3 times even if he stomped his foot on the bottom, at least in the years they were enlisted. It had never been heard that the military commanders of the 5 military districts of the Dragon Kingdom would personally attend and honor the recruits at the ceremony. Again, this is the first time in thousands of years. There were quite a few people among them who were silently muttering 4 words in their hearts at the moment. Zaitan. Awesome. After a few breaths, Chi Tian's expression gradually became serious. The next second he reached out to receive the non-commissioned officer's certificate. He raised his hand to Li Yunfei and responded with a solemn salute. "I promise not to let the regimental commander down. I will fight with all my might to protect our land and people." It's like the slogan written on the training ground of our Tekken regiment. "With my spear, I will kill the frontier in blood, and with my shield, I will shelter the mountains and rivers." The officers of the Iron Fist Regiment were still extremely efficient. Later that evening, at exactly 6 o'clock, after the monthly examination of all recruits had officially ended, Li Yunfei gathered everyone under the podium and announced that this recruit-intensive training, up to this moment, was officially over. Tonight, the regiment will follow the usual training scores in conjunction with this monthly exam. A comprehensive assessment of where each soldier is going ensures that everyone goes to the company that best suits them. The top 5 will follow Secretary Leng to the Sharpshooter Amphibious Unit tomorrow to undergo the test. They were Chi Tian, Jiang Chong, Zhang Meng, Song Wei and Lin Meng, without a doubt. The other 4 were the 4 people who had the best relationship with Chi Tian during the training period. Under Chi Tian's influence, they were also the hardest and most diligent 4. The reward was worth it for all 5. The investiture ceremony, placed at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. After dinner time, Zaitan, seen in his regular uniform and wearing his corporal's shoulder patch, returned to his squad. Everyone in the first class, including the class leader Old Black, all collectively froze. "Lower, corporal's shoulder patch? How is this possible? Chi Tian, did you take the wrong clothes?" Old Black stepped forward with a face full of nervousness and sent an inquiry to Chi Tian. "In the military, coordinating clothes is nothing, but if you harmonize clothes with military ranks different from your own, Then this is a big deal. Including the other warriors, they all gathered around and looked up and down at the bashful Chi Tian. Squad leader, this is my regular uniform. And as for this corporal rank, it was a parting gift from the chief. As Chi Tian spoke, he took out his sergeant's license and opened it up to hand it to Old Black. Seeing the content on it, Old Black's breathing couldn't help but speed up a lot, and his face was even more black and red. Heavens! You kid, this is also too ruthless. In 31 days, the title of King of New Soldiers was there. The personal third-class merit was there, and the rank of corporal was now there. I've been in the army for 5 years, and I just submitted my report for promotion to sergeant major, and the formalities haven't been approved yet. As a result, in the blink of an eye, your kid directly into the sergeant. You this promotion speed, can really with the rocket almost. Squad leader, I could not have been so honored without your teaching, and I will always remember who my first squad leader was. As for your third sergeant promotion report, the regimental commander asked me to give you a message that it's voided and for you to type up a new one. At the end of his words, Chi Tian's face immediately followed by a smirk. Old Black sniffed, and his face, which was still slightly red, instantly turned red warm. Voided? What do you mean? I checked it several times before I submitted it. There's nothing wrong with it? Chi Tian wasn't going to sell out at this point. Directly in front of the crowd, he smiled and answered the doubts in Old Black's mind. The head of the regiment has said that due to the extremely demonic nature of your several squad leaders who have led this year's session of the company of new recruits, you are to be promoted to the rank of second sergeant by breaking the ranks of all of you. Not only does your promotion report need to be rewritten, but so do the other 9 squad leaders. Congratulations, Old Black squad leader. Oh no, that should be Old Black sergeant major. Hiss, less than 9 years soldier, broken to the rank of sergeant major too. As soon as Chi Tian's words fell, within the dormitory, a gust of voices sucking in cool air resounded. All the warriors' faces changed. Familiar with the army's regulations and codes, they certainly knew that only exceptionally good veterans could have such an honor. Little did they know that one day they would be able to witness this honor firsthand and that it would happen to their squad leader. Only Lao He himself knows in his heart where this rank of sergeant major of his actually came from. Without Chi Tian, the new soldier king, playing the role of absolute leader, then how did they, the 10 squad leaders, get to where they are today? Maybe they can still bring up a bunch of good recruits, but that's just good. That's all. The words that the regimental commander had asked Chi Tian to bring back were praising this group of new recruits as demons. It was because of these 2 vocabulary shifts that their 10 class leaders were so rewarded. For a while, in Old Black's gaze as he looked at Chi Tian again, there was only intense gratitude and nothing more. Once the rank was raised to the rank of sergeant major, it meant that he was guaranteed to stay in the army for 16 years. For the next 7 years, he will not have to worry at all that he may be forced to leave the land he loves so deeply. He can develop here full-time and realize all his values. And full of passion, Chi Tian, thank you. I'm honored to be your squad leader during your recruit training period. Old Black smiled as he stepped forward and wrapped Chi Tian into his arms with a rather excited tone. Chi Tian also smiled in response to Old Black, congratulating him on his smooth sailing in the future. But he didn't notice the tears glistening in the corners of Old Black's eyes, and the teardrops quietly dripping down. The following day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the 5 people led by Chi Tian packed up their luggage and followed Leng Changhua, stepping into the military SUV and rushing straight to the Donghai high-speed railway station. On the SUV, Zhang Meng, Zhang Chong and the others were joyfully looking over their soldiers' cards, especially the fire-red imprinted pentagram left on it with a steel poke. The more they looked at it, the more they liked it. Brother Tian, I didn't realize that we would be able to follow you to train with the new unit. This is really great. We'd better be together all the time, Lin Mang said as he moved over to Chi Tian's side. Obviously, he was completely determined to hug Chi Tian's thigh. Seeing this, Zhang Mang and the others laughed and opened their mouths. Flirting, Lin Mang, your play during the examination was considered livestock. How come you've developed into Brother Tian's licking dog now? Yeah, Lin Mang, I can remember when I first enlisted. You were following me around on your ass, and you changed so quickly? Is wise charm not enough? Or is it just that Tian saved your life and made you adore him? The 3 gym students flirted with Lin Mang a little red warm, but Lin Mang's reaction really wasn't slow either. Not 2 seconds later, he skimmed his lips and shot back with a defiant look. Che, you guys aren't any better than me, okay? I remembered during the cat and mouse game, you guys still called Tin Shu Tin. Why are you following my example now? Don't yell if you can. I just adore Brother Tian. I've thought it over. I want to join Brother Tian and be an old comrade for life. Cough cough. At this moment, Lin Mang's words had just fallen. Lang Changhua, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat and had remained silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth and reminded the several people in the back who were jumping for joy. Don't think about that much for a while, because all 5 of you, not all of you, may be able to join the sharpshooter amphibious unit just yet. There, not a cat or dog can mix in. Want to become a part of it? You still need to accept several tests. If you don't pass the test, you'll pack your bags and report back to your original unit. It's not impossible to want to be old comrades for life. The key still depends on yourselves, whether you have the qualification and ability to be together all the time. Chapter 42, Jungnan, Sharp Sword Amphibious Unit. What? There's still a chance it could be returned? Of course, that's a reinforced regiment of our 386th Brigade. It can't just enter. No matter. The big deal is to continue to play life at that time. Barefoot can still be afraid of them wearing shoes, not? But now well. Lin Meng smiled and winked at the crowd. Then he took out his cell phone from his bag and pressed the on button. I haven't contacted my family for a month, except for the first day of my enlistment, when I checked in with them. I had a hard time getting my cell phone today, so I had to talk to my mom and let them know I'm doing alright in the army. Yeah, I have to fight one too. Brother Tian, aren't you going to fight? I can remember that on the first day of enlistment, when we reported to the family, you were still upstairs cleaning. You were really targeted by Company Commander Su back then. Zhang Mang also fished out his cell phone from his bag at this time and asked Chi Tian in passing. As if he suddenly thought of something, Song Wei hammed and hawed at Chi Tian. Tian, I also remember that when we were in separate classes, you told the class president that you had an online love interest. This month of no contact, you two must miss each other so much that the mountains are not pronged. Heaven and earth are united, and only then dare to be separated from you all? I think, it shouldn't be so bad, right? Chi Tian laughed and reached out to give Song Wei a punch. Then I opened my backpack and tried to talk to my family as well, to check in or something. But just then, Lang Changhua, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, suddenly trembled. And then it was as if he had thought of something unimaginable, and his face changed dramatically at the same time. Snapping his head back, he shouted at the five. No one is allowed to turn on their cell phones. Ha? Why? Secretary Lang? Song Wei looked confused and asked another follow-up question to Lang Changhua. We've all learned the rules of confidentiality. We know what we can and can't say. And a phone call to check in with our families isn't too much to ask, is it? There's no such thing as why. If I say you can't fight, you can't fight. Especially you, Chi Tian. Lang Changhua glared at Song Wei without a good look, and then he turned around directly and snatched Chi Tian's cell phone into his hands. As for the others, it is not within his focus of care, and their cell phones, Lang Changhua is also naturally not interested. As for whether they listen to music in the car or secretly chat with their families, Lang Changhua does not care. But Zaitan, it just doesn't work. To know, over the past month, Lang Qingbai had not infrequently asked Lang Changhua about Chi Tian's affairs in the army, especially the cell phone question, which Lang Qingbai asked almost every day. When can I contact Zaitan? Why has Zaitan not been replying to messages? And so on. If Chi Tian was allowed to open his cell phone at this moment, he would see the unread messages inside. Especially after learning his identity, it could easily affect his selection and assessment in the sharpshooter amphibious unit. Lang Changhua didn't want to see a good soldier have any problems with his mindset because of himself, so Chi Tian's cell phone, Lang Changhua would never give it to him. And Chi Tian also seemed to have gotten used to this kind of behavior of being targeted by his superiors a long time ago. Seeing that Lang Changhua had his cell phone firmly clutched in his hand, a sentence that Li Yunfei had said back then quietly surfaced in Chi Tian's mind. If you want to ask me about letting Xiao Su target you, then I'm afraid I'm going to have to let you down. I can only tell you that this is what the top wants, but who exactly it is, I have to keep it a secret and can't divulge half of it. Chi Tian had a premonition in his heart. Perhaps the fact that Lang Changhua did not allow himself to open his cell phone at this time also had something to do with the above in Li Yunfei's mouth. But as for what exactly this relationship was, Chi Tian, at the moment, did not know. Okay, then I'll just not look at my phone. Helplessly opening his mouth to promise a roar, the corner of Chi Tian's mouth slightly hooked. Calculating, to Lang Changhua tried. But Secretary Lang, isn't it a bit much if you don't let my brothers check in with their families? Why don't you and I make a little deal and I'll give you my cell phone? Until you think I'm qualified to open the phone, you can keep it and I'll never ask for it. But you can't stop my brothers from checking in with their families next, okay? This is fine. The four of you can fight. I will no longer stop. But Chi Tian, you must remember what you told me. From this moment on, this cell phone of yours is mine to keep. Lang Changhua did not expect Chi Tian to be bold enough to dare to dig a hole for himself, and subconsciously agreed to Chi Tian's off-the-cuff conditions. But after he finished his sentence and reacted to the fact that Chi Tian was testing himself, it was too late to change his words. Chi Tian, at that moment, was looking at him with a smile in his eyes with a suspicion that had been confirmed. It seems I guessed correctly. The top really hasn't given up on targeting me after all. It's just that I'm really curious, and I was a flatfoot before I enlisted. What on earth has offended the Buddha up there that he would deliberately target me from chiefly to you? When I find out about this later, no matter how big an official he is, he'll have to give me an explanation. Ha, no comment. Leng Xianghua had just sort of realized Qi Tian's urbanity. At this moment, facing Qi Tian's second round of temptation. In the spirit of saying more is more wrong, after answering 4 words, he loaded his cell phone and closed his eyes. Obviously, he was not going to talk to Qi Tian anymore. Seeing this, Qi Tian didn't make a fool of himself. After nodding at the 4 people with grateful faces beside him, he also followed Leng Xianghua's example and leaned against the seat back to rest quietly. What he couldn't figure out, Qi Tian never thought much about. Anyway, sooner or later, he would be able to solve this mystery. Right now, it was still the matter of entering the sharpshooter amphibious unit that was more appealing to Qi Tian. That night, at 11 o'clock, Leng Xianghua took the 5 of them all the way south in a turnaround to the most beautiful seaside city in the Dragon Kingdom, Jiangnan. The Sharp Dagger amphibious unit is located in the middle of a military-controlled area along the coast of Jiangnan. The 6 of them hoofed it to the Sharp Dagger amphibious unit, led by Leng Xianghua, and met the deputy regimental commander here, Zhu Xiaotian. Secretary Leng Jun. Lang, I have received the appointment from above. Zhu Xiaotian raised his hand and saluted Leng Xianghua and said in a proper voice, by coincidence, in these recent days, our Sharp Dagger Regiment is conducting the annual Jingwu selection. The following infantry regiments, artillery regiments, and armed police units all sent a lot of good candidates over to participate in the selection process, wanting to become part of the reinforced regiment. I've already spoken to the battalion commander in charge of selection about adding 5 men and halfway through the process, and the 5 soldiers you've brought with you can go over and report at any time. But it's been a long trip, so I mean why don't you guys rest for a night, and then I'll put them in first thing in the morning? No need. These 5 soldiers are all good seedlings I found from the Iron Fist Regiment. Their physical and military qualities are good. They don't need any special care or preferential treatment. Leng Xianghua had a stern face, and after responding to Zhu Xiaotian, he thought for a moment and continued to give orders. Just take them to the cafeteria for a quick meal to replenish their energy and then send them straight to the selection area to follow the training. The process must be fair, just and open, otherwise other fighters will complain about you. I've come on this trip to give you a good seed, not to ruin your reputation as a sharpshooter. Vice Commander Zhu, you should understand what I mean? With these last words, Leng Xianghua made a double entendre and inquired about Zhu Xiaotian's attitude. Hearing this, Zhu Xiaotian hurriedly stood upright and nodded to Leng Xianghua and responded, understood. Don't worry Secretary Lang. The 5 soldiers you've brought with you will surely experience the best of our sharpshooter amphibious force and will make sure they never forget it. Chapter 43, Jingwu Selection. No rules here. Half an hour later, under the leadership of Zhu Xiaotian, Qi Tian and his group carried their backpacks and arrived at the Jingwu selection area of the Sharp Dagger amphibious force. At this time, although it is late at night, but this selection area is still brightly lit, roaring, deafening, continuous. Fu Wei. Zhu Xiaotian waved his hand at a major officer and called him over. Deputy Chief, these 5, the ones I mentioned to you, the soldiers who were introduced to the selection process from above, bring them over and join the training. Deputy Chief, temporarily joining the training? This is afraid inappropriate, right? Fu Wei frowned slightly, and after looking Qi Tian and the others up and down, his eyebrows locked a little deeper. A corporal and 4 soldiers? Deputy Chief, these 5 eggs aren't related to the top, are they? If so, I'd advise you not to shove them in my hands. I'm afraid I'll practice them to death and waste the accidental targets of our sharpshooter regiment. The accidental indicator is a death indicator that only some teams that have reached a certain level of size and overall strength have. The training for these teams is generally stronger and the training is more demanding. At this level of intensity, it is inevitable that some unforeseen circumstances, such as death, will occur. That's why the military district gives them a small quota each year. It also provides humanitarian compensation to the families of fighters who have suffered accidents. Hearing Fu Wei's words, Jiang Meng couldn't take it anymore. Major, what's so crazy about you? Go to the East China Sea Sports Institute and ask around. The training that my old man receives is at the Olympic level. To put it bluntly, it's no worse than yours, and you're not good enough to kill me. It seems like you kid is very unconvinced. Fu Wei glanced at Jiang Meng out of the corner of his eye, and his voice instantly chilled a few points. Being trained at the Olympic level doesn't make you a national athlete. Not to mention, it's not good enough to just talk the talk. Then try it. At the same time Jiang Meng's words exited his mouth, he threw off the traveling bag on his shoulder and used the third style of Xingyi Fist technique, submerged dragon out of the abyss, and attacked directly at Fu Wei's heart. After a month of fighting with Qi Tian, Jiang Meng's fighting standard nowadays had long been transformed and was several levels higher. Facing his former self, he could easily win within 3 moves. At this moment, Although it was clear that this Fu Wei was also not a light, Zhang Meng did not have the slightest intention of being afraid. A move that is wide open, and with full force and power. Similarly, Fu Wei could also see at this time just how strong Zhang Meng's path came to be, quickly backing up, dodging Zhang Meng's punch at the same time. With his body weight backward, he lifted his leg at Zhang Meng's chin and delivered a jaw-crushing kick. Both of them moved extremely fast, and if Zhu Xiaotian wanted to stop them at this time, it was already impossible to stop them. I told you, District Major, what are you mad about? Looking at the oncoming side kick of the whip leg, Zhang Meng's face sank as he crossed his arms to block, his tiger's mouth slightly open. Prepare to grab Fu Wei's ankle in a smooth manner after resisting the kick hard and pinning it down completely. It was also at this moment that a sound of bullets being loaded came from in front of Zhang Meng. Click! Fu Wei's jaw-crushing kick stopped at the last moment, and then retracted in time, lest his ankle be controlled by Zhang Meng, creating an unfavorable situation. And, in his hand, he was holding a Desert Eagle tightly. With the muzzle of the gun aimed at Zhang Meng's head, the blackened muzzle of the gun emitted a cold light that symbolized death. At this moment, if an ordinary person was targeted by Fu Wei in this way, I am afraid that he would be scared to pee on the spot. But Zhang Meng, but is not a wimp, immediately spit a mouthful of cut. Cannot fight with ring? Really haze sucked into the lungs. What's the word? Mango? Waste, lung fog. Kid, this is the Sharp Daggers Regiment, and the competition is only about winning and losing, not about means, and even less about rules. Fu Wei didn't take Zhang Meng's spitting to heart after casually responding. Putting away his pistol, he reappeared and stood in front of Zhu Xiaotian. Vice Captain, I'll take these 5 people. A moment not to receive, a moment to receive. What do you take me Zhang Meng as? A rotten cabbage in the vegetable market? I really will. Today, Zhang Meng. Seeing that Zhang Meng was about to lose his temper, Qi Tian hurriedly opened his mouth and heckled him to a halt. Zhang Meng sniffed and realized in his heart that he had almost said something he shouldn't have. After nodding at Qi Tian, he didn't say anything more. Quickly, he returned to the middle of the line and reattached his traveling bag, which he had flung to the ground. Xiao Fu, I'll leave the people to you. Practice hard, don't be soft. Zhu Xiaotian subconsciously glanced at Qi Tian, and after giving another explanation to Fu Wei, he quickly moved to leave. Obviously, just now, Qi Tian shouted at the angry Zhang Meng with a command. Such behavior had already made him understand that Qi Tian was the head of these 5 people. Zhu Xiaotian was a little impatient, wanting to go back and look at Qi Tian's file. In his heart, he was really curious as to what kind of a corporal could manage to stop Zhang Meng, a dynamite barrel. As soon as he shouted at him, to know, Zhang Meng, this kid is facing the major. Are pressed, dare to take the initiative to fight the Lord Ah. The same thought appeared in Fu Wei's heart. After looking Qi Tian up and down, Fu Wei was not polite and directly went forward and shouted, My name is Fu Wei, commander of the 1st Battalion of the Sharpshooter Amphibious Unit, and now you are qualified to participate in the selection process. But I'll put the ugly words in front of the others, who have already trained 2 days longer than you. You'll have to make up for the difference. It's non-negotiable. So for the rest of the day, the 5 of you will be training more than the others. If you don't have a problem with it, come with me. If you do, get out. As the words fell, Fu Wei didn't give the 5 people any chance to speak, turning his head and leaving. Qi Tian waved to the crowd behind him and quickly followed Fu Wei's departing pace. Brothers, we originally joined halfway, and it's not unreasonable for this veteran to suspect us of going through the back door. The training volume has increased, and even if he didn't say anything, I would have taken the initiative to bring it up. As for what happened just now, let's just pretend it never happened. For the rest of the training, everyone has to play hard to get for me. We came out of the Iron Fist Regiment together. No one can fall behind. Understand? Don't worry, Brother Tian. I don't believe that this Sharp Dagger Regiment can really practice to kill us. You 5, go to the last puddle. Hold the log to your chest and do 500 sit-ups. Now, when Qi Tian's 5 people arrived at the training ground in the selection area, they were directed by Fu Wei to go to the last water pit and follow the training together. The 5 of them couldn't care too much and quickly changed into their training uniforms. After dropping their bags to the side, they jumped into the puddle and trained according to Fu Wei's orders. There are 37 minutes left in this drill, and the others are already halfway done, while you 5 are filling in because you're halfway through. So you must do the same number of sit-ups in 37 minutes, and if you can't do them, elimination rolls back to the original unit. Understood? Yes. 1. While opening their mouths in unison in response, the 5 of them simultaneously exerted their strength and held the log straight up in a sit-up. But before they could sit up and catch their breath, Fu Wei took over the counting, and immediately afterward opened his mouth and shouted, 2. Upon hearing the order, the 5 men quickly lay down. Then the lower back kicked in and held the nearly 300-pound log for a second sit-up. Training like this wouldn't be seen in the Iron Fist Regiment at all. Of course, a place like the Iron Fist Corps, which was responsible for training in basic skills, would not have such a venue. At this moment, faced with this sudden, and extremely fast, never touched a new type of training subject, all 5 of them clenched their teeth, hating to focus all their strength on their waist, and at that moment, Fu Wei's voice, once again, rang out from beside the puddle. Getting up so slow, you 5 are sucking the haze into your lungs, aren't you? Speed me up. 3. Rough, does this kid have any bottom line? Even plagiarizing dirty words? Cut the crap, hurry up and follow the training, power up together. Chapter 44, Behind the Warrior. No way back. For the next half an hour or so, the physical strength of Chi Tian's few people was rapidly depleted. Finally, I was able to finish my 500 sit-ups workout at the last minute, because it was the first time I had done a log-weighted deadlift workout. The muscles of the 5 men's abdomens had never been tortured so intensely before, so when the training was over, the 5 actually slowed down for half a minute before bracing themselves to climb out of the puddle and onto the bank to take a big breath. Adjustment of breath. Other veterans who came to the selection process at this point, all of them also opened their mouths in a low voice, discussing the temporary additions that came in, such as Chi Tian. Just now I was looking at, like, a corporal and 4 enlisted men. What? Soldiers? This is still a group of rookies who have been enlisted for less than 2 years. How can they be qualified to participate in the selection process with us elites? This Sharp Knives regiment has no rules in their style of work. We'd better stop looking for trouble, lest we be targeted by those instructors. It's a big night. It's really torturous. No, I'm not convinced. They can have no rules, but they can't ignore our efforts. After a veteran wearing glasses muttered at his comrade beside him, he directly got up and opened his mouth to Fu Wei to question him. 1st Battalion Commander, why should those 5 rookies be able to participate in the selection process with us? They're obviously not even sergeants. I don't think they're qualified. I hear you. And indeed, I don't like them much either. Much less such behavior is cutting in line. At the sound, Fu Wei looked at the veteran in front of him, who was half a head taller than him, and his tone suddenly changed as he roared. But it's these 5 rookies you look down on that took only 36 minutes and 23 seconds to complete the same workout as you. And you, Ensign Veteran, took a full 59 minutes. So you tell me, which one of you is more ineligible for the draft? You. The veteran was dumbfounded by Fu Wei's 2 words. After stammering and uttering 2 sentences, he really didn't know how to answer Fu Wei's questioning. Solely holding his fire, he sat down again and recuperated and rested. Fu Wei and several other major battalion commanders left the crowd with only 3 minutes of rest. As soon as the time was up, several officers immediately blew their whistles and hissed, "All hands, assemble and prepare to rush to the next training site." Chi Tian and the others did not know what the next training location and subject would be. At this point, we can only leave our bags behind and run with the large force, at full speed, in the direction of the southeast. The more the crowd ran, the more they felt that the temperature around them was extremely elevated. Song Wei reached out and wiped away the beads of sweat on his forehead and spoke in confusion. What's this? It's the middle of September. Why is it still so hot? Don't waste your breath. Save your strength. Look at the expressions on the faces of those new recruits around us. I'm afraid this next level is not going to be easy. Chi Tian made a silent gesture at Song Wei as he ran. As soon as his words came out, the other 4, too, realized that something was wrong. As Chi Tian said this, those veterans in front of him looked too strange, and there were already quite a few people who had voluntarily stepped back, even to their rear, with a question in mind. Chi Tian and the others ran around a corner and finally saw the next item of training. It was a one-wood bridge about 30 meters long, surrounded by dozens of fire rings firmly set up, with flames rising and burning. Just by getting close to this ring of fire, the crowd felt a blazing wave coming at them. It burned them beyond words. The sudden increase in temperature that Song Wei had mentioned just now was thought to be unrelated to the ring of fire that completely surrounded the dugout. You have been given 2 days to build your hearts before, and today is the last day. If there are still people who are afraid to run over this one-way bridge, then, early tomorrow morning, he could pack his bags and report back to his original unit. As for the 5 losers added tonight, you will have no mental building time. Come on, let's see who, tonight, is the first to eat the crab. Fu Wei stood at the starting position of the one-way bridge, his voice at full volume, and let loose to the more than 300 veterans participating in the selection. This is also a courage special, but different from the tanker special. All the difficulties of this special training all converge on the participant alone. Like tanker training, just lie down on your stomach and stay still. It's the tanker driver who needs to operate. But this one, it's completely different. The shot brought by the blazing fire that was close to 30 meters was just too much. Add to that the fact that you have to be scorched by the heat the whole time, and the slightest fall from the canopies and your body is sure to be scalded hard once by the ring of fire. there is also a risk of crippling or even death if the burns hit vital areas such as the eyes and throat. This training, the difficulty of which had been since Chi Tian and the others, including the more than 300 veterans standing beside them, had enlisted in the army. One of the most dangerous and demanding tests of courage faced, beside Chi Tian, Lin Meng's scalp instantly became numb, and even his breathing began to become more and more rapid. There was no doubt that in this group of 5, his guts was the smallest one. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a serious blunder when facing the tanker training in the first place. At this moment, facing to the courage special training which was more dangerous than the tank car training, Lin Meng was from the bottom of his heart somewhat abashed. Gulp. Brother Tian, this sharp dagger regiment's people are forcing us to play with our lives. What are you afraid of? It's not just running a one-way trip through a ring of fire. Xiaolin, don't forget what we said on the way. The big deal is death, not being a coward anyway. Jiang Chang's eyes were firm, looking at the blazing fire without the slightest bit of timidity. The same look appeared on the faces of the other 3, Chi Tian in particular. On the way here, he was prepared to fight for everything just to stay in the sharpshooter amphibious unit. The Iron Fist Corps tilted all their resources in his favor. If he cowered today, then in the future, the Iron Fist Regiment would undoubtedly become a laughingstock in the sharpshooter amphibious force. Chi Tian would never allow such a thing to happen. First one. I'll do it. A loud bellow rang out from the back of the selection line. Hearing this commotion, all the veterans who had come to participate in the selection process subconsciously retreated to the sides, making way for a path. But when they got a good look, the one who came out of the line was the corporal who had been temporarily added in during the evening. The faces of these veterans couldn't help but become ugly in unison, especially the veteran who had questioned Chi Tian and the others earlier during the break. At this moment, he was in a position that was even further back than Chi Tian and the others could be. It was as if what he had said earlier had been a boomerang shot that hit him squarely in the face. Kid, you really do have a couple of skills. Come on, let me see how much weight you have. Fu Wei sneered and nodded his head at Chi Tian before moving aside from the starting area and signaling with his eyes. It's okay to land on the ground. Just go back to the starting point and start over. But you can't back up. Once you take half a step back, you'll be disqualified from the selection immediately. Understood. Lin Meng. Chi Tian nodded slightly and responded to Fu Wei after. Looking back at Lin Meng, who had always treated him like an idol for the past month, he droned in a proper voice. Brother, remember this, behind the warrior, there is no retreat. The cliffs are all before the cowards. I believe in you, and I believe in the others. We'll make it through. Let these veterans who look down on us know who the hell are the wimps. Chapter 45, Before Cowards, all cliffs are cliffs. As the words fell out, Chi Tian took a sharp breath and stepped onto the log bridge, charging straight across. After cutting down his hair and cleansing his marrow, Chi Tian's physical quality had already reached its true peak state. The words no weaknesses are an understatement. This training program that tests balance and courage, difficult for him, but definitely not great. Especially balancing this, the core balance of his body, I'm afraid, has come to the top level of the country. A one-way bridge like this one, built with planks of wood that don't wobble at all, is completely pedestrian. As for the blazing heat around him, Chi Tian even completely ignored it. The more you think about obstacles like these, the more your mind will magnify the fear indefinitely. The mental barrier can be completely overcome by actually punching it once. Behind the warrior, there is no retreat. Before the coward, there are all cliffs. In the crowd, Lin Meng looked at Chi Tian, who had disappeared rapidly into the flames, and muttered the words Chi Tian had just said under his breath. At this point he had come to his senses. Tonight, it was a matter of whether he would be a warrior or a coward. As a whistle sounded, it was announced that Chi Tian had successfully passed the examination. Lin Meng, don't let Tian down. My brothers are waiting for you at the finish line. Jiang Chong reached out and gave Lin Meng a light whack on the chest before striding towards the starting position and rushing Fu Wei. I'll take the second one. I grew up watching animals drill fire rings at the circus, and today, I'm going to try one. Help yourself. Fu Wei's face was still unreadable, and after rushing Jiang Chong with a cold snort, turning to look at the group of veterans in the rear, a strong hint of disappointment flashed quietly out of the corner of his eye. To be honest, he had expected that tonight, these veterans would be mentally prepared to go forward and complete the courage training, but the final result made Fu Wei feel his face burning. These veterans dare to claim that they are the best soldiers selected by each battalion? Even a 30-meter ring of fire is afraid to walk, and I'm afraid that when it comes to the first line of battle, I'm afraid that I'll be a limp noodle. On the other side, the sharpshooter amphibious unit, in the command room of the selection area, a colonel handed a cup of hot tea to Lang Changhua and said respectfully, Army Commander, I didn't expect that this Jingwu selection would have alarmed you. It seems that there are people in this batch that you are focusing on? This colonel's name is Nie Fei Hong. His military position is the head of the Sharp Dagger Amphibious Unit, and he is a real hand here. Zhu Shaotian followed right behind the two at this moment, not daring to utter a single breath. Obviously, even this battle-hardened deputy head of the group, after seeing a figure like Lang Qianghua, there was a surge of nervousness in all of them, and their palms were sweating quite a bit. Lang Qianghua sniffed, and without being polite, he nodded slightly and said, "I'll bring you 5 good seedlings from the Iron Fist Regiment's side. If they pass the selection, cultivate them well." Iron Fist Regiment? Nie Fei Hong's pupils were visibly stunned as he subconsciously muttered. Lang Qianghua noticed his unusual appearance at this moment and took a sip of his hot tea and asked rhetorically, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" "It's like this, Army Commander Lang. I've been, in fact, keeping an eye on the Iron Fist Regiment this year." Nie Fei Hong slowly sat down next to Lang Qianghua and fished out a group photo from the inside pocket of his shirt. "Back then, I had an old comrade who became a martyr when he unfortunately died in an operation to capture terrorists because he was protecting me. Since then, I've been keeping an eye on his family, and as far as I know, his son enlisted this year and is in the Iron Fist Regiment. It is reasonable to say that there are no slots in a formation like the Iron Fist Regiment, which trains in basic skills, to be able to send soldiers to our Sharpshooter Amphibious Unit. I have also been hesitant, when the son of an old comrade in arms grows up, how to pull into me, will not break the rules. I did not expect this year. You help me. You mean Jiang Weiping, right? I remember him. This soldier, tough enough." Without waiting for Nie Fei Hong to finish his sentence, Lang Qianghua directly opened his mouth to interrupt. "According to you, Jiang Weiping's son is a recruit in the Iron Fist Regiment this year? Old Nie, I won't lie to you. These 5 little guys I brought you this time, it's the new recruits of the Iron Fist Regiment, and one of them is surnamed Jiang Chong. Hiss, that's him, Army Commander. That's Jiang Chong." Upon hearing Jiang Chang's name, Nie Fei Hong's emotions became visibly agitated. "Army Commander, to be able to let you personally bring to the sharp knife, midway additions into the selection team. It seems that this child, Xiao Chong, is very capable. This kid rings a bell with me. One of the 3 gym students I brought in this time, very good in all kinds of military qualities. I didn't realize that there was such a layer of relationship. It's really a big waterfall. Look, this one in the surveillance that is running the fire circle. It's him." Lang Qianghua reached out and tapped on the surveillance video, and Nie Fei Hong immediately came over, carefully surveying the monitor. Jiang Chong, who was about to complete his special training in courage. "Sure enough, it's this kid. Good job, really good job. I wasn't wrong about him. Wei Ping, did you see this? This is your son. Fierce Na. Don't worry, when he passes the selection, I'll do my best to cultivate him so that he can take my place." At the end of the day, Nie Fei Hong, a hard-blooded man who has spent half his life on the battlefield, had a slightly reddened eye socket. That photo was kept in excellent condition by him and was sitting in front of the monitor at the moment. It seemed like he wanted to show his old comrades, who had died for him, just how great his son was doing. Under the watchful eyes of the two, Jiang Chong smoothly rushed across the log bridge and came to the finish line to meet up with Qi Tian. In the heat of the flames, he accomplished a breakthrough and overcame his inner obstacles. "Good job, Jiang Chong. Never be left behind by Brother Tian. I still want to follow you to the first line of battle." Qi Tian raised his hand and touched fists with Jiang Chong. Immediately afterward, the two of them looked across the room at the starting position unannounced, looking forward to seeing who would be the next person to come forward to be tested. Jiang Meng, Song Wei, or the slightly less courageous Lin Mang. "Brother Wei, Brother Meng, can you let me go on the third one? If we keep dragging this out, I'm afraid I'll really become a coward. I still want to train with you guys. I don't want to go back to my original unit." Lin Mang clenched his fists and said to Jiang Meng and Song Wei beside him. At the sound of their voices, both of them smiled and took a step back, nodding heavily to Lin Mang. "Go on, Tian and the others are waiting for you at the finish line. Don't let them down." 10 minutes later, the 6th man came to the starting position, lifted his breath, and stepped onto the canoe. And by this time, Qi Tian's 5 had all completed the examination, impressing all the veterans. The 5 of them didn't miss a beat, much less back down. What there is just a forward-looking stance, and a determination to die without fear. It was as if it was confirming the words Qi Tian had said to them before he set off. Behind the warrior, there is no retreat. Such a performance also completely gagged the yo-yos of veterans who had attended the 2 days of tryouts early on. It was clear to everyone at the moment that these 5 additions came in as new recruits. It's definitely not as simple as they think. Chapter 46, The Troublesome Operations of a Veteran Soldier. After this, the selection of this sharp amphibious unit is pretty much done, right? After the 5 stood at the finish line and smiled at each other, Song Wei followed and opened his mouth to mutter. At the sound, the other 3 didn't answer. Jiang Chong was the only one who shook his head at Songwei and smiled bitterly. Why? You're overthinking the sharpshooter amphibious force. It's too early to cross a one-way bridge and think it's over. Ha? It's still early? We still have to keep playing with our lives. It's almost 2 a.m. Can't people rest anymore? Songwei's expression sank, and the excitement that had just risen in his heart for not a moment dissipated for the most part immediately afterward. It was also at this moment that Lin Mang looked at Jiang Chong as if he had suddenly reacted to something. Brother Chong, how do you know there are still training subjects? We received the message to come here yesterday. I didn't see you talking to any veterans last night to learn about this regiment. This, truth be told, my father once served here. Even I did not expect to be able to be so coincidental. Not long after the enlistment, I also came here, Jiang Chong said as he looked behind him, at one of the tallest buildings of the sharpshooter amphibious force, his eyes reddening slightly, and his body beginning to shake slightly. The other three sniffed and visibly froze, especially Zhang Mang and Song Wei, who had been in contact with Jiang Chong for the longest time. The three of them were good friends in the gymnasium. They had agreed to come to the military together and had known each other for almost 4 years. Full stop. But it was in such a long period of time that they had never heard Jiang Chong talk about this matter at all. And what about Uncle now? Is he still in the sharp knives? If so, then Brother Chong, after we pass the examination, we'll have to rely on you more. Died, killed in the line of duty during an operation to capture terrorists in 03. I'm sorry, Brother Chong, I didn't mean to. Lin Mang obviously didn't expect Jiang Chong to have such a story on him. Knowing that he had revealed Jiang Chang's scar, he immediately opened his mouth to apologize. But without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Jiang Chong adjusted his emotions and turned to Lin Mang, shaking his head. I don't blame you. I've long since looked away. As the words fell out, Jiang Chong subconsciously looked at Chi Tian and said with a slight frown on his brow, Brother Tian, looking at your expression, it seems like you're not surprised at all by my birth. I guessed it long ago. What's so surprising? It's just that I didn't expect my uncle to be a martyr. I can only say, your Jiang family's tiger father has no son. Guess what? At this point, it was instead Jiang Chang's turn to freeze. After all, he could never remember saying anything about family to Chi Tian. Each man's file was even sealed at the regiment's headquarters from beginning to end, and the recruits never had a chance to look it over. Then where did Chi Tian learn about it? Noticing that Jiang Chong and the others were looking at him with curiosity, Chi Tian did not intend to sell himself short and responded bluntly. Do you remember the cat and mouse game we played back in the Iron Fist Corps? Back then you said something that I remember vividly. You said that in the past, the Iron Fist Regiment used to hold a game of cat and mouse with the recruits every year to kill them. But it's the first time a new recruit has held a veteran down and beat him up like this year. It's not hard to analyze your family background from that statement. Being able to find out how the Tekken Corps has done in previous cat and mouse games. To say that your family is not involved in the military would be to presume that you are a spy sent by an enemy country. Hiss. Brother Tin, I really want to open this brain of yours and see what's inside. I made a casual remark at the time, and you managed to surmise so much information. After hearing Chi Tian's answer, Jiang Chong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. He had never thought that he had unknowingly revealed such a serious breach. If I didn't say that you're great, Brother Tian, we'd all like to hang out with you. The title of New Soldier King, isn't it just a waste of time? Brother Tian, that's a ruthless man who made history. A few seconds later, Zhang Mang and Song Wei opened their mouths successively and let out a cry of surprise. It was also at that moment that the sixth veteran who had completed the special training on the one-way bridge passed by them. Hearing the duo's words, the veteran couldn't help but snort coldly. New king of soldiers? These days it's really all cats and dogs that have the nerve to add a soldier king appellation to themselves. A bunch of new recruits who haven't seen the world. When the words fell, the veteran did not give the two of them any time to react at all, pulling his legs out and leaving this courageous special training place. Looking at the veterans departing back, Zhang Mang's fire, which had just subsided for not long, flared up again. Turning his head to the major battalion commander next to him who was in charge of record keeping, Zhang Mang angrily shouted, "This major sir, so does the fact that the veterans leave directly after training mean that they get the night off? I've been holding a bellyful of fire, and I'm going to let him know why the flowers are so red today." The person who was asked by Zhang Mang was the commander of the 2nd Battalion of the Sharp Dagger Regiment, Shen Biao. He had long since noticed Chi Tian's 5 additional recruits that had come in. Only the selection of the 5 of them was handled by the commander of the 1st Battalion, Fu Wei. Therefore, Shen Biao did not intend to have any contact with the 5 people, and at this moment, he only casually answered, "Training isn't over for tonight, but you can follow him." The next exercise was 20 kilometers of all-terrain weighted cross-country. Those who have completed the Courage Special can go over early to rest. There is salt water there to replenish body salts. It's normal for you guys to not know since it's your first day, but remember to stay put. Our duty officers here are equipped with live ammunition, so if you wander off and cause any consequences, you'll be responsible for them. Holy, you didn't say anything earlier about such important news? I'm so thirsty here my throat is going to smoke. You guys didn't ask earlier, so get lost and don't interfere with my registration. The 2nd Battalion commander waved his hand at Zhang Mang and returned his attention to the examination, no longer bothering with him. Qi Tian saw that Zhang Mang's violent temper was about to flare up again, and after quickly stepping in to stop him, taking the 4 brothers with him, he pursued the steps of the veteran who had left early, the sharpshooter amphibious unit, worthy of being the fiercest reinforced regiment of our 386th Brigade, all-terrain weighted cross-country, and it's 20 kilometers. This intensity is placed in our Iron Fist regiment, which comes once a month at most. Looking at them, it's obvious that they've been screwing around a lot. It's hard to hang around here. I'm staying here no matter what, and I have reasons why I can't quit. The brothers will be with you, at least for this selection. All of us must pass. The 5 of them followed the veteran at a brisk pace while chatting idly about their upcoming training. After 7 turns, the veteran's figure reappeared in front of the eyes of several people. He was seen walking quickly to a bucket of water and slamming a few mouthfuls of salt water, and then looking around to make sure no one was paying attention to his side. He quietly slipped over to the area across from the buckets, where the sandbags were densely placed. From there, he casually picked up a sandbag, and brought the cutie inside, yanked a good portion of it out. Then as if nothing had happened, the sandbags were re-encapsulated and placed back in the sandbag pile, and on this sandbag, a small stone was placed as a marker. After seeing this scene clearly, the corners of Qi Tian's 5 people's mouths, all slightly arched upwards. Zhang Mang was even full of excitement as he moved his shoulders, letting out a burst of crisp sounds of bones colliding. After sneering, he walked out quickly. Hey, veteran, what the hell are you doing? Can't afford to play around. Sneaking weight off the sandbags, huh? Now your grandpa Zhang Mang is giving you a chance to confess your guilt. Stand still and take 2 punches from me. Otherwise, I'll immediately report what you've done to the selecting instructor. Would you believe it? Chapter 47, Live Fire, Walk or Die. Recruit, you and I have no grudges against each other. There's no need to make things worse. The veteran gazed straight at Zhang Mang, a flash of remorse flickering from the corner of his eye. If he had known that these new recruits had followed him here, then he wouldn't have done that kind of small action, no matter what he said. No offense? What? It's not the time you were just mouthing off about new recruits and cats and dogs? Zhang Mang walked quickly to the veteran and raised his sandbag-sized fist. Don't bull ****** me? Take 2 punches from me or quit the selection. Take your pick. I've waited for 3 whole years for this chance of selection. Just now I crossed the sea of fire. I was even ready to die. After paying so much, I mustn't miss out on this. Isn't it just 2 punches? Come on. As soon as the words left his mouth, the veteran puffed out his chest, his eyes staring straight at Zhang Mang. Zhang Mang was even less likely to be polite to him, and after shouting, he slammed his fist into the veteran's belly, sending him flying directly out. Put! It fell heavily to the ground, bile mixed with a few bits of blood spewing out of the veteran's mouth immediately afterward. His face instantly turned white, and even his lips were devoid of any semblance of color. How the hell did you train to be so strong? No comment, but the second punch will be waived. Seeing as you look like this, you won't be able to carry my second punch. Zhang Mang glanced at the veteran lying on the ground, obviously seriously injured. Getting up, he walked over to the brine bucket, not bothering with him again. Zhang Mang only wanted to teach this veteran a lesson, not really wanting to ruin his selection. A punch to get out of the air. That's all it takes. At this moment, Qi Tian and the others also walked out from the shadows. After the people had rehydrated, they sat down on the ground to replenish their energy so that they could cope with the next 20 kilometers of all-terrain weight-bearing cross-country. Just like what Pei Well said earlier, veterans who don't have the mental build-up tonight and still can't make it through the ring of fire will be declared completely out of the game. An hour later, 190 veterans converged to await arrangements. The remaining 100 or so had apparently packed up their bunks and set out on a drive back to their old unit. Congratulations to all of you who have crossed the barriers in your minds, but before we proceed with the weighted cross-country, I have one more veteran to fire. Class 4 Motzi, out of the line. 1st Battalion Commander Fu Wei stood at the front of the line and called out a veteran's name. In the next second, a veteran with a white face and in obviously poor condition stood up from the queue. His eyes hesitated and he reluctantly walked to Fu Wei. Battalion Commander, you can't fire me. I've been grinding hard for 3 whole years to be selected for your sharp amphibious unit. So what? Fu Wei glanced at Ma Zhe with a disdainful expression. My sharp dagger regiment will never need sneaky trash. Originally, you were the 6th to complete the courageous special training, and I still appreciated you. But what you've done since you've been here is too disappointing to me. Remove the sand from the sandbags and mark them with stones. Motzi, you're so capable. Why don't you go straight to the battlefield and unload the enemy's magazines while they're not looking, okay? Battalion commander, how did you know? The veteran's face snapped up, and he was just halfway through his sentence. Then he jerked his head and looked over towards Chi Tian's 5 people. It's you new recruits who leaked the information. Didn't we already agree that I can keep my secret if I take a punch from you guys? You dishonest bastards. I'll waste you. Asterisk 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 you. The 5 of us walk the walk and sit up straight. We don't care about the hooks you've done. Don't throw dirty water on us. Seeing Maja's red eyes about to charge over to his side, Zhang Meng directly got up, rolled up his sleeves, and assumed the starting stance of Xingyi Quan, getting ready for battle. It was also at this moment that the commander of the 1st Battalion, Fu Wei, directly pulled out his gun and pulled the trigger at Maja's feet without hesitation. Bang! The sound of the gunshot was followed by a flash of fire that bloomed at Maja's feet. The veterans who were originally raging and ready to find Zhang Meng in trouble immediately stopped and no longer dared to move forward by half. Motzi, I'm giving you your last 3 seconds. If you don't get out, your name will be on this year's accidental indicator report. A cold, emotionless, threatening voice was heard ringing out behind him. Motzi's fists were clenched so tightly that his nails were about to be embedded in his flesh. Brothers, all of you beware of these 5 new recruits. They are dishonest, and they do things by any means, without any rules, so beware. Opening his mouth to provoke a sentence, Maja didn't dare to hesitate, turning his body around and quickly running into the distance. Just now, Fu Wei had already proved with his own practical actions that he really dared to shoot at these soldiers participating in the selection process, and that it was live fire. Maja did not dare to use his own life as an attempt to challenge Fu Wei's bottom line, and could only unwillingly drink hate and leave. Witnessed Maisie walk away. Fu Wei at the front of the queue put away his pistol and waved his hand at the remaining 100 or so people. All of you came over to tie up the sandbags one after another, according to your performance in the last training element. Wrists, elbows, ankles, 6 sandbags in all, totaling 60 pounds. You can carry more. You can't carry less, and if I find a second sneaky one, I'll make sure you shed your skin without dying. Action! After Fu Wei shouted the last word, Chi Tian quickly moved up and tied 6 sandbags to his joints. But that's not all. Chi Tian clearly remembered that he had previously promised Fu Wei that he would make up for the training he had missed out on the previous 2 days. So he picked up 2 more sandbags and clutched them tightly in his hands. A total of 8 sandbags, 80 pounds of weight, were loaded on Chi Tian's body and came to stand in front of the queue. It was important to know that Chi Tian's own weight was just 140 pounds or so. The 8 sandbags had been quite a bit more than half his body weight. At this moment, just walking forward, Chi Tian felt that his body was incomparably heavy and very uncomfortable. Zhang Chong was second in line and also followed Chi Tian's example, loading 80 pounds of weight onto his body. The next Lin Meng, Song Wei, and Zhang Meng, all did as they were told and put 8 sandbags on their bodies. Noticing the movements of the 5, Fu Wei couldn't help but nod his head gently, secretly praising a few words in his heart. Although these 5 new recruits have been in the army for a relatively short period of time, but they grew military blood, military bones and temperament, and Fu Wei was still very satisfied. As for what happened to Maja just now, naturally it wasn't that they secretly tipped off the others. Instead, it was in a corner completely unnoticed by the crowd. There were countless surveillance cameras hidden, recording what Motzi was doing. When the last person finished the weight preparation, Fu Wei led the crowd to a mud pool and drank in a proper voice. For the half-marathon all-terrain weighted cross-country, you'll need to run through a mud puddle, through the woods, and up a small hill. Get the number from 2nd Battalion Commander Shin Biao at the top of the hill, then turn around and run back here. Various obstacles and tortures await you during this period. As for the time, let's make it 150 minutes. Anyone who exceeds this time, or returns without a number, is counted as eliminated. Of course, in the meantime, if you don't see eye to eye with each other, you can still go out and beat each other up and grab each other's numbers. Don't worry, there's no penalty for doing this. I'll pretend I didn't see it. Just make sure you get back on time. The rules are declared over and the clock. It's official. Chapter 48, Using Rules Wisely, that's called wisdom. I'm Brown. This 1st Battalion commander is trying to trick us. T-on, run. As soon as Fu Wei's words fell, Lin Meng, who was in the 3rd place, directly transformed into a cheetah and violently leapt out of the group. Despite carrying 80 pounds of weight on his back, Lin Meng traversed this quagmire at an extremely fast speed. In just the blink of an eye, he lunged forward nearly 2 meters. Don't forget, before Maja left, he could have also provoked the relationship between all the veterans who participated in the selection process, and Chi Tian's 5. Among them, there was no shortage of people who were on excellent terms with him, even from the same unit. Together with what Fu Wei had said just now, one didn't need to think about it to know what kind of dilemma the crowd was going to face next. definitely being chased like a street rat and targeted by these veterans. Chi Tian and the others were similarly not slow to react. With Lin Mang as their leader, the 5 of them didn't have the slightest intention of saving their strength and desperately charged forward. It took less than half a minute to put a small distance between him and the crowds of veterans behind him. Son of a 1st Battalion commander, when I settle down in the sharpshooter regiment, I'll have to beat him to death. Zhang Meng seemed to have been out of excessive anger. Not paying attention as he spoke, he slammed his foot into a mud puddle, splashing quite a bit of mud into his mouth. Chi Tian sniffed, and while pulling his arm forward, he opened his mouth and responded, "Don't talk nonsense, save your strength. You already have 80 pounds of weight on you. After crossing this mud puddle, there must still be a lot of mud on our bodies, and we won't be able to finish the run without conserving our energy." Upon hearing Chi Tian's reminder, the other 4 collectively shut their mouths and tried to do everything they could to retain their stamina and sprint forward. The mud puddle wasn't that big, and in a few minutes the 5 were the first to leap onto the bank, and by this time, the training uniforms they were wearing were completely covered with mud. The foul-smelling mud just hung on the crowd, increasing their already high 80-pound load once again in number. Through the mud puddle, you don't reach the woods directly. In between, there's a big, spacious stretch of road to run. The 5 of them looked at each other, and after hitting the air, they drew their legs and rushed forward, not daring to stop for a moment. Behind them, there could be veterans like wolves and tigers, staring hard at them. If these veterans were to catch them, even if the 5 of them were capable of fighting, they would surely be beaten up severely. At that point, the difficulty of completing the selection would be no different than finding a needle in a haystack. Inside the selection area command room, through the surveillance, he looked at Chi Tian and the others who were on fire in the open space. Nie Fei Hong couldn't help but open his mouth with a smile and joked to Leng Xianghua, "Army commander, these brats you brought are all good in their abilities, but the heart is still too far from a veteran like Fu Wei, and a single word from Fu Wei can make them instantly become the target of all veterans." Upon hearing this, Leng Xianghua smiled and looked at Nie Fei Hong as he opened his mouth to respond. "Once upon a time, I thought the same as you, thinking that these 5 brats weren't city-minded enough. But today, on the way here, something happened that made me completely change my mind about them, or to be precise, about the kid who led them, Lao Nia. I advise you not to underestimate him, to get a personal 3rd-class merit on the 2nd day of a new recruit. This kid, he's definitely not something to be trifled with. Really, then I'm really looking forward to it more and more. 3rd Battalion Commander, it's your turn to fight, don't be soft." Nie Fei Hong's second sentence was directed at the 3rd Battalion Commander on the other end of the intercom. The next second, a Roger came over the intercom, and the spacious main road in the screen suddenly flashed with 2 eye-catching lights. "I'm Brown. What the hell? Why is there a car hiding on the side of the road, right in the center of the main road?" Zhang Meng's eyes were shaken by the sudden light and he couldn't help but spit out a curse. But the moment his words fell, the lights on the left and right side suddenly disappeared. Immediately following the appearance were several jets of water with extreme pressure and great splashes. It was as if this water column was loaded with localization, rushing straight towards Chi Tian's 5 people. No matter how they dodged, they couldn't escape the effects of these water columns, even forcing them to open their eyes, unable to see the road ahead clearly. "Brothers, listen to me. Speed up and rush over. I don't believe they can still toss us around with high-pressure water guns on the outskirts of the woods." Jiang Chong roared angrily, and as the words fell, he was about to force his way through the water gun spraying area. But at that moment, Chi Tian suddenly shot out and pulled Jiang Chang's wrist, and at the same time, hissed and opened his mouth. "Don't rush yet. Let's wait here for a while. When the mud on our bodies is rinsed off by the water gun, then we'll run forward." "I can't, Tian. If we wait any longer, those veterans will catch up. Don't worry, as soon as they come into contact with the mud, they won't be able to sprint forward at full speed. In case they fall or break their feet by exerting too much force, it will affect their test results. These veterans really don't like us and want to clean us up, but they would never let the 5 of us affect the selection they've been preparing for so long." By the time they got closer than a meter or so away, the mud on us had pretty much washed away. "We'll be so relaxed that even Bolt, with all his mud, won't be able to race us." As soon as Chi Tian uttered these words, the 4 instantly comprehended the true meaning of his move. Solely each began to rotate in place 360 degrees, utilizing the oncoming jets of water to rinse the mud off their bodies. "Army commander, leading this kid to find such a loophole is a talent." Nie Fei Hong, who was sitting in front of the monitor and paying attention the entire time, saw Chi Tian and the others operate. Giving a thumbs up to Leng Xianghua, he opened his mouth in surprise. In the past, those who participated in the selection were all desperate to rush forward, fearing that the ground is getting slippery and affecting his performance. To him, like this is indeed the first time in years. Reasonably find, and take advantage of, any conditions within the rules that are favorable to you. This kid, Chi Tian is acting as smart as ever. Lang Changhua smiled and nodded in response. After the words fell, he stood up, moved his shoulders, and headed outside the surveillance room. As he walked, he also shouted, "Deputy Chief Shu, it's hard for you to make the trip. Take me to my dormitory. I'm tired and need to rest." "Commander, you're not going to continue watching? This is the last drill of the night. Aren't you curious who will come out on top?" The fact that Chi Tian and the others were able to make it this far means that it's impossible for those veterans behind them to catch up with them anymore. "I've seen enough tonight, and it's a waste of time to look any further. Go away. I'm tired." "Yes." Hearing Lang Changhua's response, Zhu Xiaotian quickly got up and sent Lang Changhua to the dormitory to rest. Before parting, he also thoughtfully prepared hot water and towels for Lang Changhua to wash up. Such conditions are undoubtedly very humble, but in this selection area, these were already the limits of what Zhu Xiaotian could do. As for the head of the group, Nie Fei Hong, the more he watched, the more addicted he became, and the more he looked forward to the performance of Chi Tian and the others. Sojourner continued to watch from the surveillance room, prepare to personally verify whether Lang Changhua's deduction is correct or not. 2 minutes later, the veterans in the selection process quickly caught up, seeing that it was about to draw closer to the relationship with the Chi Tian few. Just then, Chi Tian gave an order, and then took the lead to move, effortlessly passing through the high-pressure water gun's rushing area. The other four were also poised, not lagging behind Chi Tian by much distance, easily charging into the woods, once again leaving the veterans behind. Pop! As Lin Nang landed on his feet, he was in the middle of the woods. A flying forward lunge. The veteran who tried to grab him by the collar fell heavily to the ground in a dogfighting display, as he was covered in slippery mud. After the fall, he was still being hosed down by the water gun for a dozen meters or so backward. The most crucial thing was that in the process of his rapid retreat, because of his violent struggle, it also caused many veterans following him to fall down along with him, and the line instantly turned into a state of chaos. The 5 Chi Tian people, on the other hand, took advantage of this opportunity. Thoroughly shaking off the veterans, he ran at full speed toward the hill beyond the other side of the woods. They were unencumbered and covered in mud that was washed away by the water gun, not to mention, all the fatigue from a busy night was bared away. The 5 of them were on fire, and in less than an hour, they arrived at the hilltop location and met the 2nd Battalion commander, Shen Biao, whom they had previously met. "Egu, I'm Brown. Today it's actually you 5 new recruits who ran over here first. You really do have 2 brushes, huh? That's not right. Where's the mud on you guys? This time I'll be kind and give you 5 boys a reminder. If you come to the top of the hill in violation of the law and look for me to get your number, even if you can run back, your results will be invalidated just the same. Understand? Che, 2nd Battalion Commander, who are you looking down on? I won't ask you for an Italian cannon. Hurry up and get us a number. Don't ink." Chapter 49, the early morning hours can be considered the end. Shen Biao was very upset with Zhang Mang's attitude towards him, but the rules were set by the head of the group, Nie Fei Hong, after all, and his old man must be in the command room right now, watching what's going on over here. 5 new recruits, able to reach the top of the mountain in 1 hour and 18 minutes, shaking off all the veterans. This achievement was already quite an outstanding existence, and it was impossible for Nie Fei Hong to be dissatisfied. It's possible that at this moment, his old man is in the command room applauding and cheering for these 5 new recruits. Thinking of this, Shen Biao could only pretend that he hadn't heard anything. Taking out 5 numbered strips from his pocket, he threw them into Zhang Mang's palm. "Tuck it in. If you accidentally lose it, you'll have to go back and get the hell out just the same. I won't trouble your old man with that. Brothers, withdraw." Zhang Mang collected the note and followed Chi Tian as he ran down the mountain from the side path. It is said that it is easy to go up a mountain but hard to come down, and this is a truth that only counts when you are climbing a high mountain. Right now Chi Tian and the others were only climbing a small mountain that was only 12 kilometers in length. When descending the mountain, the crowd was directly on fire, running and sprinting furiously, and in only 10 minutes out, they rushed to the foot of the mountain, and by this time, there were still quite a few veterans making their way to the top of the hill one after another. With a wave of his hand, Chi Tian called out to stop the 4 brothers behind him and said in a cold voice, "There's no rush to return first. Rest in place for a moment. The allotted time is 150 minutes, or 2.5 hours. We've now spent an hour and a half at most, and with an hour left, running 4 kilometers back will not be difficult for us." If he showed up at this time, he would most likely become the target of retaliation from some veterans who knew that he was not strong enough and was ready to give up on the selection of veterans. When Maja left earlier, I felt at least 20 eyes with hostile intent looking our way. We must not act rashly right now. Brother Sky's deployments have never been wrong. The brothers trust you. Song Wei pulled Jiang Chong to sit on his butt on the ground, and the 2 of them rested quietly with their backs to each other. The same goes for Zhang Mang and Lin Mang. The four had long been used to doing things at Qi Tian's command. Right now, with Qi Tian keeping an eye on those veterans, they naturally wouldn't be polite with Qi Tian. You don't call me Tian for nothing. It's just that the temperature difference between morning and evening in this seaside city of Jiangnan is really a bit big. The four hadn't been seated for a while when they felt a gust of evening breeze burrow into their sleeves. The four who were originally a bit tired and sleepy were violently forced to wake up. I don't know what the dormitory environment is like in this selection area, whether there are thick quilts to cover them or not. It's almost dawn. These amphibious force lunatics are really torturing people. Lin Mang shivered and opened his mouth to mutter a few words before suddenly turning back and looking at Zhang Chong, who was on the side. Ashen, you know this place pretty well. Tell us where we can stay at night. Is there hot water or something? I'm just knowledgeable about the training here. As for the resting environment, I never cared. It's not like I'm here on vacation. Zhang Chong glanced at Lin Mang without any good humor and was just about to open his mouth to say something else. They saw Qi Tian, who was staring at the intersection, suddenly waving his hand and bellowing at them. The veterans are going up the mountain. Retreat. Yes. The four of them got up at the same time and followed Qi Tian as he rushed out of the path, running wildly at full speed on the endless main road. Only the last 4 kilometers remained before they finished their all-terrain weighted cross-country. And the time? Almost 40 minutes to go. With a completely abundant amount of time. Even if the four of them were carrying an extremely large amount of weight on their bodies, it would be no difficulty at all to accomplish it. These 5 boys, they have a lot of heart. Inside the command room, Nie Feihong looked at the 5 Qi Tian people in the surveillance screen and slightly surprised Zhu Xiaotian, the deputy head of the group beside him, especially the leading one. Descending the hill unexpectedly did not rush back to the finish line to rest, but instead was catatonic at the intersection. The military commander is indeed accurate enough to see people, but with just the 5 of them, it was still too difficult to complete the test with the veterans targeting them. It was said that this final level could exhaust the physical strength of all the selectors and was their absolute nightmare. But in my eyes, it's the absolute test of one's abilities when you end this training and actually rest. Let's just see how these 5 boys perform when the time comes. It's a fool's errand to think of completing the test comfortably in my sharp dagger regiment. For the first 2 days of the selection, the beds were occupied by those animals from the tigers. They hugged the group so tightly that whoever dared to move one of them, the other few would immediately rush up and join hands to drive them away. But tonight, that definitely had to change. Let's see if the iron fists of the 5 of them are hard enough, or if the fangs of those tigers are sharper. Zhu Xiaotian followed and opened his mouth to echo a sentence, and on his face, the same look of slight surprise flashed across. It was only when this last test was over that the point of view of the selection truly arrived. 20 minutes later, carrying 80 pounds of weight each, the 5 Qi Tian men ran back to the finish line ahead of all the veterans and reported to Qi Tian. Zhang Mang took out 5 notes from his pocket and handed them to Fu Wei. Great! 20 pounds of extra weight to carry in a time that ties the fastest time the veterans trained in the first 2 days. I have to admit, you 5 new recruits aren't as much of a loser as I thought you were. There's a shed 200 meters away, at 4 o'clock, where there's dinner and beds for you. So get out. I'm Brown. It's finally over. Hearing Fu Wei's order, Zhang Mang directly collapsed to the ground, swinging his body into a large shape, itching to sleep directly here. They had been traveling all the way since yesterday morning, and their bodies were already on the verge of exhaustion and weariness. It was so hard to get to the sharp end, and then to come in all night to have such a good pull. It looked like it was almost dawn. It was impossible for Zhang Mang and the others to say that they would not collapse, but even if I were to break down again, I couldn't sleep here. Sleeping in front of a soggy early morning mud puddle can catch a wind chill if you're not careful. At that time, the individual combat power is greatly reduced, not to mention that it will also affect this selection. This truth was well known to the 5. Zhang Mang just lay on the ground for a few moments before rushing to the side to unload the sandbags. After organizing and returning to his position, he rushed towards the designated place that Fu Wei had just spoken about, and ran wildly at full speed. Come to the designated area and walk into the shed. Qi Tian then saw 2 large iron passes, placed on the left and right sides of the doorway. The iron pass on the left contained dozens of pitch black buns. Couldn't tell what it was made of, but could determine that it certainly didn't have anything to do with white flour. The other iron bucket, which contained such a bucket of stuff that was already completely cold, with ice floating on top of it, and soup that didn't look like soup, and vegetables that didn't look like vegetables. Qi Tian picked up a few steamed buns in his hand and threw them to the 4 people beside him. Uncertain of the time of the next resupply, eat as much as you can now, all of it openly, don't be polite to them. Brother Tian, it looks like the number of steamed buns are set, we eat more, will the veterans behind us not? Lin Mang, is your kid's head kicked by a donkey? Lin Mang was just halfway through his sentence when Zhang Mang's big hand gently stroked the back of his neck. Pop, Let's not talk about whether or not all of those veterans will be able to do the job. Even if they can all finish, right now we're still in a rivalry. Kindness to your opponent is cruelty to yourself. Understand? Furthermore, in the selection area, the strongest are honored. And if they feel hungry, feel free to drop out of the draft. We're not stopping you. Eat. After saying that, Zhang Mang picked up a black steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth in one bite, as if he was going to give Lin Mang a demonstration. But the next second, a sound of teeth being chipped exploded in the ears of the five immediately afterward. K-bar. Ouch, I'm brown. Chapter 50, Desperate Torture in the Selection Zone. What the hell is this? A bun made of iron? Zhang Mang spat out half of the broken teeth in his mouth and pinched the remaining half of the steamed bun in his hand. It was found that even a hand like his, which had been practicing martial arts since childhood and had great strength, was only able to slightly press the steamed bun into some curvature, rather than food. This would be more appropriately described as a grip. After all, this stuff really hones the strength in your hands. It can even be used for self-defense at critical moments. You, on the other hand, Songwei just took a shallow taste of the soup and vegetables in the bucket, just straight up dry heaving out. His face turned a white color. If the steamed bun in Zhang Mang's hand could be used as a weapon, then this stabbing soup dish in front of him was the purest form of dark cuisine. Sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, salty and smelly. 6 different flavors can almost be tasted from this soup dish. Bah! This soup and vegetables are rancid. The same flavor as the bean juice. Give the dogs, don't even eat the things. Let us eat. This sharp knife regiment people are having some kind of perverted fetish? Not a chance. I've heard of a type of person who just loves to eat all those weird, disgusting things called what? Estophagy. Lin Mang followed closely with an echoing voice, and then as if he disliked the soup dish very much, he also took a few steps back violently in the opposite direction. Ha ha ha, these brats, they're really good at describing it. The xenophagy is out. Inside the command room, listening to the talking sounds coming out of the monitor in front of them directly made Nie Feihong and Zhu Xiaotian laugh on the spot. Old Zhu, or you will play this year this steamed bread, buckwheat noodles special, did not put yeast, did not knead and did not wake up, casually added a little tap water to make steamed buns look like directly steamed out, and in the cafeteria under the stove press for some days. Not only can you rule those veteran soldiers into submission, but even the new recruits, they'll suffer just the same. Chief, compared to your operation of plucking out leftovers from slop buckets and adding some soup, and then taking them out as vegetable soup after boiling them and throwing them into the freezer to chill them into icy lumps, my steamed buns are really nothing. Xenophagus. In fact, I kind of approve of the words of this bunch of stinky brats. Nie Feihong sniffed, smiled and glanced at Zhu Xiaotian, and after giving the other party a look that you and I are not on par with each other, his expression changed slightly and he let out a long sigh. Let's see if they can eat. If they can get through this, at least they won't have to pay with their lives for the scarcity of food on the frontline battlefields in the future. Inside the shed, Shi Tian saw that all 4 of his brothers were turning their noses up at the 2 foods, immediately changed to a serious expression. To the crowd scolded, do not freeze, throw the steamed buns in the slop bucket, soak it up and eat it, and each man must eat 2 buns tonight. That's an order. To be honest, Shi Tian heartily didn't want to use slop bucket to describe this bowl of soup and vegetables. After all, the name alone makes you lose your appetite, but he really didn't know what to call this thing at the moment. Solely and stiffly, he took the initiative to throw in the 2 black buns. Prepare to use the barrel of weird soup to soften it up and force it down your gullet. Shi Tian knew that he had to set an example now. If even he didn't eat it, then tonight, these 2 foods would have to be boycotted to the end by Zhang Mang and the others. I'm afraid, forcing yourself to wait for the next food resupply is no different than ending this selection for yourself. As Jiang Chong had said before, each of them had reasons why they couldn't quit. A dozen or so breaths later, Shi Tian was seen pulling out a piece of soggy steamed bun from the bucket and putting it into his mouth, pinching his nose and chewing it in a big gulp. Songwei's brows furrowed as he opened his mouth to warn, Brother Tian, it's not so bad. Do you really want to eat this? It'll kill you. I told you. Everyone eats at least 2 buns. That's an order. Shi Tian's face crossed, revealing a serious look that he had never seen before. Seeing this, Jiang Chong took a deep breath and nodded his head in agreement. All right, brothers, listen to Brother Tian. Eat, brown, eat and see, die and count. I don't believe this sharp knife regiment really dares to play old me alive. Eat. Chiming in, Zhang Mang didn't care if Song Wei and Lin Mang answered or not. Counting their share directly, they dropped the 8 buns into a bucket to soak, and by this time, Shi Tian had already pinched his nose and swallowed the 2 buckwheat steamed buns hard into his stomach. A feeling of revulsion that could not be described in words kept hitting Shi Tian's consciousness, but he just held it hard, over and over again, to keep that revulsion down. 10 minutes later, Zhang Meng's 4 people each ate 2 strange flavored steamed buns, then they looked at each other. Both saw a despair they had never seen before on each other's faces, especially Song Wei and Lin Mang. At this moment, the knots in their throats were still squirming. If Chi Tian hadn't opened his mouth just now to remind the duo to never spit out the food, I'm afraid the duo have rushed out of the shed and emptied their stomachs of their stock. Brother Tian, there are only 7 beds in this shed, and the rest are all straw mats. Jiang Chong glanced inside the shed, and then opened his mouth to ask Chi Tian next. If we take up 5 beds at once, the veterans won't agree. I know. Let's put the 3 innermost beds together and squeeze everyone in. As for the 4 beds left leaning out, let the veterans grab them. There are only so many resources. We can't have them all or none. As the words fell, Chi Tian quickly got up and led Jiang Mang and Jiang Chong inside to spell out the bed. As for Song Wei and Lin Mang, they were still sitting in the doorway at this time, forcibly digesting the discomfort in their hearts. 3 single beds put together to accommodate 5 people sleeping on them is definitely very crowded. Even the 5 Chi Tian people could only rest on their sides. Otherwise, one of them would have to be squeezed off. In normal times, it would have been impossible for the 5 to sleep in such an environment, but last night's all-night training had almost drained their essence. At the moment, just as soon as he touched the bed, 5 earth-shattering snores slammed out from the innermost part of the shed. Brother Feng, I knew these 5 recruits wouldn't be good enough to rest on straw mats. They took up 3 beds. What do you say? It was also not long after the 5 had fallen asleep. 6 well-built and generally slightly older veterans then walked into the shed one after the other. Hearing his comrade's inquiry, the leader glanced at Chi Tian and the others, his voice hoarse. Let's eat first, and when we're full, let's get these new recruits out of bed. Of these 7 beds, the tigers, must have 6, no one else. Okay, guys, action. These 6 veterans had already suffered 2 days of slop. It was already known that these 2 items were their only source of food during the selection period. At this moment, it was also in accordance with Chi Tian and the others' previous operation that way. Soften the buns with slop, pinch your nose and gulp them into your mouth. And that's when one by one, more veterans finished their weighted cross-country and came back to rest on this side of the shed. Seeing the 6 people with fiery faces, sitting at the doorway and wolfing down their food, with their gazes still dead set on Chi Tian and the others inside the shed, their faces were all hooked into a smile that had a good show in store for them. The Mighty Tiger Regiment is the 2nd Reinforced Regiment under the 386th Brigade's Sharp Dagger Regiment, and every single one of them is an expert. This year, these 6 veterans sent to the selection, but also the elite of the elite, each one is able to defeat the existence of one against many. The 6 people with the cooperation, but also the pressure force is infinite. The image of the first night when they froze and teamed up to crush the dozens of veterans who came up to pick a fight and beat them up is still fresh in my mind. Right now these 5 new recruits who don't know how to die dare to occupy the beds of these 6 tigers. There will definitely be no good fruit for them to eat in a while. Who says it isn't? New recruits who don't know anything, really think that if they run fast, they'll get a bed to sleep in? Oh, I've heard that among these 6 tigers, the one with a scar on his face is from Maja's hometown. Tonight, we're only responsible for watching and eating. The veterans who came back one after another did not hide their thoughts and minds from watching the fun, and sat on the straw mats and whispered, and those 6 veterans of the tigers ignored the others' comments. Arguing, in their eyes, is just the weakest means of resistance. Their target was only Chi Tian and the others who were sound asleep and snoring loudly. Brothers, eat and drink. It's time to work. Under the watchful eyes of dozens of veterans, one of the tallest men in the tigers slowly got up and walked straight to the innermost part of the shed. Seeing this, the other 5 quickly moved to follow, their fists clenched. The visitor was not good. Chapter 51, on playing for keeps. Try. The most exciting moment is finally coming. Those 6 tigers are the best group of men sent by the 2nd Reinforced Regiment of Tigers in recent years. All of them have a bit of a soldier's air about them, but they do have a good combination of individual abilities. A first-line troop like our Sharp Knives doesn't have too many rules and regulations, and is honored by its strength. Even if the 5 new recruits brought in by Army Chief Ling are strong, I am afraid that they will still be strong tonight. Inside the command room, Nie Fei Hong and Zhu Xiaotian, the 2 headmasters, looked at the monitoring screen in front of them and opened their mouths successively, saying with slight anticipation, and at that moment, the 6 tigers in the picture had come to stand behind Chi Tian and the others. Of the 6, a veteran with a scar on his face raised his fist at Chi Tian, who was sleeping on the very outside. He smashed down without hesitation, not the slightest hint of a greeting. The other 5 didn't stop them. It seemed that they had long been accustomed to this brutal and overbearing, resource-grabbing approach. Bang! Seeing that the sandbag-sized fist was about to smash on Chi Tian's head, Chi Tian, who had originally been snoring loudly and drifting off to sleep, actually made a sudden move and clenched the scar veteran's fist tightly. The force was so great that it crunched the veteran's fist. Kid, You weren't asleep? The scarred veteran's face crossed and he waved his other fist, smashing it into Chi Tian's heart. Asleep, but also always on guard against you. And I was waiting for this. The words exit at the same time. Chi Tian's left hand ghosted out a sharpened wooden splinter from the comforter and lightning fast pressed it against the veteran's neck. It was a note that had come to him on the spur of the moment when he had put 3 single beds together earlier. Chi Tian was already good at utilizing whatever he could at the moment to help him complete the selection. Then this wooden bed, naturally, is among the available ones. Together. Seeing this, the burly and strong man in the lead gave an order for the other 4 to spread out and form an encirclement around Chi Tian and the others. Zhang Mang and the others who had long been prepared for battle quickly rolled over and got out of bed, their eyes glaring like bronze bells as they stared at the veteran in front of them. In terms of numbers, we can't beat you, but in terms of playing dead, try. The fire that Zhang Mang had held back all night completely exploded at this moment. The sound of the first person in the ancient martial arts of the East Sea Physical Education Academy even shook the 4 veterans in front of them to the point where they collectively stood in place, not daring to take half a step forward again. Lin Meng, Jiang Chong and Song Wei simultaneously aimed their spears at the leading one of these 6 tigers. Once the battle broke out, the 3 would fight for their lives, rushing up to lay their hands on the leader. It was a tacit understanding that the 5 had cultivated over a month of grueling training, with Chi Tian taking the lead, Zhang Mang in charge of frontal suppression, and the last 3, capturing the thief. Kid, I don't believe you really dare to stab me with that wooden stick, trying to scare your grandpa Lu with this crap. Do your spring and autumn dream. The 11 men in the shed leaning in were on fire, each with their own. The scarred veteran who was controlled by Chi Tian even opened his mouth, questioning Chi Tian at the same time, slipping his neck forward. He just pressed it against the spikes of the wooden stick in Chi Tian's hand. You're right. I wouldn't dare to actually stab you, but I dare to use the stick on your leg. As the words fell, Chi Tian's hand that was clutching the wooden stick suddenly flashed downwards, placing the spikes against the scar veteran's calf in a smooth manner. A hit like that won't do serious damage to your body, but ruining your selection won't be a problem. As for a few of us, the big deal was to call for surrender in time to announce our withdrawal from the selection process. We're all new recruits anyway. We'll have plenty of chances in the future. But what about you, veteran? Do you still have a chance? Speaking here, Chi Tian suddenly changed his words. Song Wei, Jiang Chong, Lin Meng, you 3 listen to me clearly. Once the fight starts, I'll be in charge of scrapping the veteran, and you 3 put your best foot forward to scrap the man they're leading. As for Zhang Meng, try to hold the remaining 4 down for me. Even if you can't ruin their selection, you mustn't let these 4 veterans have a good time. Don't these veterans want to make things happen? Fine, then let's all stay alive and see who has the capital to make a trip to the sharp end later. Understood, Brother Sky. Listening to Chi Tian's stern, domineering command, the 4 of them opened their mouths in unison in response. Zhang Meng even ripped open the collar of his training uniform, revealing his absolutely full, solid muscles as he looked toward the few veterans in front of him. There is a fierce aura of bravery, but you do not live well. The 6-headed tiger also obviously didn't expect these 5 new recruits to be such hardened stalwarts. For a while, they didn't dare to take half a step forward. As Chi Tian had just said, they no longer had the chance to participate in the next selection. If they don't pass the sharpshooter amphibious unit this time, that's even if it's next year, when these 6 will be facing discharge en masse. Go gamble with 5 recruits with your military career. They really can't afford to gamble. And Chi Tian had precisely eaten through the concerns they had in mind. That's why, at this moment, he dared to lead 4 new recruits and call the shots of 6 elite veterans who came out from the reinforced regiment. Boss, how to fix it? The brothers listen to you. The veteran whose calf was pressed hard against the spikes of the wooden stick blushed hard and gulped as he asked the headman behind him, but without waiting for their leader to take the initiative to open his mouth in response. Chi Tian snatched a step ahead of them and rushed the other party to show his attitude. 7 beds. We only want the 3 innermost ones, and you can have the remaining 4. It's true that you can no longer sleep in 1 bed each as you did before. You can put together 4 beds for the 6 of you without any problem. We have already saved your face. If you have to make a desperate gamble, then we have to go through with it. Whether it's war or peace, give a quick word. District recruits, dare to call out to our Jinxiang. Count yourselves as having guts. A few breaths later, the head of the Manticore regiment's brow quietly loosened, only to see him staring straight at Chi Tian with both eyes. He said word for word, remember my name. If the 5 of you do end up passing the selection of the sharpshooter, I promise, I'll make you feel what a tiger can do when it's angry. Brothers, retreat. As soon as Fang Jinxiang's words fell, he directly turned his body around and walked towards the wooden bed outside. Obviously, he was agreeing to the conditions proposed by Chi Tian, or perhaps he didn't want to, and didn't dare to use what little military career he had left to bet against Chi Tian and the others. He really can't afford to gamble. The other 5 veterans of the mighty Tiger Regiment, upon hearing Fong Jinxiang's order, quickly stepped back a few meters. It continued until it was at an absolutely safe distance from Chi Tian and the others. It was only then that a few people followed Chi Tian's maneuvers and put together the remaining 4 wooden beds and lay down on them to rest. The other side. The other veterans guarding the straw mat had been completely dumbfounded by Chi Tian and the others' maneuvers. Didn't even move their hands, just by a few words. They really bluffed these 6 tigers. Brown. These 5 new recruits. Bull. Fong Jinxiang is the fierce Tiger Regiment's notorious violent temper. I didn't expect that today he actually bowed his head to 5 new recruits. It's kind of a strange story. Why do you think we didn't think of using this kind of betting against each other to force Fong Jinxiang to not dare to come forward and make a move? Nonsense. The veterans who came with you have long been eliminated clean. You don't have the capital that others have. What's more, brother, don't forget, you're a veteran too. Do you think if you threaten Fong Jinxiang with that set of words, he'll give a damn about you? Originally the number of places for the selection was small. Now there are 5 new recruits with a bright brain and good hands. This year, this selection, I am considered to be a loss. For a while, inside the shed, there was a lot of talk and a lot of talking. And that's when the 2 officers who were watching the whole thing from the surveillance room. The face, too, was wonderful to the core. Chapter 52, have a marathon to help with the fun. It's really true that the old saying goes, the soft ones are afraid of the hard ones, the hard ones are afraid of the horizontal ones, and the horizontal ones are afraid of those who don't want to die. This Chi Tian, he really is as wise and brave as the military commander said. To think of using this kind of betting against each other to force Fong Jinxiang to stop. Xu Xiaotian couldn't help but applaud, as if he was convinced by Chi Tian's maneuver. But Nye Fei Hong, who was on the side, clearly saw more details. The color of appreciation that flowed from his eyes was a few points more than Xu Xiaotian. Old Xu, you still haven't read all of Chi Tian's mind all the way through. This kid, he's far too shrewd than you can imagine. The chief is saying that they chose to lean in and give up the 4 beds outside. I think, which is something I can actually see. Use the 6 tigers of the mighty Tiger Regiment as a shield to keep them out, and completely cut off those veterans from ever coming up for the bed again. Once and for all. No, it's still not complete. Nye Fei Hong smiled as he turned his head to look at Xu Xiaotian and asked in a deep voice, do you know why Chi Tian and the others only took up 3 beds, leaving 4 for the 6 members of the mighty Tiger Regiment? Of course it's because they're few and the tigers are many, but they were spelling out their beds before the tigers came back. You and I have read the files on these recruits, and there's no way they could have made contact with anyone on this side of the border ahead of time. In other words, they didn't know where the beds belonged before they arrived. Also, that's odd if you analyze it that way. They only took up 3 beds. Xu Xiaotian's brows furrowed slightly, obviously having been asked by Nye Fei Hong's words. Seeing this, Nye Fei Hong didn't intend to continue to sell his story and directly pointed out all the details of Chi Tian's layout. They didn't know where these beds belonged before, but they were certain that all 7 of these single beds were places for the best of the best in the selection area, and the group is definitely holding together, or the other veterans who attended the selection process would surely not be indifferent. And Chi Tian only chose 3 beds and left the remaining 4 out. A disguised way of telling those who hugged the best, you guys still have the lion's share. We only need a small half of the resources to rest, and while it will have an impact on you guys, it's definitely not a big one, and you guys will still be at the top of the heap here. At the same time, these 5 recruits are completely screwed together, as you just saw, and it's enough to scare the best of these guys. The choice that Fong Jinxiang made at this time was not really about whether or not to take the risk and get real with these 5 new recruits. Rather, it is important to consider whether, after sacrificing a small portion of their resources, they are occupying the majority of their resources, and whether they will be able to sustain them to pass the test in the end. The obvious answer is that 6 people, in 4 beds, is just a slight squeeze, nothing too major, especially for Fong Jinxiang, who lost nothing but defused a crisis. You know, these 5 new recruits, they really dare to move hard with him and fight to the death. Hiss, I see. Fong Jinxiang is doing a multiple choice question that Chi Tian has customized for him. Xu Xiao sucked in a mouthful of cool air and laughed indistinctly, after knowing all of Chi Tian's layouts tonight. When he looked again at Chi Tian, who was guarding the outermost side of the large screen, a trace of worry was evident on his face. It's the worry of seeing a good prospect but fearing he won't make it through the draft. After all, it was still too short a time for these 5 new recruits to join the force. There are a lot of instincts that need to be honed by time that they don't quite have yet. But the incomplete availability of this ability is definitely not due to the fact that these 5 are not good enough or trying hard enough. Quite the opposite. It's really because they're so good. They're so good that they're exposed to higher levels of things in advance. That's why there is a serious lack of time in the military, and some of the instincts are not solid enough. Thinking of this, Xu Xiaotian directly got up and spoke in a proper voice to Nia Feihong beside him. Captain, I assure you that if you give me these 5 recruits, in 3 years at the slowest, I can make them into an absolutely elite combat force. At least, not to the detriment of those tactical teams of the special forces. When Xu Xiaotian said this, Nia Feihong immediately understood what he meant. This was a clear indication that Qi Tian and the others were looking at the advantages that were completely sufficient to cover up the deficiencies and wanted to focus on cultivating them. No, we can't give them any help. Don't forget who brought them here. As Nia Feihong spoke, he waved his hand, signaling his deputy head to sit down and talk. I know what you want. 5 diamonds in the rough that are gifted and don't show serious signs of carving are in front of you and you want to keep them for your own good. But don't forget, Army Commander Lang is still watching from behind, and he'll naturally decide who he brings with him. Besides, there are Weiping's children in there too. If you want to say who wants them to stay the most, who dares to say the first one except me? Even if the boy can't do anything, stay with me as my correspondent and let me see him every day. I'm happy. But right now, we can all just follow the rules first, and as for the final result, it's up to these 5 boys. That morning, at 8 o'clock sharp, crisp whistles exploded from outside the shed. Hearing this sound, the 180 or so people resting in the shed quickly rushed out and assembled in formation. Fu Wei, the commander of the 1st Battalion of the Sharp Dagger Regiment, and Shen Biao, the commander of the 2nd Battalion, were like 2 pines and cypresses, standing straight in front of the crowd, surveying the still tired but selected veterans in front of him with the word defiant written all over their faces. Fu Wei spoke with a smirk. Come on, veterans, prepare for the 3rd day of your selection. As usual, in order to make you sober up as soon as possible, let's start with a marathon. No wait, 2 laps of yesterday's all-terrain half-marathon course. Time requirement, still 150 minutes. Go! As Fu Wei's words fell, the veterans who had been tortured for 2 days in a row pulled out their legs and ran without any hesitation. Instead, it was the few people in Qi Tian's team who hadn't fully awakened from their sleep for a while. 4 o'clock to sleep, 8 o'clock to get up. Get up without saying anything to do a marathon. Time is not given to relax a little bit. The selection of this sharp knife regiment really damn Who says it isn't? I'm so sleepy now that I can't even open my eyes. My legs are even heavier as if they were filled with lead. I've slept on my side for 4 points, and the left half of my body doesn't even have any sensation. For God's sake, why don't you just kill me? Bang, bang, as Song Wei and Lin Mang muttered in a daze, 2 gunshots rang out, directly exploding in their ears. Faint green smoke, rather pungent, also rose from their respective toes. Ouch, I'm brown. The 2 woke up instantly. Looking in the direction where the voice appeared, they only saw 1st Battalion Commander Fu Wei looking at them with a smile on his face. How about it? 2 rookies, sober? Major, are you crazy? This is live ammunition? Song Wei's expression changed drastically, and his tone of voice became alarmed. Of course, it's not just him. Anyone else at this moment would have been directly shocked by these 2 shots from Fu Wei. After all, this is a real bullet, the kind that can kill you when it hits your body. Even though they had already seen Fu Wei's operation of evicting Mozi with live ammunition last night, but at that time, the bullets were 100,000 miles away from them, so naturally they did not feel afraid. But those 2 shots just now were no more than a centimeter away from their toes. This sensory stimulation of live ammunition directly in front of you can definitely make a person's scalp numb and his or her body go cold in an instant. We in the sharpshooters have never been in the habit of scaring people with prop bullets. The 2nd Battalion Commander, Shen Biao, bristled and pulled the bolt of the assault rifle in his hand directly in front of Qi Tian's 5 men. If you're sober, then run, and if you give me any more crap, I'll shoot you in the pants. Believe it or not? Chapter 53, because he went to a scouting company. As soon as Shen Biao said this, Qi Tian and the others pulled their legs out and ran away, not staying a second longer. He was aiming at a man's most precious place, and this pugnacious guy looked like he really dared to do it. If you didn't get hit because you were too small, you would undoubtedly be laughed at by the big guys for quite a while. If you get hit, you'll be ridiculed for the rest of your life. No one wants to be discharged from the army due to such an injury and go back to the local hometown to be a eunuch, so hurrying up and moving is the right choice at the moment. Those brats, looking at Qi Tian and the others who looked like they were fleeing a famine and rushed into the distance at full speed, Shen Biao could not help but open his mouth to laugh and curse. Fu Wei on the side also followed and laughed out loud. Old Shen, you can really get more and more good at playing. We say that hitting the birds or hitting the sky, you can be good. To really right? I'll just scare them. If I really shoot them, these 5 boys will have to play with me. I have a vivid memory of their stance in the early hours of this morning. These 5 boys are tough. Every one of them is not a light. I don't want to get real with them. I'll lose the fight and lose face. And it's not honorable if I win. Indeed, these 5 boys, they are even more reckless than the ones who came at our time. Let's hope they can pass the selection with flying colors. In all the years I've been at the sharp end, I've never seen corporals and privates as interesting as they are. The two of them glanced at each other, looking at the backs of Chi Tian and the others with smiles on their faces. Through that game early this morning, the two looked at these 5 new recruits, and just like Nia Feihong and Zhu Xiaotian, the more they looked at them, the more they liked them. In fact, at this moment, Fu Wei still had one sentence that he hadn't said. That is, it had been a long time since he had seen Shen Biao joking with others like he did just now. In the past, it was claimed that the king of living hell, who never laughed, was considered an iron tree today and really laughed for a time. Unfortunately, the smile on Shen Biao's face didn't last long. It changed back to the same unsmiling look it had before, even with an extra dash of helplessness. Old Pei, today is the 3rd day of the selection, and as far as I can tell, those veterans who have been refusing to eat shouldn't have much stock left in their stomachs. I'm afraid that by the time this morning's marathon training is over, the number of people who will be able to stay will have shrunk to double digits. Alas and alack, what's the pity? It's just the survival of the fittest. Fu Wei said as he fished out cigarettes from his pocket and lit one for himself before handing one over to Shen Biao. When we get to the real frontline battlefield, the food will only be even more disgusting and unpalatable than the ones we prepared. What? Are they going to starve themselves alive then? Soldiers who couldn't even break through this kind of heart barrier. Letting them join the sharpshooter was no different from getting them killed themselves. Instead, I'd like to see these guys roll back to their original units to continue their training, where at least they're a little safer. The 5 new recruits, on the other hand, were becoming more and more to my liking, and they got through all of the toughest levels, and did so quite beautifully. Then the rest of this training that tests physical fitness and personal military qualities shouldn't be too difficult for them. These are the soldiers we really need and deserve to focus on training for our sharpshooters. For the next 4 days, Chi Tian and the others all followed the training, along with the last 15 veterans who stuck it out. They passed the selection test for the sharpshooter amphibious unit. They have to do a lot of physical, marksmanship, and combat training during the day, and at night, there are all sorts of weird and wonderful tortures to go through. Under such a harsh experience, the changes in the 20 people could be completely described with the words heaven and earth. Although their figures were getting thinner and their people were getting darker, their individual fighting strength was increasing geometrically. In a flash, it came to the last day of the selection. Late at night, around 12 o'clock, selection area. Chi Tian and the others unloaded up to 120 pounds of weight from their bodies and raised their hands in report to Fu Wei. 30 kilometers of all-terrain weighted cross-country complete. Here are our numbers for your perusal. Don't need it, keep it for yourself. Remembrance? Behind Chi Tian, Zhang Chong raised his eyebrows, looked straight at Fu Wei, and said excitedly, "Do you mean that our examination is over?" "Yes, you have completed a week's worth of other people's tests in 5 days. And I've calculated that the weights you've deliberately added to your loads during the week have added up to more than the combined weight of the veterans' first 2 days of training. Now on behalf of the sharpshooters I would like to officially congratulate you all for being a part of this family." After saying the last word, Fu Wei's expression, which had been stereotypical for 5 whole days, suddenly changed and hung with a smile. As for the 5 Chi Tian people, while they were collectively relieved, their hearts were indescribably joyful and excited. "Brother Tian, we've made it. We've made it. We passed the test for the sharpshooter amphibious force, this reinforced regiment, and are officially part of it. Geez, I can't even think back to the past 5 days now. If it doesn't end, I'm really going to be delirious from the torture." The crowd waved their arms and shouted at the top of their voices, seemingly in such a way as to vent the emotions that had been suppressed in their hearts for a long time. Looking at the 5 people dancing with their hands in front of him, a look of relief spread across Fu Wei's face. He had watched these few new recruits, through 5 days, grow little by little to this point. He had seen all the effort and sweat, even blood, that had been put in during that time. At the same time, Fu Wei also taught his own skills to the 5. In particular, his most skillful shooting directly helped Zhang Mang's 4 to elevate to a new realm. Before the test, the shooting level of the 4 Zhang Mang and Chi Tian was actually very large. After all, Chi Tian was a sniper in the Iron Fist Regiment back in the day, while the 4 of them were just the most ordinary soldiers. But now, there is still a considerable gap between the two sides though. But the shooting standard of Zhang Mang's 4 men had also been called excellent. To say that Fu Wei was the teaching mentor of the 4 Zhang Mangs was actually not an exaggeration at all. At this moment, he was like a master teacher who was watching his disciple successfully end his bitter cultivation and felt satisfied for it. Cough cough. Just then, a crisp cough rang out from behind the crowd. The crowd looked back and saw Leng Qianghua and Zhu Xiaotian, the deputy leader of the Sharp Knives Regiment, slowly walking out from the back of the shed. The other 15 veterans who passed the test stood aside, each holding a file. Apparently, they already knew the company they were going to after joining the sharpshooters. 120 pounds of weight, completing an all-terrain cross-country in only 20 minutes more than these veterans. And to be honest, when I was younger, I wasn't a match for the five of you. Lang Changhua was the first to speak, applauding as he walked over to the five. Salute. Hello chief, at Chi Tian's command. The other four raised their hands collectively and saluted the Lang Changhua duo. Even the commander of the 1st Battalion, Fu Wei, at this moment, ghostly, obeyed Chi Tian's order and followed along by raising his hand. There's no need to be so formal. It was hard to pass the test. Tonight, it's your time to celebrate, and I'm just a veteran who came to congratulate you. After Lang Changhua responded to the five with a smile, his gaze swept through the crowd in turn, finally stopping on Chi Tian. Seeing this, Vice Regiment Leader Zhu Xiaotian quickly stepped forward and beckoned to the five, saying, "You're rancid from tossing around the selection area for so long, so come with me and I'll take you on a ride to the sharpshooters. First go eat and shower, then change into clean training clothes and complete the subsequent enrollment procedures. Chi Tian, you join Secretary Lang, the rest of you come with me." Yes. The crowd did not understand why Zhu Xiaotian had made this arrangement, but since their superiors had given the order, they naturally would not say anything more. Also, people have been eating slop for 5 whole days and have suffered for so long. Now that you can immediately have a full meal and relax and rest, it is also natural that you will not care about these small matters of separate boarding. After answering the call, he joined the other 15 veterans on a military bus parked outside the selection area. "Chief, I see that there are still empty seats in this car. Why are you letting Brother Tian go with another chief? Isn't that a bit redundant?" On the car, Jiang Chong, who has always been more attentive, looked around and realized that there were still a lot more empty seats, so he asked Zhu Xiaotian. Zhu Xiaotian sniffed and didn't intend to hide it. Speaking directly, he answered Jiang Chang's doubts. "It's simple. What Chi Tian is going to go afterward is the scout company of the Sharpshooter Amphibious Force. It's the elite of the elite. Your test is officially over. But for Chi Tian, his test, with the final and most difficult one, awaited him. This, too, was the reason why tonight, Nya Fei Hong, the leader of the Sharp Dagger Regiment, did not show up. It was because he was the examiner for Chi Tian and the others taking the scout company examination. As far as I know, it was an actual battle, a real, actual battle between our Dragon Kingdom soldiers and an overseas espionage organization in a head-on confrontation. Chapter 54, Practical Examination, Spy Capture Operation. Scout Company Selection? Outside the selection area, inside an Audi A6, Chi Tian's 2 eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lang Changhua beside him. "Secretary Lang, you're not joking with me, right? As far as I know, in every regimental establishment, the scouting company is definitely the most outstanding existence among them, and I've only just passed the selection of the Sharp Dagger Regiment." Chi Tian was just in the middle of his sentence when in his mind, the voice of the strongest soldier king system appeared right after him. "Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for opening the 5th mission, entering the Sharpshooter Reconnaissance Company. Mission, give your best to pass the selection of the Sharp Knife Reconnaissance Company and become a real sharp knife against the enemy. Mission reward, all-around vehicle driving skill." "What? Don't want to go?" Beside Chi Tian, Lang Changhua looked at Chi Tian, who had come to an abrupt halt, and responded, "If you wimp out, then I won't force you. Xiao Lu, turn around. Send him to the Sharp Dagger Regiment. Join the large troop. Perhaps indeed I have overestimated it. No, Secretary Lang, I'll go." Chi Tian's eyes lit up. The original shocked and dismayed look on his face changed abruptly and became very exuberant. The whole person also exuded an unrivaled confidence with it. The reason why he didn't immediately open his mouth to agree just now was really because he was worried that this Secretary Lang giving himself continuous opportunities would not bring him any bad influence. After all, today was less than 40 days since Chi Tian had joined the army. It would not have made much sense to join the first tier of the reinforced corps in such a short period of time. If you rely on the mysterious cold secretary, you continue to go all the way to the top with the green light. As the saying goes, there must be a demon when things go wrong. And Chi Tian is worried about this Secretary Lang's career at the same time. Also when the heart's secretly guarded, the other side so cultivate their own. In the end, what kind of purpose? But right now the system appeared. And the rewards that were released were also instincts that Chi Tian thought were very important. Then this time, Chi Tian had to walk up for the scouting company selection. As for the question of why Lang Changhua was cultivating himself so much, Chi Tian simply threw it to the back of his mind for now. The other party was a solid Longgui officer. Even if he does have something in mind, it must be for the better protection of this country. And it's always good to listen to him. "Kid, you don't need to worry about any criticism if I give you the green light all the way. I'm just more curious as to where the limits of your talent really lie. If your personal skills are not up to par, even if I had the intention to cultivate you, I would not be able to do as much as I do now, and I would be able to get you to join an establishment like the sharpshooter. In my opinion, you are a much better individual than Zhang Chong and a few of them, and much better. That's why I'm bringing you in early for scout company selection. You earned all of this on your own, understand? Lang Changhua has been in the army for a lifetime, and the small things in Qi Tian's heart naturally cannot be hidden from his eyes. After casually explaining, Lang Changhua raised his hand to glance at his watch and smiled faintly. Xiao Lu set off to the SWAT detachment in the center of Jiangnan City, where the other sharp veterans involved in the selection are still waiting to rendezvous. Yes, Secretary Lang Jun, let's set off now. That night, 1:30, Qi Tian follows Secretary Lang and leaves the sharpshooter amphibious unit. Arriving at the SWAT detachment compound in the center of the city, he once again saw the leader of the Sharp Dagger Regiment, Nia Feihong's figure. At this time, there were still more than 20 veterans in full gear, standing across from Nia Feihong. As soon as he entered, Qi Tian's eyes locked onto these veterans. To be precise, it was attracted by one of the capable, dashing female soldiers. Reinforced regiments like the Sharpshooter Amphibious Unit, which are extremely heavily trained, rarely have female soldiers. Even if they did, they were more relaxed regular companies, or maybe civilian positions. You should know that at this moment, Lang Changhua was taking him to the selection of the scouting company of the reinforced regiment. Here, there are even female soldiers? It wasn't that Qi Tian belittled women or didn't recognize the combat prowess of female soldiers, but he was all too aware of the difficulty involved. A female soldier, against the physiological disadvantage that her body is naturally weaker than a male's, qualifies for the first-line unit's scout company selection. The blood and sweat paid in it, using the word anticlimactic to describe it, are afraid to be reasonable. Since everyone is here, let's get down to business. Eyeing Qi Tian's slightly surprised walk into the group, Nie Fei Hong's face stared as he drank to the 20 or so people on the opposite side. The reconnaissance company of our sharpshooter amphibious unit is a truly reinforced company for the 386th Brigade, and the entire Southeast military region. All the soldiers in it must be absolutely elite, and the resources of the entire regiment will be fully tilted toward the scout company. Under such circumstances, it is natural that the number of reconnaissance companies will not be too large, not to mention the fact that there will not be any yearly expansion. So, it is your good fortune, and equally, your misfortune, that you have been able to participate in this selection. The moment you officially stand here, you will be exposed to what will no longer be a drill, but real live combat. It's the actual battle where you may lose your little life, or even fall into the hands of a hostile force and suffer inhumane torture. Guys, are you afraid? No fear. Very well. I now declare this year's Scout Company selection subject, Spy Hunt, officially open. As Nie Fei Hong spoke, he reached out and pointed to a row of cell phones, and more than 20 sets of civilian clothes laid out on the wooden table to his left. After an investigation by the Jiangnan City Special Police Detachment, a group of mob spies from outside the country officially came to settle in Jiangnan City 4 days ago. The gang conspired to set up a criminal network in the city to destabilize Gangnam City. The spy ring consists of 6 people, all of whom are highly skilled and have excellent reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance skills. All you have to do is to follow the clues in the cell phone, which are not much at all, not even a clue, and find a way to catch them and send them back to the SWAT detachment. 6 spies, which amounted to 6 places, and whoever caught them, and as soon as possible, meant that he had the qualifications to join the scout company and enjoy the resources of the whole regiment. Examination time, 24 hours. Everyone, you may begin. Nie Fei Hong's words fell. The 20 or so veterans in front of Qi Tian immediately spread out and rushed towards the table. After each claimed a set of civilian clothes and a modified cell phone, they left the SWAT detachment at the first opportunity. They centered on the SWAT detachment and spread out in all directions. Qi Tian was just about to follow him forward when Nie Fei Hong reached out and stopped him. Xiao Qi, wait a moment. You've just finished the selection and your features are too obvious. So I've had hot water and dinner prepared for you. So go ahead and clean up. There's no need to wash up or anything with the tight schedule, and I might have a better chance of catching a spy in this condition. Qi Tian shook his head after responding to Nie Fei Hong. Dressed in civilian clothes, he grabbed his cell phone and quickly disappeared in front of the SWAT detachment under the protection of the night. The 2 old foxes, Lang Changhua and Nie Fei Hong, realized Qi Tian's purpose almost instantly. The 2 looked at each other, smiled and said in unison, "This brat, it looks like he's going to play the makeup scouting bit." Chapter 55, Highly Cold Female Soldier. Ouyang Nuanyu. The only information on the spy leader is the gender identified as female, and a surveillance screenshot of the back of the other person casually lighting a cigarette while crossing the border. Qi Tian opened his cell phone and did not bother to look through the identity clues of the other 5 spy crew members. Instead, the spearhead was aimed directly at the spy chief. As the saying goes, to catch a thief is to catch a king. If they couldn't catch this guy, Even if they arrested all the members of the group under her, it wouldn't mean much. But when he saw the only information stored, Chi Tian Man was almost dumbfounded. This screenshot, does it even work? Standing under a streetlight, Chi Tian stared at the photo for a long time, pondering over it, and it finally showed him two clues. First, there's the pattern on the side of the lighter in this spy chief's hand as he lights his cigarette. It's a red, bird-patterned logo. Chi Tian enlarged the picture completely and utilized the map recognition software to accurately identify it, and found that it was the logo of a chain of baths in China called Phoenix City. Searching through the map, this Phoenix City bath has a whole 10 in Jiangnan City alone, not counting other areas. Determining this point, this lighter clue, Chi Tian temporarily put it to the back of his mind, focusing on the second clue, the watch the spy was wearing on his wrist. After taking a picture of it, it shows that it is a new lady's watch from Patek Philippe. Chi Tian knew that high-end luxury brands like these would basically leave a record when they were purchased. So straight away we moved off and headed for the nearest Patek Philippe counter with all guns blazing. Extraordinary times. Extraordinary means. Chi Tian now couldn't be bothered to wait for Dawn and the staff at the counter to go to work before carrying out the verification. Just find a way to sneak in and check the purchase history first. There is plenty of opportunity to make up the rest of the formalities when the test is over. That night, a little after 2 o'clock, deliberately dressed in rags, Chi Tian quietly touched into the fire hallways of the Jiangnan department store building, and went straight to the second floor of the Patek Philippe counter to rush. With the shroud of night, and the help of the scouting and counter-surveillance instincts he had previously acquired, Chi Tian's movements were very light and would definitely not alert the security guards on duty at the entrance of the building. But he had just pushed open the iron gate halfway up the fire escape, just saw a sneaky figure in the Patek Philippe counter across the street, rummaging for something under the cash register at the front desk. This figure was slightly thin, about 1.6 meters tall, with short hair on his ears, and his movements were quite nimble. Is that the female soldier? Both of Chi Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as a figure quietly flashed through his mind. A figure that he had just seen not long ago in the SWAT detachment. Hey! Chi Tian tiptoed to the door of the Patek Philippe counter and shouted at the female soldier inside who was rummaging back and forth for records. I'm one of those who took the scout company test, so it seems we have the same goal, and we've both focused on the watch worn on the spy leader's wrist as well. This female soldier seemed to have anticipated that there would be other examiners touching this place. At this moment, hearing Chi Tian's words, there wasn't a hint of surprise. After twisting his head and glancing at Chi Tian, he didn't open his mouth to speak either, and continued to carefully look over the purchase records in his hands. Purchase records, only one book. Chi Tian, helpless, can only come to the female soldier's side, followed together to look through, while watching, but also said, according to my investigation, this Patek Philippe counter in Jiangnan has a total of 3, and we cannot rule out the possibility that the other party purchased in the field. It doesn't make much sense for the two of us to screen a place at the same time, and I'm sure you noticed the lighter she was holding. The sign on that is the Phoenix City Bath Center. My suggestion is to split the army in two. You and I each separate to the other two Patek Philippe counters after investigating once, directly sifting through the remaining bath centers as well. I'm sure I'll always find some clues. The enemy we're facing now are trained spies from outside the country. We have to pay attention. Otherwise, the people of this Jiangnan city will suffer. Don't know each other's names yet though, but Chi Tian had already treated her as a comrade in arms and had told her all about his plans. In Chi Tian's eyes, national security, to be far above the personal future. Catch that spy chief as soon as possible. No matter who ends up passing the test, it will be a great thing for the people. Working together right now will undoubtedly allow both sides to achieve a win-win situation in the end. Taking a step back, even if in the end this spy leader was captured by this female soldier beside him, Chi Tian also had great certainty of prying information about the other spies from the spy leader, and then he will be arrested as soon as possible. Through this investigation, even examination. But at that moment, the female soldier beside Chi Tian had no intention of accepting his kindness, only to see her slightly twisting her head and sweeping a glance at Chi Tian. She said expressionlessly, not interested. When the words fell, he continued to look over the purchase records in his hand without saying another half word. Seeing that the other party had no thoughts of cooperating with him at all, Chi Tian had no choice but to let out a long breath and slowly got up. These are all clues. If you don't look into it, I'll look into it myself. Even if I lose this test, I'm going to uncover the spy leader. Saying that, Chi Tian quickly moved and walked quickly in the direction of the fire escape. It was also at this moment that a new clue flashed through Chi Tian's mind, causing his eyes to light up violently. Surveillance screenshots shown on the phone were obviously left by the other party outside the country. And right now, the other party is hiding somewhere in Jiangnan City, plotting a spy operation. In other words, the other party must have reasonable and legal formalities to be able to freely enter and exit the Dragon Kingdom, such as a passport of sorts. and the reason why the other party chose to operate in Jiangnan City. In all likelihood, it was the locals here. It was important to realize that the news that there was a reinforced regiment stationed on the outskirts of Jiangnan City was not exactly a secret in this city. Even if these spies were bold, they wouldn't dare to openly fool around under the eyes of the military. Unless, of course, the other side is certain that they can conduct a spy operation here at the same time. Even if your identity is revealed, you can still make it out in one piece. Other than being native to this land, Chi Tian couldn't think of a second answer. With this in mind, Chi Tian quickly took out his cell phone and searched on the map software for the location of the public immigration agency in Jiangnan City. And that's when the female soldier who had just fought the others came over to this side of the fire escape. Her eyes are very impressive, despite being 2 or 3 meters away from Chi Tian at the moment. But she still saw what was displayed on Chi Tian's cell phone at a glance. Interesting. At the same time the female soldier's words exited. As if she suddenly thought of something important, she quickly trotted downstairs. Chi Tian sniffed and also hurriedly put away his cell phone and chased after him downstairs at a fiery pace. Soldier girl, I don't mind if you read the clues I came up with just now, but I just have to ask, are you restricted in your speech in some way? Is it that you can't speak more than 3 words at a time? Is it? Why don't we get acquainted first? We'll all be comrades in the same regiment in the future. My name is Chi Tian. Chi Tian of Chi Tian de Shang. The 2 men arrived outside the department store almost simultaneously. Chi Tian took the initiative to open his mouth to introduce himself and extended his right hand to the female soldier. However, the female soldier continued to act in her own way and did not give Chi Tian the slightest smile. Instead, as if she disliked the smell of Chi Tian's body very much, she took 2 more steps back. Oh Yang Nuanyu, a compound surname? What a nice name. It just doesn't feel like it goes well with you in person, with your cold personality, and as a result, your name is Warm Jade. Nerve. Oh Yang Nuanyu glared at Chi Tian and immediately stopped talking. Seeing that one of the bikes in front of him was unlocked, he simply rolled over onto it and rode off into the distance. She came extremely fast with this movement, so fast that Chi Tian, who had gone through 5 days of selection and was physically and mentally exhausted at this point, didn't react at all, and her figure disappeared at the end of Chi Tian's line of sight. What a thunderous female soldier. She knows how to get around without looking at a map. Could it be that she's also a Jiangnan local? Wait, that damn seems to be the car I swept. Oh Yang Nuanyu, how am I supposed to get past the car if you ride it away? Chapter 56, Key Clues, Split Up, Driver Master. This is my non-commissioned officer's card. The car money has to trouble you to go to a special police detachment. Inside to find a person surnamed Lang. He will settle double for you. 20 minutes later, Chi Tian took a cab and arrived here at the Jiangnan City Public Control Immigration Agency. But he is really shy at the moment. Can only make a white note first. Let the driver master to find Leng Changhua to ask for money. So you're a soldier's little brother, coming out so late and coming to this place, most likely on some kind of mission, right? In that case, I don't want the money, and my son is going to be in the army next year, so consider it a good karma for my son. The driver master waved his hand and smiled as he responded a sentence to Chi Tian. Chi Tian sniffed, got out of the car and saluted the driver's master, said thank you, and then ran straight to the brightly lit public administration organization. Right now it's late at night and the place is still lit up. Apart from Ouyang Nuanyu arriving 1 step ahead and finding the relevant person in charge to work overtime temporarily, Chi Tian couldn't think of a second possibility. This also disguised confirms another speculation in Chi Tian's heart. Ouyang Nuanyu, the probability is Jiangnan City locals. Otherwise, how could she, a bike-sharing rider, arrive 1 step ahead of herself? The only reasonable explanation is that the other side knows quite a few trails and took a shortcut. And the truth, it was just as Chi Tian had predicted so. As soon as he walked into the organization, he saw that Ouyang Nuanyu was with a staff member, verifying something at his desk. Hearing the movement of Chi Tian entering the door, the staff subconsciously stepped forward, ready to stop. Sir, we're non-working. This is my ID. I'm with her. Chi Tian showed the other party his sergeant's license quickly, while then walking to Ouyang Nuanyu's side in 3 steps. Well, did you find any clues? A lot. Ouyang Nuanyu did not stop her hand movements and continued to look through the booklet in her hand, and her reply, as usual, did not go beyond 3 words at all, except to say her name. Lots of clues? Great. Looks like we're getting pretty close to the spy leader. It's not that there are a lot of leads, it's that there are a lot of people who meet your screening requirements. As soon as Chi Tian's words fell, the staff followed him forward, reaching out and pointing to the several pieces of paper that had been written all over in front of Chi Tian. These, all of them, are what you want, with a height of between 1 meter 6 and 6.5. Locals who have applied for passports in recent years, who live modestly, and who might be able to afford a Patek Philippe watch, have been screened out of 79 as of this writing. Chi Tian's just ignited passion was completely doused by a pot of water from the staff. 79 were found now before the screening was complete. That's just too many people. Once the mass screening takes place tomorrow, it's likely to alert the spy chiefs. If it was a small-scale covert investigation, that one day would, I'm afraid, be completely insufficient. Wait. After calming down and thinking for a few moments, Chi Tian took out his cell phone and once again flipped through the spy leader's profile picture. And this time, what Chi Tian focused on was what the other party was wearing, especially the shoes stepping under his feet. Spies like this who wear watches and pursue a high quality of life, dress, and certainly have great care. It's hard to recognize the brand of dress pants, but shoes are different. Over the years, high-end brands have designed styles that are very different from others in order to promote their difference. If the brand of shoes worn by the other person could be determined, perhaps this would be a new clue. Oh Yang Wanyu, do you recognize the brand of these shoes? The picture is really blurry. It's a bit hard to recognize. Chi Tian was busy for a while and found that he had no clue. So he handed the cell phone to the female soldier and opened his mouth to ask in a deep voice. Oh Yang Wanyu also understood what Chi Tian meant at this moment, and after staring at the photo for a few moments, she shook her head. I don't recognize it. Just then, the staff member guarding the two suddenly spoke up and said tentatively, that, I seem to recognize these shoes, only to see him quickly take out his own cell phone. After half a day of rummaging through the photo albums, enlarging a photo, he handed the phone to the two of them. Two military masters. Do you see if this is the pair of shoes you're looking for? Exactly the same. Chi Tian raised his eyebrows and looked at the staff member beside him. This photo of you? This is a picture of my daughter when she was in college. The staff member would think as he spoke. I just accidentally saw the screenshot on your phones and recalled that my daughter has a pair that seems to be similar. This kind of shoes is produced by one of our local national brands, called Qingfeng National Products. If I remember correctly, it would have been the year before my daughter bought these shoes. Yes, it's the one I bought the year before last. I looked good at the time and complimented her on it. But then within a few months this national product went out of business, and I never got the chance to buy a pair for my wife again. After listening to the staff's account, Chi Tian frowned and calmly speculated. This is not at all like the behavior of someone who has lived a modest life. I don't even wear my shoes much anymore from 3 years ago, but the other guy is still wearing them for action. It means she either loves the shoes or she's not very well off financially. But can someone who isn't very well off financially afford to wear a name brand like Patek Philippe? Unless, fake watch. Oh Yang Wanyu snatched the opportunity to speak, voicing the speculation that Chi Tian hadn't yet had the chance to say. And at that moment, the expression on her face, too, became noticeably more exuberant. She was seen quickly picking up a few sheets of white paper that had just recently been filled on the table, and kept sketching something on it. Chi Tian, on the other hand, pulled the staff aside and asked carefully, do you know of any places in this neighborhood that do that kind of high-end branded fake goods? Especially the ones that make watches? I'm not so sure about that one. The staff member subconsciously shook his head and responded to Chi Tian's sentence, but not 2 seconds later, he followed up by opening his mouth to add, but Master Jun, you can go to the antique city to find a person called Four Eyes. This kid is our Jiangnan city's famous bag of tricks. As long as you have money, he can get you any information, not to mention this fake watch seller. They're still counting on selling fakes to make money. I reckon you'll be able to find out if you go to him. Thank you, brother, but from now on you'll have to be more careful. We don't call ourselves military. We call ourselves comrades. Chi Tian reached out and gave the staff member a heavy tap on the shoulder before quickly walking back to Ouyang Nguanyu's side. Combined with the comprehensive judgment of the clues we have in hand, this target task should be a passport has been done. Family conditions are average, or even not very good, but itself love vanity. A height of 1 meter 6 to 1 meter 6.5. Slightly fat body type of women. If we follow up the two leads of the list you have, and the fake watch, I don't expect the scope to be too wide. There are a lot of rich people who get passports, but those who are not so well off and still have to get a passport are pretty well checked. Let's split up into two groups. You go and investigate the target group you just outlined, and I'll go to the antique city and sift through the people dumping fake watches. It's only a matter of time before all the clues are finally integrated and interconnected and the target is caught. Could be. This time, Ouyang Nguanyu's reply still didn't exceed 3 words, but her attitude, and before, had changed significantly. At least at this moment, she fully recognized Chi Tian's speculation. The two men immediately split up after taking down each other's cell phone numbers through the phone of a staff member of the Public Control Access Agency. Ouyang Nguanyu went to investigate the list. Those who had average family conditions but had applied for passports. Chi Tian, on the other hand, rode his bicycle and killed the antique city at full speed. Chapter 57. I'd like to take you guys for a ride. At 4:15 in the morning, in front of the antique city in Jiangnan City. At this point in time, The sky was still in a state of darkness, relying on the glow of 2 dim street lamps to illuminate the road ahead. With the previous lesson of being robbed of his bike by Ouyang Guanyu, Chi Tian locked his bike up before slowly walking into the antique city. People who study antiques believe in one thing: the fewer the people, the easier it is to pick up the pieces. So at this point, even though it's still light out, but in this antique city, there were already a lot of enthusiasts, stopping in front of various stalls, hoping to pick up a big leak. Four Eyes, whom the staff had mentioned earlier, was a celebrity in this antique city. Chi Tian found his location after a little inquiring, and the other party, at this time, is open for business. Brother, you're a new face. What do you like? Artifacts, paintings, bronzes and jade pots. Only you can't think of anything. Nothing I can't buy here. Chi Tian had just walked into the store when a man's voice rang out from behind the counter. Immediately after, a middle-aged man who was about 1.7 meters or so tall, not too young, bearded, and looked slightly vicissitude stood up from the recliner. Only, when the other party took a good look at what Chi Tian was wearing, the smile on his face instantly disappeared cleanly. Go, 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 I don't welcome mouth breathers here, and I don't have any money to give you, boss, I'm here to buy something. Buy something? What can you afford to buy in these rags? Four Eyes said as he walked over to Chi Tian and tried to push him out of the store. But Chi Tian was like a big Buddha, standing here no matter how much Four Eyes pushed, he couldn't push at all. Kid, I'm warning you, don't make trouble in this antique city, or you won't get your ass kicked. When the hard ones couldn't come, Four Eyes simply switched to a new path of intimidation instead. At the sound of the voice, Chi Tian smiled and turned in the direction of the store's entrance. Four Eyes subconsciously assumed that his intimidation had taken effect. Letting out a long breath, he mentally muttered, this kid looks like a thin dog, why is he so strong? Pop. While Four Eyes was wondering in his heart, Chi Tian, who had walked to the entrance of the store, did not take another half step forward. Instead, he pulled down the roller shutter above the doorway with a crisp snap. Immediately afterward, Chi Tian twisted his head back to Four Eyes and reached out to clasp Four Eyes' shoulder. I'm here to buy news. Give face. Buying information? My friend, you don't look like you're here to buy information. What kind of gang? Who do you follow? You don't have to care who I'm with. All you need to know is that if you know something and don't report it, I don't have a life, and neither do you. Four Eyes, a person Chi Tian had not come into contact with, and was not sure if the other party was a member of the spy organization. So at this moment, Chi Tian did not intend to reveal his true identity. Instead, he utilized his disguise, and while his temperament was in full swing, he even coerced and enticed, and pried out the information first. Of course, there was another layer of deeper meaning to why Chi Tian did this. A well-known intelligence broker like Four Eyes is even active out there right now. It means his mouth isn't normally tight. I'm afraid that prying information out of him with the military-civilian fish-water bonding routine won't work at all. And this set of methods Chi Tian chose to do things as a socialite. When used on a rather life-thirsty old greaseball like Four Eyes, it really did work wonders. Seeing Chi Tian's attitude change, Four Eyes hurriedly opened his mouth and spoke softly. Brother, take it easy. I can tell you're a stalwart too. Let's have a talk. Jiangnan sells fake watches and their A-goods. Give me the location and contact info. They're black and white. I have to snatch the goods back. Hey, man, that's why you're here. No problem. You let me off the hook. I'll tell you everything. Knowing Chi Tian's purpose, Four Eyes immediately took out a piece of paper and wrote down an address on it, as well as a string of phone numbers. Brothers, this family, all the fake watches in Jiangnan, are imported from him. If what you're saying is true, then it's most likely him who's playing hacky sack with you. But this grandson hides deep and usually doesn't show up much. If you go to this place, say that I introduced you there and make sure you can meet him. As for how you guys work out the deal afterward, that's none of my business. Hongfu Pawn Shop, Construction Road, Li Hongfu? You've got some sense. Chi Tian glanced at the contents of the paper, and after a cold snort, he got up and walked to the door to reopen the roller shutter and flew away. Witnessing Chi Tian's figure disappearing at the entrance of the antique city, Four Eyes then breathed a sigh of relief and walked resentfully to the chair next to him and sat down. That kid just now is definitely not a master to be messed with. That aura on his body, I've only seen it on murderers and soldiers. By the looks of him, he should have nothing to do with being a soldier, and most likely has a human life on his hands. No, I have to hurry up and give Old Lee a call, so he can hurry up and get ready. In case something happens, I'll have to go in with it again. At the word, Four Eyes got up nimbly, walked over to the counter, and dialed a call out. Hello, is this Hongfu Pawn Shop? Tell your boss that a stalwart has gone over to look for trouble, and tell him to hurry up and get ready. Half an hour later, Chi Tian rode his bicycle to the door of a pawn shop, and written on the door head was the word Hongfu. Bang bang bang. Chi Tian quickly stepped forward and knocked on the door, shouting inside, Open the door. I was introduced here by Four Eyes. Coming. As soon as Chi Tian's words fell, inside the house, the answering voice of a youth immediately rang out. After a rustling noise, the door of Hongfu pawnshop was pushed open from the inside. A burly, obviously practiced youth poked his head out of it. Glancing around to make sure there was no abnormality, he looked at Chi Tian Dao. You're the one brother Four Eyes mentioned? Come in. Our boss is all ready and waiting for you. Yo, it's really a blind cat that meets a dead rat? Chi Tian didn't think much about it and followed this youth in. But the moment he entered, the door of Hongfu pawnshop was suddenly and quickly unlocked from the inside. The lights in the house then lit up violently, and a dozen or so strong men holding sticks were scattering around the first floor, looking up and down at Chi Tian with unfavorable expressions on their faces. A Mediterranean middle-aged man was even on the second floor leaning against the escalator handle smoking a cigar and sneered at Chi Tian. I heard Four Eyes say there was a stump looking for me and told me to be careful. I didn't realize it was a skinny loser like you. I'm not interested in your identity, but I have to let you know first that if you want to touch my Li Hongfu's cake, no way, give me a beating. At the middle-aged man's command, a dozen or so thugs immediately rushed towards Chi Tian, waving their sticks and smashing them on their heads. Listening to the gusts of breaking winds ringing in his ears, Chi Tian's face quickly turned cold. Being packed up for 5 whole days and 5 nights, I was worried that I had no place to be angry, but you guys took the initiative to come to the door. Then don't blame me for being impolite with you. Chapter 58, Cut the Crap. I have an acquaintance. 2 minutes later, on the first floor of Hongfu pawnshop, more than a dozen fighters were all put down, lying on the ground egu groaning in pain. They are all lying on the ground and moaning in pain. As for the boss of this place, Li Hongfu, he had already been dragged by Chi Tian by his collar and brought to the office to talk. Little brother, just now I am playing a game with you. All comers are guests. What do you want me to do? Just say it directly. Why do you have to do it? Time is short. The task is heavy. The matter of you selling fake watches is not under my control. I don't have time to bull ***** with you. Now show me all your sales records. Chi Tian's face was serious and he pressed on, not intending to waste too much time with Li Hongfu. And at this time, Li Hongfu finally heard a few moments of Chi Tian's origin. Brother, if I'm not mistaken, you're from the White Way, right? Someone should have committed a crime wearing a fake watch, and you followed Four Eyes all the way to me to check for clues. In that case, I can't cooperate with you, or I won't be able to make it in the jungle in the future. Besides, I know your police procedure. You can't convict without evidence, and you can't do anything about me trying to hoodwink me, Li Hongfu, and looking for clues from me. Brother, you're afraid you'll be defeated today. Then try it. Seeing that it was about to dawn, Chi Tian had to speed up his movements. Solely directly pulled out his own sergeant's license and slapped it in front of Li Hongfu. When I said that just now, I didn't think about hiding my identity. You're right, police cases need to be about evidence. But I'm a soldier. I found out that you've sold watches here to spies outside the country, and the other party committed a felony against national security. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about whether it's better to talk about selling fake watches or to carry the thunder of conspiring with spies to jeopardize the country. What the hell? Espionage? A felony against the country? Li Hongfu's expression froze, and he was clearly flustered as he spoke. You have 2 seconds. Brother, you're splitting the pot too big. How can I afford it? Don't you just want the sales records? Wait a minute. I'll go get them for you. Li Hongfu rolled and ran to the bookshelf in his office. After pressing a mechanism on it, the bookshelf slowly moved and a small room hidden from view appeared. Chi Tian followed Li Hongfu and walked in quickly. Li Hongfu knew how serious this matter was and did not dare to talk nonsense at this moment. Moving nimbly, he removed the mural hanging in the small room, opened the safe hidden behind it, and removed a pamphlet from inside. Bro, all my sales records over the years, including the records of other A-goods stores under my name, are all here, one and all. Every month we do a tally, with the goal of being able to turn ourselves in and save our lives later on if something does go wrong with this thing. Rolex, Vacheron Constantin, Patek Philippe. Chi Tian quickly flipped through the booklet and found the sales record of Patek Philippe, perusing it carefully, and it was this year's best-selling model worn by the spy chief that was the focus of his attention. Only 14 pieces of this year's new best-selling women's watch were sold? Li Hongfu, are you sure you're not lying? Master June, I've pulled this out. How could I possibly lie to you? Li Hongfu was so anxious that he was close to tears, and after coming forward and sweeping the focus of Chi Tian's attention, he immediately added, this Patek Philippe Blue Emerald, the best-selling model you just mentioned, is really common in high society now, but the dial of this thing has to be made of a special material, or else it's fake at a glance and easy to recognize when you take it out. My side of counterfeiting has always been to achieve 99% restoration, especially this special material. I am not at all adulterated. So this blue emerald does sell for cheaper than the counter on my end, but it's still going to be 6 grand. You said that the people who come to buy fake watches are those who love vanity, or to pretend, and these people don't have much money. To speak from the bottom of my heart, just these 14 wrongdoers are still fresh in my mind. And Master June, this watch is so expensive. I have all the fake watches in stock. I can assure you that all the people in Jiangnan who wear fake blue jade watches are now on this list, including other branches that run into customers and have to come to me to pick them up. So, wait, Army Master, what spy you just said wouldn't be one of these 14 people, would it? I see. Fresh memories, huh? So let me ask you, out of these 14 people, are there any that are between 1 meter 6 and 1 meter 6.5 tall, slightly chubby, smokers, and have traveled abroad? Chi Tian did not answer Li Hongfu's inquiry, but directly pried from him for clues about the spies. Li Hongfu sniffed and closed his eyes to think for a few seconds before getting up and coming to Chi Tian's side. Reaching out, he tapped 3 names in the booklet. I really don't remember how tall these guys are, but the slightly chubby ones are these 3. The other 11 are either skinny or extraordinarily fat and do not fit your description. As for smoking and going abroad, people just come to buy fake watches, and I don't care about those things. Circle the particularly fat ones for me. Chi Tian threw the booklet to Li Hongfu. At the same time, he took out his cell phone and edited a text message, intending to inquire about the progress on Ouyang Muanyu's side. Right now, just rule out the ones of the 14 that are particularly fat. One of the few remaining people would most likely be the spy leader. The answer to why this screening is necessary is also very simple. The other party was, after all, the head of the spy team and must have received the necessary training on the subject. Previously, Chi Tian had targeted the microfat crowd because the look on that surveillance screenshot looked very bloated, but there was also the suspicion of deliberate camouflage. So at the moment, he chose another way of scouting. Exclude the particularly fat ones, those who can't fake it. The rest of them will most likely be the target of his capture. Master June, that's all of them. There are only 2 particularly fat ones, and the rest are all roughly the same size. Consider yourself guilty. Wait here and don't run around. Someone will come and deal with you later. Chi Tian took the booklet, took a picture of the remaining 12 names, and sent it to Ouyang Muanyu along with the text message he had just edited. Then he called the phone to Leng Changhua, briefly reported the pawnshop thing again after. Just after hanging up the phone, he saw that Ouyang Muanyu had sent him a text message back over. The content of the text message was the same as Ouyang Muanyu's style of speaking. Again, no more than 3 words. It was a woman's name, linked to the positioning of the JNHA. Romy? Is that the one at the end of the list of those 14 fake watch purchasers? Chi Tian's expression changed slightly, and after opening his mouth and muttering, he quickly moved off and rushed to the URA to meet up with Ouyang Muanyu. Judging by the cross-referencing of information, it's highly likely that this Romy is the spy leader. Passport, average condition, traveled abroad, and bought a fake watch. The clues all match. I also know that you're here because you want to find out all of Luo Mei's possible hiding places in Jiangnan and block all of her retreats. But with our 2 non-commissioned officer certificates, I'm afraid we can't make the people in the URA work, right? It was better to come here and rub their noses in it than to just kill Romy at her house and take her by surprise. Even if she's not there, we can still get some clues from her family and relatives. It was less than 7 o'clock that morning. Chi Tian came to the Jiangnan Municipal Housing and Construction Bureau in a hurry and met with Ouyang Muanyu. As for Ouyang Muanyu, who heard Chi Tian's eager inquiry, she answered Chi Tian with an unprecedented 10 whole words. Cut the crap. Yura. I have an acquaintance. Chapter 59. So it's a highly cold official 2nd generation. The training Chi Tian had received was not as complete as Ouyang Muanyu, a veteran, though, however, with his elite-level reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance instincts, Chi Tian could also understand. The group of spies had just arrived in Jiangnan not long ago, and were sure to meet together for long periods of time to plot their criminal plans. They most likely wouldn't live in a rental house. That would be too conspicuous and noticeable. The unused residences of family members and relatives are, in turn, more suitable for their present needs. It is actually the best option for the URA to look into the matter. But the URA and the military are 2 systems that are absolutely unrelated. With just 2 sergeants' cards, it was a bit unrealistic to try to make people. So Chi Tian broke off this idea early on. But how could he have known that Ouyang Muanyu even had such a layer of relationship? I had suspected before that you were a local. Otherwise you couldn't have taken so many shortcuts and arrived at the Immigration Public Authority before me. Now it seems that I thought too little of your background instead. Being able to get people from other systems to do things for you. Awesome. Following Ouyang Muanyu all the way into the top floor of the URA in big strides, the 2 soon arrived at the director's office, and it was just after 7 in the morning. And none of the people working for the URA had come to work yet. but Ouyang Nuanyu acted as if she had anticipated someone in the director's office long ago. Without knocking on the door, he directly led Chi Tian to push the door in. Nuanyu, you're here. Inside the director's office, a middle-aged man who was around 50 years old, with two eyes that were very similar to Ouyang Nuanyu's, smiled and waved his hand, allowing the two to sit down and talk. And this is my dad. What? The director of housing and construction. It's your dad? Ignoring Chi Tian's surprised rhetorical question beside him, Ouyang Nuanyu gazed straight at his old man sitting across from the two of them and said in a deep voice, "Where's the information? It's all here." Ouyang Nuanyu's old man opened the drawer of his desk and took a document from it and handed it to the two of them. The Romy you asked me to investigate has a total of 16 real estate properties, counting the ones her relatives have registered with the URA. I have just asked the head of the office in charge of the area concerned to check, and there are 11 of them, in which their own people live. The remaining 5 should be the focus of your investigation, though it's not entirely certain that they'll be among those 5 properties. After all, there's still a portion of the property that won't be registered to us. The property is not registered with the URA? Although Ouyang Nuanyu is the daughter of the director of the Housing and Construction Bureau, she is aware of the ways of this. Especially some of the more obscure doorways are not understood. At this moment Chi Tian took the initiative to open his mouth and answered Ouyang Nuanyu's doubts. What uncle just referred to should be the small property rights houses built on the rural collective land. These houses do not have the relevant documents and have not paid the land premium and other fees. It is usually developed and built by village committees or township leaders on their own in order to solve the problem of housing difficulties for some people in rural areas, so it will not be registered with the URA. The young man is very good, even knows all this knowledge, and says it perfectly. The moment Chi Tian said this, he immediately drew the attention of Ouyang Nuanyu's old man. After smiling and giving Chi Tian a thumbs up, old man Ouyang smoothly proposed, "You two little guys look like you've been running around all night, don't you? Why don't you come with me to the cafeteria to have some breakfast? Fill up your stomachs before you have the strength to do anything." "No, let's go." Ouyang Nuanyu snatched a step ahead of her and rejected her old man's good intentions, taking the information and heading out of the office. Chi Tian noticed at this moment that there seemed to be some problems with the father-daughter relationship, but this was, after all, someone's family business, and he was too lazy to care. After saying thanks to Father Ouyang, he immediately followed Ouyang Nuanyu's pace and hurriedly left the URA building. The two of them came downstairs and a fresh breeze just blew by. It instantly sobered up the duo, who had been busy all night and had been a bit tired. Ouyang Nuanyu handed the information to Chi Tian, obviously asking for Chi Tian's opinion. One moment. Chi Tian touched his cell phone and retrieved each of the 5 suspicious locations on the map. Another incidental search was done for the Phoenix chain of bath centers near these 5 locations. Finally, a little harder on the 2 properties that were counted. These 5, or even the 16 properties that were counted, including the villages and towns where this group of spies may be hiding. All of them must be investigated and not a single clue must be spared. But the first thing to check is these 2 places, Happy Lane in the development zone, and Chunghwa Garden in the old town. Within a kilometer of both of these real estate locations, there both happen to be Phoenix bath centers, and it's most likely that Romy is hiding in these 2 locations, one in the old city and one in the development zone. We split up and arrest people separately. Whoever catches it counts. But the cooperation doesn't end there. The person who captured Romy is obligated to help the other side capture another spy in the next few hours. Is that a problem? No problem. I'll go to the development area. After spending the night together, the number of words Ouyang Nuanyu spoke to Chi Tian each time had gradually increased. Although there were still no more than 10 words at most, Chi Tian was already quite satisfied. After all, the female soldier's personality was just cold. This was evident from the conversation she had just had with her old man. Chi Tian had also gradually gotten used to this high-cool female soldier's style of speaking and doing things. Immediately, he nodded his head in agreement. Good, then I'll go to the old town and inform each other of whatever the outcome is. As soon as Chi Tian's words fell, Ouyang Nuanyu pulled her legs out and wanted to run outside. Just then, a van came blazing past in the distance, at a surprisingly fast speed, and was driving directly on the inside of the road in the non-motorized lane. "Hey, look at the car." At the same time the words left his mouth, Chi Tian pulled Ouyang Nuanyu's hand and pulled her back. In the next instant, the van, which was still accelerating, directly stuck to Ouyang Nuanyu and rushed to the next intersection. In that instant just now, Ouyang Nuanyu could even feel the glass of the van, driving against the tip of her nose, leaving behind the temperature. "Death to you?" Ouyang Nuanyu, who had returned to her senses, glared fiercely at the van's departing direction, her fists all pinched and creaking. If Chi Tian hadn't made a timely move to stop her just now, I'm afraid she's been jackknifed by the van to the next stoplight by now. That moment of infinite proximity to death, it made Ouyang Nuanyu, a veteran who had been trained by the first-line reinforcement regiment, couldn't help but feel his sweaty hairs stand on end. This car smells. Similarly, Chi Tian's face at this moment was also difficult to see. He shrugged his nose and looked at the van that was rapidly disappearing out of sight. After pondering for a full half a minute, suddenly the words changed. Yang Nguan, you proposed. Forget it, now is not the time to hold him responsible for traveling violations. We'll take our time to clean him up when the test is over. It's still important to catch the spies. Just now I thought carefully about it. The development zone and the old town are not far apart, and both are in the north of Jiangnan City. There's no need for the two of us to go in the same direction to find someone. I'll leave it to you to check out all the suspicious real estate in both districts, and I'll check out the south side. Are you sure? After hearing Chi Tian's proposal, Yang Nguanyu followed up with a reminder. South. Not very likely. While the scout company's test is important, bringing this spy ring to an end is our ultimate goal. North or south, we can't let it go. It's decided. Get a grip. As the words fell, Chi Tian quickly mounted his bicycle and dashed off in a southern direction. And that direction is the same direction that the van just now left. Chapter 60, Terrifying Sense of Smell. Termination of Examination. Chi Tian, you called me to ask about Li Hongfu? Don't worry, all the people involved in Hongfu pawnshop have all been taken under control. The SWAT side went straight out and he confessed to selling fake goods and maliciously disrupting the market order. Riding his bicycle around a corner, Chi Tian didn't continue to go south, but instead put the phone to Lang Changhua. It was the only phone number stored in the communication equipment that accompanied this test. Right now, Chi Tian could only rely on him to help him clarify the doubts in his heart. Secretary Lang, I have something else to report. Taking a deep breath, Chi Tian reported to Lang Changhua the matter of Ouyang Nanyu's near-car accident just now. A van filled with the smell of motor oil rampaged through the morning rush hour and nearly took Ouyang's life in front of the URA? Could you be suspecting that this van is a spy organization's revenge against you? On the other end of the phone, Lang Changhua's tone gradually became serious. Chi Tian glanced up at the direction where the van had just disappeared and responded. I don't think so. Our investigations into the spy chiefs have been done in secret and no direct contact has been made. There's no way she could have recognized us. As for the van, I think I smelled a hint of gun maintenance oil in that motor oil smell. Gun maintenance oil? Hearing Chi Tian's words, Lang Changhua on the other end of the phone finally realized why exactly Chi Tian had given him this call. This oil is specifically designed for the maintenance of sophisticated special equipment, firearms being one of the top priorities. And this oil is not cheap to build, and the sales channels are quite limited. It is very difficult for ordinary people to buy this gun maintenance oil. In other words, the van, which already had violations, was, in all likelihood, harboring other criminal activity. I see what you mean, driving past the entrance to the URA all the way south. I immediately asked the SWAT detachment to investigate the nearby surveillance and track the van's whereabouts. As for you, Chi Tian, you have already partnered Ouyang Nguanyu, checking that spy leader to the last moment. One step further, it is possible to step into the scouting company and become one of them. If you turn your hand to a new mission now, the odds are that you will fail your test. Do you really want to? The selection of the scout company doesn't happen every year. At this moment, Lang Changhua spoke in a more serious tone for a few moments, but Chi Tian had an answer for this, and immediately opened his mouth and said in a double entendre, of course, I've already made a decision to track down that van, and just now, I've already handed over all the two last possible hiding places of Luo Mei to Ouyang Nguanyu to investigate. I've done some calculations. Romy probably likes baths, so if she's at the bath center when I make the arrest, it'll be very troublesome for me to act. It was definitely the most reasonable division of labor to give this spy leader to Ouyang Nguanyu to capture. As important as it was for me to get into the scout company, I deeply understood that the reason I wanted to go there was to better protect the people of my dragon kingdom. Nowadays, there is a high probability of an armed assault case in Gangnam City, and the bandits still passed in front of me. If I chose to turn a blind eye, it wouldn't sit well with my conscience, even if I made it into the scouting company. Secretary Lang, let me check out that car. I'm sure I can't smell it wrong. There must be something terribly wrong with that car. Chi Tian's words were not just a response to Lang Changhua, but at the same time, it was also a response to himself, as well. As he had just said, he kept getting stronger and stronger, and the purpose was to protect his family and defend his country, and to realize the value of a soldier. Then right now, in order to protect the common people, Chi Tian was forced to terminate the scout company's examination and give up the mission given by the strongest soldier king system, which was also not in conflict with his thoughts. All that was lost was a higher stage, and a reward. The reward was important, but it paled in comparison to the lives of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. If Chi Tian chose to ignore the van's abnormality at this moment, for the sake of that quota and reward, He would continue to go and complete the scout company selection. Then he's the one who's ashamed of himself and putting the cart before the horse. Truly putting the lives and property of the people first. Good boy. Worthy of being my fancy soldier. Wait a moment. I'll immediately have someone investigate the surveillance. You stay put and wait for deployment. As soon as Lang Changwa's words fell, on the other end of the phone, followed by the sound of a keyboard tapping rapidly, not a moment later, Lang Changwa spoke in a low tone and ordered Chi Tian. Chi Tian, I've already determined the van's trajectory of movement. They traveled all the way south from People's Road in front of the URA, through Fenghua Road and Xinjian Road, and eventually drove into Songshan Road. Oddly enough, the surveillance skyline did not capture the van leaving MT Road, or driving off ramps to other routes. Moreover, the whole section of MT Road surveillance probes, last night suddenly destroyed. Things must be evil. You provide this clue. We must pay attention to it. You now immediately go to Songshan Road to investigate. The special police detachment has set off, but right now after all, is the morning rush? I'm afraid I have to wait for some time to go over and meet you. The task I gave you is to be in charge of peripheral observation to ascertain the situation, and if you do win the lottery, you must remember not to act rashly, and always stay safe. Understood. If there are any special circumstances, I'll report them immediately. After opening his mouth to respond, Chi Tian rode his bicycle all the way to the south, sprinting straight to MT Road to rush, and that's when the SWAT detachment, the Information Monitoring Center, Yu Songrong, the detachment chief of Jiangnan City's Special Police Detachment, was arranging with Lang Changwa and Nie Feihong for the manpower near Songshan Road to rush over as soon as possible. Nearby traffic police is fully mobilized, as far as possible to minimize the impact of the morning rush to the SWAT team. Army Commander, Lao Nya, to speak from the bottom of my heart, this soldier, Chi Tian, is really good. I quite like it. After arranging for the people from the traffic police detachment to come out to assist, Yu Tsongrong looked at Lang Changwa and Nie Feihong beside him and took the initiative to light 2 cigarettes for the two of them. In the face of the big right and wrong did not be confused heart, more willing to pass the examination of the opportunity to pass the reasonable to teammates. If your Spike Scout company's quota is full, could you send this good seed to me? And I promise, I'll give him the best training possible. Old you, why do you want to get involved in everything? As soon as Yu Tsongrong's words fell, Nie Feihong directly extinguished the cigarette in his hand and glared at him in displeasure. A man from my sharpshooter amphibious unit has to serve with me, even if he doesn't pass the test. Plus, with such a high annual casualty rate in the 1st Troop Scout Company, hell if we'll need replacements next year. This year's examination, Chi Tian definitely couldn't finish it, but if there was a chance next year, this kid would definitely be the contestant to beat. Wanting me to let you have this kind of good seedling, I think you're really a monk with an umbrella, unable to hair without heaven. Army Commander, look at this. This is old Nia's attitude towards our SWAT team. Just now when we were in use, it was so amiable. Now it's my turn to beg him for help. Nose not nose, eyes not eyes. If it weren't for Army Commander Lang here today, I'd be high and low enough to practice with you, old Nia. Just practice. I'm still afraid of you? Waiting for Chi Tian to determine the situation of Songshan Road, we both go out directly, outside the compound to move our muscles. There. Seeing that these two veterans who had fought for half their lives and were not convinced by anyone were going to pinch each other again, Lang Changwa directly opened his mouth and angrily heckled. Right now the situation on MT Road is still uncertain, but you two are so good that you're going to start a fight over the ownership of a good seedling. I have my own decision on Chi Tian's future development. You two are not qualified to intervene. Lao Yu, call the traffic police detachment again. Tell them to pull an action line with all their might, and let the SWAT detachment go to support Chi Tian at the first opportunity. If there was a real situation, the other party was armed and numerous, and Chi Tian was alone and defenseless. As you can all see, this kid dares to risk anything in order to protect the people. We can't just stand by and watch anything happen to him. Chapter 61, Gold Shop Robbery. Jiangnan City, MT. Chi Tian parked his bike around the intersection and chose to enter on foot. As Ling Changwa said on the phone, it is true that the van with the possible violation did not pull off MT. To be precise, the car was parked on the side of the road within Chi Tian's line of sight. The car, however, was empty. Chi Tian wiped a handful of ash on his face, disguised as a barker, and walked over to the van to take a closer look. This car just flashed in front of me, and the smell was only momentary, but now I can be sure that this car, indeed, smells of maintenance oil for firearms. Just the people in the car. While speaking, Chi Tian raised his head and looked into the distance. This Songshan Road is considered a commercial street. The traffic flow is very fast. Both sides of the road are all kinds of stores. Because of the timing, a small number of stores are still not open. At first glance, Chi Tian really didn't seem to be able to find anything out of the ordinary. "Ma'am, how was your business this morning? Was it okay?" Since he couldn't detect any abnormalities, Chi Tian simply set his eyes on the opposite side of the road, on an older woman pushing a food cart to sell breakfast. The elder lady sniffed and shook her head at Chi Tian with a bitter smile. "I can't, my big clients haven't arrived yet, and you stay away from that car. The people in that car don't look like nice people, and if they see you resting against their car, they're not going to let you go. Doesn't seem like a good guy? Can you tell me more about it, ma'am?" "Okay, anyway, the little girls working at the gold store got up late today, so I'm idle, so I'll nag you." The elder lady did not discriminate or anything because of Chi Tian's dress. Instead, she even handed him a packet of boiling peanut milk to fill his stomach. "It was about 10 minutes ago, I think, when this car suddenly stopped here and splattered up all over the place. I was busy soaking corn at the time, and this ash was splattering all over my pot, so I went up there ready to argue with them. But when the car door opened, all that came down were big, tall men with duck caps and masks and arms covered in tattoos. Even though I could only see the eyes, I still felt that they didn't look like any good guys, so I hurriedly backed away. The leader glared at me, and without saying anything, led the remaining 5 into the fork in the road, not knowing what to do. I reckon it's more than likely that some merchants in this street are stealing business and have gotten a few punks to cause trouble." By the end of the sentence, the older woman's tone was beginning to tremble slightly. Apparently, it was the men with the duck hats and masks that had just given her a fright that hadn't slowed her down much, while Chi Tian, at this time, did not have the intention to pick up the elder lady's words, and after drinking a mouthful of peanut milk, he proceeded to inquire to the elder lady, "Ma'am, what did you just say about the little girls at the gold store getting up late today?" "Hey, little brother, you don't know. A lot of the stores on this street sell food. My little food truck, it doesn't do well here. It's just a couple of little girls in that blessed gold that like to come to my place every morning for some corn, dunking, whatever. Usually they should be here by this time, but today I don't know what's going on. But they can't wait. Maybe there's some kind of activity that's holding them up. Can't wait for the gold store? When things go wrong, they go wrong." As soon as the elder lady's words came out, Chi Tian's gaze was instantly like an eagle's eye, deadlocked on the blessed gold shop merchant store in the center of the street. "Ma'am, is this the first time this has happened?" "I guess so. I've been setting up food trucks here for most of my life and this is the first time they haven't opened at this hour." "I understand. Thank you, ma'am." You now hurry to push the food cart away. I reckon it won't take long for the public security people to come over. You don't have all the formalities for this breakfast cart. Be careful of being impounded by them. After kindly reminding the elder lady, Chi Tian quickly moved to follow the fork in the road that the elder lady had just mentioned. This fork in the road is a path that leads to the back of the street on the left. The ground was not repaired and was quite chunky to walk on. On weekdays perhaps only the off-duty staff of the stores would walk around. As soon as Chi Tian stepped into the fork in the road, he vaguely smelled a pungent odor of blood. The smell of blood grew stronger as they kept going down the intersection, until Chi Tian approached the corner of the back door of Blessed Gold. This smell of blood was also thoroughly thick to the extreme. "All of you be honest, we brothers only want money, not life. If anyone else is not careful, don't blame me for sending her to hell with 3 stinking security guards as companions." Chi Tian pressed his ear against the forbidding shutter door, listening to the movements inside the gold store, and his face, almost instantly, became very ugly. Something big is really going to happen. Chi Tian quickly took out his cell phone and dialed the phone to Leng Changhua. After briefly recapitulating his side of the situation, eyes quietly glancing at the central air conditioning unit overhead, he motioned to Leng Changhua, "Secretary Lang, I'm applying to enter the gold store through the central air conditioning. No matter what, I have to ensure the safety of the hostages being held. But you don't have a weapon in your hand, and the other, in the hands of the civilians who are being held hostage, and equally unarmed. I have no business, and no reason to choose to back down." Without waiting for Leng Changhua to finish his sentence, Chi Tian interrupted him with a stern voice. Hearing this, Leng Changhua on the other end of the phone no longer forcefully insisted, and only promised, "Pay attention to safety, and also, keep the phone open." Getting the order, Chi Tian fought to jump and reach the outside unit of the central air conditioner with both hands, and then crawling down the ventilation ducts, step by step, towards the inside of the gold store. A few minutes later, Chi Tian arrived above the hall of the gold store. Following the gap in the iron mesh of the ventilation duct, Chi Tian could clearly see the situation below. There were 5 robbers in all, unable to see their faces, and one of them, armed with a shotgun, was holding the head of the gold store hostage as he opened the safe. The remaining 4 robbers guarded the 4 corners of the gold store, armed and unknown. The 3 security guards at the entrance of the gold store were all shot, and appeared to have no vital signs, counting the person in charge who was opening the safe. There are 4 hostages, It is recommended that we clear out the civilian population around Songshan Road before making a rescue operation. Chi Tian lowered his voice and reported the internal situation of the gold store to Lang Changhua one by one. At the same time, the phone was gently put down to try and unscrew the screws on the iron mesh to facilitate the next move. The nearby civilian police will be here in 2 minutes at the earliest, and I'll tell them to spread out all the people and wait for SWAT support. Armed robbery on a main street. This group is definitely a heartless and well-planned mob. Chi Tian, be careful. If anything happens to you, our rescue plan will be even more passive. On the other end of the phone, Lang Changhua's tone was urgent, almost hissing, as he gave orders to Chi. But it was precisely because he was in a hurry that he gave the order in a tremendous voice. Plus, Chi Tian had just placed his cell phone on the ventilation duct to make it easier for him to remove the screws. It directly led to the robbers below, vaguely hearing some movement. One of the robbers guarding the corner pulled out a pistol from the back of his waist without a second thought, aimed the gun at the side of several gold store salesmen who were sitting paralyzed on the floor, hugging and crying endlessly. Be quiet, or I'll beat you to death. Chapter 62, Blitzkrieg from the Inside Out. Snap. At the same time, the robbers holding the head of the gold store hostage finally opened the safe. Looking at the entire box, emitting bright golden light of gold, this robber's eyes were almost straight, but instead of rushing forward to load the gold bars away, he continued to hold the gun to the head of the man in charge and hissed, "Hurry up and melt these gold bars for me into unmarked nuggets." Fine, just a moment, I'll melt it for you." The person in charge had long been scared out of his wits by this cargo of robbers, and at this time did not dare to prevaricate, and immediately went to the bottom of the counter to get a spray gun to do things. To improve efficiency, the robber also paired him with a sales teller who came over to work together to speed up efficiency. Chi Tian, how is the situation on your side? The police from the nearby area have already rushed to the scene and are secretly evacuating the people in civilian clothes. At that moment, on the phone, Lang Changhua's voice rang out. Chi Tian put aside the 3 screws that he had managed to unscrew and responded in a low voice. This gang of robbers is so meticulous that they are now forcing the person in charge of the gold store to melt down the gold and remake it in order to make it easier to sell the stolen goods later. But this gives us some time. Please speed up the actions of the civilian police and special police. I can rush down to cooperate with their actions at any time now. The SWAT team will be here soon, so keep monitoring and keep me posted. After putting down a sentence, Lang Changhua continued to urge up the special police caravan. And at that moment, below the gold store, in the northeast corner of the corner, as if noticing what was going on, the robber standing guard quietly pulled back the curtain and swept out. Big brother, something's not right. Fewer and fewer merchants are opening their doors on this street. Are we being ordered? What the? You guys aren't honest? Upon hearing his accomplice's warning, the robber boss with the shotgun immediately raised his hand and once again aimed the gun at the head of the person in charge. The person in charge was so scared that he hurriedly raised his hands and responded at the duo. It wasn't us. You guys rushed in through the back door and you took control of us before we could react to what happened. Even if we wanted to call the police, we didn't have the time. Damn, cut the crap with me. Hurry up and do something. I'll only give you an hour. If you can't melt this gold in an hour, you all have to die. The robber boss seemed to be moved by the explanation of the person in charge, and after yelling angrily at the two of them, he turned his head to look at his accomplices and said, "Observe carefully, we are fully prepared for this operation. We must not make any mistakes." 5 minutes later, the SWAT team arrived and went straight to completely block off both sides of the intersection of MT. All the businesses on the entire road were closed, and hundreds of heavily armed SWAT officers with bulletproof shields were gradually approaching the gold store. Seeing this, the robbers in the gold store also obviously panicked. How is this possible? We've rehearsed this before. It takes at least 2 hours from the time the gold store anomaly is discovered to the time the SWAT team arrives at Songshan Road under the influence of the morning rush hour. Just to be on the safe side, we even pinched the surveillance last night. So how could this SWAT team have come so fast? Big brother, it can't really be that these few reported to the police, right? It can't be them. We took out the security guards the first time after we rushed through the door and held them here. There's no way they could have reacted. Then this is, whatever. The priority now is how to leave Jiangnan alive from the siege of the SWAT team. Fortunately, we still have hostages in our hands, and when taking the trail I observed that the distance was only enough to allow one person to pass. The bulletproof shields of the SWAT team can't stop us on the path. So today we, the brothers, will have to see if our respective lives are tough enough. The leader of the robbers glared hard at the sales lady in charge who was still melting the gold bars. Then in one smooth motion, he grabbed the other 2 sales and racked them to the thickened glass of the gold store's side door, smashing the sales lady's head twice hard with the barrel of a shotgun. The implication was unmistakable. Listen up, robbers inside. I'm Feng Kong, deputy chief of the SWAT detachment. You're after money, not life. You can take the gold bars, but you don't hurt the hostages. Even though the lieutenant had already learned from Leng Xiangwa that a hostage had already been killed inside. However, he still pretended to know nothing about it and initiated negotiations to the robbers, also attracting the attention of the 5 robbers in disguise. And at that moment, Leng Xiangwa's voice, once again, sounded from the cell phone. Qi Tian, report the robbers' location. The 2 salesmen racked up at the side door were the leader of the robbers, and the other 4 were still guarding the 4 corners, holding down the fort. But there is one thing that is strange. Just now when the robber leader terrorized the person in charge, the guy in charge was so scared he wet his pants. But the sales guy next to him who was helping out only had a moment of panic. It's also possible that she was stunned. Now is not the time to be concerned about her state of mind. On the other end of the phone, Leng Xiangwa took a breath and pursued the question. The SWAT detachment is all in place, but the path is too narrow for the bulletproof shields to be used, and it's not practical to force the door to be broken down. Do you have a good rescue plan? Fire! Qi Tian's gaze was firmly fixed on the spray gun in the hands of the person in charge, and after a pause, he continued to respond to Leng Xiangwa. The robbers packed all the gold jewelry they grabbed into nylon trolley cases, and for ease of loading and unloading, those trolley cases are now behind the person in charge. I can use my cell phone to smash the gun onto the trolley case, and the heat will instantly ignite the nylon material on the surface of the case, at which point the robber is bound to panic. The civilian police pull down the electric switch at the same time to affect the robber's line of sight, and the SWAT team must break down the door at the same time, so I can cooperate with them and shoot these robbers in 5 seconds. This plan was something Qi Tian had already thought of before the SWAT team arrived. The group of robbers had obviously been trained to stand dead center at the 4 corners of the gold store, observing all around them. The only way to muddy the waters inside the gold store is to cause a panic first. Qi Genius may be able to do something out of the action. With the outside of the special police, the 5 robbers will be taken down in one fell swoop. Leng Xiangwa had never been any kind of indecisive person, and after hearing Qi Tian's order and determining that it was feasible, he immediately opened his mouth to respond. I approved your plan, and at the same time, Chief Nia synchronized the message to the heads of the civilian and special police. The SWAT team was ready to break down the door, and the police were guarding the entire road by the power grid. You'll be the one to direct the operation, and when you give the order, the 2 parties will immediately move to cooperate with you in doing something. Understood. While opening his mouth to respond, Qi Tian unscrewed the last screw of the iron net underneath him and quietly pulled it away to his side. The cell phone dedicated to the examination has become the most important prop in Qi Tian's hand at this time. 3, 2, 1. The last number came out of his mouth, and Qi Tian aimed at the wrist of the person in charge and flung the phone out without hesitation. Whoosh! After a blink of an eye, the cell phone hit the wrist of the person in charge with precision. Caught off guard, the gun was slammed directly behind him, making a clang sound at the same time. The 2 nylon trolley cases filled with gold jewelry directly ignited. Asterisk. One of the fast-reacting robbers had just opened his mouth to curse when he saw the lights in the gold store go out at the same time. The SWAT team that had guarded the doorway early was even quicker to strike, cutting the gold store roller shutter right off from the top, and then carrying a bulletproof shield. A brainstorm rushed into the gold store. Kill for me. The leader of the robbers also reacted at this time that the situation was completely out of control, roared angrily and raised his hand to lay hands on the 2 gold store sales beside him. It was also just a moment before he loaded the bullet. A silhouette suddenly flashed to his back, waving an iron net and struggling to smash his wrist. Pop! In the next instant, the sound of bones being smashed alive resounded abruptly from beside the 2 gold store sales. Chapter 63, Sniper, No Need for a Comrade in Arms. It is said that 10 fingers are connected to the heart. Wrist is also true. The leader of the robbers couldn't care less about the shotgun that had fallen at his feet. Hurriedly clenching his right wrist with his left hand, his face suffocating red, he hissed up to the sky, Agu, I'm brown. Ah! At the same time, the 2 gold store sales beside the leader of the robbers were also scared and screamed out. By the light of the fire in the store, and the light that loomed in the window, the 2 were able to see clearly at the moment. A young man around 1 meter 8.5 in height, with a very slim figure and dark skin was standing next to them. Raising the iron net in his hand, he slapped it down on the head of the robber leader. Bang! This time, Qi Tian had obviously collected his strength, only smashing the robber leader unconscious and not taking his life. What are you waiting for? Why don't you run out of here? Qi Tian waved his hand at the 2 of them before turning back violently and searching for the others. At this time, the other 4 robbers guarding the perimeter of the gold store have all been taken down by the SWAT team. The person in charge also quickly evacuated outside the gold store under the protection of a SWAT officer. You must be Comrade Qi Tian. My name is Feng Kong. Right at this moment, a man around 40 years old with a hard body walked up to Qi Tian and said in a proper voice, Good day Captain Feng. Sharp Dagger Amphibious Unit. Chi Tian reports to you. After all, the other party was the vice captain of the SWAT detachment, and there should still be some courtesy. Giving Feng Kong a standardized military salute, Chi Tian frowned and inquired, Team Feng, counting the 2 girls who just ran out, how many hostages were rescued in total? The scene is too messy to get an inventory yet, so why don't I go out there now and take a look? Trouble. Chi Tian nodded heavily and responded to Feng Kong before turning around violently and looking in the direction of the back door of the gold store. Just now when the lights went out and the gun ignited the nylon box, Chi Tian was busy dealing with the leader of the robbers, and incidentally protecting the 2 gold store counters, and didn't pay attention to the back door side. The main entrance is guarded by SWAT, and the back door, if there are special circumstances, is undoubtedly the biggest breach. With this thought in mind, Chi Tian pulled his leg and rushed in the direction of the back door. When he got to this side of the back door, he met up with the SWAT team that was guarding the area with loaded guns. After determining that there were no abnormalities, Chi Tian's hanging heart was finally completely put down. The development of this great robbery that happened to be stumbled upon by him today was finally considered to have come to an end. Chi Tian. Chi Tian. Inside the gold store, Feng Kang's voice sounded once again. Chi Tian quickly ran back and asked Feng Kong, Captain Feng, has the number of rescued hostages been determined? It's confirmed. There are 3 of them, 1 in charge, and the 2 girls you saved. But the situation clearly doesn't match what you reported at the beginning. It's really her. In Chi Tian's mind, a figure quietly flashed through. The man was dressed no differently than any other gold store sale, but the way she had acted before was just too much of an anomaly. With his elite-level scouting and counter-surveillance instincts, Chi Tian had noticed her long ago. Only just now the action happened to be urgent. Chi Tian was not staring at her, not expecting the other party to take advantage of this to hide. Chi Tian, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by her? The rat hiding up there. Captain Feng, if I'm not mistaken, this rat is the key to this robbery today. As Chi Tian spoke, he reached out and pointed to the ventilation duct above his head, where he had opened up an iron mesh. Feng Kong is also a human being. Hearing Chi Tian's words and combining them with the number of hostages Chi Tian had reported earlier, he immediately understood Chi Tian's implication. Spinners were sent to block both ends of the ventilation ducts, allowing SWAT to enter them and make the final arrest. 1 hour later, Gangnam City, Special Police Detachment Compound. All of the 20 or so veterans who participated in the selection of the Sharpshooter Amphibious Unit returned to report for parade. Ouyang Wanyu, who had previously worked with Chi Tian to capture the spy leader Luo Omei, stood at the top with her head held high. She was dirty and her face was covered in color, like she had just been in a big battle. Others were also injured to varying degrees. Apparently, this group of offshore spies is really quite tricky to deal with. Lang Changhua, Nia Fei Hong, Yu Songrong, and Feng Kong stood opposite each other, their faces serious and meticulous. Now I announce that for the selection of the Sharp Amphibious Troop Scouting Company, those who passed the test are Ouyang Wanyu, Zhao Jialiang, and Lei Ming. Nia Fei Hong spoke aloud, uttering 6 names. The remaining veterans who weren't named flashed a flash of regret in their eyes at the sound of their voices. The others who have not been named can go to the dining hall to eat. At 10 o'clock sharp, there will be a bus of sharp knives waiting at the entrance. Don't be late. Chi Tian, you stay. Yes. After the veterans who didn't pass the selection responded with a sentence in unison, they walked towards the Special Police Detachment's cafeteria with bitter faces. Seeing the crowd walk away, Yu Songrong grabbed a step ahead and came to stand in front of Chi Tian. Bare hands, dare to play with a thug with a shotgun and 2 hostages around him. Gutsy enough. I like it. As the words fell, Yu Songrong turned his head to look at Nia Fei Hong and Lang Changhua and said in a halting voice, Secretary Lang, old Nia, Chi Tian's final assessment result is regretfully falling short of the scout company selection. Am I right? That's right. Nia Fei Hong responded with a stern face as if he had guessed Yu Songrong's intentions. Upon receiving his reply, Yu Songrong took another step in front of Chi Tian, his tone instantly becoming serious. Kid, you won't be able to get into the Sharp Daggers Scouting Company, but I can give you a new option, and that's to join my Jiangnan City Special Police Detachment. I heard from Secretary Lang that you were a sniper in your former unit, and when you come to me, I'll continue to make you a sniper, and your unique equipment is going to be more advanced than what you used in the Iron Fist Corps. Don't worry about other people's attitudes at the moment. If you say yes, just nod your head. I, Yu Songrong, haven't had any pugilistic outbursts over the years, and if you want to stay today, I can slap the table with old Nia and Secretary Lang for your sake. Yu Songrong did not hide his fondness for Chi Tian, and at this moment, he even directly forced the olive branch into Chi Tian's hands. Nia Fei Hong, who was on the side, could only shift his gaze to Lang Changhua at this time, hoping that he would come forward to help put in a good word. Indeed, Chi Tian's scouting company selection ended in failure, But the reason he failed was not because he was not competent enough, but because he did something else that made sense. And because of what he did, he directly saved the lives of 3 hostages. Nia Fei-hong was 100% certain that Chi Tian would be able to successfully pass the selection process if there were any more vacancies in the scouting company in the future. But if he chose to stay on the SWAT side today, it would be a different story. Right now Nia Fei-hong could see that Yu Tsongrong had already put what Ling Changhua had said this morning to the back of his mind. He was trying to be ironclad and keep Chi Tian in the Jiangnan Special Police Detachment. In the future, even if there is a vacancy in the reconnaissance company, even if Nia Fei-hong has a big face, it is not good to poach the snipers that Yu Tsongrong has carefully cultivated. Moreover, in Nia Fei-hong's opinion, while urban security was important, the real frontline battlefield was the best stage for Chi Tian. Right now in terms of treatment, in terms of resources tilted, undoubtedly is the Special Police Detachment side to give more generous. Ling Changhua, who had brought Chi Tian all the way up, had undoubtedly become the last straw in Nia Fei-hong's heart. It was a pity that Ling Changhua did not have any intention of trying to make a statement at this time. Instead, he stood still and quietly looked at Chi Tian, not saying half a word more. Nia Fei-hong was helpless, and after thinking for 2 seconds, he quickly stepped forward and came to Ouyang Guanyu's side. Ouyang, I've carefully looked over the action record you wrote, and it clearly states, going to the Immigration Public Authority to look for clues, as well as following up at Hongfu Pawnshop in the Antique City to find the list of people who bought the fake watches, including the end, when you captured Luo Mei in a bath center in the city and countryside. It was all Chi Tian's idea. Although you did something in the middle of it, but in terms of merit, you can't be compared to Chi Tian. Am I right? Yes. In the matter of capturing Romy, Chi Tian could have captured him just as well without me, except that he ended up giving the opportunity to me. But I want to say that I, Ouyang Guanyu, am definitely not worse than him, and as a sniper, I don't need any teammates, let alone help from others. He even saved my life this morning, so I'm willing to rematch him and decide who's more qualified to join Scout Company. This was the most words that Ouyang Guanyu had said in one breath since Chi Tian had known her. As soon as the words left her mouth, Ouyang Guanyu turned to look straight at Chi Tian and said in a resolute tone, I heard that you're a sniper as well, so why don't we have a match? And the one who wins, goes to the scouting company. In fact, just now, Nia Fei-hong asked Ouyang Guanyu those words, just wanted to say that the two are sort of working together on the matter of capturing the spy leader, Romy, and they can't do without each other. He wanted both to join the scouting company if he could. One person will be the sniper and the other will be the dedicated spotter. Such a win-win ending was more than he wanted to see. But at this moment, Ouyang Guanyu put forward a new opinion, and the spearhead pointed directly at Chi Tian. The most crucial thing was that the sentence she blurted out about snipers and not needing any teammates was sort of a direct blockage of Nia Fei-hong's words. Right now, it seemed that the two of them, her and Chi Tian, had to be divided into a fight to the death. Who would lose and who would win? Chapter 64, Overseas Viper Gang. Chi Tian, promise her that I, Yu Tsongrong, will back you up. If you win, I'll personally send you to report to the Sharp Knife Scout Company. If you lose, the demands I just made will remain unchanged. Nia Fei-hong had spoken, so Yu Tsongrong naturally couldn't be idle. Once Ouyang Guanyu's words fell, he directly persuaded Chi Tian to agree to the match proposed by Ouyang Guanyu. In this way, no matter what the outcome of the competition was, it would do no harm to him. Yu Tsongrong, if Chi Tian won, he could give this new soldier king one last ride, but if Chi Tian lost, he would have the opportunity to keep Chi Tian in the SWAT detachment for training. Nia Fei-hong cursed in his heart, Yu Tsongrong, this old fox, is really shrewd to the end, bringing up such conditions, not to mention Chi Tian, a new recruit who had just joined the army for 40 days. Even putting over a veteran of a scouting company couldn't resist such a temptation. However, just then, Chi Tian, who hadn't taken a stance, suddenly stepped forward and shook his head with a smile at Ouyang Guanyu. There's no need for a match. You captured Romy. I have no reason, and no business asking you to fight me in an extra round. My brothers are still waiting for me at the sharp end. If I go to Recon Company, who's going to lead them in playful training? I don't deny the ability of the sharpshooter instructors, but I am the only one who can inspire them to all their potential during training, and I'm confident that the next Scout Company test, the 5 of us, will all pass, and at that time, I'll challenge you. The moment Chi Tian said this, Nia Fei-hong's originally tense face instantly stretched out. Taking an arrow step forward, Nia Fei-hong clutched Chi Tian's wrist tightly and asked after him, Chi Tian, you're willing to come back to Sharp Dagger with me, even if you fail the test, right? Of course, Secretary Lang has known me well. He brought me to Jiangnan to join the Sharp Dagger. I can't bury his expectations of me, so it's best. Nia Fei-hong didn't care what Chi Tian's reasons were for choosing to stay with the Sharp Dagger. As long as this good seedling stayed, Nie Fei Hong wouldn't worry about cultivating his sense of belonging to the sharpshooter in the future. And at that moment, Yu Songrong's face on the side flew down. It was the first time he had made such a generous offer. Just for the sake of pulling in a good seedling, he was even prepared to slap the table with Lang Qianghua and Nie Fei Hong. But even so, it still didn't make the scales in Qi Tian's heart tilt in his favor. It would be impossible for Yu Songrong to say that he wasn't disappointed. Captain Yu, thank you for your kind words, but my brothers are still waiting for me at the sharpshooter. So, no need to be polite. I understand everything. Not waiting for Qi Tian to finish his sentence, Yu Songrong waved his hand and opened his mouth to interrupt. Previously, I had always thought that your brat was powerful without flaws. Even though you are just a new recruit, you have all the military qualities and military blood and bones that you should have. But now it seems that you still have weaknesses. Qi Tian, you are too emotionally attached. Captain Yu, I'm emotionally attached. How could that be a weakness? I can't answer this question for you now. When you get to the battlefield later, you'll naturally understand. Right now I'd rather talk to this little girl. The last sentence, Yu Songrong said at Ouyang Nanyu, who was standing in the front row. At the same time, Lang Qianghua as well as Nie Fei Hong's gazes all shifted from Qi Tian to Ouyang Nanyu's body. To be honest, I haven't seen a single one of the brothers Qi Tian spoke of just now, but Qi Tian was able to give up challenging you, or even a better training environment, for their sake, and I'm sure the answer won't change when his brothers are faced with the same choice in the future. And, I also believe that when they get to the battlefield, they will be each other's toughest backers, and can even sacrifice themselves to protect each other. Such camaraderie can be fostered nowhere but in the military. Ouyang Nanyu, I'd like to ask you, do you still insist that as a sniper you don't need comrades? Did you really win this test with a clear conscience? And do you still insist that you can fight alone and don't need help? Ouyang Nanyu was at a loss for words by Yu Songrong. After hesitating for a long time, Ouyang Nanyu raised her head and swept a glance in the direction where Qi Tian was, her eyes obviously changing. No, I need comrades. Very well, you may be dismissed. Upon hearing Ouyang Nanyu's reply, the expression on Yu Songrong's face turned cloudy to joyful. Turning his head and glancing at each other with Lang Qianghua and Nie Fei Hong, he smiled and nodded. It's true that he didn't poach Qi Tian from Nie Fei Hong's hands today, but he's helped Nie Fei Hong develop a good seed who is just as good. This favor, Nie Fei Hong was considered to be thoroughly indebted. In the future, when he encounters a similar situation, Nie Fei Hong will be completely speechless and will have to surrender his good soldiers. Secretary Lang, this morning's gold store robbery was put down by the guy who was knocked out by Qi Tian's net. It was an organized and background crime plan. The person who really masterminded this case is the head of the Green Snake Hall of the out-of-state Viper Gang. Why don't we go along to the team and listen? When Yu Songrong reported to Lang Qianghua, he did not deliberately avoid the veterans who had passed the test. And, of course, there's really no need for this to be hidden. In the future, the main fighting target of these veterans will be the black and terrorist forces outside the country. Even if he didn't say anything today, these warriors, in the future, would surely know about this. Instead, it was the always calm and sophisticated Lang Qianghua and Nie Fei Hong who heard the name of this Viper Gang. The expressions on their faces actually changed at the same time. Even couldn't help but glance at each other. Viper Gang? Let's go. Go and listen. Qi Tian, you come with us. This operation was commanded by you after all and completed successfully. You are qualified to participate in the final interrogation. A moment later, Nie Fei Hong looked as if he had suddenly thought of something. Beckoning, he called up Qi Tian, who had just changed into a training uniform. Led by Yu Songrong, he came to the interrogation room of the Special Police Detachment. At this time, the public security people were customarily questioning the leader of the robbers. The transcripts of the previous conversation rolled over and played on the large screen in front of Qi Tian and the others. Captain, yeah, this Viper Gang, could it be that it has something to do with Jiang Chong? Looking carefully at the statement made by the public security comrades, Qi Tian's eyes suddenly lit up and asked Nie Fei Hong exploratively, when Captain, you mentioned the name of this gang earlier. The expressions on your faces were clearly off, and the team was already disbanded, and I could tell that you guys didn't even want to bring me here in the first place. It was solely because of the name Viper Gang that plans were changed. Zhang Meng, Song Wei, and Lin Mang and I definitely don't have anything to do with the Viper Gang, and to say that the only one who might be involved would be Jiang Chong, the second generation of the military. You kid, you sure are smart. Nie Fei Hong shot a slightly surprised glance at Qi Tian and nodded heavily in response. That's right, this Viper Gang, which is related to Jiang Chong, can even be described with the word deadly hatred. Jiang Chong's father, Jiang Weiping, was my former comrade in arms, my most trusted comrade in arms. Back then, the Viper Gang detained a group of businessmen who were doing export trade in our country, and Shark Dagger took over the rescue mission. At the end of the operation, All the hostages returned home successfully, but Jiang Chong's father was killed by vipers people randomly shot. At that time, Wei Ping had a chance to survive. He was trying to protect me. So, Chapter 65, Windfall, Frogman Special Training. Hasn't Head Nie thought of destroying this viper gang all these years to avenge Jiang Chang's father? Chi Tian looked at Nie Fei Hong, whose eyes were slightly red beside him, and asked suspiciously, I think day and night. Nie Fei Hong took a deep breath, and when he looked at the robber leader in the interrogation room again, the corner of his eye immediately followed by a flash of icy killing intent. But the viper gang's home base is outside the country, and our soldiers, outside the country, don't have law enforcement powers. Later, Secretary Lang had helped me apply for joint law enforcement with the authorities in the area where the viper gang was located, but when we got there, we could only cooperate with the operation, and it was a semi-civil war area. They couldn't even handle their own family, let alone join forces against the viper gang. Over the years, the Viper Gang and the local group of agency dignitaries who started the war have gotten closer and closer, even gradually becoming bound together. It's also becoming more and more difficult to carry out a clear operation against the Viper Gang to eliminate their roots, and unless they take the initiative to enter our dragon land to commit a crime, the chances are slim. After saying the last word, Nie Fei Hong stood somewhat unsteadily as if he had removed all his strength. It was Yu Songrong who rushed out to give him a hand to prevent Nie Fei Hong from falling down due to his over-emotional state. It was only after a full half-minute's reprieve that Nie Fei Hong gradually recovered from his dislocation, and the first thing he said when he recovered was to bellow at Chi Tian in a proper voice. Chi Tian, when we go back this afternoon, Xu Xiaotian will act as a special instructor for the 5 of you and start special training for you. Unlike those of the 6 tigers of the Fierce Tiger Regiment, who are new to the sharp dagger, your special training will be 10 times, or even 100 times, harsher than theirs, and I hope that you will persevere. Jiang Chong must become stronger as soon as possible so that he can complete his revenge operation himself, and you, as his brothers, should also work together to make progress. I, on the other hand, will do my best to find the right breakthrough for you, so that you can go over there and deal with the Viper Gang in name only. Yes, promise to finish the job. Chi Tian turned to look at Nie Fei Hong and raised his hand in salute, his tone equally resolute and stern. As for Ling Changhua on the side, although he didn't say anything, his eyes were also clearly filled with killing intent, endless killing intent. 10 o'clock sharp that morning, Nie Fei Hong returned to the sharpshooter amphibious unit with all the veterans who had participated in the selection process. Lang Changhua didn't follow them to continue the operation, but left early and went back to the southeast military region to do his own thing. Having observed Chi Tian up to this point, Lang Changhua was already very satisfied. Lang Changhua will no longer be accompanying the whole process for the next special training time. Of course, where he was going, Nie Fei Hong kept it completely secret from these veterans, including Chi Tian. After learning about Jiang Chong's father, Chi Tian's mood had also become significantly depressed. As soon as he got into the car, he took the initiative to sit in the last row, quietly leaning against the window and looking out. No one knew what he was thinking. It was also just a moment before the car started. In Chi Tian's mind, the voice of the strongest soldier king system appeared at first. Ding dong. Unfortunately, the host did not complete the 5th task, Scout Company selection. The almighty carrier driving instinct disappears immediately and will not be rewarded twice in the future. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, the Gold Store Robbery. Bonus, Special Forces Practice Book. These include, but are not limited to, amphibious operations on land and sea, make-up reconnaissance training, and real-world combat. Please note, this reward is issued in the form of a memory, and the reward cannot help the host directly increase his strength, but it can help the host to get twice the result with half the effort in future training and reach the proficient level as soon as possible. When the system voice sounded, Chi Tian's mood was slightly helpless. Anyone else who lost a very important reward would be extraordinarily unhappy, but that didn't mean that Chi Tian regretted it. If he was given the chance to start over again, Chi Tian would still choose to save people before the test. But soon, the helplessness in Chi Tian's heart was swept away, because at this moment, the system had actually released another new reward for him, the complete book of Special Forces practice. These memories are enough to help me instantly become a top Special Forces instructor. After secretly marveling a sentence in his heart, Chi Tian hurriedly tensed his body, trying his best not to show any abnormality. After a few minutes, the memory of the Special Forces practice book was completely digested by Chi Tian, and at that moment, the corners of his mouth, he couldn't help but draw a curve upwards. Failing this test, he lost his all-powerful carrier driving skills though. However, the system helped him to shake the memory of a Special Forces instructor, and those memories also contain some how to operate some common carriers, including cars and motorcycles. In other words, Chi Tian was considered to have been blessed by a disaster this time. lost some high-end skill in driving, but in return, gained a tougher, more well-rounded military instinct. This is a windfall. With these techniques and methods of practicing special training, leading Zhang Mang and the others to grow to the point of special forces is entirely just a matter of time. If Captain Nya can cooperate with me, in 3 months, or even less, the 5 of us will be able to conduct real special operations on the front line. After secretly feeling a sentence in his heart, the suppressed emotions in Chi Tian's heart also eased much more at this moment. As Nya Feihong had said earlier, there were some vendettas that had to be avenged with one's own hands, and at this time, this Special Forces practice book that Chi Tian had obtained would undoubtedly greatly compress Jiang Chang's time for revenge. The most crucial thing was that 3 months was only the limit of Jiang Chong and the others, not Chi Tian's limit. Right now he knew all the various special training techniques by heart. If Chi Tian were to be ruthless and cultivate hard, he was afraid that in 50 days, he would be able to reach the fighting strength of a Special Forces soldier. Squeak! Half an hour later, the army green bus pulled up in front of the sharpshooter amphibious unit. Nya Feihong organized the crowd to get out of the car, confirmed their identity at the door and register. Those who passed the scouting company selection naturally followed Nya Feihong to the scouting company to report to the company commander and go through the formalities. Chi Tian and the others, on the other hand, returned to their original units and went to report to their respective heads. Just as he entered the sharp dagger, across the distance, Chi Tian saw Song Wei and the others waving at him repeatedly in front of a training ground. Zhu Xiaotian, the deputy head of the group who had met before, stood beside the four, his face unusually serious. Brother Tian, we all heard from Instructor Zhu about the scout company's selection this morning, and the brothers are all in favor of what you're doing. That's right, we're still young. This scouting company, there's plenty of opportunity in the future. Next time, the 5 of us brothers will take the test together, work together, and team up to pass. Looking at Chi Tian running, Lin Mang and the others took the initiative to step forward and open their mouths to comfort him a few times. I'm sure that day won't be too far away. Smiling, he responded to the 4 brothers. Chi Tian quickly walked up to Zhu Xiaotian and reported, "Hello Instructor Zhu, Chi Tian requests to return to the team." Chi Tian, as much as I appreciate what you did this morning, I still think that there are many flaws in you. Zhu Xiaotian was unsmiling as he droned on to Chi Tian and the others. And I am here to help you make up for your flaws. And of course, that includes the 4 of you as well. All of you, prick up your ears and listen carefully. Just because you're in the pointy end doesn't mean you have the ability or qualifications to fight on the front line. The 5 of you are still no different from rookies in my eyes. So next, I'll do everything I can to torture you and make things difficult for you. In short, I will do my best to recreate the situations that you might encounter during a frontline battle, and you will only be eligible to continue training at the pointy blade if you pass all of my spiffs. If anyone can't hold out, they will still be returned to their original unit and continue to go on being your big-headed soldiers. The first special training this afternoon, Frogman Flotation. Come with me. Chapter 66, Shocking Zhu Xiaotian. The record is broken again. The 5 people followed Zhu Xiaotian's footsteps and quickly walked into the middle of the training ground. What met his eyes was a giant pool, and Chi Tian roughly estimated that the pool must be at least 150 square meters. The water in it wasn't that clear, but it was clean. With just this glance, Chi Tian's 5 vaguely guessed the content of this afternoon's so-called Frogman special training exercise. Not bad for an amphibious unit that just got its first meal and had to get in the water. Zhang Mang's brows were furrowed, and he, who was known for his bravery and aggressiveness, was unprecedentedly somewhat abashed in the face of this underwater training. Since he was a child, Zhang Mang was a dry duck, and he had never touched swimming or anything else. At this moment, looking at the large pool, Zhang Mang's heartbeat was much faster than usual. Brother Mang, you wouldn't have never swum, right? Lin Mang asked as he looked at Zhang Mang with a surprised face. The eyes of several other people also shifted to Zhang Mang. Since I was a child, I have been studying in the martial arts school, and then I was admitted to the gymnasium, and I have been trained by the class in the direction of ancient martial arts athletes, and I have never really tried this underwater. It's just as well that you haven't been trained. Today, I'll give you a taste. Zhu Xiaotian took over the conversation with a stern voice, while taking out a stopwatch from behind his waist, looking at the 5 Chi Tian people with a smirk. Frogman Special Training Number 1, Breath Closure Training. Everyone goes into the water and closes their breath. Passing time for breath closure is 2 minutes and 40, 3 minutes and 15 for excellence, and 4 minutes for a perfect score. I've read your files, and apart from Zhang Mang, the other 4 of you know how to swim more or less well, but none of you are at the top level. At your half-ass level, there's no need to purposely separate your training. Go into the water as a group. I'll be in charge of promptness on the shore, and no one is to raise their heads without my orders. Yes, the 5 Chi Tian people opened their mouths in unison to respond, including Zhang Mang, a dry duck, who was also fully prepared at this time. Brothers, before entering the water, take short breaths and long exhales. Try to stabilize your emotions and keep your mind steady. It is important to keep your whole body in a relaxed state after entering the water so that your heart rate slows down, your metabolism decreases, and your body's oxygen consumption slows down. As long as you do these things right, it won't be hard to shut him up for 3 minutes. So on the count of 5, let's get in the water together. Chi Tian twisted his head and swept a glance at the 4 people beside him, and without hesitation, he spoke out the Special Forces Instructor's Book of Memories for the techniques in this area of chi closure. Jiang Chong and the others sniffed without the slightest doubt. After nodding their heads in response, they followed Chi Tian's orders, taking short inhales and long exhales, and went into the water in turn. And then Chi Tian poured tens of seconds. The 5 people inhaled a full breath, and at the same time shrunk their heads into the water for the first closed air training. This kid knows so much. On the shore, Zhu Xiaotian was still reminiscing about Chi Tian's technique that he had just taken off. After carefully recalling it, Zhu Xiaotian remembered that he hadn't started the timer yet. Hurriedly pressing the start-stop button of the stopwatch in his hand, Zhu Xiaotian frowned and muttered to himself what he said. But it's all my words. I wanted to let these 5 raw bastards eat the bitterness of closed air first, and when they knew how much of a dish they were, I would teach them the technique and thus memorize it more firmly in my mind. I didn't realize there was a connoisseur hidden inside, and the techniques he said were even more perfect than what I had prepared. Chi Tian, this kid really is an unabashed freak. He walked out of every step. Are the absolute standard answer, and no mistakes. Now even I'm a little skeptical that this kid isn't just pretending to be a second-time enlisted veteran, but judging from his file and age, that's not possible. While Zhu Xiaotian sighed to himself, Chi Tian's 5 had already closed their breath underwater for a minute. At this point, all 5 are still in very smooth condition. Chi Tian focused on Zhang Mang and saw that he all clearly still had some strength left. Only then did Chi Tian put his heart down and secretly said in his mind, having past techniques to train is just as easy. It's just that such gradual special training is still too slow for the 5 of us. Gotta figure out a way to speed up the training process and save some time. 2 minutes later, under the water, Zhang Mang held his breath until his brain started to lack oxygen, which was when he rushed out of the water and took a big deep breath. Zhu Xiaotian on the shore had his eyes glazed over, but still subconsciously shouted out the number on the stopwatch. Zhang Mang, 2 minutes and 58. As Zhu Xiaotian's words fell, Lin Mang drilled out of the water right after him. His time, 3 full minutes. For the first time in closed air training, such a performance is already considered quite good. As for Chi Tian, Jiang Chong and Song Wei, they were still underwater at this time, and the 3 of them were vaguely having a feeling of competing against each other, especially Songwriter. The previous feeling of secretly competing with Chi Tian in the Iron Fist Regiment's recruit company had returned. To a sprinter like him, who practiced sprinting, his lung capacity was better than others, and he relied on holding his breath and rushing forward desperately. This time, with the closed air training, Song Wei understood that this was the most likely time he would be able to beat Chi Tian. Therefore, he did his best to fight, vowing to fight until his last breath. Jiang Chong, on the other hand, had made up his mind early on that as long as he came to the sharpshooter, he was going to play hard to get, no matter what training he had to do. Crucially, the subject he practiced at the gymnasium was still triathlon, which itself included training in swimming. In this squad of 5, to say that the one who was most familiar with water was undoubtedly Jiang Chong. Performing this closed air training at the moment was sort of coming to his best area. As for Chi Tian, he didn't think about it that much. Right now what he wanted to do was to challenge his own limits. That's all. The 3 underwater, so to speak, all have reasons why they can't give up. This is what led to the situation of the 3 of them being at odds with each other at the moment, with no one convincing anyone. Instructor Zhu, how long has it been? Zhang Mang, who couldn't hold his breath early, saw that the 3 underwater people were slow to get up, and couldn't help but ask in a stunned voice. Zhu Xiaotian took a deep breath, his face horrified. 3.5 minutes, already refreshed since the creation of the Sharpshooter Amphibious Force, the record for the longest time for a sharpshooter recruit to perform his first breath-holding exercise, and that record, it's still being extended. After saying the last word, Zhu Xiaotian couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. At this moment, he truly realized how talented these 5 people in front of him really were. Seeing the time come to 3 minutes and 45 seconds, Song Wei finally couldn't hold on and struggled out of the water. Put, brother Sky, that's really something, can't you afford this? As Song Wei's words left his mouth, Jiang Chong also used up the last trace of oxygen in his body and rushed out after him. 3.46 for Song Wei, 3.50 for Jiang Chong, Zhu Xiaotian blurted out, his tone excited as he reported the 2's current closed air training results. Hearing his words, the several people present glanced at each other. all seeing a touch of undisguised astonishment in each other's eyes. Could it be that Chi Tian is going to rush for a perfect score the first time he conducts closed air training? I'm Brown. No way. Sky. Previously, when he heard that his closed air score was close to 3 points, Zhang Mang was still very satisfied. After all, this was the first time he had ever conducted a closed air special training, and to exceed the passing line by almost 20 seconds was already quite good. But at this moment, seeing Chi Tian's operation, Zhang Meng's pride, which had long been shattered by him, was once again fiercely crushed, and completely shattered into crumbs. It's really true that people will die and goods will be thrown away. Jiang Chong, at this time, followed suit and opened his mouth to let out an exclamation. 10 seconds flew by, and the 5 men knew it by heart. 4 full minutes might just be their limit, but it was definitely not Chi Tian's limit, especially Zhu Xiaotian. He knew better. At first he pressed the start-stop button, which had actually slowed him down by almost 5 seconds. Taking another look at the time displayed on the stopwatch, Zhu Xiaotian couldn't control himself from sucking in a mouthful of cool air. Hiss. Put. Just then, Chi Tian struggled and rushed out of the water, taking big, deep breaths. Songwei was not far away from Chi Tian and rushed to his hands, patting Chi Tian's back. Brother Sky, how's it going? Is everything okay? No problem. Just holding my breath to the limit and getting a little water in my lungs. Chi Tian waved his hand to Songwei and responded with a sentence before taking a deep breath and looking at Zhu Xiaotian on the shore. Instructor Zhu, how are my grades? Full marks. 4 minutes and 59 seconds. To be exact, setting a new record for the longest breath hold for the sharpshooter amphibious unit. This, days. Chapter 67, 2 third-class merits. Formation of reinforced platoons. Zhu Xiaotian's old face crossed. After being a soldier for so many years, this was the first time that he, for the first time, lost his temper in front of a few new recruits. 4 minutes and 59? Looks like we'll have to aim for 5 minutes next time we train for breath closure. Chi Tian frowned slightly and muttered to himself before turning to look at the deep waters behind him. Instructor Zhu, after closing your breath, isn't it time for the water treading training? Yes, but how did you know about the process? Was told to me by Ouyang Guanyu, and when I participated in the examination, I specifically asked her for guidance in this regard. Chi Tian hesitated for half a second before rounding off Zhu Xiaotian's inquiry offhandedly. He was not believing that the hallowed deputy head would still make a special trip to Ouyang Guanyu to verify because of this. After Zhu Xiaotian heard Chi Tian's answer, the doubts that had been in his heart finally dissipated. So you know so much. You learned it from that girl. No wonder. She's the most talented amphibious soldier I've seen over the years. Besides you and Jiang Chong and Songwei, you're asking the right person to take lessons from her. But you've set a new record for sharpshooters with your closed air training score today. As is customary, I had to go to the regimental headquarters to have the historical record corrected and report back to the regimental commander in the meantime. Since you have learned the process from her, and you have learned it in style, you are more prepared than I am. Then why don't you lead them in water treading training? Be safe. I'll be right back. Seeing 3 good prospects at once, one of them even set a new regimental record on the spot for his first air closure training. Such excitement, even exhilaration. It's something Zhu Xiaotian has never seen before in all the years he's been the head of the group. At the moment he couldn't wait to break the news. Simply put Chi Tian in charge of the subsequent water treading special training. Anyway, the deep water area was prepared with twine next to it, so he didn't have to worry about this kind of basic training and any accidents. Brother Tian, what's the meaning of this water treading training? Can it be that you're going to take us to play lightweight water drifting and rush through this water? Zhu Xiaotian finished his sentence and turned around. Seeing this, Lin Mang's few people habitually inquired to Chi Tian. Treading water training is done in deep water, where the water is around 2 meters 1 deep and people can't stand up properly. So you need to keep treading water continuously and keep floating upwards with a similar motion to the legs stomping on the ground during breaststroke as a way to keep yourself breathing. Speaking of which, Chi Tian reached out and pointed to a row of dumbbell pieces set up on the shore of the deep water area. After a pause in his voice, he went on to add, during treading water training, the arms are held high in the air with dumbbell pieces, which shows that this exercise is a great test of leg strength as well as balance in the core of the body. The length of training for ordinary soldiers is supposed to be 5 minutes. We double it, during which time if anyone can't hold on, just throw the dumbbell piece ashore in time to grab the twine and float up. Hiss. When Chi Tian finished recounting the content and precautions of the water treading training, Jiang Chong, the 4 of them, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air in unison. At this point they could feel how ferocious the level of difficulty would be just from hearing about the water treading training. Tread water constantly while holding a dumbbell piece in deep water over 2 meters deep. The choking situation in the underwater operation that made it most difficult for several people in Jiangmang. The fear is that in this training, it will be infinitely amplified, if not tossed around and tortured. Moreover, Chi Tian had to double the time, which would undoubtedly increase the difficulty of training exponentially. Brother Tian, I can kind of see that you're disciplining us to be even more ruthless than Zhu Xiaotian's hand. Just now closed my breath and choked the water once I have a hard time for half a day. Now look at this treading water training. I'm afraid I have to choke on it 10 times. It's okay, you'll get used to it if you choke twice more. You've got to live up to your name. Be fierce. Brother Tian, are there any techniques for this training? Tell the brothers about it. It was Jiang Chong who opened his mouth to ask the last sentence. Hearing his words, the remaining 3 immediately perked up and looked over to Chi Tian's side in unison. Be prepared to catch up and prepare well in advance. Of course. Chi Tian nodded his head slightly and said to the 4 with a flash of light in his eyes. During treading water training, hook your foot the entire time and control your body up and down in a circular leg strike position, alternating up and down as if you were riding a bicycle. When your body floats up, you should be ready to change your breath, and you must change your breath quickly. When the body dives, it is necessary to control the legs to accelerate treading water, thus completing the next breath alternation. I'll demonstrate it to you once, and you'll watch the whole thing, and then try it on your own when you see the technique. As the words fell, Chi Tian turned his body around and quickly swam towards the deep water. The other 4 brothers were right behind him, witnessing Chi Tian lifting the 15-kilogram dumbbell piece high in his hands. The legs are rounded, the palms of the feet are hooked inside, alternating up and down to complete the water treading training in a very standard way. And that's when, regimental headquarters of the Sharpshooter Amphibious Unit, in the office of the regimental commander, Zhu Xiaotian looked across at the head of the group, Nia Fei Hong, who was filled with a bitter smile, and similarly sighed slightly helplessly. Old Nia, this kid, Chi Tian, is indeed an animal, no less. Less than a month and a half into his enlistment, 2 personal 3rd-class honors. Gosh, I can't even imagine that this is actually happening to our sharpshooters. This is something that Army Commander Leng explained before he said goodbye, so you can arrange it yourself in a while. As Nia Fei Hong spoke, he handed a 3rd-class merit badge to Zhu Xiaotian. Then after a few seconds of contemplation, he continued, of course, even if his old man doesn't say anything, I will still give Chi Tian the same commendation. This kid was able to detect the tip of a crime from a traffic violation, and there is no dispute that he took this 3rd-class merit. Right now, though, I have something else in mind. Scouting company, these 5 boys can't get in for the time being. How about forming a special reinforcement team for them? Reinforcement team? Or are they forming for their 5 new recruits? Upon hearing these words from Nia Fei Hong, the look on Zhu Xiaotian's face instantly transformed into unparalleled surprise. For 5 new recruits, in the first line to strengthen the regiment, a reinforcement group is purposely formed. Such a thing. He, Zhu Xiaotian, had been in the military for 30 years, but it was really unheard of. To know, once this reinforcement group was formed, it meant that Chi Tian's few people were at the sharp end. It was already on par with the scout company, and even vaguely outclassed it. The quota for the scouting company was 126, while the standard number of reinforcement teams was 6. In some ways, joining this enhanced group is a lot harder than the scout company test. As you said just now, Chi Tian's first time performing closed-air training set a new regiment-wide record for our sharp swords on the spot. It just goes to show how talented he really is, and the other 4 little guys are all doing well. I don't think it's too much to ask for the 5 of them to form a reinforcement team around Zaitan. As for this kid Chi Tian's status as a new recruit, old Zhu, don't you see? This kid's military literacy can no longer be judged by his military age. Not to mention the new recruits, even the veterans of our sharp knives, none of them can hold their breath underwater for a full 5 minutes. That is why this strengthening group, I think, is very necessary to be formed. Ask yourself. Originally, I was going to save this slot of strengthening the team leader for Wei Ping's son, but right now, I just can't get emotional. It's not that Xiao Chong isn't excellent, it's really that this Chi Tian is acting too demonic. Nia Fei Hong's words fell. Zhu Xiaotian nodded completely out of subconsciousness, affirming Nia Fei Hong's judgment. The soldier echoed, I see what you mean, regimental commander. According to you, this reinforcement team is indeed worth forming, but I have a new idea that I won't spit out. Since you want to focus on developing the 5 of them, I don't think it's possible to form just one group. In my opinion, why not just form a platoon-based squad around them? In this way, the 5 of them would be able to enjoy the training resources of a platoon. It's like the old saying goes, soldiering is about precision, not numbers. Since we are going to focus on the 5 of them, wouldn't it be better, then, to go all out and just form a reinforced platoon with exceptional numbers out of the gate? Chapter 68, Dragons give birth to dragons. Phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. Donghai City, Old Town, 10 o'clock in the morning. Chi Tian's parents closed the fruit store and rushed home in a panic. Nothing else. Just because there will be 2 honored guests visiting this morning. Hongmei, I remember Chunai came to our house before and said she likes durian. We've brought back some of the best. She'll love it. It's just the right time to pull in and get closer to people. I heard her son got a job with the city authorities. When our family's incompetent kid is discharged from the army, we may still need to rely on him to help us out, so we can't break off this marriage. Zifa parked the little electric donkey, carrying 2 fine Elvis Presley durians. He walked quickly into the building. His wife, Lu Hongmei, also followed behind him, both hands lightly clenched into fists, her face obviously more nervous. The spring leaf in Shidafa's mouth was Lu Hongmei's biological sister from the same mother. Since childhood, the 2 sisters have been extremely close, and the family of 4 lives a happy life. Only when Lu Chunai was 20 years old, choosing to elope with a small business owner, that absence was more than 20 years. Not only have we not heard from them, but they're pissed off at their parents. Not 2 years after she left, the 2 old man on the hand of the world to die, which also became a knot in the heart of Lu Hongmei. So much so that later on, Lu Chunai divorced her small boss and took her children back to live in Donghai. When they wanted to go to pay homage to their parents, they were all rejected on the spot by Lu Hongmei. The relationship between the 2 sisters has also drifted apart due to the departure of their parents. After all, if she hadn't been so angry with her parents, how could they have left the world so early? But today, Lu Chuanya's children have been admitted to the civil service. She came with her child to visit her relatives. Then Dafa and Lu Hongmei had to pay attention. Anymore, people are now eating official food. We have to give enough face and face, don't we? Soon, the 2 arrived at the door of the house. It's not even in the door yet. Dafa then heard Lu Chuanya's flaunting voice, resounding from his home. Gu, how come your Chi family still looks so poor all these years, and you don't say anything about decorating? Unlike my family, Zhou Liang, who earned money at a young age and bought a lot of furniture for the family. Uncle Chi, Hongmei and her husband and wife aren't still working on that fruit stand, are they? What's the point? You're old. How nice to be like me, at home every day counting on my son to provide for my old age? Hey, Chunai, isn't our boy off to the army? So when he comes back from the army he'll be able to bring some money with him, and then we'll both be able to relax a bit. Dafa pulled out the key to open the door and hurriedly opened his mouth, picking up the conversation. Heard him and Lu Hongmei enter. Lu Chunai immediately pulled a youth in an executive jacket over to the duo. The corners of his mouth were practically harder to press than son. Call someone. Great aunt, great auntie. Zhou Liang smiled as he went up and nodded, opening his mouth to shout. He had just graduated from college this year, and in terms of age, he was a bit older than Chi Tian. And of course, it's all thanks to his mom who was in a hurry to give birth to a child at the age of 20. Gu, after not seeing you for a few years, Xiao Zhou has really grown more and more handsome. It's just like Haruha. Not bad, not bad. Chunai, your big sister heard you're here. I've brought you some Elvis Presley durians, so sit down and I'll go get you some fruit. Dafa reached out and patted Zhou Liang on the shoulder, praising him a few times before carrying the durian and going to the kitchen to work. Lu Hongmei was a million times more reluctant in her heart, but she still walked towards the living room and said obediently, "Come sit down, okay?" All at big sister's disposal. Lu Chunai smiled and raised his hand, sweeping over Zhou Liang's shoulder, where Dafa had just slapped him twice, and then pulled Zhou Liang to sit across from Lu Hongmei. This action was not seen by Dafa and Lu Hongmei, but it was clearly seen by Qi Shaohai who was beside him with an iron face. After a cold grunt, Qi Shaohai is really not used to see Lu Chuanya's dejected and dogged appearance. Sol went back to his room and closed the door behind him with force. Chunai, it's not New Year's Eve. Why are you here? Is there something wrong? Auntie, this is not right. You and my mom are close sisters, but the New Year's Eve and not festivals also have to come to see you. More walk around is not it? Lu Hongmei's words fell. Without waiting for Lu Chunai to open his mouth, Zhou Liang took the initiative to pick up the words. If I hadn't heard the smug tone of his words, Lu Hongmei was afraid that she was really going to believe it. At this point, Zifa just happened to walk by, carrying 2 plates filled with very full durian flesh. Rio got into the system and this talking is getting better and better. I've always seen this boy as a promising young man. Come on, eat some durian, Dafa said as he handed the durian to Lu Chunai and Zhou Liang. In the old days, even regular durian, Lu Chunai all had to be the first to get their hands on the richest piece of fruit flesh and snatch it away. But at the moment, instead, she put on a rather disdainful look and responded to Dafa. Big sis-in-law, this durian smells too much, so hurry up and take it aside. Be careful of smelling my Rio's executive jacket. He's busy in his unit, though he's free today. But I can't say I'll have to go over there this afternoon to relieve the leader's worries or something, so it's not good to get covered in the smell. This, okay, then I put it on the table first. You guys eat it when we eat later. It's all Elvis Presley durian. It's good. Dafa also heard the spitefulness and dislike in Lu Hongmei's words at this time. But when he thought that the other party's son had entered the system, there was no chance that he would be able to help Chi Tian in the future. Chidafa only had to pile on the smiles and bring the durian to the table next to him. By the way, which section of the system did Rio get into? Is he tired every day? Chidafa casually threw out the question as if it was right in Lu Chuanye's heart. Immediately, he opened his mouth, gushing and bragging. I'm not tired, my son got in, it's the best section, the senior center, and he's second in command there. The daily contact is full of retired old cadres, as you all know. Those who are now in their seats are all disciples of these old cadres. I am now overwhelmed by the number of people who come to my son for work on a daily basis. I can't keep up with all the gifts and stuff at home. Really? That's a good feeling. Learn more from the old cadres. You can grow faster. Shidafa smiled and nodded, subconsciously responding. But before he could continue, Zhou Liang, who was sitting on the side, then suddenly opened his mouth and lowered his voice, like he was going to say something terribly confidential. He pretended. Great auntie's husband, I heard that my cousin Chi Tian went to the army. What's up? Did he send you a letter? No? What's wrong with you? Rio, if you have something to say, just say it. Great aunt, I've heard a lot of news in the system, and I'm going to disclose it to you, but you mustn't say that I'm the one who passed it on. This year, we have a deserter in the East China Sea, though names and home addresses and stuff haven't leaked out yet, but I always had a hunch that this deserter might be my cousin. You guys need to be ready. It's reasonable to assume that recruits are also given the opportunity to contact their families, but my cousin is delayed, and I guess, he has no face to contact you guys. What? Deserters? Rio, you can't say that out loud. My son he didn't go to college, but his character I still. Character? Big sis-in-law. Your son could have any character. Zifa just got halfway through his sentence. Lu Chunai skimmed her mouth, assumed a posture of utter disgust, and opened her mouth to interrupt. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and the son of a mouse knows how to make holes. Your son is not like my son. You'd better not expect too much from him. I reckon that the deserter was him in all probability. Think about it, before you guys asked him to join the army, he never wanted to go, and then suddenly one day he enrolled himself. Do you think it's strange? My guess is, he just can't stand you guys nagging him, planning to get into the army first and then desert. That way you won't have the possibility of nagging him anymore. The bastard boy, if you ask me, is all bad intentions. Bang! Lu Chuanye's words fell. Lu Hongmei, who hadn't spoken for a long time, slammed towards the table on the spot and said angrily with a stern face, Lu Chunai, shut up if you can't talk. I know in my heart as a mom what my son is like. There's absolutely no way he could be a deserter. Shidafa also changed his face at this time, his brows furrowing as he said, Chun Yi, it's fine for you to look down on me Shidafa, but you can't denigrate my hungry son. I, Shidafa, dare to guarantee with my life that Xiao Tianhe, auntie, uncle, don't worry, my mom's just a little bit straight talking, she doesn't mean anything else. Seeing that the two were about to get mad, Zhou Liang hurriedly interrupted and explained for Lu Chunai. My mom she was also concerned about my cousin and in a moment of haste she accidentally said the wrong thing. If she didn't think of my cousin as a relative, she wouldn't bother with this, don't you think? Humph, I know your mom too well for what she is. Let's get down to business and get out of here. We can't afford to entertain you. The second in command of the system, with our family's crude food. Lu Hongmei made a stern face and looked at Zhou Liang. Seeing this, Lu Chunai could only as pull Zhou Liang's coat corner and gave him a wink. It's like this, auntie. It's been so many years since my mom and I came back to live in Donghai, and we haven't gone to pay our respects to my grandma and grandpa yet. When I was a kid, it was indeed my mom who didn't know any better and made my two old men angry. My mom has tried to make it up to them over the years, but there was never an excuse. I got into the civil service this year, and I've given our Lu family a fighting chance. Just show us around, will you? In the future, we still have to burn incense and kowtow to grandma and grandpa on New Year's holidays, and this job can only be done by me, Zhou Liang. Can't count on my cousin the one that got away. Anyway, you have to take us to pay our respects today. If you don't agree, don't blame me, Zhou Liang, for not thinking of my relatives and looking for comrades from our Donghai Supervisory Industry and Commerce Department to nag and nag. At first, Zhou Liang was able to talk properly, but at the end of his words, he saw that Lu Hongmei had no intention of picking up the conversation at all. Zhou Liang simply stopped pretending and directly opened his mouth to threaten, and as soon as those words came out of his mouth, Lu Hongmei also exploded on the spot, pointing at Zhou Liang and Lu Chunai and chiding them. I, Lu Hongmei, am not afraid of a crooked shadow. You can nag whoever you want. I'm not afraid of you. And, Lu Chunai, I'll tell you the truth. You'll never see mom and dad again in your life. What's the point of living ungratefully and dying screaming, when you abandoned the two old men and eloped with Zhou Liang's father? Why didn't you worry about their poor health? Lu Hongmei, are you sure? Zhou Liang stared wide-eyed. Directly is not even called great aunt. Directly called up the name of Lu Hongmei. Face iron blue said, I can warn you. I know the leader who supervises you. Believe it or not. Shut the up and get out. Not waiting for Zhou Liang to finish his sentence, Qi Shaohai pushed open the door of the room and rushed to the living room. Roaring, he had been an anti-Japanese Boy Scout, and always carried a sense of oppression that could not be described in words. When this roar came out, it scared Zhou Liang and Lu Chunai on the spot. Mother and son looked at each other. Seeing Qi Shaohai get up and angrily walk towards the kitchen, the two of them hurriedly got up and rushed towards the front door of the Qi family. Lu Hongmei, Qi Dafa, you guys wait. From now on, our two families are done with each other. My son will find someone to clean you up this afternoon. Let's see how long you can keep your fruit store open. A family of unseen dogs. If I don't teach you guys a lesson, you really don't know how many eyes the Horse King has. Lu Chunai reached out and pointed at Qi Dafa and Lu Hongmei after screaming a curse, just about to push the door and walk away. But just at that moment, the Qi family's front door was suddenly knocked on from outside. Completely subconsciously, Lu Chunai pulled the gate open with one hand. Immediately after, a middle-aged man's figure appeared in the eyes of Qi Dafa and Lu Hongmei. This is Qi Tian's house, right? I'm the district chief of our Donghai authority in charge of this part of the old city. I'm District Governor Lu? What brings you here? The middle-aged man put his words just halfway through his sentence when Zhou Liang opened his mouth with a face full of incredulity and cried out respectfully to the other party. You know me? The eyes of the person Zhou Liang called District Governor LV lit up, and after asking a rhetorical question, he walked into the room with a smile and said, Since we know each other, that's good to know. I came here today to discuss with your family the issue of recognizing your family as a model family in our old city. I'm sure you two are Qi Tian's parents. You've really given birth to a good son. Comrade Qi Tian has been enlisted for a month and a half, and has taken 2 individual third-class honors, and the district is now paying quite a bit of attention to him, but it's quite a big deal. This district commissioner Lu should have read Qi Tian's family profile. Smiling, he walked behind the door, walking directly to Qi Tian's parents with the gift in hand. He respectfully took the initiative to shake hands with the two of them, and as soon as his words left his mouth, not only Qi Tian's parents froze on the spot, even Lu Chunai and Zhou Liang, who were raging at the door and had just put down a few harsh words, were confused and dumbfounded by what they heard on the spot. It's about time. Qi Shaohai casually threw the chopper onto the counter and spoke, taking it in stride. He sat down at the dining table and savored the Elvis Presley durians that Chifa had so carefully prepared. Qi Dafa also slightly reacted a bit at this time, and immediately opened his mouth to ask, LV District Governor, you are not joking with us. My son, Qi Tian is not a deserter. He's a good soldier, and he's won 2 individual third-class honors? Deserter? Comrade Shaoqi's grades are so excellent, how could he be a deserter? District Governor Lu was also dumbfounded by Qi Dazi's words at this time. Scratching his head, I've come here to present you with a plaque for the military home, and to discuss the evaluation of the model quintessentials. Where did you guys hear this from? Don't dare spread it around. Where else could I have heard it? Of course it was the second-in-command of the activity center that greeted you at the entrance of the station. Because of Zhou Liang's greeting with District Governor Lu just now, Lu Hongmei subconsciously thought that the two of them knew each other. So at this time to this Lu District Governor, also has no good face. But then again, which one of those who can be a district governor is not a human being? Hearing Lu Hongmei's words, noticing again the slightly awkward atmosphere of several people in the room, District Governor Lu instantly understood why Lu Hongmei was hostile towards herself at the moment. Immediately, he got up and glared at the mother and son Zhou Liang, who had not yet returned to their senses, and drank. Kid, the fact that you know me means that you should also be from our organization. Second in command? How come I haven't heard of any section with such a young second in command? Spreading rumors that the best recruits are deserters. You're really not afraid of death, are you? Get your ass over here and get it straight. LV District Governor. I was just joking around. It can't be taken seriously. A newcomer to the system. He was called by name by the district governor to come and talk. Now even if Zhou Liang wanted to hide, it was simply impossible to do so. All that could be done was to walk up stiffly and keep winking at Qi Dafa and Lu Hongmei. Great aunt, great auntie, I was just messing with you guys. You can hear me, can't you? A joke? District Governor Lu looked Zhou Liang up and down and really couldn't remember the department he was in charge of. Solely chided with a stern face. Make a laughingstock out of the outstanding recruit who has been in the army for a month and a half and has gotten 2 personal third-class awards. Kid, you've got a big face. First, tell me what section you work in, and I'll talk to your leader. District Governor Lu, there's no need to find our leader because of this little thing. Right, he's quite busy. Zhou Liang spoke as he spoke. Lu Chunai also realized what kind of situation was really going on right now. only to see her run to Lu Hongmei's side in 3 steps. Reaching out, he wrapped his hand around Lu Hongmei's arm, a bitter expression on his face as he kept blinking at Lu Hongmei. Apparently, she's really a little scared now. Zhou Liang, in order to take this civil service exam, how much effort had been put in, and he, as a mom, saw it. She doesn't want to, and can't watch her son's future be ruined because of this bleep she installed today. It's just a shame. Just now mother and son opened their mouths and shut their mouths to call out Lu Hongmei's name. The time to break out in curses and even open your mouth to threaten. I never thought I'd end up in this situation. Chidafa even let out his voice with an unimpeded face, interrupting Zhou Liang. Zhou Liang, I'm not your great aunt's husband. Don't yell at me. It was you and your son who said you'd cut us off. I'll take that down. And if I remember correctly, what you just said was no small thing, was it? Don't you know the leader of the Trade and Industry Bureau who was going to make our family's fruit stall unviable? And talk about how people who ask you for favors are going to give gifts that won't even fit in your house. Oh yeah, and you questioned us for being uneducated and not knowing how many eyes the king of horses has, right? Why don't you tell us about it in front of District Governor Lu? The moment Zhou Liang's face was going to crumple a few points with every additional word Chidafa said. As for his mother, Lu Chunai, let's not even mention it. The entire group had been too completely terrified to speak. The arrogant and domineering aura just now completely disappeared cleanly. At the moment, it's like being a grandson. Sitting beside Lu Hongmei, she pulled hard on Lu Hongmei's coat, counting on her to help put in a good word. The answer, however, is obvious. Lu Hongmei already disliked this mother and son, and after today's incident, she would ignore them even less. Fine, fine. Zhou Liang, right? I remember your name. District Governor Lu said 3 good words on his face, his eyes on the verge of bursting into flames with anger. Rumor mongering for good recruits, not to mention bribery, or even borrowing your one position to spite the families of good recruits. Just you wait. Someone will deal with you soon. Tell me what your workplace is. If you don't tell me, I don't mind asking the criminal police to come and take you away. Let's talk somewhere else. Don't. District Governor Louis, don't call the police. As soon as District Governor Lu's words fell, Zhou Liang hurriedly opened his mouth and responded with a face full of devastation. I'm a new recruit at the senior center just this year, specializing in recreational facilities for retired cadres. I just brought my mom over today to play beep with my relatives. I really didn't expect you to make a big appearance. My cousin, a senior center? Rough. So does he count as institutionalized? Isn't that the casual contract laborer Lao Su recruited from the community, coming over to clean and do odd jobs? 18,000 a month for a second in command. How dare you think of that? Upon hearing Zhou Liang's reply, District Governor Lu was completely exasperated and laughed. After viciously plucking out Zhou Liang, District Governor Lu took out his phone directly and pressed a few numbers out. Asshole kid isn't too old to be pretending to be a beep. He really knows how to put a face on it. You don't count as working in the system. You're lucky to have escaped the bribery issue, but you can't get away with posing as a member of the establishment and leading an insult campaign against the families of good recruits, taking the initiative to come to the door to provoke trouble. High and low, I have to let you into the detention center for 2 days. Auntie, I was wrong. You guys talk to District Governor Lu. Spare me for once. I'll listen to you and everything from now on, okay? Zhou Liang's reaction was quick. Right now, he knew very well that the only ones who could save him were Lu Hongmei and Chidafa, so he simply plopped to kneel in front of the two, and begged bitterly, don't. We can't afford to mess with the second in command of your senior center. Ma Wangjie, help yourself. Chidafa glared at Zhou Liang. Straight away, he pulled his wife up and made it over to the dining table, pulling away from Lu Chunai and Zhou Liang's mother and son. In order to avoid this shameless mother and son coming after them again with a deadpan plea, the duo actually hid directly behind Qi Shaohai, who brought his own overbearing aura. The district mayor himself called the police, and the police were out as fast as they could be expected to be. Not 3 minutes. A group of police station police then rushed to the Qi family. In the presence of the district governor, Lu Chunai, Zhou Liang mother and son away. No matter how much the two cried and apologized to the Qi family, neither Chidafa nor Lu Hongmei bothered to look at them much longer. After all, before, the mother and son were arrogant and domineering, wrongly accusing Qi Tian of being a deserter. The look of having to tear their family apart could be more memorable than it is now. If not for the timely arrival of District Governor Louis, can this mother and son come to their senses? Apologize to their family like this in a heartfelt manner? What an international joke. Elder brother Qi, right. Wait for the police to arrest the mother and son and take them away. District Governor Lu took the lead and walked up to Chidafa, embarrassed. Today, your family has caused this matter. It is indeed the head of our senior activity center who did not do his job well and caused you trouble. I, Lu Jianpa, am here to formally apologize to you. District Governor Lu was polite. You are the administrator of our old city. How can I ask you to apologize to us little people? Besides, this has nothing to do with you. It's this relative of ours who's dogged us and come looking for trouble. We can understand that. As long as we can ensure that our Chi family's fruit stand can operate normally, we will burn high incense. By the way, you're here today. Oh yeah, almost forgot about the main event. Chi Dafa's words fell. District Governor Liu hurriedly walked over to this side of the sofa, took out a document from his briefcase, and handed it to Chi Dafa. Between your family's excellent performance in the army, Chi Tian, the organization has decided to award your family the title of Advanced Family of Donghai City. Don't worry, Liu Jianpa, guarantee that no such brats will ever come to your house again. With that title, maybe your family's business will even go up a notch. Really? That's really great. District Governor Liu, please sit down. Let's talk slowly. At 11 o'clock noon that day, the Southeast Military District, Lang Changhua took a special airplane, but also backed up a special car, and returned to the military compound at fire speed. 8 full days had passed since he had arrived at the Iron Fist Regiment to observe the monthly examination of the new recruits. In these 8 days, Lang Changhua's impression of Chi Tian made a 180-degree reversal. Today, when I returned to the military region, I did not go directly to the organization, but first went home to the family compound. Just want to have a good chat with his wife about Chi Tian and his daughter Ling Qingbai. Dad just entered the house, not waiting for Lang Changhua to put down his handbag. Lang Qingbai then leapt up from the sofa in the living room, plucking his legs and running to Lang Changhua. He anxiously asked, I heard Uncle Jia say that you went to the Iron Fist Regiment? The Uncle Jia in Lang Qingbai's mouth was referring to Lang Changhua's deputy, Jia Bing. On weekdays Jia Bing also doted on Lang Qingbai. When Lang Changhua had something to do, it was also mostly up to him to inform the family. Upon hearing this, Lang Changhua didn't intend to hide it and directly nodded his head in response. That's right, a temporary trip to observe the monthly exams for this class of recruits. And by the way, check out your online love interest. Brother Tian, how is he? Is he doing well in the army experience? How come he hasn't given me a call for so long? Is he? Girl, are you going to let dad go inside for a drink of water first? Half a day of traveling. My mouth is almost dry. Lang Changhua smiled bitterly and walked into the living room to sit down. Her wife Zhao Shuling just happened to be on vacation today. It was very sweet to see her husband return and hand her a glass of warm water. Changhua, it's been a hard journey. Sit down first and rest. Take your time to say what you have to say. As the words fell, Zhao Shuling glared at her daughter with a slightly dissatisfied look. They say a married girl splashes out, but you're not even close to being done with that little yellow hair. The elbows start to turn out and you even forget to pour water for your dad? I didn't do it on purpose. I'm just too worried about Brother Tian. He hasn't contacted me for 48 whole days, and now I can dream about him at night. The more Ling Qingbai spoke, the more aggrieved she became, and at the end of her words, there were clearly tears flashing in her eyes. Lang Changhua is an uncompromising daughter slave, and the last thing he can see is his precious daughter shedding tears. Seeing that Lang Qingbai was depressed and about to cry out, rushing to put down her glass of water, she pulled her baby girl to sit down beside her, and after a few moments of thought, she spoke. Dad knows you care about Chi Tian, but you also know that he just entered the army. I'm sure I can't contact you now that I'm not even past my recruiting period. Don't worry, wait a few months. When he stabilizes, the troopers will send him a cell phone to check in. As for his situation in the Iron Fist Regiment, you can rest assured, all is well. This kid even became the deputy squad leader. Lang Changhua did not intend to tell his daughter about Chi Tian's entry into the first-line reinforcement regiment. For one thing, he was afraid that Ling Qingbai would worry about him, and for another, it was not the right time at the moment. Based on Chi Tian's current actions alone, he could indeed gain his admiration, but that didn't mean that Chi Tian was qualified to step through the door of his Ling family. Fortunately, he then told a well-intentioned lie and simply praised Chi Tian a few times in front of Ling Qingbai. Brother Tian has become the vice class president? That's great. I have to go and congratulate him quickly. As soon as he gets his cell phone he'll be able to see my blessing. He'll be so happy. As soon as Lang Changhua's words fell, the expression on Ling Qingbai's face instantly turned from worry to joy. Spinning around, he joyfully stood up and bounced toward his room. With the previous lesson, Lang Qingbai even casually unlocked the door of his room after entering the house. The reason for this was that she didn't want her parents to hear the content of the voice message she had sent to Chi Tian. But how could she know that Chi Tian's cell phone, at the moment, was lying quietly in Lang Changhua's handbag? Changhua, I've spent most of my life with you. I can tell at a glance if you're telling the truth or not. Just now you lied to your daughter, right? Witnessing Lang Qingbai joyfully running back to her room, she locked the door behind her. Zhao Shuling quickly sat down next to Lang Changhua and pursued with a stern face. Is it that little yellow hair that's not doing well and is moping around in the army? I could tell a long time ago that he was no good. will only use flowery words to deceive innocence, this silly girl. Shui Ling, you're right. I did lie just now. Without waiting for Zhao Shuling to finish her sentence, Lang Changhua directly interrupted her. But I'm not coaxing my daughter to be happy by deliberately exaggerating Qi Tian's performance. On the contrary, this kid has performed quite well. As the words fell, Lang Changhua pulled Zhao Shuling back to the bedroom of the two of them and willed himself to go to the Iron Fist Regiment to observe the monthly examination of Qi Tian's new recruits, as well as the subsequent two coming to the point test. Even the selection of the scouting company, which had begun in the early hours of this morning, was all told to his wife. After listening to her husband's account, Zhao Shuiling's face suddenly turned green and white. Changhua, are you sure you're not kidding me? That little yellow hair can be as powerful as you say? Zhao Shuiling swallowed deeply, her tone filled with incredulity. Less than 50 days in the army, 2 third-class honors, and went straight to the first-line reinforced regiment. I've seen a lot of good soldiers over the years following you around, but I've never heard of any good ones that could grow so fast. I won't hide it from you. Qi Tian's growth rate, not only you, but even Oldly of the Iron Fist Regiment, including me as the military commander, is unheard of. Speaking of this, Lang Changhua let out a long sigh. His eyes subconsciously glanced over to the desk across the room, where a photo of himself as a young man enlisting in the army lay. When I was his age, I was still in the recruiting company as a big head soldier, practicing physical fitness with the big army. As for the title of New Soldier King, and that person's commendation of third-class merit, it was even more unthinkable. To be frank, in terms of talent and hard work, I'm not even close to this kid. The key is that he has a different kind of charisma about him that convinces people to recognize him in a very short period of time. I have a premonition that in the future, this kid's achievements will at least not be below mine. I'm not going to lie. Right now I'm kinda trying to groom him towards being a successor. Add to that our daughter's relationship with him, and we'll have to think long and hard about this marriage. If Qi Tian's parents' side also said so, when Qi Tian stabilized in the first-line troops, we can arrange for the two families to meet and sit down to talk. Lao Zhao, what do you think? After saying the last sentence, Lang Changhua turned his head to look at his wife Zhao Shuling, wanting to see her opinion. If you say so, what can I say? Zhao Shuling bitterly smiled and swept Lang Changhua a glance as she got up and said, if this kid is really as good as you say he is, his family is alright. If you can guarantee that your daughter will not suffer or be bullied when she marries, I won't stop you. So sit down and rest and relax while I go and fix lunch for you, father and daughter. As the words fell, Zhao Shuiling moved to leave the bedroom and went to the kitchen to work in a well-organized manner. Lang Changhua, on the other hand, sat on the bed and took out Qi Tian's cell phone from his handbag. Nor did he turn on his phone to check the content of the message his daughter had sent to Zaitan. It was placed directly into the innermost part of the bedside table next to it for careful safekeeping. Qi Tian, don't fail me in my expectations of you. If you can stabilize at the pointy end, or even take 2 steps up to become a true national sharpshooter, then I naturally won't say anything more about your marriage to Qing Bai. But if your talent ends here, it's just a flash in the pan, then the door of my Lang family is not so easy to step into. Whether you and I will be close to each other or completely draw a line in the sand will depend on what you do next. Chapter 69, Don't play big, don't play small, play something you can't stand. The other side. Sharpshooter Amphibious Unit. Inside the pool training ground, Qi Tian didn't know what had happened at home, nor did he realize that his parents had been impressed. Now he is training meticulously with his team, pressing the start-stop button of the stopwatch with all his might. Qi Tian bellowed squarely at the 4 people in the water who were struggling to complete their treading water training. Training is over. Tian, if you yell stop a few seconds later, I'm really going to get a cramp. Lin Mang reached out and grabbed the twine next to him. After disembarking, he responded a sentence to Qi Tian with a pained face. Not long ago, the 4 of them learned the most standard water treading maneuvers under Qi Tian's personal demonstration. But Qi Tian's request to double the training time was still too difficult and hard for them. It wasn't just Lin Mang. Song Wei's legs were also clearly shaking slightly at this point when he came ashore. Brother Tian, the intensity of your training really isn't low. Just now you pedaled for 15 minutes. The brothers admire you. The key, we really can't compare with you. These 10 minutes of treading water have already nearly cost me half my life. So spare the brothers. We are soldiers, and every time we train, we should treat this as if it were a real battlefield and keep surpassing ourselves. Qi Tian's eagle-like gaze swept over the 4 brothers in turn. In terms of physical fitness, I'm indeed a bit better than you guys, but wasn't I just practicing the same until a moment before my legs cramped up? Brother Tian is right. The training time he arranges is never about physical fitness. It's about our limits to each other. At this time, Zhang Mang and Jiang Chong also both struggled ashore and drank in unison. Hearing this, Song Wei and Lin Mang subconsciously nodded their heads. You guys are right. Sweating more in normal times will result in less bloodshed on the battlefield. So let's continue practicing when the brothers slow down. Yo, all 5 rookies are on the shore. They're not slacking off behind my back, are they? As the words of the two fell, Zhu Xiaotian's silhouette suddenly appeared and smiled as he kept glancing over to Qi Tian's side. At the sound of his voice, Lin Mang was the first to speak, pointing at his constantly shivering leg muscles. Injustice, Instructor Zhu. Look, Brother Tian practiced us harder than you did. Just kidding. It's not like the 4 of you are in a state of laziness when you look half dead. Alright, let me get down to business. Zhu Xiaotian's last sentence just came out. Song Wei and the others who were lying on the ground immediately stood up, lining up with Qi Tian as the head of the row. Comrade Qi Tian. In the Sharpshooter Amphibious Force Scout Company test, through subtle observation and bold judgment, he also utilized the military spirit of fearing neither hardship nor death to protect the lives and properties of several hostages, and the criminals hiding in the ventilation ducts and disguised as hostages were apprehended. Upon evaluation by the superior, it was decided to award Comrade Qi Tian 1 personal commendation for third-class merit. Congratulations to Qi Tian, who joined the army less than 50 days ago and won 2 individual third-class honors. You make preparations. After lunch, comrades from the Shark Dagger Propaganda Department will come to interview you and make you into an excellent model for a lot of publicity. An interview? Qi Tian frowned slightly, staring at the third-class merit medal in Zhu Xiaotian's hand, and said with slight hesitation, Instructor Zhu, I want this third-class merit, but aren't interviews and publicity and all that unnecessary? I just want to be a good soldier and do some real work. I don't want to get into all this mumbo-jumbo. How can this be something that's not true? Do you realize how much of an impact having a good positive example in the regiment can have on the other soldiers? Zhu Xiaotian's expression was serious, and after glancing hard at Qi Tian, he paused his voice and continued. Decades ago, our country experienced a brutal war of resistance, when all the people had to be bullied by the Japanese devils and all the lands had to face the plight of being invaded. It was at the most critical moment that a heroic figure appeared in our Dragon Kingdom, under whose leadership countless heroes emerged and joined forces to shine in this history. The heroes led our people by example, and through their spirit of struggle without fear of suffering or death, they successfully swept the Japanese army out of the country. Without them, how could the people have awakened? Without them, there wouldn't be the current Dragon Kingdom. Qi Tian, how can you think that propaganda interviews are a sham? This was the first time that Zhu Xiaotian sternly opened his mouth to Qi Tian to question him. Upon hearing this series of corrections, the original somewhat resistant look on Qi Tian's face instantly disappeared cleanly. Of course, at this moment, Qi Tian truly realized how innocent, even ridiculous, his thoughts just now were. Now his physical fitness and military literacy are fully up to date with the first-line army, but other than that, he still leaves a lot to be desired. For example, this interview was publicized, and he didn't realize the importance of it. With this thought in mind, Qi Tian quickly stood up and raised his hand in salute to Zhu Xiaotian. Instructor Zhu, I understand. I'm willing to be interviewed for publicity. Your kid's got a pretty good view of the big picture. And just now you just walked into the misconception that the only thing that matters to a soldier is doing the real thing. Actually, no, many things, all have their place. And I don't mean to criticize you. I just want you to understand the doorway. Well, seeing as how you can't even stand up, I'm sure the water treading exercise must have put a tremendous strain on your bodies. I'll hold on to this third-rate medal for you until I finish the last of the next amphibious triple acts, deep water fear training. As the words fell, Zhu Xiaotian led the 5 Qi Tian people to leave the swimming training ground in quick steps, came to stand next to it, in a new training ground with a high-tech atmosphere, the deep-sea simulation training ground. Here is a training ground specially made for amphibious warriors by scientists in the military field of our country after more than 10 years. See the giant pool in the very center of the venue? Later on, the 5 of you will be there for the last exercise of the morning. Old Song, take these 5 rookies to change their equipment. Zhu Xiaotian's words fell. The person in charge of that training ground immediately stood up from the nearby maneuvering platform area, smiled, and came to Qi Tian and the others, waving his hand and saying, "Come with me, little ones." Changing equipment? Brother Song, tell us about it. What does this deep-sea simulation training ground do? And why do we have to change equipment? Follow the person in charge all the way into the back of the training ground. Zhang Mang couldn't help but open his mouth and asked the person in charge with incomparable curiosity. The person in charge, Old Song, turned around and shot a glance at Zhang Mang, his face still smiling. As amphibious troopers, you will inevitably have to conduct underwater operations in the future. This deep-sea simulation training is to let you feel in advance what it would be like to be in the deep sea through some high-tech equipment. Only by getting used to the feeling in advance will you 5 rookies be eligible for real frontline work later. Too much for me to tell you and you won't understand. I'll help you change your gear and you'll understand when you feel one for yourselves. Old Song said as he brought the 5 to the locker room in the back. Helping the 5 Chi Tian changed into a set of black tights similar to a diving suit. But that's not all. After changing their clothes, Old Song put on a heart rate detecting device for the 5 people, as well as a swimming goggle with a very special shape. Only after doing so, did Old Song lead them back to stand in front of Zhu Xiaotian. Good work, Old Song. Zhu Xiaotian nodded to Old Song with a smile. Old Song didn't say much, and after nodding, he returned to the maneuvering station and went back to his own business. However, before leaving, Old Song still swept another glance at Chi Tian's 5 with eyes full of playfulness. It was a pity that all 5 of them were now wearing special swimming goggles and were destined to be unable to see Old Song's little maneuver. A few breaths later, Zhu Xiaotian led the 5 Chi Tian people to the entrance of the giant pool. Clearing his throat, he was just about to speak. Chi Tian, who had been silent for a long time, then suddenly stepped forward and raised his hand to Zhu Xiaotian. Instructor Zhu, I know what the content and intent of this deep-sea simulation training is, but I don't think the training is right for the 5 of us. I'm applying for a slight change in training. Remain immobile in the broad subjective direction of your training, but the length of training, the method of training, a slight change. Is that okay? Changing training methods and hours? Zhu Xiaotian frowned slightly. You kid, what kind of tricks are you going to pull again? Tell me. Chapter 70, Ecological Simulation. Deep Sea Fear. Ordinary deep-sea simulation training will use equipment to simulate the high-pressure environment of the deep sea, and through a variety of stimuli, it pushes the physiological limits of the participants. Of course, this one didn't last long. This is because this training not only refers to the participant's ability to close his/her breath, but at the same time, it also examines the participants' initiatives in the face of unexpected situations. The whole workout lasted about 3 minutes or so. My thoughts. Please ask Instructor Zhu to prepare an oxygen tank for us, and the 5 of us will conduct deep-sea simulation training. We'll end the training when whatever oxygen is in the tanks runs out. Chi Tian spoke calmly as if he had said something insignificant, and the 4 people around him because they didn't know what this deep-sea simulation training was all about. So hearing Chi Tian's words, there wasn't much of an emotional fluctuation. The only thing they could be sure of was that Chi Tian was upping the difficulty, extending the time until the oxygen ran out in the tanks, and that was all. But to Zhu Xiaotian, and people like Lao Song who knew about deep-sea simulation training, Chi Tian's words were no different from a bomb exploding in his ears. Deep-sea simulation training, otherwise known as the amphibious warrior's nightmare. During the training, participants will be immersed in the situation, through the visual, auditory and tactile senses, to constantly challenge the physiological and psychological limits of the participants. There are some timid ones that will be scared to the point of peeing their pants right in the middle of this exercise. There were even some who, after going through this training, had an emotional breakdown and asked to leave the sharpshooter. Everyone avoids it, even those who come here and can't wait for the training to end early. How dare Chi Tian do the opposite and ask for more difficulty and longer training time? This kid, 1T be fooled by Ouyang Wanyu, right? In Zhu Xiaotian's perception, all of Chi Tian's knowledge about the sharp knife came from Ouyang Wanyu's mouth. It was only logical that he shouldn't be unaware of how horrible the training was. But it is in this case that they are asking for an extension of time and an increase in the difficulty of the training. Chi Tian, are you sure you know what this deep-sea simulation training is about? Zhu Xiaotian was a bit uncertain, so he tentatively opened his mouth and asked Chi Tian. Chi Tian came to Zhu Xiaotian's ear and whispered a few words before rejoining the line and standing, and by this time, Zhu Xiaotian's face had slightly turned a little white. After pondering for several seconds, Zhu Xiaotian still decided to support Chi Tian's idea and nodded his head in agreement. Since you think the 5 of you are capable of challenging yourselves to a higher level of deep-sea simulation training, I can support you. Old Song, get me an oxygen tank over here, and by the way, turn the difficulty of the 3D simulation to the highest level. Yes, Old Song, who was sitting at the maneuvering console, answered and quickly got up to do his job. Oxygen cylinders are the most common thing on the training grounds of amphibious forces. In less than 30 seconds, Old Song came to Chi Tian with an oxygen tank and handed it over. Come up here and challenge the highest difficulty. Be careful that you 5 new recruits will be so scared that you'll pee your pants on the spot. Then we'll see. Chi Tian received the oxygen bottle, and then quickly moved to take the 4 brothers into the deep-sea simulation pool. All 5 of them closed their breath at the same time, relaxing their bodies completely, and swam all the way to the very bottom of the pool. At the same time, the tight diving suits on the 5 people contracted at the same time, and a pressure that could not be described in words appeared on all 5 people at the same time. It was a very strange feeling, as if the whole body had been compressed by a huge force, and even breathing gradually became unsmooth. Put. Songwei was the first to be unable to hold back, spewing out the breath he was holding in his heart directly. The face was unusually frightened, not to mention that the whole body was shrunken into a ball and collapsed directly to the bottom of the pool. Seeing this,
Chi Tian quickly shoved the supply port of the oxygen cylinder into Song Wei's mouth. At the same time, he signaled the other three with a hand gesture. With the body rapidly pressurizing, always make sure that your body is completely relaxed and try to get used to the feeling of the pressure. Instead, it was like Song Wei, who tensed his body, even to the point of exhaling oxygen completely. If this was not a training session, but an actual battle, Song Wei would have to be killed on the spot and die without a burial site. Re-oxygenated, Song Wei slowly got up. He had also noticed Chi Tian's movements just now, and nodded heavily to the four brothers beside him to make sure that there were no problems, before once again making his body relaxed. And at that moment, old Song in the console area looked at Song Wei, who had just eased over, and pulled a joystick in his hand with a wry smile. In the next second, the pool, which was originally in a smooth state, suddenly turned over countless waves. Huge impacts continuously surged towards Chi Tian's few people. It knocked them directly to the ground, even knocked them over, and left them upside down on the spot at the bottom of the high-tech pool. But that's not all. As soon as the 5 men fell, the scene around the pool changed with them. The originally transparent glass suddenly turned pitch black. It was like being at the bottom of a really deep ocean, dark and out of sight. At the same time, a faint hissing sound appeared in the ears of the 5 immediately after, combined with the compression effect of the tights and the constant waves of water. Chi Tian and the others felt a blurring of vision in front of them, and goosebumps erupted all over their bodies. Where the hell are they at this point? Roar! Right at this moment, a dull hissing sound suddenly appeared from in front of a few people, drawing the gazes of all 5 of them over at the same time. They only saw a sea monster that they couldn't say the name of and looked a bit similar to a shark, slowly swimming towards them. This guy's body was so stout that it directly occupied the front side of Chi Tian and the others completely. The ruby-like pupils stared straight at the several people. The bloody mouth was fully open, several teeth interlocked, looking ferocious. Gollum! The 5 of them swallowed a mouthful of saliva at the same time, and the hairs on their bodies stood up in unison. Even Chi Tian was startled by the sudden appearance of the monster at this moment. Fear of the deep sea is actually a psychological problem that exists in everyone's mind. It depends on how much the oceans have been exploited over the ages, and on the physiological habit of human beings to be naturally fearful of the unknown. It's like a knee-jerk reaction that exists in everyone. And right now, there was a behemoth that was staring at the 5 of them with a deadly stare, including Zhang Meng, who has always been known for his bravery. At this time, he couldn't help but fall back repeatedly. It's not that he's not brave, or that he's a wimp. It was really that in front of such a true beast of the deep sea, their power appeared to be really small and insignificant. At the moment his soul, all of it, was trembling because of it, and he was out of control because of it. The 5 just stood straight and frozen in place for half a minute, seeing that the monster was about to come in front of the crowd. Chi Tian, who stood at the front, knocked the oxygen tank in his hand vigorously and reached out to gesture a ring of fire at the 4 people behind him, and then he swam forward with great strides, choosing to face this behemoth head-on, without the slightest hint of cowardice or fear. Lin Meng subconsciously wanted to reach out and grab Chi Tian's wrist so that he wouldn't mess around, but at that moment, the other 3 brothers, as if they had thought of something at the same time, silently moved and followed Chi Tian as he quickly swam toward the front. Circle of fire? Lin Meng looked at the backs of a few people walking forward, and a flash of light flashed in his mind. Flashbacks to a few days ago when they had just arrived at the sharpshooter course selection and traveled through the ring of fire. At that time, Chi Tian dared to be the first. Before he left them with a message. Behind the warrior, there is no retreat. Before the coward, there is a cliff. It is with these 16 words. The 5 of them brothers joined halfway though, but it was a leading example to all the veterans who had already had 2 days of selection, through the ring of fire, without fear. At this moment, looking at the 4 brothers bravely marching forward, Lin Meng was no longer timid or hesitant, immediately moved to follow along, choosing to join forces with his brothers to face the fear of the deep and face this beast of the deep head-on. It was like the words the 5 of them had said in the car when they had followed Ling Changhua out of the Iron Fist Corps earlier. The worst thing that can happen to a barefooted man who is not afraid to wear shoes is nothing more than being practiced to death. As long as one does not even fear death, then this sharp amphibious force, there is nothing to be ho-hum about. And that's when, sitting in front of the maneuvering console, looking at the images uploaded back from the computer screen, as well as Zhu Xiaotian and the person in charge, Old Song, who were monitoring the 5 people's heart rate displays in real time, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched twice in unison. This is the most relevant and realistic ecological simulation of a megalodon shark that military research scholars have spent years studying, including the pressure of the deep sea, the current, the temperature change, all to achieve nearly 100% reproduction. People who have experienced this training have said that while doing it, the fear of the deep sea will simply make them forget that they are training, as if they are actually in the deep sea. directly in front of a megalodon. The best veterans I've seen can do it by facing their fears head-on, not being condescending, or even forgetting about life and death and fighting hard for 3.5 minutes. However, like Chi Tian and the others, their heart rate was only slightly fluctuating at the very beginning, and now it had completely returned to normal. And the performance of swimming straight to the megalodon is really unheard of for me. These 5 boys, they've got too much guts. Is it possible that the 5 of them together don't have anything that scares them? Not even this overbearing ferocious beast, which was claimed to be the most terrifying, thousands of meters under the sea, could make them flinch? This, Chapter 71, A Bolder Idea. Chu Tuan, these 5 little guys, they're not simple nah. Beside Zhu Xiaotian, the expression on Old Song's face was similarly filled with shock. As a garrison research scholar, Lao Song has been working on the subject of deep-sea simulation all these years. Likewise, he has seen countless great participants over the years. It was no exaggeration to say that the deep-sea simulation participants that Old Song had seen, without 100,000, were almost the same. Among them were even more elite Marines from other regions sent to exchange and learn. But it is in this case, the first time he joined the training. He was able to do so by facing his fears head-on and even teaming up to move forward, completely fearless of the deep-sea overlords. Old Song is really the first time in his life to see. The performance of the 5 Chi Tian people at this moment not only conquered Zhu Xiaotian, but it also conquered this garrison scientist as well. The most crucial thing was that the 5 people, at this moment, were still moving forward. You know, under the influence of the 3D analog glasses, the perspective of the 5 people, they are close to this megalodon. It was even possible that at any moment, he was going to be swallowed by this sea overlord in one bite. But even so, none of the 5 had any intention of stopping in their tracks. Instead, the forward swim is getting faster and faster. 8 minutes later, the 5 were alternating oxygen and swimming all the way to the edge of the deepest part of the deep-sea simulation. Chi Tian's fingers touched the glass in front of him, floating up and down as if he were stroking a megalodon. The other 4 saw this and all made the same move. They used their practical actions to prove to Zhu Xiaotian and Lao Song that timidity and fear would never appear in the dictionary of the 5 of them. And the training. In the future they won't need to report to this training ground. The last thing lacking in these 5 little guys is the courage to face everything head-on. As Zhu Xiaotian's words fell, Old Song pulled the joystick in front of him. In the eyes of Chi Tian's few people, the megalodon that was opening its bloody mouth as if it wanted to devour everything instantly disappeared cleanly. All of it, including the pressure of the clothes they were wearing and the waves that kept churning underwater, disappeared. In its place, there were only 4 big, bright red letters: training is over. Seeing the message, Chi Tian raised his hand and gestured upward to the 4 people beside him, and all 5 of them stepped on the water at the same time, quickly surfacing. God, that immersive feeling of being stared at by a giant shark just now is something I never want to feel again in my life. Leaving the pool, Song Wei sat on his butt and couldn't help but open his mouth. Lin Mang and Zhang Mang did the same. The 2 of them lay on Song Wei's left and right sides, taking big deep breaths to calm down the growing excitement they had just experienced. The droplets on his face were indistinguishable from the water he had brought out of the pool or the cold sweat that had broken out during training. Zhang Chong glanced at Chi Tian beside him and lamented with a sense of intent. This place deserves to be called the Sharpshooter Corps, just by the level of technology alone. It can make people instantly forget that they are training. So translate that they really believe that they are at the bottom of the sea, facing a giant shark with a bloody mouth. Awesome. It's normal to be fearful, but it's good to know that none of us have forgotten what we said when we left the Iron Fist Corps, that the narrow way is the best way. Chi Tian smiled and nodded to Jiang Chong in response before walking over to the other 3 brothers and pulling them up from the ground. Old Song and Zhu Xiaotian had already arrived beside the 5 by now, and Zhu Xiaotian pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice to Old Song, "Old Song, you take the 4 of them to unload their equipment. Chi Tian, you stay." Yes. Several people opened their mouths in unison in response. Old Song was the first to move, taking Jiang Chong and the 4 of them to rush back to the locker room and unload the simulation training equipment on their bodies. Zhu Xiaotian, on the other hand, pulled Chi Tian to sit down on this side of the maneuvering table, and after looking back and forth at Chi Tian for several times, he opened his mouth and said in doubt, "Chi Tian, earlier you told me that all of your knowledge of the amphibious triple axe came from the mouth of Ouyang Wanyu, and I have no doubt about that. But I'm curious, who taught you the training you just brought up, carrying an oxygen tank into the water? As far as I know, most of this type of training is used on elite marine combat teams, and some amphibious special forces, and neither you nor Ouyang Wanyu, it seems, have the qualifications to be exposed to this type of training, much less hearsay and get any tidbits of information from those people. Instructor Zhu, this is my temporary idea." Hesitating for 2 seconds, Chi Tian's eyes dripped and his essence flashed. "I just think that this kind of training can better help the 5 of us overcome the fear in our hearts, and even face it head-on." The final result, as you can see, is very good. A spur-of-the-moment idea? When Zhu Xiaotian heard this, he once again sized up Qi Tian and frowned to himself. According to you, kid, those hardened criminals in the special forces mulled over the training regimen for a long time before finalizing it. You've been inspired by a temporary inspiration and figured it out? Zaitan, you're still a freak. Before, I just thought you were hardened in your military skills, but now it seems I've uncovered less than 1/10 of your overall abilities. Instructor Zhu, it's actually not just this deep-sea simulation training. Qi Tian looked at Zhu Xiaotian with a smile and blurted out, ever since I learned from Ouyang Nuanyu about how the sharpshooter trains, I've had a lot of whimsical ideas. For example, with water treading training, we can target the strength of the participants' leg muscles at a deeper level. Workouts that work leg muscle movements such as the hacker squat can totally be added along with. In a single breath, Qi Tian said the insights and suggestions he had in his head for sharp amphibious training in one breath. After his words fell, Zhu Xiaotian's tightly locked brows were completely tangled together. His two eyes were even more like looking at a freak as he stared dead at Qi Tian in front of him, half speechless. Half a quarter of an hour later, Old Song brought Jiang Chong and the four of them back to this side of the maneuvering platform, and Zhu Xiaotian was still savoring the words Qi Tian had just said on his own. Instructor Zhu, how about I go unload my equipment first? Yes, bring your third-class medal, and after you unload your gear you can go to the dining hall for dinner. Old Song, you're coming with me. Zhu Xiaotian narrowed both his eyes slightly, and after responding to Qi Tian, he put down his medal and pulled Old Song straight in the direction of the Sharp Dagger Regiment's headquarters. Seeing the duo leave the deep-sea simulation training ground in flames, Jiang Chong and the others looked odd and opened their mouths to ask, Brother Tian, what did you talk to Instructor Zhu about? Heaven's secrets must not be revealed. Qi Tian smiled as he collected his medals and went to the locker room to unload his gear. After storing it, he joined his four brothers and went to a restaurant to eat and replenish his energy. Old Song and Zhu Xiaotian, who had left one step ahead of time at this time, also walked into the elevator of the regiment's building one after another. Old Song really couldn't help the curiosity in his heart and inquired to Zhu Xiaotian, Zhu Troop, what are you doing here? Just now, Qi Tian told me a lot of things that our sharpshooters can improve on in their training. Though it sounds a bit juvenile, many of them are part of Marine Corps, or even amphibious special forces training, and it's completely to the point, even adding clear first aid for unforeseen situations. I just happened to hear some more gossip recently that there seems to be an idea from the top to merge our sharpshooter formation into the Marine Corps. I wondered again if we could shift our training ahead of time and follow the training methods laid out by Qi Tian, and in response to the special training of these 5 little ones. Now, I also have a bolder idea that I'll have to brief the chief on. Chapter 72, Unprecedented Appointments. What kind of woman is she shoving into our scouting company for no good reason? Even if she did well in the regular company, she'll only be a drag on us when she gets here. Noon that day, sharp knives. In the dining room, Qi Tian and his 4 brothers found an empty table with no one at it and sat down, enjoying a delicious lunch. Next to the 5 men, there was a table of very stout men with pronounced muscle lines. One of them was spouting something to the captain sitting in the main seat. The captain sniffed and grunted before taking a sip of his white water, rather disgruntled. If we weren't missing a sniper in the 3rd Recon Platoon, I wouldn't have wanted her even if they had said so. It really can't be helped. I've recently heard whispers that our sharpshooters are going to form a reinforced platoon, with training tilted and resources prioritized even above the Recon Company. According to the pointed sword's habit of analyzing strength first, it must be to conduct another selection from our scout platoons, picking the best of the best to form a reinforced platoon. The lack of a sniper will put our 3rd platoon in a very unfavorable position in the selection process. So everyone bear with me, get through this time, and I'll kick her out right away. The captain did not deliberately disguise his voice when he spoke. Qi Tian and the others at the next table could hear it clearly. 3rd platoon, scout company, new female scouts, or snipers. Hearing this information, Qi Tian didn't need to think about it to be certain at this moment. The female soldier they were talking about was Ouyang Nuanyu, who had cooperated with himself and ended up capturing the spy leader Luo Mei with his own hands. Little did she realize that she had managed to get into the scouting company, and all she got in return was the dislike of her teammates. For a while, Qi Tian really did sympathize with that female soldier. After all, on individual ability alone, Qi Tian was completely convinced that she definitely did not lose to these male soldiers. The result is that the difference in gender causes her to be looked down upon, even discriminated against and disliked by these self-righteous veterans. If Ouyang Nuanyu heard these words, he would definitely be very disappointed. Right, Brother Tian, did you hear? Our regiment is going to form a reinforced platoon. As Qi Tian was secretly pondering in his heart, Lin Meng, who was on the side, softly opened his mouth and continued to Qi Tian. I have a new goal now. In the future, we brothers, not only to enter the scouting company, but also to go to that reinforced platoon to have some fun. Of course, the 5 of us, but we're going to be the sharpest of the sharp knives. As soon as Lin Meng's words fell, Jiang Chong followed suit and spoke in agreement, but he didn't expect it. As soon as his own words left his mouth, without waiting for Qi Tian to respond yet, he drew strong resentment from a few people at the next table. The veteran who had disliked Ouyang Guanyu in the beginning directly stood up and scoffed at Qi Tian's side of them. A bunch of hairless brats want to be in a reinforced platoon? If I hadn't seen you eating, I would have thought all 5 of you were lying down on your lunch breaks and starting to dream. Veteran, keep your mouth shut. You talk about yourselves. Don't go into the restroom with the light on. Meng, what do you mean by that? Looking for. Zhang Meng and Song Wei spoke to each other, tacitly squeezing the veteran on the spot and reddening one. Damn. 2 small arm cubs say who looking for death. I am the 3rd platoon of the reconnaissance company Niao Tianpeng. Do not believe that we go out to try? Your grandpa Meng is waiting for you in the playground. Those who don't come are grandchildren. Zhang Meng slammed the table, got up, and headed for the entrance of the cafeteria. A strong smell of gunpowder instantly rose in the air. See a few people at the next table get up. Song Wei, Lin Meng, and Jiang Chong all stood up as well, eyeing the several scout company veterans across the street intently. Enough! Just then, the 3rd platoon leader, who was sitting in the main seat, called the crowd to a halt with an order. What's the point of messing with a bunch of new recruits? It's dishonorable to win and embarrassing to lose. Sit down and eat. Platoon leader, that kid said I'm his grandson if I don't go to the playground with him. I can't swallow this breath. You say, we've got to go up against the best of the best who are participating in the enhanced platoon selection process. So why are we angry with these newcomers? This is a critical moment. If we get disciplined for fighting and it affects our participation in the selection of the reinforcement platoon, it will be more than worth it. Listen to my order. Sit down and eat. This platoon leader still speaks with considerable weight. As soon as his words left his mouth, the veterans who had been clamoring for fire instantly calmed down. Zhang Meng, who had fiercely gouged out the entrance of the restaurant, sat down and took a big bite of the food. It was as if he was treating the cabbage and potatoes as if they were Zhang Meng, stuffing them into his mouth and ravaging them. And that's when Qi Tian, who had been sitting in his original position, quietly thinking, slowly got up and made a gesture at Zhang Meng to return to the group. When Zhang Meng sat back down, Qi Tian was the first to speak up, saying what he had just pondered over. Brothers, remember the state of Instructor Zhu this morning after we finished our deep-sea simulation training? At that time, he left the training ground in a hurry, so he must have had something big to do. I reckon there's a good chance that the 5 of us will get a share of the selection quota for this reinforced platoon. In other words, sooner or later, we're going to run into these veterans, so there's no point in arguing over the highs and lows of the moment. When the selection of the reinforced platoon begins, we'll strike again and show these bosses what new recruits are made of. No problem, Brother Tian. The brothers listen to you. As soon as Qi Tian said this, Zhang Meng immediately picked up his chopsticks and continued eating, and the captain officer at the next table. At the moment, he was using the corner of his eye to survey the 3rd-class merit badge that Qi Tian had placed on the dining table. After a few seconds, he smiled faintly, his eyes glittering with battle spirit. It seems that this kid is the Qi Tian that the regimental secretary mentioned in the morning without a doubt, daring to call the shots with the veterans. He does have some guts. It's just a shame that at the sharpshooter, guts and courage are just about the most common of things. If you do get a chance to participate in the reinforcement platoon selection, I'll show you just how awesome 3rd Platoon, Reconnaissance Company, really is. Awesome. That afternoon, 2 o'clock sharp, Zhu Xiaotian didn't call out the 5 Qi Tian people to gather near the amphibious training ground like he did in the morning. Instead, they were brought to this side of the playground and stood in formation. The 5 Qi Tian people, too, had long ago noticed that Zhu Xiaotian had changed the clothing on his body into his regular clothes. Wait for Zhu Xiaotian to give the order to rest at ease. Qi Tian tentatively opened his mouth and made a report to Zhu Xiaotian. Report, Instructor Zhu. What are you doing in your regular clothes during this training time? Is there some kind of activity in the afternoon? The chief is right. You kid is really as smart as a monkey. Zhu Xiaotian skimmed his lips and after chiding Qi Tian, he cleared his throat, stood in military posture, and squared his shoulders to Qi Tian's few people. After communicating and confirming with our superiors, the Special Reinforcement Platoon of the Sharpshooter Amphibious Force was officially established at exactly 2 o'clock this afternoon. Immediate head, Zhu Xiaotian, hereby issues the appointment of the reinforced platoon. Hearing this, the expressions on the faces of the 5 Qi Tian people froze in unison. Then, the 5 of them looked as if they had thought of something very unbelievable. Quickly, he stood his body straight and opened his eyes to the maximum, looking straight at the direction where Zhu Xiaotian was. The reinforced platoon commander and reinforced platoon sniper will be Comrade Qi Tian. and at the same time, Comrade Chi Tian's rank will be elevated to Staff Sergeant. The three comrades, Jiang Chong, Zhang Meng, and Song Wei, were the raiders, and Lin Mang acted as the observer, cooperating with Chi Tian to complete the command of the operation. Addendum: the four of you will no longer be ranked as private, but will be jointly busted to corporal. The 5 file formalities are being processed at regimental headquarters, and someone will be here in the evening to deliver your shoulder patches and new officers' papers. Here are the regiment's latest appointments for the 5 of you. All quite clear? As the words fell, Zhu Xiaotian was like a magic trick. A brand new notice of appointment was conjured up and handed to Chi Tian at the head of the line, and at this time, the 5 Chi Tian people were all still in a state of shock, even intense dismay, and were slow to come back to their senses. A full few seconds passed before Chi Tian digested the appointment that Zhu Xiaotian had just given. Looking at the steel stamp with the red seal in front of him, Chi Tian swallowed deeply, his face filled with excitement. At this moment, even he, the chosen son of 2 lifetimes, was truly shocked. In less than 2 months of enlistment, he was able to become a reinforced platoon soldier of a first-line reinforced regiment, and also served as a platoon leader. Moreover, it is still the kind of appointment that is made directly without any assessment at all. This kind of military appointment is absolutely unheard of in existence, whether in the previous life or in this life. But right now, it is really happening, and the protagonist is Chi Tian himself. Even if Chi Tian's mind was no matter how seasoned and calm he was completely unable to tense up at this moment. Breathing and heartbeat accelerated completely, not to mention that the hand clutching the appointment began to shake slightly. Reinforced platoon. I can't believe we just became full members of the reinforced platoon. Brother Tian, I'm not dreaming, am I? You kicked me and I'll try to see if it hurts? Father, did you see that? I became a reinforced platoon soldier of the sharpshooters. A big step forward from what you expected of me. Brother Tian, I, Zhang Meng, have never convinced anyone in my life, but you, I am truly convinced. Brothers kowtow to you at night and you tell me with great mercy. What exactly did you say to Instructor Chu this morning? Okay? I'm really so damn curious. A few breaths later, the 4 brothers opened their mouths in succession and exclaimed in shock, and the commotion they made on their side. It also naturally drew the attention of the rest of the veterans on the playground, who were training completely, an appointment that has never been seen before in the history of the Dragon Kingdom's military. Like a virus, it spread quickly through the sharpshooter amphibious unit. Not 2 minutes, in the entire sharpshooter regiment, there would be no one who knew what was going on. Chapter 73, Challenging the Scout Company, January Matchmaking. What? It feels like a dream? Seeing the delay in calming down the expressions on the faces of the 5 Chi Tian people, Zhu Xiaotian smiled and opened his mouth to ask. It does seem a bit unbelievable. Chi Tian took 2 deep breaths. After letting his emotions ease a little, looking at the notice of appointment in his hand, he treasured it carefully as if it were a collector's item. This appointment was of absolute importance to Chi Tian, and even the 4 people beside him. This meant that the Spikes brass recognized the talent and hard work of the 5 of them. At the same time, they have high hopes for them, trusting that they will, later, be able to serve the country and spill blood on the border. Brother Sky, can I see this appointment? Captain Zhu, I'm afraid the timing is a bit inappropriate for you to do this, isn't it? Song Wei just opened his mouth to speak. Not waiting for him to finish, a rush of footsteps sounded from the playground right behind them and quickly arrived at Chi Tian's side of the several people. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face walked broadly to Zhu Xiaotian and questioned in a deep voice. Shouldn't we be picking from our scout company for the reinforced platoon slots? These 5 newcomers, pardon the pun, I don't think they have the qualifications to be part of a reinforced platoon. Company Commander Guan, this matter is a joint decision between the chief and I, as well as the other higher-ups. Facing the questioning of the scar-faced veteran, Zhu Xiaotian threw his mouth open in response, not giving the other party any face at all. This person's name is Guan Feng. He is the commander of the scouting company of the Sharp Dagger Amphibious Unit, with the rank of Major, and his comprehensive personal ability is very outstanding. In the old days, Zhu Xiaotian would have greeted him with any appointment in the regiment. But now, things are different. Zhu Xiaotian saw unrivaled talent in Chi Tian's several people. He was very sure that these 5 would, in the future, be the most elite force of the sharpshooter. This is evident in the record-setting behavior of the 5 when they join the sharpshooters for training. It makes sense to completely skew resources in their favor. There is absolutely no need to notify any uninvolved person, since it's a joint decision of the regimental cadres. I'll accept it, but whether or not these sharpshooters of the scouting company behind me recognize it is out of my hands. As the words fell, Guan Feng didn't linger too much longer here, directly getting up and leaving the playground. And as soon as he left, the 126 warriors from the scouting company who had heard about the incident directly surrounded Chi Tian's 5 people, and everyone's face showed anger. their fists crunching. Nyo Tian Pang, a soldier from the 3rd platoon of the scouting company who had fought with Chi Tian and the others in the restaurant at noon, stepped forward and glared at Chi Tian angrily with both eyes. Sharp dagger amphibious force. Has always been strength only. All kinds of resources are tilted to those who have the ability to live. You 5. By what right? It wasn't just him. The same questioning appeared in the minds of other scout company veterans, including the regular sharpshooter veterans who were following the training on the playground at the moment. All of them were whispering about it. Not far from them in the queue, the 6 tigers of the mighty tiger regiment's eyes flickered as they softly lamented. These 5 boys are indeed not simple. They joined the sharpshooters at the same time as we did, but now, they are already in the reinforced platoon, and their opponents have long since ceased to be a few of us. But the elite of the scouting company can't compare, really can't compare. In fact, I could tell from the selection that these 5 boys were no slouches, and now that they've met up with the scouting company. Interesting, the tigers whispered as they did so. Zhu Xiaotian's expression changed slightly as he drank at the 100 or so people who had gathered around him. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. What? Are you planning to disobey? Captain Zhu, the brothers have never thought of disobeying orders. It's just that this reinforced platoon's quota was inexplicably given to 5 rookie pups, and the brothers are not convinced. Before Zhu Xiaotian's words fell, Niu Tianping's platoon leader walked out right after him. His eyes looked straight at Zhu Xiaotian across the table, let out a long breath, and said boldly, Captain Zhu, I heard some gossip. It is said that one of these 5 people is after the late leader of Nia, and that this late leader died in order to protect the leader of Nia. I admire the love of robe between their comrades, and I also feel deep reverence for the martyr predecessors. But isn't it a bit too much to give the son of a deceased person the green light to engage in privileges all the way because of this? Chen Jiahao, I'm only going to tell you this once, and everyone else listen to me too. Zhu Xiaotian's voice rose steeply at this moment, and he droned at the indignant veterans of the scout company around him. The regiment's appointment of the 5 Chi Tian men was based on nothing more than their potential, and their fear of hardship and death during training. It is not a backdoor, green light, or even a privilege, as you claim. It is true that one of them, indeed, is a descendant of a martyr, and I do not deny that the initial considerations had something to do with it. But that wasn't the key to the regiment's final assessment of the 5 of them as members of the reinforced platoon. At noon today, the publicity department had posted the results of their water treading and deep-sea simulation training. 5 new fighters who can outperform all of you. That's why they're exempt from the test to become a reinforced platoon. As for the appointment of the platoon leader, Chi Tian joined the army for only 50 days, and got 2 individual third-class merits. Isn't this kind of achievement not strength for strength, and those who have the ability to do so? As soon as Zhu Xiaotian said this, there were quite a few veterans gathered around, and the fire in their hearts was ruthlessly extinguished. As Zhu Xiaotian said this, a number of them saw it after lunch today. The publicity board of the regiment was replaced with a new tenure record of the Chi Tian 5 refreshing the history of the regiment, and those 2 individual third-class honors. Even if they carried out some veterans, their honor couldn't match Chi Tian's. It's impossible to fake this stuff. In other words, these 5 people in front of us do have their own unique characteristics. This reinforcement of the platoon, which came at a really abrupt moment, was quite reasonable. Only, that didn't sit well with all the scout company veterans. Not long after Zhu Xiaotian's words fell, a captain veteran walked out from the ranks and asked Zhu Xiaotian in a proper voice. But Instructor Zhu, the 5 of them didn't even pass the scout company's test, and their status is right above us. At this time, Chi Tian, who was at the center of public opinion, also came to have a few moments of fire. Not waiting for the captain to finish his sentence, Chi Tian then took the initiative to walk beside Zhu Xiaotian and bellowed squarely at the opposite captain. Veterans, I understand your emotions, and likewise, I was taken aback beyond belief when I received my appointment just now, but I will say one thing, we train with a playful mindset. It was with this that we were able to set 2 records on the spot in this morning's practice. Just now, Vice Commander Zhu also said that our superiors appointed us based on our talent, and the spirit of training towards death. If you guys are not convinced, we can have a bet on whether the talent of the 5 of us is worth strengthening the resources of the platoon. Time, let's say 1 month, after which the reinforced platoon challenges all the soldiers of the reconnaissance company. At that time, if we lose, we will be at your disposal. But if we win, I don't want to hear any more gossip. Fellow Scout Company veterans, are you brave enough to answer the call? Chapter 74, Complete Decentralization. Hellmonth Special Training. Are you brave enough to fight? Looking at the crowd standing, Chi Tian, who was looking out of the corner of his eye and had a fearless aura. The 8 platoon commanders of the scout company looked at each other. From the eyes of the other party, we can see a few points of dents to the extreme of the battle intent. Those who could enter the scouting company, or even become platoon commanders, were all the best of the best. Good recruits like Zaitan have their own pride, and they are even more so. Any other veteran at the moment, challenged by a new recruit,
or were challenged when there was a huge difference in numbers and their side had the absolute advantage,
neither will have any thoughts of refusal. Otherwise, how will they be able to hang out at the sharp end in the future? With this thought in mind,
the third platoon leader opened his mouth sternly and responded to Chi Tian.
In a month's time, I'll make sure that you roll back to your original unit. Recruit, you'll pay for your arrogance. What's the point of letting you bounce around for a month?
The harsh words you let out today will be turned into slaps and returned to your face later.
We'll see.
The 8 platoon commanders of the scouting company opened their mouths one after another to respond to Chi Tian.
With those words, he led the men away quickly to do their own thing. The gang from Scout Company came and went quickly,
witnessed their departure.
Zhu Xiaotian's face changed violently as he rebuked Chi Tian. Chi Tian, this bet of yours is too bold. Not only do you have to gamble your future, but you're taking 4 other people with you. In a month's time, what gives you the strength to challenge an entire scouting company? This bet is a total sure loss for you guys. Instructor Zhu, you still don't know the 5 of us very well. Listening to Zhu Xiaotian's concern-filled rebuke, Chi Tian's gaze sunk slightly and he said in an ominous manner, in our eyes, there's nothing that can't be done, and that's what we're best at, is making the impossible, possible. As the words fell, Chi Tian turned to look at Jiang Chong and the others. At this moment, on the 4 people's faces, there was no worry or helplessness. What there is just an unrelenting will to fight, and an energy to never give up. As for Chi Tian's bet on the future of the 4 of them even just now, the 4 of them didn't mind at all, because they all know it very well. If it wasn't for Chi Tian, they would still be in the Iron Fist Regiment Recruit Company for intensive training. If it wasn't for Chi Tian, they simply wouldn't have been able to grow to this point in such a short period of time. Only by following Chi Tian could he keep getting stronger, ignoring the pressure and surpassing himself. Moreover, they had known Chi Tian for so long, and all of Chi Tian's decisions had never gone wrong. It was, it is, and it will be. Therefore, the 5 of them did not lack courage, not to mention the confidence to face any difficulties. Guys, remember when it was a game of cat and mouse? Chi Tian's face was serious as his gaze swept over the 4 brothers in turn.
When we were able to gather all the new recruits and cut down the command of the veterans of the Iron Fist Regiment,
then we can now, likewise, challenge the Sharpshooter All-Scout Company. Those veterans didn't think we were qualified to be part of a reinforced platoon. That's because they haven't recognized us. It doesn't matter. I just hope that in a month's time, we can get these veterans to recognize themselves. The Narrows. Guts wins. The 5 of them opened their mouths in unison, shouting the loud slogan of the Iron Fist Regiment. And at that moment, Zhu Xiaotian, who was standing next to him, was also infected by the will that erupted from the 5. Somehow, at this moment, Zhu Xiaotian's mind actually appeared with a thought that made him feel a little unbelievable. In a month's time, it might actually be possible for these 5 little guys to, well, beat the entire scouting company into submission. After all, the 5 of them had been in the army since. It has already set several records and done things that many soldiers of its age simply cannot do. Looking at the Sharpshooters Scouting Company, it seemed they couldn't find many characters like them. Instructor Zhu, I have another matter to discuss. Since I'm now the reinforced platoon leader, is it possible for us to make our own decisions about our training? As soon as Chi Tian's words fell, Zhu Xiaotian turned his anger into joy and responded with a smile. Of course, I was going to inform you about this too, except that the commotion was too big just now and I didn't have time to say anything. Captain Nya has taken a stand. Between your high talent for practicing and your countless whimsical training ghosts, you 5 can train on your own from now on. Just give me a weekly report on the last day of the week so I can do a record summary. Any training, any resources during that time, you have priority, and Scout Company will have to take a back seat when they come. Then thanks to Instructor Zhu and Captain Nye for their trust. I promise, I won't let you down. Chi Tian nodded heavily and opened his mouth in response before once again shifting his gaze to his 4 brothers. For the next month, I'll be leading the brothers in training, and in the words of Sharpshooter, this month is our month of hell. Because we don't have any so-called training goals during this month. All we have to do is to train ourselves to the limit every day. In other words, I just want to practice to death or be practiced to death by all of you in front of me. I now announce the first item of training for this afternoon. Marathon weighted cross-country. 50 kilograms of weight per person. Pacing to the limit. Follow me. As the words fell, Chi Tian pulled his leg and sprinted towards the weighted area at full speed. Jiang Chong and the others had also been ready to train for a long time. Immediately, he moved to follow Chi Tian's pace, and within a few seconds, he disappeared from Zhu Xiaotian's line of sight. 100 pounds of weight, or a long cross-country distance. Chi Tian understood how difficult this training was, so after bundling up his load, Chi Tian didn't lead his brothers to rush the all-terrain route. Instead,
they went back to the playground and led the four of them in a constant speeding frenzy around the plastic track. Practicing this way not only allows you to observe just how far the four brothers have honed their physicality, all the while cheering each other on, seeing each other as targets, and chasing the breaking wind. It's a double whammy, so to speak. The move also drew many veterans to stop and watch, not for any other reason. It was really because the way Chi Tian and the five of them trained was too unbelievable. It's hard to see how much weight they're carrying, but by the looks of them, it's like they're sprinting at full speed, with no intention of controlling the distribution of their physical strength. I heard it clearly just now. Chi Tian said he wanted to run a full horse. That's a full 42 kilometers. What? A full horse? At this pace of running, I'm afraid it won't be long before their bodies can't hold out, right? Reconnaissance company training area. A platoon leader's eyes burned as he stared at Chi Tian's few people on the playground who were still picking up speed, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Hiss. These five brats, pressed, don't intend to leave themselves open. In other words, they are playing to push the limits of their physical abilities. This kind of training I had encountered when I was first selected for the Special Forces, but the intensity of such a workout is just too much, and I was brushed off alive by this workout. I didn't think that today, these five boys would use it, and judging by the way they swing their arms, they're definitely carrying a lot of weight. I'm Brown, platoon leader. You don't say. I'm really stressed now. These five new recruits, they look really something. As soon as the first platoon leader's words fell, his deputy platoon leader immediately spoke up, echoing the response. Of course, it wasn't just the two of them. The other veterans of the platoon, including the elite of the other platoons of the reconnaissance company that were training in the playground, all had a nameless sense of oppression in their hearts at this time. Thinking back to what Chi Tian had said earlier, they maintained a deathward attitude towards training. Many of the veterans' foreheads were actually oozing a fine cold sweat outward in unison. As the saying goes, the soft ones are afraid of the hard ones are afraid of the horizontal ones, and the horizontal ones are afraid of the ones who don't want to die. Obviously, Chi Tian's group was the kind of player that was described at the end, the player who didn't want to die. Chapter 75, I'm sandbagging. What are you guys sandbagging? Chi Tian's few people just started to frantically brush up on the limits of their physical abilities in front of the crowd of veterans. At first, the veterans weren't quite convinced. They were able to maintain that pace and complete a full horse-weighted trail, but gradually, the five human energy continued to break through, and the more they ran, the easier and faster they became. By this point, the veterans had looked completely dumbfounded. There were even a number of veterans who looked scared and chose to turn their heads to the side. Not for any other reason. It's because of this type of training. It's so ferocious. I don't know how much time has passed. Zaitan ran full tilt past the start and into the inside of the woods surrounding the playground. Just here in the woods, there is a sound of fist fighting, bang, pop. At the same time, bursts of jeers followed. Is this the so-called strongest female soldier of the 386th Brigade? It's nothing more than that. Oh Yang Nanyu, if you want to gain a foothold in the scout company just by being an accurate shot, I can only say that you underestimate the scout company. Who doesn't know that you won the scout company selection by mixing it up with that new recruit? Now the original form is revealed. Stand up and keep fighting. Hearing the commotion, Chi Tian consciously slowed down his steps and looked towards the fighting training ground on the other side of the woods, only to see a veteran soldier from the 3rd platoon of the scouting company, who was standing in front of Ouyang Wanyu, hooking his finger at her with a rather disdainful look. As for Ouyang Wanyu, at this moment, she was put down on the ground, taking big deep breaths with defiance written all over her face. Chi Tian watched as he watched. Jiang Chong quickly ran to his side, and similarly saw what was happening in the fighting arena outside the forest. After 2 months of getting along, what Chi Tian wanted to do, Jiang Chong knew in his heart, and immediately opened his mouth and said seriously, Brother Tian, it's better to do more than less. The people from the scout company surrounded us earlier, and this woman was among them, and at that time, she didn't mean to speak for us. In other words, she's one of our opponents in a month's time. I know, but I just can't stand to see them acting all smug and bullying their comrades. Chi Tian took a deep breath. His gaze gradually gloomed. In terms of hard power, Ouyang Wanyu is indeed no match for those scout company veterans right now. But they seem to be forgetting that they had just joined the scouting company and were just as much rookies. What kind of skill is it to hug and bully a woman? We're here to be soldiers, and when we get to the battlefield later, we'll be the eyes behind each other's backs. I can't stand to watch this bullying and mocking of their comrades. Fight if you can't watch. Brother Sky, the brothers are at your command. As Chi Tian's words fell, Zhang Mang opened his mouth immediately after, echoing the words. At this moment, the other 4 men of the reinforced platoon all gathered over, all with a few moments of anger on their faces. Apparently, several of the others were also quite upset with those veterans of 3rd platoon for taunting their new comrades. This included Jiang Chong, who had just opened his mouth to persuade Chi Tian. He was only treating Ouyang Nuanyu as a rival in a month's time, not an enemy. Those 3rd platoon veterans are doing a little too much. I worked with Ouyang a handful of times back in the day, and she has a strong scouting mindset, including her sniping instincts, which I've heard are 100%. Our team needs a veteran to make up for our inexperience in various areas, such as weekly reports, which Instructor Zhu mentioned earlier, is my weakness. It's just right to scoop her up right now. Brothers, come with me, and what we didn't fight at noon today, we'll make up for this afternoon. As the words fell, Chi Tian took large strides towards the opposite side of the dense forest. Zhang Mang and the others followed right behind him. Each one of them was eager to rush over to the 3rd platoon veterans to compete with the look. The sharpshooter fighting training ground is, in fact, an empty-out sand field. Ouyang Nuanyu stared dead at the smug veteran in front of him and shouted angrily, "Han, yeah, don't get cocky too early. I only lost in terms of fighting experience. If we started at the same point, I wouldn't have any trouble beating both of you. Yeah, then I'm really going to get a kick out of you." The veteran in front of Ouyang Nuanyu smiled playfully and lifted his leg to step directly on the small of Ouyang Nuanyu's abdomen. It seems that in the future, you are determined to take revenge on me. Then how about today? I'll clean you up first without any temper. So if you have the guts to stand up for me, let's go on with our moves. Hey, what's the point of bullying a newbie who just joined the company? Why don't I play with you? As soon as Han Ye's words fell, Chi Tian and the others' figures appeared right after him. Zhang Meng even took a big step forward and walked directly to Han Ye's side, raising his hand to throw a punch. Whoosh! The sound of breaking wind followed. One could imagine how fast Zhang Meng's punch was. Han Ye had been crawling around in the scout company for 4 years, and his fighting experience could be considered quite rich. Hearing the commotion, he, completely subconsciously, rolled backward and forcefully dodged Zhang Meng's fist. Ouyang Nuanyu also took this opportunity and hurriedly stood up from the ground, anger filling her eyes. Chi Tian? Why did you guys follow us here? Is it possible that the 5 of you are dogs and can smell the smell and chase our 3rd platoon? In the 3rd row of the queue, Niu Tianpeng smiled coldly and spoke a little harder. The group of veterans standing beside him immediately burst out laughing at his words. Old ox, your mouth is really quenched with poison, getting more and more damaged. Coincidentally, at noon Grandpa waited for you at the door for half a day. Good grandson, how come I didn't see you come out? Ah, what? Wimpy? Zhang Meng clenched his fists while opening his mouth to return Niu Tianpeng's words, and this, he said, was even more solid than what Niu Tianpeng had said. After all, their appointment at noon, 3 rows of avoiding the battle does deserve to lose. Right now, Zhang Meng's mouthful of grandpa directly shouted Niu Tianpeng to the point that he reddened his warmth on the spot. Little brat, who the hell are you calling grandpa? I'll beat you so much you won't be able to see tomorrow's sun. As the words fell, Niu Tianpeng turned to look at the platoon leader. Seeing the 3rd platoon leader make a nodding motion at him, he directly rushed out from the ranks and went through the motions with Zhang Meng. At noon, the 3rd platoon commander Chen Jiahao was not wanting to make trouble before the selection of the reinforced platoon, afraid of affecting the selection qualifications. That's why Niu Tianpeng was stopped. Right now, that selection is a bust. Then there was naturally no need for him to stop his men's brethren any longer. Zhang Meng and Niu Tianpeng, one was a talented competitor in ancient martial arts, and the other was an experienced fighting veteran. The two fought, and it was hard to distinguish between them in a short period of time. Chen Jiahao simply shifted his gaze to Chi Tian and said with a smirk, "Newbie, this isn't the time for you to propose a betting treaty so that we veterans can give you a month to grow up? Dare to come to the door and cause trouble. It's against you." Platoon leader Chen, you seem like you can't quite understand human language, so I don't mind explaining it to you once more. Challenging an entire scouting company. We do need a month of special training, but it's just a matter of cleaning up your 3rd platoon, so why don't you and I do the same? As the words fell, Chi Tian directly began to dismantle the 50 kilograms of weight on his body, preparing to have a fight with the 3rd platoon leader. However, at this time, Chen Jiahao did not have the intention of fighting Chi Tian and opened his mouth with a cold smile. In your current state, fighting you would be me, Chen Jiahao, bullying you. It's not too late to come back and fight me when you get your form in order. As for the female soldier, if you're willing to stand up for her, then you might as well take her away. Anyway, now that the reinforced platoon test has become a fizzle, we, 3rd platoon, don't need such a vase. I'll take Ouyang Nuanyu away myself, but it's not that you don't need her, it's that she has a better choice. Responding to the 3rd platoon commander's cry with a tone that did not carry any emotional coloring, Chi Tian turned to look at Ouyang Nuanyu and turned his words around. Ouyang, I'll give you a chance. Come with me to reinforce the platoon, and in a month's time, we'll challenge the entire scouting company together. How about it? To the end. At the same time as the words left his mouth, Ouyang Nuanyu directly took a step and stood beside Chi Tian, showing his attitude.
And at that moment, Zhang Mang and Niu Tianping's overtures also happened to have a result. With the fighting skills he had learned from Qi Tian, Zhang Mang found an opportunity to throw Niu Tianping to the ground with a reverse hug, and then directly imitated the look of Niu Tianping who had just taunted Ouyang Nuanyu, charging the veterans of the 3rd platoon with a smirk. Is this the so-called scouting veteran? Hands-on ability is no good either. A vase. Tell me, just now the old man was sandbagging and getting physical. What about you guys? What are pretending? Chapter 76, a match between two snipers. Midway through physical training, the soldiers who can come over and beat me. Zhang Mang, right? Not only are you a sharp-tongued kid, you're really good with your hands. That's enough for today. You can go. In a month's time, I'll make all of you, including you, Ouyang Nanyu, all of you get the hell back to your old unit. The 3rd platoon leader's eyes were cloudy, and his face was indescribably ugly. If the fight goes on today, it will inevitably be rumored that their 3rd platoon can't afford to play in touched base with the reinforced platoon's recruits in advance. Chan Kaho has always detested those gossips. At this moment, it was straightforward to open his mouth and tell the Qi Tian several people to hurry up and get lost. Niu Tianping knew that he had disgraced and discredited the team. After struggling to his feet, he grayed out and returned to stand beside the 3rd platoon leader. The expression on his face was similarly difficult to see. At the moment he didn't have to think about it. How 3rd platoon leader Qin Jiahao is going to practice him for the next month. At the very least, it's got to be shedding a layer of skin. 1 month later, out of sight, out of mind. Let's go. Qi Tian could see the 3rd platoon leader's intentions, and with a wave of his hand, he turned around and left with his brethren. As for the issue of Ouyang Nuanyu's establishment, it was only necessary to apply to the higher-ups for coordination. It was an internal matter within the sharpshooter regiment itself, so it wouldn't be too much trouble to deal with. Witness the departure of a group of 6 people. Chen Jiahao turned back violently and stared dead at Niu Tianping, who had just slowed down. You can't even beat a newcomer. Old ox, what do you do for a living? I won't say any other nonsense. Do it, I'll personally be your chaperone. As the words fell, the 3rd platoon leader crushed his fists into a crunch. A heavy punch was thrown at Niu Tianping's face. The other side, Ouyang Nuanyu followed Qi Tian's men all the way to the playground, and seeing that they all had weights strapped to them, she subconsciously spoke up. I can lead you guys in training. You lead? Female soldier, aren't you thinking too much? We only listen to Brother Tian. Song Wei bristled and directly rebuffed Ouyang Nuanyu's good intentions, and as soon as his words came out, Ouyang Nuanyu was obviously a bit stunned. Didn't you guys elect me to fill out the reinforced platoon so that I could lead you in training? Otherwise, what was the point of you guys looking for me to join? Now that I'm tired of the training you guys are conducting, I'll lead you in training and it won't be a problem to get twice the result with half the effort. You weren't there when Instructor Zhu gave the order at the time, so it's normal to be unaware of it. Lin Mang swept a glance at Ouyang Nuanyu and proudly said, Brother Tian has improved our training methods. It's several times more difficult than it used to be, but it also helps us get stronger faster. Even Instructor Zhu approved of Tian's improved training program. Since you are now our comrade in arms, it is only right that you should join in and train together. 50 kilograms of weights. We will wait for you. An improved training program? This is impossible, right? Ouyang Nuanyu looked at Lin Mang and the others incredulously. Seeing that several people all had serious faces, they didn't look like they were joking at all. That's why he quickly moved to the weight area to strap on the sandbags. Of course, it was no wonder that Ouyang Nuanyu questioned them. Anyone else at the moment would be skeptical to hear that a few newcomers who had just joined the Pointed Blade had directly improved the training regimen that the Pointed Blade had maintained for decades. It's just a shame that this really isn't some pie-in-the-sky scenario, but something that actually happened. If he wanted to blame it, he could only blame the Special Forces instructor's book of memories that Qi Tian had gotten for coming too timely and too efficient. It really just doesn't fit with his status as a new recruit. Looking at Ouyang Nuanyu's figure rapidly disappearing, Qi Tian pulled the other 4 brothers to his side and lowered his voice. Gentlemen, with me, there is no difference between men and women, only between the strong and the weak. When we get to the battlefield in the future, we are all brothers entrusted to each other. So what just happened in the 3rd platoon? I don't want to see it repeated in our reinforced platoon. Male soldiers or female soldiers, they all fight and struggle for the stability of the country and the safety of the people. Understand what I mean? Don't worry Tian, she won't be any different from us except for going to the bathroom and taking a shower. Our team also really needs a female soldier to use against female criminals we run into later. Yes, Brother Sky, when you had your scouting company test, it was the most vivid example, and I can see that in this female soldier. There is also a spirit of training that is not afraid of death, and from this point of view, we are all in the same category. As soon as Qi Tian's words fell, several brothers opened their mouths one after another to show him their attitude. Hearing this, Qi Tian smiled in satisfaction. He also didn't continue to wait for Ouyang Muanyu, and directly led his brothers to continue to break through the physical limit. The playground was just this big, and Ouyang Muanyu naturally knew what she had to do when she came back from loading the sandbags, and she's going to be missing a portion of her training herself compared to the others. There's no point in waiting for her to come over and follow the training together. However, what Chi Tian's few people didn't know was, at this moment, Ouyang Muanyu was standing at the corner of the wait area to the playground, quietly looking at them. What the few people said just now, Ouyang Muanyu could be said to have heard clearly. Leaning against the wall, Ouyang Muanyu's eyes reddened slightly, and her body trembled gently without control. Ever since she was a child, she has climbed all the way from the infantry regiment to the first line of the reinforced regiment, and later on, she rushed with all her might into the reinforced regiment's scouting company, for the sake of proving that female soldiers are not inferior to male soldiers. What a male soldier can do, she can do just as well. Women are never as simple as a slogan. Just, no matter how strong Ouyang Muanyu became, she was never able to gain the sincere recognition of some of her male comrades. Selected for the scout company, the men who captured members of the spies were snapped up. Only she, Ouyang Muanyu, was left until the last moment, even though the one she caught was the spy leader, and it ended up being picked last by the 3rd platoon leader. She's also just a minor transparency on the team, not taken seriously by everyone. This powerless and depressing feeling of falling short caused Ouyang Muanyu to directly explode just now, and the deputy platoon leader of the 3rd platoon moved to make a lot of noise. But with Zaitan, she got the respect she wanted, and the affirmation that she was needed. Even though Ouyang Muanyu had only just joined the reinforced platoon, but the sense of belonging, at this moment, grew and spread wildly from her heart. 3 minutes later, Ouyang Muanyu loaded the sandbags and returned to the playground, joining the training of Chi Tian's few people. And her performance was not ashamed of what the Chi Tian few knew about her. This female soldier is trained to be a real match for them. He is not afraid of suffering at all, and can even be described in 10 words, as long as you can't die, run to your death. That afternoon, at 3:40, Chi Tian and the others finished their training, unloaded their weights and went to the cafeteria to finish replenishing their salt water, waiting for Ouyang Muanyu to make the final sprint. Brother Tian, I've done the math, and you're the only one who ran under 200 minutes in this full marathon training, and the 4 of us all fell short by quite a bit. But Ouyang Muanyu, it seems, has a chance as well, and now it should be her last kilometer. But the time, it's only just past 196 minutes, and this female soldier, she's a real chattel, too. Under the shade of the tree, Lin Mang sat beside Chi Tian and said with slight surprise, although the other 3 didn't say anything, the expressions on their faces were quite wonderful. At least, on this first training session of Hell Month alone, the 4 of them, then all of them lost to Ouyang Muanyu, and the gap wasn't small. She's been at the sharp end for so long, it makes sense that she'd be more physically fit than you guys, but I'm certain that if you train in the future you'll do your best every time and push the limits of your bodies. In a month's time, everyone will be at a fairly top-notch level, and even if there's a gap, it definitely won't be too big. Chi Tian smiled and responded with a sentence to Lin Mang, and then there was a bright flash in his eyes, as if he suddenly thought of something. He turned his head and rushed at the 4 people beside him in a deep voice. Ouyang Muanyu's tactical position in the group is sniper, and as it happens, so am I. When she's done running, give her the saline solution I brought back from the restaurant. I'll go to regimental headquarters and request 2 high-precision snipers to come over. Let's go to the next exercise. I want to compete with her. Take a stab at it, by the way. The sniper level of the Sharpshooter Scout Company. At what level? Chapter 77. Some people follow the rules. Some make the rules. 5 minutes later, Chi Tian came to the sharpshooter range waiting with 2 password boxes. These 2 boxes were filled with SSG high-precision snipers that were currently ranked quite high in the international military field and produced by the Austrian Military Industrial Organization, both shooting distance and shooting accuracy. This SSG was all far superior to the T-5000 that Chi Tian had previously used in the Iron Fist Corps. Or maybe in front of this SSG, the T-5000 is just an entry-level high-precision sniper, and the difference in quality and cost between the two is so vast that they can't be compared at all. At the same time, Nia Feiholm also informed the logistics department that the high-precision sniper bullets claimed by Chi Tian would be provided in unlimited quantities. This would mean that Chi Tian could be in this month's time. Will strengthen the platoon with anyone with a talent for sniping, with financial resources, and feed them alive and well. Such treatment is an unparalleled presence in the history of the Sharpshooter Amphibious Force. From this, we can see that Nia Feiholm on this reinforcement platoon. In fact, what kind of expectations? The depth of the first-tier reinforcement group was also completely revealed at this moment. Brother Tian, we're here. Ouyang's final score was 200 minutes exactly. Not a second more. Not a second less. Not long after,
Jiang Chong and the others came to the shooting range at a quick pace and finished meeting up with Chi Tian.
Hearing the results reported by Lin Mang, Chi Tian realized that he was looking towards Ouyang Nuanyu, who was standing at the end of the group,
and couldn't help but nod his head in praise.
3 hours and 20 minutes to complete a full horse cross-country with a weight of 50 kilograms. Ouyang Nuanyu, I still underestimated you. I'll pass you next time. At this moment,
Ouyang Nuanyu was back to the cold state she was in.
Or maybe that's what she was supposed to be.
The reason she was acting out not long ago was because she got into an argument with someone in the 3rd platoon.
That's why I deliberately said more.
To make a point for myself.
Me? Physical training.
There's no need for you to compare yourself to me. Chi Tian's gaze narrowed slightly as he looked at the 5 people across from him and said in a double entendre. The same goes for everyone else. What you need to compare yourselves to is what you did last time. Surpassing yourselves is the goal. Chi Tian would never reveal the secret that he had continuously improved his physique through the system rewards. He still understands the reasoning of the piker. Even if they were to cross each other's paths later, they would still do so. So the goal he set for his players was just to be themselves.
It's enough to surpass your last self each training session. However, at this moment, Ouyang Nuanyu looked as if she had been inspired by Chi Tian to fight endlessly. In a rather unconvincing tone, he responded, Chi Tian, I want to compete with you.
I know that it is standard for a reinforced platoon to have a sniper as the overall commander of the operation.
3 raiders are responsible for frontal action, and 1 spotter is responsible for medium and long-range observation and assists the commander in deploying the details of the operation.
There also has to be a backroom hand to fill in and support at all times.
If I'm right,
the only position left now is the logistics hand.
But I, Ouyang Nuanyu, am not here to fight logistics for you. Do you understand? At this moment, Ouyang Nuanyu was like a proud white swan, was arguing his position in the reinforced platoon to Zaitan.
But she seemed to be in too much of a hurry, not noticing in the slightest that behind Chi Tian, there could be 2 code boxes loaded with high-precision snipers.
Ouyang Nuanyu, in most people's eyes, there are 2 types of people in this world, male and female.
But in my case, there are other ways of categorizing the people who follow the rules,
and the people who make the rules. At this moment, Chi Tian did not directly open his mouth to respond to Ouyang Nuanyu's questioning. Instead, it came out of nowhere and said 2 things that were completely irrelevant. Once these 2 words came out, Ouyang Nuanyu, who was very angry 1 second, then became mute the next second.
Her eyes burned as she stared at Chi Tian,
her brows furrowed in an unusually puzzled manner.
Don't get off the subject. I'm talking to you about the assignment of personnel to the reinforced platoon.
What are you talking to me about? I'd say you don't have to be the one to follow the rules. Chi Tian took a deep breath, took a step sideways, and spoke in a proper voice. Reinforcement platoons, moreover, are not the kind of teams that stick to the rules. Move forward 1 step at a time and grow gradually. What we need to do is to metamorphose into really strong,
sharp soldiers in the shortest possible time.
To be honest,
the various distributional problems that you called in your mouth just now do not exist at all in my case.
If you're talented enough, I'll allow you to move and fill in at any position. Let's say you don't want to be a logistician,
which I'm sure no one in this room wants to be.
If that's the case, why should we waste the slot? Does anyone have a rule that you can only have 1 sniper, 4 raiders, and 1 spotter on a team?
The powers that be have completely delegated to me.
Then I, for one, will not bury the talent of any of you.
The Nietuan also acquiesced to my desire to make my own rules. So your worries just now were completely unfounded.
Rule followers, rule makers. As soon as Chi Tian's words fell,
the 5 people standing in front of him were all mentally reminiscing and pondering carefully.
Ouyang Nuanyu reacted the fastest,
and within 2 seconds,
she looked up at Chi Tian, her eyes shining.
You mean I can be the sniper on the team with you? We don't need to fix the allocation of everyone for planning like the reinforced platoons in other regiments. This is naturally the best. But how did you know that Nietuan acquiesced to your thoughts?
Could it be that you can read minds?
I don't know how to read minds, but I requested 2 high-precision snipers from the Nye Corps not long ago,
SSGs of Austrian origin.
He said yes without saying a word and informed logistics that there would be unlimited ammo pickup.
So if he didn't support me, why would he do it? Replying with a smile,
Chi Tian took the initiative to pick up the 2 password boxes placed by his feet and handed one of them to Ouyang Nuanyu. Then, Chi Tian shifted his gaze to the other 4 and ordered in a deep voice.
Without further ado, Jiang Chong,
the 4 of you start practicing shooting from the 200,
400, and 800 meter ranges respectively, with wooden and moving targets.
100 shots is the minimum I require of you for this training.
If you can, I'd like you to try 10 bullets per hole for absolute accuracy, without any other objections. Let's hurry up and start training. Yes, the 4 Jiang Changs quickly responded.
With those words, He turned his body around and ran at full speed towards the 200-meter shooting target.
Chi Tian twisted his head and glanced at Ouyang Nuanyu, who was holding the combination box lovingly. Snapping his fingers, he said with a straight face, "You and I will go straight to the 1800-meter firing point to practice. 1500 meters is a direct omission. Shooting an SSG at that distance is a sniper's blasphemy against the gun. No problem. I happen to want to see what a sniper from the Iron Fist Regiment can do." Both Chi Tian and Ouyang Nuanyu were not convinced by anyone. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he ran at a fast pace to the distant 1800-meter firing point. After greeting the person in charge of maneuvering the moving targets at the end of the line via intercom, Ouyang Nuanyu takes the first shot at SSG. A full 13 centimeters of armor-breaking bullets easily penetrated the bullseye. Ouyang Nuanyu's first shot at the wooden target, 10 rings. And that's when Ouyang Nuanyu presented the shooting action.
It is the most difficult of the 3 shooting maneuvers, the standing shot. In other words, this 1,800-meter fixed target was a complete piece of cake for Ouyang Nuanyu. Kind of funny. Veteran. Help switch to moving targets and go as fast as you can. Chapter 78, Cowardice before battle is a great taboo for soldiers. Understood. Platoon Leader Chi. On the other end of the intercom, the veteran in charge confidently opened his mouth to respond. Ouyang Nuanyu came to the pointed sword 2 years ago, and had always fumbled and practiced hard in the ordinary company. In the regular company, she served as a sniper as well, but at that time, she was equipped with the same weapon that Chi Tian used in the Iron Fist Regiment, AT-5000. No comparison to the SSG in hand now. The veterans in charge of the range know that she is a strong sniper, but with the limitations of her equipment, she is unable to utilize her full skills. But it's different now. Ouyang Nuanyu SSG high-precision sniper in hand. The veteran in charge of the shooting range who had spent 2 years with her was likewise very curious as to where Ouyang Nuanyu's limits actually lay. A few breaths later, the moving target ejected at full speed from a distance of 1,800 meters away. Ouyang Nuanyu knelt on one knee with sharp eyes, in a kneeling position, aiming at the target. Eyes on the moving target about to hit the ground. Ouyang Nuanyu violently pulled the trigger, and the armor-piercing bullet shot out electrically. In the blink of an eye, hit the moving target in front of the contact ground with ease. Chi Tian could see clearly with his telephoto lens. 10 rings, still 10 rings. Hitting the fastest moving target at 1,800 meters with the SSG wasn't enough to force out all of my instincts. Chi Tian, now it's your turn. Ouyang Nuanyu, who entered the battle state, was like a different person. The tone of his voice followed his eyes, sharpening. At those words, Chi Tian tossed the intercom in his hand to Ouyang Nuanyu, and then lightning fast, he assembled the other SSG in a standing position and aimed at the target 1,800 away. In the Iron Fist Regiment, Chi Tian had used the T-5000 to practice moving targets at full speed for 1,200 meters for an entire month. At that time, Chi Tian's best score was 4 consecutive shots from a moving target, 4 bullets and 1 hole. If not for the restricted distance of the Iron Fist Corps range, Chi Tian would have preferred to challenge a 1,500-meter. Su Guoqing had described Chi Tian's sniping talent at the time in terms of the heavens chasing after him to feed him. And at this moment, the time had finally come to prove whether Su Guoqing's vision was truly poisonous. Trying to imitate me? As Ouyang Nuanyu looked at Chi Tian's movements, she subconsciously muttered and was about to notify the veteran in charge to get the wooden target ready. However, at this moment, Chi Tian was unusually serious, and drank to Ouyang Nuanyu. It's not imitation, it's transcendence. Notify the veteran in charge to go straight to full moving targets. Standing position. 1. 800 meters. Moving target at full speed. Chi Tian, are you sure? I never like to joke around during training. As the words fell, Chi Tian's entire body relaxed, focusing all of his attention on this SSG high-precision sniper in his hands. Ouyang Nuanyu took a deep breath and informed the veteran in charge at that end of Chi Tian's request. As soon as her words left her mouth, 1,800 away, the moving target catapulted off and made a perfect arc through the air. Chi Tian stood still, holding his breath, as the moving target flew to the highest point in the air and was about to make a descending motion to the opposite side. The trigger was pulled without hesitation. Bang! Ouyang Nuanyu had just put his telephotoscope in front of his eyes when he saw the moving target bullseye 1,800 meters away being crumbled into pieces by the armor-piercing bullet, falling in all directions in the air. Seeing this scene with her own eyes, Ouyang Nuanyu's heartbeat couldn't help but stop hard for a moment. 1,800 meters. Standing full moving target. 10 rings. I can't believe I actually did it. Oh my god. A heartfelt open mouth muttered. Ouyang Nuanyu put down her far-sighted mirror and stared straight at Chi Tian with 2 unusually fiery eyes. The fact that Chi Tian could make it this far was enough. His sniping skills were to be above Ouyang Nuanyu, and the gap was not small. With such a precise sniping instinct, in the future, no matter which troop Chi Tian was in, he would be the absolute meat and potatoes. After all,
no one wants to mess with, or offend,
a marksman who can shoot 100 times from 1800 meters away.
Until this moment, Ouyang Nuanyu finally recognized herself,
and Chi Tian's gap exactly where. Why was she a veteran of the sharpshooters,
jumping from recon company to reinforcement platoon,
only to be teamed up for a new recruit who had been in the army for less than 2 months? It turned out that Chi Tian's talent was so powerful.
You know, like Ouyang Nuanyu, it was his first time touching an SSG high-precision sniper.
If he was given some more time to practice,
Ouyang Nuanyu didn't even dare to think how strong Chi Tian's sniping instincts could become. 2,000 meters? 2,200 meters? Or maybe, rated as the sniper's extreme shooting distance of 500 meters. Come on, try out the 2,000 meter firing point with me. Consider it a feeler test for me to see if you're joining the reinforced platoon. Ouyang Nuanyu stood still, frozen in thought. Chi Tian had already put away his SSG,
came to her side and snapped his fingers at her, and headed straight for the 2,000 meter firing point.
At this moment, Ouyang Nuanyu was in a bit of a trance. Her face was tense,
obviously not yet fully recovered from the shock and dismay she had just experienced.
At this moment, just out of subconsciousness,
he brought his high-precision sniper with him and followed Chi Tian as he ran to the next training spot to stand.
2,000 meters. This sniping distance is the true test of a sniper's talent. In the military, there is a saying that goes around, under 2,000 meters, effort can equalize talent, but at 2,000 meters, and above 2,000 meters, if the talent is not there, even if the treasury is emptied out for you to practice, there is no point. This, too, is the furthest shooting spot on the sharpshooter range. The contest between Chi Tian and Ouyang Nuanyu was going to be decided here. Only, at this time, Ouyang Nuanyu's heart was obviously weaker after seeing Chi Tian's sniping skills. Ask yourself,
there is no way she can do a 100% hit on an 1800 meter standing full speed target.
In her heart,
she had already recognized that Chi Tian's sniping talent and instincts were above hers.
But even so, Ouyang Nuanyu would not easily admit defeat. Cowardice before battle is a major taboo in the military. Ouyang Nuanyu, even if you lose, you still have to fight your way out.
Softly consoling herself,
Ouyang Nuanyu half-kneeled on the ground and drank to Chi Tian. Let's start with the wooden target. 2,000 meters. I don't hit much. No problem.
Chi Tian picked up the intercom and gave training orders to the veteran in charge on the other end.
A few seconds later, the fixed wooden target went up 2 kilometers away. Ouyang Nuanyu briefly adjusted his breathing and pulled the trigger with force. Bang! Platoon leader Chi. First shot fixed target score. 9 rings.
The voice of the intercom was not too small, and Ouyang Nuanyu could clearly hear the report of the grades fed back by the veteran in charge. After gently moving her body, Ouyang Nuanyu did not speak nonsense and directly prostrated herself on the ground, raising her hand to Chi Tian.
Crawl and shoot. Clearly, she's going all out here. Veteran, continue to fix the target, but don't rush to close it. The participant will shoot continuously. Understood. In response,
the man in charge replaced the stationary wooden target that had just been shot at. And that's when Ouyang Nuanyu found the most familiar feeling of shooting.
She was seen moving her fingers frequently and firing 3 shots in a row. The intervals were extremely short, almost a flurry, with 3 shots going out. Veteran, what's the score? Reporting to platoon leader Chi.
These 3 shots are all 10 rings.
The latter 2 are even more accurate to the point of hitting the same bullet hole. This participant's sniping strength? Very strong. Go on then. Switch to moving targets. Low to high speed. 1 by 1 on a 4, 6, 8, 10 ladder of difficulty.
Chapter 79, it had to be him and only him.
2 minutes later, Ouyang Nuanyu finished shooting, boxed up the SSG,
and got up to return to stand beside Chi Tian. The intercom in Chi Tian's hand rang immediately after.
Reporting to platoon leader Chi, the 4 speed, 6 speed, 8 speed,
and 10 speed moving target shooting scores were 10,
9, 7, and 7 rings, respectively. The first time I used the SSG,
I crawled and shot a stationary target 3 times, and managed to get 100 rounds in 2 holes. The moving target 4 speed was a perfect score, the 6 speed was close to a perfect score, and both the 8 speed and 10 speed were able to keep their scores in the 7 ring. Worthy of being the best female soldier of the 386th Brigade.
This name, Ouyang Nuanyu, you can afford it. Chi Tian gave a thumbs up to Ouyang Nuanyu and opened his mouth to praise with satisfaction. The fact that he could shoot such a score the first time he shot SSG high-precision sniper was enough to prove how good Ouyang Nuanyu's shooting talent was. But Ouyang Nuanyu's face, at this time, did not show the slightest smile. Instead,
he remained serious and stared closely at Chi Tian,
let out a long breath, and said seriously,
I might have been satisfied with the results of this shooting until I saw your sniping prowess. Even have the certainty of doing 10 speed hits on the bullseye and hitting 100 times in a week.
but now I realize that there are people out there. Chi Tian, I'm looking forward to your 2000-meter shooting score. Next, it's your turn to perform. After saying that, Yang Wanyu took a step back sideways, giving up the creeping firing point to Chi Tian. I'll give it my all. Chi Tian's face was equally serious. Taking a deep breath, he crept to the firing point with his SSG high-precision sniper. In fact, not only was Yang Wanyu curious about his 2000-meter sniping performance, Chi Tian himself was also quite curious. Every time he had sniper training before, relying on both the rock-steady arms from the physical enhancement and the superb eyesight that came with the Overwatch skill, there was also his own practiced, smooth mind like stopping water to go with it. It's the only way to make back-to-back plays that only a sharpshooter can make. But this time, the training was unprecedentedly difficult. Chi Tian's own mind would definitely fluctuate. Then this time of the test, it would just have to be his talent and the sniping skills he had honed when he had first honed his hard work in the Iron Fist Regiment. Fixed target. Up. With Yang Wanyu's command, the fixed wooden target slowly rose from the ground in Chi Tian's sniper scope. While keeping his breathing even, Chi Tian's right index finger gently fit the trigger. After aiming at the target, he snapped it hard and fired 3 rounds in a row. The frequency with which Chi Tian pulled the trigger these 3 times was much more rapid than the frequency with which Yang Wanyu fired 3 shots in a row at a fixed target not long ago. Veterans, check your grades. Hold on a second. The results of this shooting are rather odd. I'll have to watch the video again. As soon as Yang Wanyu's words fell over the intercom, the veteran's slightly excited response sounded. Hearing this, Yang Wanyu's already furrowed brows couldn't help but wrinkle a little deeper. What do you mean by that, veteran? This time, the veteran soldier did not immediately answer the question asked by Yang Wanyu. Instead, a full small half-minute passed before the veteran on the other end of the intercom responded in a hushed voice. Here's the thing. Upon inspection, there was only 1 bullet hole in the stationary target, and my first suspicion was that 2 rounds had been deflected. But then I noticed that the 3 armor-breaking rounds that penetrated the wooden target and finally hit on the concrete upper wall were alternately stacked and embedded inside the wall. I just pulled up the blue light video surveillance and slowed it down to 800 times speed to watch it again, and determined that this shooting, 3 rounds, 3 bullets, 1 hole, seemingly because he was overly emotional. The veteran's voice was visibly shaking by the end of his sentence. As for Yang Wanyu, after listening to the feedback of the results coming from the intercom, the whole person, too, froze on the spot. 2000-meter fixed target, 3 bullets and a hole? Looks like my sniping talent is not bad. Yang Wanyu informed the veterans to prepare the moving target. At this moment, Chi Tian, who had heard the feedback on the results, followed suit and let out a long breath. Even though it was his first time shooting at a 2000-meter ultra-long-range fixed target, the final score, however, was as good as it could be. This shows that with the help of the system and their own hard work and hard training, Chi Tian's sniping skills had reached a very high level. As for how high that level really is, it all depends on what comes next. The moving target shooting results. Veteran. Follow the speed increments of the moving target from earlier and do it again. After a few breaths, Yang Wanyu's thoughts snapped back from the unparalleled shock, and he barked at the veteran on the other end of the intercom. Hearing the order, the veteran quickly activated the machine and, using 4 speeds, ejected the moving target. Bang! The moving target appeared in the air, and Chi Tian's eyes instantly locked onto it before he violently pulled the trigger. The movements are silky smooth and unobtrusive. Immediately afterward, 3 shots exploded in sequence from the firing point. When Chi Tian finished firing the last shot, Yang Wanyu almost growled and bellowed to the veteran on the other end of the intercom. Feedback on the results, please. Platoon leader Chi's 4 speed, 6 speed, 8 speed, and 10 speed moving target shooting scores were 10 ring, 10 ring, 9 ring, and 8 ring, respectively. The last shot was actually sticking on the border of 8 to 9 rings, and to say it was a 9 ring is not really an exaggeration. This moving target sniping score has already set a new personal best shooting record in the history of the sharpshooter. I have to go to the regiment to find Instructor Zhu to brief him. When the words fell, the veteran 2 kilometers away put down his intercom, rode an army green motorcycle beside him, and rushed straight to the sharpshooter regiment's headquarters. And at that moment, Yang Wanyu was thoroughly impressed by Chi Tian's shooting instincts. As a sniper, Yang Wanyu's body was capable of being absolutely smooth, but at the moment, her hand, which was tightly clutching the walkie-talkie, was obviously shaking slightly, and even her scalp was a bit sore and numb. No matter how much she adjusted her breathing, she could never get her mind to become calm. Nothing else. It was really because Chi Tian's shooting performance this time had brought her too much shock. After practicing sniping for 2 full years at the sharp end, she was judged to be the strongest female soldier in the 386th Brigade, or the first time in sniping this military literacy, so completely lost to others. Moreover,
The other party was just a new recruit who had been enlisted for less than 2 months.
They are both equally touching SSG for the first time.
Yang Muanyu knew in his heart that his own achievement had already tied the strongest record of snipers in the 386th Brigade.
But it's been less than 5 minutes.
The record that he had managed to equalize with great difficulty was easily broken by Chi Tian. After seeing Chi Tian hit the 1800-meter target earlier,
Yang Muanyu had already thought that she might not be Chi Tian's opponent. However,
she could never have imagined that Chi Tian's sniping talent,
in any case, was this high. One moment, Yang Muanyu's sweaty hairs stood on end, and she also had a complete epiphany at this moment.
Why was Chi Tian able to join the first-line reinforcement regiment in such a short period of time after enlisting? Even the regiment had a reinforced platoon out specifically for him, tailored to his needs, and directly from Chi Tian himself, to be the reinforced platoon leader.
Ask yourself, can this reinforced platoon leader be replaced by anyone other than Chi Tian himself? The answer, absolutely, is no. Reinforce the platoon leader. It has to be him and only him. Chapter 80, what she said. It's all my words. Without the help of the system, I'm afraid I wouldn't have grown up in such a short period of time. But it's the hard work I do each time with the goal of surpassing myself that is the root of what helps me keep getting stronger. The combination of the two complements each other and has helped me get to where I am today. Maybe soon I'll be able to figure out who, in the shadows, is constantly watching me. I was able to get Captain Lee to have his men desperately target me, and I was also able to get Captain Ye to form a reinforced platoon around me. It even caused an officer like Secretary Ling to lose his temper and snatch my cell phone away from me in a hasty manner. Mysterious person, who in the world are you? Chi Tian narrowed his two eyes slightly and secretly sighed a few words in his heart. Then he got up and returned to Yang Muanyu's side, waving to her and pulling her thoughts back to the real world. Yang,
go to logistics and claim 60 rounds of ammunition over here.
These SSG magazines come standard with 10 rounds, and you've shot all of yours.
I'm down to the last armor-breaking round in my magazine, too,
and that's not enough, not by a long shot. Prior 1800-meter shooting training, Yang Muanyu shot twice, once at a fixed target and once at a full moving target,
and Chi Tian chose to move at full speed on his first shot,
thus saving an armor-breaking bullet. Right now Yang Muanyu's magazine was empty.
The job of claiming the bullet naturally fell to her.
Yes, platoon leader. Unlike her previous habitual direct name, this time, Yang Muanyu chose to address Chi Tian's military position.
With those words, he turned his body around and left the range,
rushing straight to the logistics department. And this change in address also meant that Yang Muanyu had,
from the bottom of her heart,
recognized Chi Tian as the platoon leader. Brother Tian,
the brothers are pretty much practiced.
Below 800 meters, 5 bullets and a hole in the head is no problem whatsoever.
Right now the training gun chamber is getting too hot from too much use and will have to be slowed down for a while. The brothers just happened to come by to see if there was anything you needed help with on your end.
Yang Muanyu had just left not long ago,
and Zhang Chang's 4 men came together to the 2,000-meter firing point side.
While reporting on the training,
he secretly glanced at the SSG high-precision sniper in Chi Tian's hand. It was close to writing the word envy on my face. Chi Tian sniffed and looked at the 4 brothers with a smile on his face as he opened his mouth.
If you have something to say, say it. If you have a fart, let it go. If eyes can depreciate a gun,
the SSG I just got from logistics is going to be scrapped by your aim.
Brother Tian,
the brothers don't mean anything else.
They just want to ask a question. Before you told Yang Muanyu that our reinforced platoon is not responsible for following the rules,
but only responsible for making the rules.
Does that count with us? It counts. You're in the reinforced platoon too. How can you not count? After saying that, Chi Tian gave Songwei a glance up and down and asked rhetorically, got an idea? After a few seconds, Songwei's heart crossed and he stepped forward. Brother Tian, we won't pretend to be grandchildren with you.
This high-precision sniper, the brothers want to try it too. As soon as Songwei said this,
Jiang Chong,
Zhang Mang and Lin Mang all took a step forward as well. 4 pairs of eyes stared straight at the high-precision sniper in Chi Tian's hand, filled with fire.
Seeing this,
Chi Tian thought for a moment and nodded his head in agreement.
As a matter of fact,
high-precision snipers are the sniper's life, and no one else is allowed to touch them.
But the one I'm holding is a training weapon issued by the regimental commander to our reinforced platoon, and it's likely to be replaced in the future. It's not a bad idea to let the 4 of you try it out. It's a good test to see if you have any sniping talent. However, it is not realistic to come up to 2,000 meters to hit the target. Let's go. I will first take you to 1,800 meters to try the water. If you really have talent in this area,
I can go to the regimental commander and explain that we should strengthen the platoon and train a few more snipers out.
As the words fell, Chi Tian brought the 4 of them, Songwei,
to stand at the 1,800-meter firing point and pass the SSG in front of Jiang Chong in a smooth manner. I still have the last high-precision round in my magazine.
Jiang Chong,
You have the best and most consistent shooting record out of the four of you, so you'll take the first shot. Yes, I'll try not to let Tian down. Jang Chong was slightly excited as he took the high-precision sniper from Chi Tian. Reaching out, he greedily stroked his hand on the side, then quickly prostrated himself on the ground, ready to snipe. Chi Tian used the intercom to call another veteran over to help put up a stationary wooden target 1800 away. Bang! In the next second, the unique, explosive hissing sound of a high-precision sniper exploded in Zhang Chang's ears. On the intercom, the veteran's score feedback resounded smoothly. Platoon Leader Chi, this fixed target shooting score, 3 rings. 3 rings? Jiang Chong, it seems that your kid can only end up with 95 to rate others. Sniper this job, you do not come to get involved. Jiang Meng smiled as he snatched the high-precision sniper from Jiang Chong, who had just stood up, put in the arms of the make-out at the same time, but also did not forget to incidentally sarcastic Jiang Chong's sentence. Jiang Chong had long ago gotten used to Jiang Meng's mouth and quenched poison. At this moment, he was also too lazy to bother with him and directly retreated behind Shi Tian, sighing deeply. Sniping and assault are two completely different shooting concepts, and it's true that there's some learning curve. It's okay, Impulse, you're first rate in your raid ideas and overall big picture thinking, and as a human being, you can't have it all. Shi Tian reached out and patted Jiang Chong on the shoulder, opening his mouth to comfort him, but as soon as his words left his mouth, Lin Meng, who hadn't said anything, took over right after him. Brother Tian, that's not true, I think you're just being facetious. Sniping and assault practice are all top-notch existences, and since we've known each other, you're on the verge of setting records for the 386th Brigade, even the entire Southeast Military Region. You don't know it yet, but just now Song Wei gave you a nickname, Hexagonal Warrior. Giving the platoon leader a nickname? Song Wei, how dare you? Chi Tian raised his hand and made a close contact on the back of Song Wei's neck. The sound of pop scared Jiang Meng so much that his hand sank and he almost dropped the SSG on the ground. Hiss! Song Wei gritted his teeth and sucked in a mouthful of cool air, just about to punch Lin Meng cordial greetings on 2 sentences. It was then that they saw Ouyang Wanyu holding a high-precision sniper and a box of bullets and quickly walked over to their side. Platoon leader, here are the rounds you asked for. 60 in all, 10 were loaded by me and the remaining 50 are here. Thanks, Ouyang beauty, just give me the bullets. Jiang Meng's face opened up with a smile. Grabbing the bullets from Ouyang Wanyu, he immediately took out 10 rounds and loaded them into the magazine, and then crept up to the firing point and aimed up with panache. Chi Tian consciously picked up the intercom, ready to inform the veteran to set up a target for Jiang Chong to shoot at, but right at this moment, Ouyang Wanyu suddenly stepped forward and pulled Chi Tian's sleeve, somewhat embarrassed. Platoon Sergeant, I have a few things I'd like to say to you. Is it convenient to take a step back? Chi Tian and Ouyang Wanyu hadn't known each other for a long time, yet he could tell that the female soldier's best feature was her thunderous behavior. But at this time, Ouyang Wanyu went against the norm and showed a shy appearance. This made Chi Tian quite curious as to what exactly she wanted to tell herself. Thoughts to this? Chi Tian tossed the intercom to Lin Meng, who was standing next to him, also slightly curious. Following Ouyang Wanyu to the side, he whispered, just say what you have to say. None of them are outsiders. Actually, I'd like to say, Chi, oh no, platoon leader, I had it all figured out when I went to get the bullets. Ouyang Wanyu hesitated for 2 seconds and looked up at Chi Tian, her tone suddenly becoming firm as she said, this is the sharpshooter, where strength is honored, and any position is for those who can do it, and I'm convinced by you, the reinforced platoon leader. I shouldn't have sided with those scout company veterans and questioned your strength before, and I apologize. You're strong, stronger than we could have ever imagined. I promise you that I will put my best foot forward in future training, and I will never give you, or the reinforced platoon, a drag. Hearing this, Chi Tian realized that this was Ouyang Wanyu making military orders to himself. At the same time, she was also apologizing for the fact that she had previously chosen to side with the veterans of the scout company and questioned the identity of the members of the reinforcement platoon of Chi Tian's few people. Speaking immediately, he smiled and shook his head in response. It's not a hindrance. No veteran is willing to admit that he is inferior to a new recruit. If I come across the same situation in the future, I will also question it. But at the same time, I would prefer that the recruits prove to me with their strength that I was wrong to question them. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as an iron cap and no such thing as a flowing army. And there is no such thing as a new generation of soldiers. This is in the past. From now on, we're all brothers. Train well. There's a seemingly impossible mission waiting to be accomplished in a month. Chi Tian's words were sincere and honest. Of course, that's really what he had in mind. Like he had told those scout company veterans earlier, He understood all too well that the veterans had defied the 5 of them and had become members of the reinforced platoon without having to participate in the selection process.
That's because they haven't recognized the talent of these 5 recruits. That's why the seemingly impossible bet was made. And a month later, what Chi Tian and the others were going to do wasn't for those veterans to recognize the 5 of them. Rather, it's for veterans to recognize themselves. Is it possible that after entering the scouting company, you no longer have the desire to constantly challenge yourself, or even unwillingness to accept that a new recruit is better than they are? At this moment, Chi Tian and Ouyang Nuanyu subconsciously looked at each other. From each other's eyes, they all saw a battle intent that could not be described in words, but the duo didn't notice. Song Wei, at this moment, was quietly standing by the side, eavesdropping on their conversation. After listening to Ouyang Nuanyu pulling Chi Tian here to whisper, Song Wei's mouth twitched, scratched the back of his head, and muttered to himself, "Why does this all sound so familiar?" And so on. What Ouyang Nuanyu said seems to be all the words I said the night the Iron Fist Core Cat and Mouse game ended. Chapter 81, An Iron Battalion. Soldiers in Flowing Water. In the meantime, Iron Fist Regiment. Regimental Headquarters. For leading the team to produce a pretty good group of recruits, Su Guiqing, who had been successfully promoted to deputy commander of the 1st Battalion, clutched a document in his hand. Quickly, he came to the head of the group, Li Yunfei's office. He didn't even have time to knock on the door before he pushed right in. "Chief, good news, good news. Xiao Su, what's wrong with you? Your daughter-in-law is pregnant with a 2nd child? Chief, don't joke with me. I haven't been home for a year. Where is my daughter-in-law going to get pregnant?" Su Guiqing skimmed his lips and took 3 steps to sit down opposite Li Yunfei, laying the document in his hand in front of Li Yunfei. "Captain, this is a copy of the appointment sent to me by an old comrade of mine, a friendly reminder that he is, at the moment, working at the regimental headquarters of the sharpshooters, specializing in the area of personnel changes. Sharp knives?" Hearing these 2 words, Li Yunfei instantly comprehended the reason for Su Guiqing's agitated excitement. After picking up the document and scanning it, the expression on his face, followed by him, became quite wonderful. "Brown, plus, strengthen the platoon, and the personnel allocation is their 5 boys. This special, won't be fake, right?" Towards the end, Li Yunfei couldn't control it and swallowed a mouthful of saliva deeply. It was as if he had seen something extremely unbelievable, truer than pearls, not chief. These 5 boys, they're really going against the grain. Su Guiqing nodded heavily, pointing to the document for the platoon leader's appointment, adding, "According to him, this kid Chi Tian has been leading training on his own since he assumed the position of reinforced platoon leader. Moreover, my old comrade in arms secretly told me that not long ago, Chi Tian claimed 2 high-precision snipes from the regiment." 2 high-precision snipers? What do you mean? Does that mean he's going to train 2 snipers out of this reinforced platoon? That's what I thought. This kid has always been a rule breaker, and this, he can do it. Hiss. If that's the case, Xiao Su, then I'll show you something too. After Li Yunfei sucked in a mouthful of cool air, he pulled open the drawer beside him, taking out a red-labeled document from inside. He handed it to Su Guiqing. The 386th Brigade Red and Blue exercise, which officially began on November 1st of this year, 24 days after the location of the maneuver is set to be along the coast of Jiangnan, with all the soldiers of the 386th Brigade taking on the Sharpshooter Amphibious Force. Turn to the second page and read the 6 words Sharpshooter Amphibious Force at the top. The original look of excitement and joy on Su Guiqing's face came to an abrupt end. In its place, there was a strong flash of dismay and disbelief. Our 386th Brigade consists of 3 infantry regiments, Iron Fist, Red Flag, and White Blade, plus an Iron Blood Defense Regiment, 770th Artillery Regiment, and 2 reinforced regiments, Sharp Daggers and Tigers, totaling 7 regiments. It is considered one of the largest brigades in the Southeast Military Region. Hadn't previous exercises cast aside the Chemical Defense Regiment, with each of the 2 reinforced regiments, the Sharp Daggers and the Tigers, leading their own teams, and the remaining 4 regiments drawing straws for a 3-on-3 battle? How come this time the top gave such a strange order, which is a bit too unfair to the Sharp Knives? Not only did they add the Iron Blood Defense and Chemical Corps to the mix, but they also made the Sharpshooters a pair of 6s. Regimental Commander, this is simply an exercise without any suspense. Not much else to say. Is that the Fierce Tiger Reinforcement Regiment, compared to the Sharp Knife, is not too much worse? How is this? Xiao Su, not only you, even I was shocked when I received this order. Li Yunfei acted as if he had expected Su Guiqing to react like this from a long time ago. After opening his mouth in response, he took the initiative to raise his hand and turn the 3rd page of the document.
And what is recorded on this third page is an order for the reorganization of the sharpshooter amphibious force. After the exercise, the sharpshooter amphibious unit was reduced to 0, and all the officers and soldiers on file were assigned to serve in the rest of the 386th Brigade. The rebuilding of the sharpshooters, funded by the brigade, is expected to take a year to reorganize the sharpshooter amphibious unit into a Marine Corps. The rebuilding was over and all officers were the first to return to their duties back at the sharpshooter Marines and reabsorb the best of the best to form a frontline fighting force. Hiss. No wonder the top is trying to make the rules for this year's exercise so unfair. Combined, it's to gather the strength of our 6 regiments and completely shatter the pride of all the sharpshooter warriors. Let them calmly accept the fact that they are going to other units. Su Guoqing was also a smart man. After seeing the order on the third page, immediately it became clear what the real purpose behind this totally unfair maneuver was. This is the final battle of the sharpshooters, the battle of honor. Li Yunfei slowly got up, walked over to the window, and sighed. Of course, it is also a battle that is bound to be lost. Like successive armies that have had to go through reorganization, there are always failures that are followed by rational reorganization and rebuilding. It also seems to be confirming the old saying, iron sharpens iron and water flows down the drain, and a new generation replaces the old 1-inch. Amphibious forces are history. The Marine Corps is fundamental to the future. The reorganization, imperative. Of course, this is a good thing for us. In the past, we were pressed by the sharp knives. This year, we can return the favor. Maybe you'll even get to see your 5 best disciples again during the maneuvers. Chief, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, in this year's red and blue battle, I promise, I won't let you and the top down. As soon as Li Yunfei's words fell, Su Guoqing immediately stood up and raised his hand in salute in response. Upon hearing this, Li Yunfei smiled and waved his hand without saying half a word more. Seeing this, Su Guoqing helped him collect the documents and put them back into the drawer. Resolutely, he left the regimental commander's office and assembled all the soldiers of the 1st Battalion for harsh extra training. In order to do so, it was just to make the Iron Fist Regiment look good in front of the brigade commander during the maneuvers. Ask yourself, Su Guoqing didn't want to see Qi Tian and his 5 favored disciples fail in the exercise, but more than anything, he didn't want to see that the Iron Fist Regiment lose to the sharpshooters again and again. Without a doubt, this year's red and blue battle was definitely the one exercise where the Iron Fist Regiment had the best chance of getting revenge on the sharpshooters. If you didn't seize this opportunity, later on, if you wanted to take revenge again, it wouldn't be possible. That exercise, 24 days later, was a battle of honor for the sharpshooter. Again, a battle of honor for the Iron Fist Corps. On both sides, there are reasons why you can't lose. The other side, sharpshooter, range. Qi Tian received the SSG from Lin Mang and let out a bitter smile. It seems that none of the 4 of you have any talent in this field of sniping, so without further ado, get back to your assault marksmanship training, and when you're done with that one, I'll take you all on some new tricks. New tricks? Brother Tian, you can't sell out to the brothers. Tell us quickly, what is the new trick you're preparing? As soon as Qi Tian's words fell, Songwei followed closely and asked Qi Tian after him with an urgent face. Qi Tian didn't want to hide it from his brothers, so he opened his mouth and responded bluntly. In deep-sea operations, our eyesight and shooting accuracy are greatly reduced. Even with the help of HD goggles, it's impossible to be 100% accurate, or even get more than one bullet in a hole, like in training. So, I'm going to take you all on another trip to the deep-sea simulation training grounds. Let's try rice carving in a simulated deep-sea environment and practice our eyesight. Of course, there are more new tricks I have in store for you than just rice engraving. As for the follow-up, just stay tuned, folks. Chapter 82, Engraving of Rice. Fancy. That night, a little after 8 o'clock, Qi Tian brought Zhang Mang and the others to the deep-sea simulation training ground. The person in charge, Lao Song, who had a previous meeting, had been waiting here for a long time. Seeing the 5 people arrive, Old Song smilingly gave Qi Tian a thumbs up and praised him in a half-joking, half-serious tone. Playing with such training as rice grains engraving in the rough and deep-sea area. Xiao Qi, you've got a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Instructor Song is polite. Qi Tian smiled faintly and opened his mouth to Old Song and responded. This is also because I want to bring the reinforced platoon to grow up as quickly as possible. Any shooting cannot be separated from the steady hand, steady eyes, rice grains engraved training, just can be practiced all of these too. Well, that's not a bad thing for you to say. I'm just afraid that within a few days, this training program will be studied by the other companies, and then I, Old Song, will have my hands full. Old Song nodded and responded to Qi Tian, then went to the console to adjust the equipment. Qi Tian then took the 5 to the locker room in the back to change their equipment. Between now having Ouyang Wanyu, a female soldier, on board, in the spirit of ladies first, when Ouyang Wanyu went in first to change her clothes,
The 5 Chi Tian people were waiting outside the changing room. Song Wei, having nothing to do, came over to Zhang Mang and said with a smile, "Mang, when you were in the gymnasium before, didn't you tell me? Since you were a child, you have followed the masters to learn ancient martial arts, practicing arms and legs and whatnot? How do you say? This rice grains carving training, have no confidence? What practicing arms and legs? Be more professional, okay? We call that external training of sinews and bones and skin, internal training of breath. After so many years of horse stance, my arms and legs are pretty well practiced and steady. During the day, the 4 of us shoot high-precision snipers, but I also have the best results. If not for my eyes cannot see too far away from the target, easy to drift. I'm now the number 3 sniper in our reinforced platoon. And as for this rice grain engraving, sprinkle water." Zhang Mang responded to Song Wei with a few words in triumph. Having practiced physical balance and stability as well as explosive power since he was a child, he was quite confident in this rice carving training. It was also the moment Zhang Mang's words fell that Ouyang Nuanyu changed her equipment and walked out from the locker room. The conversation the two had just had, Ouyang Nuanyu heard it clearly from inside. After spending the afternoon together, Ouyang Nuanyu also learned about the origins of Zhang Mang, Song Wei and Zhang Chong. Smoothly speaking, he took over the conversation. "I'm done changing, so you guys hurry up. Zhang Mang, tell me about ancient martial arts in passing. Is this stuff really useful in the military? Does it work?" Zhang Mang followed Chi Tian and a few others into the locker room with quick steps. While nimbly changing his equipment, he answered to Ouyang Nuanyu outside the house. "Remove that, and I can responsibly tell you that ancient martial arts are quite practical here in the military. In fact, many ancient martial arts are now streamlined and presented as performances without much lethality. But traditional ancient martial arts, it's all about killing moves, and they're deadly. Mantis Fist, for example, practiced using the hand as a sword, and in real combat, the main attack on the opponent's eyeballs and carotid arteries. And then there's that Baji Quan, the modern martial art of honing physical strength and body slamming people in real combat. But what I practiced was how to headbutt people in the nose and take out their dicks in real life, specializing in those weak spots. By the way, there's that Bagua Pom. When I used to practice it, I felt it was useless and lacked attack power. Then Shifu gave me 2 kitchen knives to carry and practice with. And guess what? I could juggle 2 kitchen knives so well that even my master couldn't get close to me at that time. Before in the Iron Fist Corps I competed with Brother Tian. I did lose, but that was empty-handed. If I could have brought a weapon, Brother Tian might not have been my opponent. After Zhang Mang finished his last sentence, Chi Tian's few people had all changed their equipment and walked out from the locker room. Chi Tian smiled and patted Zhang Mang on the shoulder. "Alright, Zhang Mang, originally, after practicing rice grains engraving, I wanted to take you guys to practice underwater submarine combat. Seeing that you're so confident, why don't I ask Old Song to prepare 4 unopened wooden knives, and let's have a contest, and let me try your true strength." As soon as Chi Tian's words came out, Zhang Mang, who was pretending to be inscrutable in the last second, turned his words around and responded with a bitter smile. "Brother Tian, don't be ridiculous. I've been practicing fighting with you for 2 months. How can I not see how good you are? Just now I was just bragging about myself in a small way. Don't take it seriously. Alright, from now on all of you, cut the blabbering. It gives me a headache to listen to it. Now about the content of the rice grains engraving training." Pop. Hearing the order, the 5 people led by Ouyang Nuanyu quickly stood at attention, and their expressions became serious and earnest with it. A handful of rice grains and an embroidery needle for each person. Requirements: in the deep-sea simulation training hall, carry the rough waves and carve out the 7 words, "The narrow way is brave" for me. The characters can be ugly, the hands can be stubbed, but the grains of rice can't be broken, and if they are broken, recarve them for me. I've asked Old Song to prepare enough oxygen cylinders in advance. Even if you all practice here all night, there's no problem. Do you all hear me clearly? Clear. Distribute the supplies and start training. Chi Tian gave the order. After taking Ouyang, 5 people in turn grabbed a handful of rice grains and took an embroidery needle. They wore oxygen bottles and went directly into the water to start training. Lao Song, on the other hand, is responsible for manipulating the intensity of the waves that appear in the simulated swimming pool. As Chi Tian had explained in advance, one wave was higher than the other. Repeatedly, Chi Tian and the others were about to carve the grains of rice directly flushed away. Playing around. This Chi Tian, he's really a ghost talent constantly. No, I have to call old Zhu over. He'll definitely like this training method. As the words fell, Old Song took out his cell phone from his pocket and directly called Zhu Xiaotian. Not long after, Zhu Xiaotian, who had finished his day's work, came to the deep-sea simulation training center. As he watched Chi Tian's few people wearing oxygen bottles and carving into the grains of rice in the deepest part of the deep-sea simulation training hall, his eyes were also shining brightly. If they really let them practice,
then the kung fu and eye power of these 6 people's hands can be improved tremendously. It seems that tonight, they are running for an all-nighter. Old Zhu, old Zhu, you're still too underestimating Qi Tian and the 6 of them. Hearing Old Song's response, Zhu Xiaotian frowned slightly. What do you mean by that? I can hear Qi Tian say that he's also planning to take 5 members of his team on a trip to the Submarine Combat Training Center tonight, and he seems to have come up with a unique training method as well. Really? Then I'm really looking forward to it more and more. I'd like to see what kind of tricks these 6 can play tonight. As the words fell, Zhu Xiaotian fished out a packet of huazi from his pocket and handed it to Old Song, pushing his chair next to the maneuvering console in the process. Along with Lao Song, he watched with considerable anticipation as the real-time feed came back on the screen, and he kept manipulating the waves, raising the difficulty of the meter-engraved special training for the 6 Qi Tian people. It's like 2 old coots, playing more and more. Just, not waiting for Zhu Xiaotian to finish his efforts of smoking a cigarette, the cell phone in his jacket pocket suddenly rang. Zhu Xiaotian scanned the caller ID. Rushing to press the answer button, he respectfully agreed. Hey, Nya Tuan, it's me. What? 6 against 1? I understand. Don't worry, I'll be right there. Chapter 83, Getting Real, Cold Weapon Combat. 10 minutes later, the headquarters of the Sharpshooter Regiment. In the office of the regimental commander, Zhu Xiaotian sat across from Nie Feihong, his 2 eyes glaring. Regiment Nie, you're not kidding me. Is this really an order from Brigadier Chen? Do I look like I'm kidding you? Nie Feihong looked at Zhu Xiaotian with a forlorn and helpless look and opened his mouth to laugh bitterly. I just learned of the news as well. Brigadier Chen personally called to inform me, and we were the last team to receive the rules of the drill. The other 6 regiments, during the day, received paperwork for the time and rules of maneuvers. I figured out that Brigadier Chen is trying to do everything he can to cut down on our Sharp Dagger's combat power in this red-blue exercise. Even the notification time was taken into consideration. His old man really took great pains to break the pride of these thousands of sharp knives. Nie Feihong let out a long sigh, though he had long ago received word of the impending remodeling of the spikes. It was also guessed in advance that this exercise at the end of this year would probably face a very unfavorable situation. But at this time, when he really received the rules of the exercise, Nie Feihong's heart was still filled with indescribable helplessness. More than defeat, he wanted to lead the pointers to victory. Let these 1,000 or so sharp knives be reduced to pieces in the euphoria of victory and go to other units. But he understands just the same. If this battle was won, the warriors were afraid that they would be even more reluctant to leave. And there was even the possibility of the scene getting out of control. Losing the maneuver and shattering the pride of these sharpshooters is the best thing to do. 1 against 6. Brigadier Chen has designed a surefire losing game for the sharpshooters. But how can I, Nie Feihong, admit defeat so easily? Brigadier Chen, his old man is sitting in command of the red base, so let him take a look. Sharp knives, even if they lose, can still kill their way through an army of 10,000. After a long period of silence, Nie Feihong's face changed suddenly, and his eyes were full of wariness. The same is true for Zhu Xiaotian, who sits across from him. The 2 men looked at each other before nodding heavily and saying in unison, Sharp Dagger, will win. It was also at this moment that the 6 figures training in the depths of the deep-sea simulation training hall suddenly flashed through Zhu Xiaotian's mind. Immediately afterward, a premonition that could not be described in words quietly surfaced in his heart. These 6 are considered to be the most talented players that the sharpshooters have developed over the years. Qi Tian, in particular, was just too outstanding in terms of his comprehensive personal abilities. In a one-on-one situation, 6 words to describe the crushing of the sharpshooting veteran would not be an exaggeration. Zhu Xiaotian always felt, he will lead the reinforcement platoon and play a vital role in this exercise. I'm counting on you for the final battle of honor for the sharpshooters soon. Zaitan, sharpshooter can afford to lose, but not to lose in defeat or mediocrity. In the meantime, inside the deep-sea simulation training hall, after a full 20 minutes of careful carving, Qi Tian finally finished his rice carving training, rushed out of the horizontal plane, and took a big, deep breath. Not long after, Zhang Mang also surfaced and saw that Qi Tian beside him had fully recovered. Zhang Mang let out a bitter smile and said helplessly, I've tried my best, but I still can't compare to Brother Tian. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced now. You're only less than 100 seconds behind me, Zhang Mang, and now I'm starting to believe what you said in the locker room earlier. Still got the stamina? We brothers haven't competed since we came to the sharp end. Brother Tian has given the word. How can I not give you face? Let's go. Zhang Meng's arms fired and dragged his body to scurry straight out of the pool. Zaitan kept pace with him. The 2 men found 2 brochures with the help of Old Song. After rolling them into sticks, they quickly spread out and faced each other. Seeing this, Old Song also lost his mind to continue manipulating the waves. Adjusting the device to full auto, he sat down on this side of the console and quietly watched.
Yang Nguyen, you didn't know when.
But he had also completed the rice grains engraving training.
Sitting at the edge of the pool at the moment, his eyes burned into the empty space as he stared at the duo, unsure of what he was thinking. Brother Sky, I'm coming, watch out. Zhang Mang let out a loud shout, his hands assuming an extremely odd posture as he attacked Chi Tian's side. Bagua Palm, dragon walking tiger steps. Chi Tian had spent 2 whole months with Zhang Mang. Under his inculcation, he had also gained a not-so-subtle understanding of the ancient martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom. With just a glance, he could see the stance used by Zhang Mang, and with his right hand, he smoothly held the paper stick back and moved to kill. The two figures quickly collided together, not giving way to each other. At first, both were on the offensive side, but behind, as Zhang Mang kept changing his stance, he exerted his strength. Chi Tian was really a bit overwhelmed and was forced to convert to the defensive side. In terms of pure power explosion, at this time, he was really not a match for Zhang Mang, a tiger general who had practiced ancient martial arts since childhood. Seeing Chi Tian take a step back, Zhang Mang fought more and more aggressively, completely hitting all the Bagua Palm moves, dragonflies, dragons, and sleeves. In a series of moves, Zhang Mang utilized the paper stick in his hand to suppress Chi Tian as he retreated back and forth. After this scene appeared, the eyes of old Zhou and Ouyang Guanyu both brightened up significantly. So this is Zhang Mang's watch card. He is really the best among the practitioners. If I were to meet him, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to last more than 3 moves. Ouyang Guanyu, you didn't know that. The reason why Zhang Mang was so kung fu at the moment was not just because he had practiced martial arts since he was a child. It also had a lot to do with the fact that over the past 2 months, Chi Tian had handed over all the fighting moves he knew to Zhang Mang. The combination of the two directly helped Zhang Mang's actual combat would have skyrocketed. Bang! The edge of the clearing. Chi Tian was unable to retreat and could only carry Zhang Mang's punch. Good boy. 2 months to integrate the fighting and ancient martial arts that I taught you, complementing each other. The first person in the ancient martial arts specialty of the Eastern Sea Physical Education Institute for 100 years. The name is true, Chi Tian said as he moved his body. Bones crackled all over his body, like some kind of switch that slowly activated in this moment. His eyes, too, steeply became fierce and stern at this moment. Seeing this, Zhang Mang instantly realized that Chi Tian was about to get real, and hurriedly raised his spirits and responded in a deep voice. Brother Tian, it's finally time for you to go all out. Just now, when I attacked you with all my strength, I was forcing you to do the same with all your strength. I also want to see how much of a fighter you really are. Come on, show me your true strength too. As the words fell, Zhang Mang took a slight step backward with his right leg. The lower disc is in the form of a bao, which is a standard combat maneuver for advancing to attack and retreating to defend. Chi Tian nodded slightly, and while taking a deep breath, his legs fiercely stomped towards the ground. Then the whole person was like a cannonball launched out, darting and rushing to Zhang Mang. The wooden stick in his hand stabbed at Zhang Mang's shoulder at the same time. The knee went up in a smooth manner and ran at Zhang Mang's small abdomen and smashed it. This was not all. Chi Tian's other hand, in the shape of a tiger's claw, was aimed straight at Zhang Mang's throat. This move came at an extremely fast pace. Ouyang Guanyu and Old Song, who were watching the battle, did not expect Chi Tian's counterattack to come so suddenly. Even Zhang Mang, who had seen Chi Tian's nodding gesture in advance, at this time, he also did not expect Chi Tian's sudden outburst of counterattacks to come this harshly. Before he could react, he who had just swung into an attacking and defending maneuver, he was blasted to the ground by Chi Tian in a single shot. Not only did he receive a heavy paper stick on his shoulder from Chi Tian, his belly was also raw from Chi Tian's flying knee. This was still under the circumstance that Chi Tian had deliberately withdrawn his strength at the end. If he hadn't withdrawn his force, Zhang Mang was afraid that he would have collapsed on the spot in spasms and pain at this moment. The most crucial thing was that after Zhang Mang went to the bottom, Chi Tian also followed and pressed down on the ground. The left hand that was like a tiger's claw was currently clasping Zhang Mang's neck. Although he didn't deliberately exert himself, under the influence of Chi Tian's own weight, he still pressed Zhang Mang somewhat unable to exhale. Hurrying to pat the ground in succession, he begged Chi Tian for mercy. Brother Tian, let go. You countered the storm up so fast that I couldn't react in time. I admit defeat. Admit defeat. Chapter 84, Zhang Chong fighting for his life, Carp leaping the Dragon Gate. Seems like you were right earlier in the locker room. Getting your hands on a cold weapon will skyrocket your fighting prowess. Even I can only win you by 1 point with my speed advantage when I'm at full strength, and if I'm not careful, I'll still lose. Chi Tian let go of Zhang Mang's throat and stood up in a slightly serious manner, pulling Zhang Mang up from the ground along with him. At this moment Chi Tian suddenly realized, the fighting instincts he had been given seemed to be maximized only when he fought with his bare hands. Once he switches to cold combat, his skills are a bit lacking and his strength is slightly lacking, and in the real front line of battle, bare-knuckle fighting is a completely rare occurrence. It's the Cold War that's the probability. It seems that in the future, I will have one more direction that I need to practice hard. With a dark voice in his mind, Chi Tian and Zhang Mang were side by side, returning to the pool side. At this time, Song Wei and Lin Mang had both finished their training as well, and were sitting together with Ouyang Nuanyu, talking about the contest the two had just had. Where's Impulse? Hasn't he finished practicing yet? Zhang Mang rubbed his sore and numb belly and asked Song Wei and the others. At the sound of his voice, Lin Mang subconsciously responded, impossible, right? I was standing very close to Brother Chong during training, and he's quite a bit faster than me. I remember he was all the way to Brave when I was carving the word road, and I thought he'd finished practicing and gone to the bathroom a long time ago. Nonetheless, while Lin Mang and Zhang Mang were talking, Old Song slowly walked over to the 5 people who had completed their training and said with a smile, I've seen the real-time feedback. Zhang Chang's rice grains carving training was almost completed at the same time as Ouyang Nuanyu, but after completing his training, he didn't surface first, but increased the difficulty of his training. Go carve other characters with more strokes and more honed eye and arm stability. Counting the time, he's about to run out of oxygen in his tank, so you guys just wait a little longer. So it's Chong who rolled up. What's the meaning of this? Does he still think that the training laid out by Tian isn't difficult enough? Something's going on, Ashen. How can the brothers live if you roll like this? As soon as Old Song's words fell, Song Wei and Lin Mang opened their mouths successively and laughed bitterly. Chi Tian, who was on the side, however, looked as if he had thought of something. A hint of imperceptible appreciation and praise flashed in his eyes as he looked at the deep-sea simulated swimming pool that was a blur in front of him. The significance of Jiang Chong making the training more difficult for himself was well known to Chi Tian. It must have been the results of the sniper test during the day that hit him hard, after losing the possibility of becoming a sniper. Jiang Chong is putting in more effort and honing himself hard to become the best raider. He didn't want to fall behind anyone in the unit his father had served in during his lifetime. At this moment, Chi Tian suddenly realized, when this hellish month was over, Jiang Chong would definitely be the one with the biggest promotion among the 6 people in the reinforcement platoon. He has really taken the words as long as you can't die from practicing, practice to the death to the extreme. After another 5 minutes or so, there was no more half oxygen in the oxygen cylinder Jiang Chong carried with him. This is how Jiang Chong surfaced. And at that moment, all 5 fingers of his left hand were oozing blood. Lin Mang quickly stepped forward and pulled Jiang Chong to the bank to sit down. Taking another grain of rice from him, he pieced together 2 complete slogans. The narrow road is won by the brave. The sharp knife is sheathed. Who can compete with it? Gosh, Brother Chong, why did you carve so many words out? Since I don't have the talent to be a sniper, I'll just have to put in more effort on the path of an assaulter. Let's go. Get to the next training. I don't need a break. Jiang Chong quickly changed out of his equipment and got up to walk in the direction of the locker room. Ouyang Nuanyu and the others quickly followed. Chi Tian and Zhang Mang, who had changed their clothes in advance, stayed outside and contacted the person in charge of the submarine special training ground to make an appointment for the next training session. By the time Chi Tian's few people arrived at the submarine special training ground, the person in charge was already ready. Basic submarine special training, which requires participants to simulate maneuvering a submarine underwater, perform directional deep navigation, steering, and there are 4 major items of equipment familiarization and maintenance, learning the relevant operation of the instrument, and aiming fire at target units as they appear. But Platoon Leader Chi explained in advance that I should prepare some new tricks for you on the basic training subjects. So all of you are different from the normal submarine special training participants. You have to train in order. Who's first? Is it Platoon Leader Chi who will take the lead? Let me go first. I want to get stronger as soon as possible. As soon as the person in charge spoke, without waiting for Chi Tian to open his mouth in response, Jiang Chong took the initiative to step forward and drink to the crowd. His tone was subdued and firm, with a great air of non-refusal. Chi Tian sniffed, nodded, and said to the person in charge, since Jiang Chong has this idea, let him take the lead, please, as it should be, then everyone take a short break here. After promising, the person in charge led Jiang Chong quickly towards the bottom of the special training ground. A submarine that was soaked in a pool amongst others, officially started special training. Unlike deep-sea simulations, this submarine special training is required for the person in charge to accompany the participant. Those who go to a submarine that specializes in training for teaching and learning. Zhang Mang looked at Zhang Chang's back as he strides away and took a deep breath. Seeing Xiao Chang's attitude, he is planning to play with his life in the Hellmoon. Guys, we all need to keep up with him. If we fall out of line and are pulled apart by charge, then our dreams of moving forward together and being together forever will have to be dashed. Who says it isn't? The amount of training Tian set up is already ferocious, and Xiao Chong is still playing with his life so much. This is forcing a few of us to not play with our lives. That's good. What's a hell moon if you don't play for keeps? In that case, let's work together, and I hope that after Hell Month, we can make the veterans of Scout Company say nothing. Hearing the brothers open their mouths to state their positions one after another, Chi Tian's gaze gradually sank. Since everyone was ready to play hard to train, he wasn't hiding anything. Chi Tian decided that for the next month, taking all the knowledge from his mind, the Special Forces instructor's book, and using it to strengthen the platoon of several people. There is no doubt that it will be an absolute grind of blood and tears, physical fitness and willpower. The training will be etched in your mind and remembered forever. But if you survive this Hell Month special, what greeted them, then, was the absolute dawn of light, and a military quality as strong as that of the Special Forces. With this thought, Chi Tian took the initiative to get up, looked at the 4 people beside him, and snapped, "I don't want any of you to fall out of this Hell Moon special, and of course, I'll never give you any backdoors. If any of you are unable to complete my Hell Month special, even if I didn't want to let you go, I would have dismissed you from the reinforced platoon and assigned you to a regular company. At least there, I don't have to worry about you guys dying on the front lines of battle because of your own lack of military literacy, whether it's a mediocrity or a genius, whether it's a carp or a real dragon. Brothers, it's up to you." As the words fell, Chi Tian placed his hand in the center in front of the 4. The 4 of them followed suit and struck out, resting on the back of Chi Tian's hand. In the next second, the expressions on their faces changed at the same time and they spoke in unison. Reinforce the platoon. The narrow way is brave. Chapter 85, Red and Blue Battle, Grudges on Hold. For the next 20 days, Chi Tian led the reinforced platoon to complete a wide variety of training elements that were only found in Special Forces. Rice grains carving, submarine specials, weight climbing, huck squats, and even CQB training are all available. One of the most important combat special training was even practiced repeatedly by Chi Tian as if it was a family affair. From the 3rd day onwards, the 6 men of the reinforced platoon, often with swollen noses and swollen faces, went to the infirmary to see a doctor for bandaging and anti-inflammatory procedures. It's like purgatory. It also made the crowd shed their skin once again, and it's not what it used to be. Endurance, speed, strength, skill, marksmanship, combat. The special military qualities that should be there, they are not missing a single one and are fully upgraded. The 6 men of the reinforced platoon at this moment have all the makings of Special Forces. Hell Month, Day 21, 2 a.m. Chi Tian and the others left the rock climbing training ground full of fatigue. I wanted to go back to the dormitory to take a hot shower and rest as soon as possible for tomorrow's special training, but just walk out the door of the training ground, a familiar silhouette suddenly flashed out of the shadows and headed straight for the 6 of them. Instructor Chu? Seeing who the visitor was, Chi Tian took the initiative to go forward and greet him, opening his mouth to ask, "Why are you waiting at the entrance of the climbing training ground this late at night without resting? Are you waiting for us? Not you guys, but you. Come with me. I have something very important to tell you. Yes, the rest of you go back to wash up and rest, and we won't see you at the playground tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. Giving an order to disband, Chi Tian quickly moved off, following Zhu Xiaotian as he walked towards the regiment's headquarters at a fiery pace. At this point, though, it was late at night, but on the top floor of the regiment's headquarters, the lights were on and the people were crowded. The 2 of them walked out of the elevator one after another to the largest conference room on the top floor. As soon as he entered, Chi Tian saw quite a few familiar figures. Regimental Commander Nie Fei Hong, Political Commissar Ma Long, 1st Battalion Commander Fu Wei, 2nd Battalion Commander Shin Biao. There was also Guan Feng, the commander of the scouting company, who had met him once before, and the platoon commanders of the scouting company, all of whom were gathered here. Noticing Chi Tian's figure, on the scout company side, there was an obvious reaction. Seeing this, Nie Fei Hong directly coughed lightly and nodded to Zhu Xiaotian and Chi Tian, saying, "Now that everyone is here, I'll get down to business without delaying the rest of the day." 2 days later, 46 hours later to be exact, Southeast Military Region, 386th Brigade of the 1st Army Group, the annual Red and Blue exercise, is about to officially begin. In the past, this Red and Blue exercises are led by the Sharp Knife and the Fierce Tiger, 386th Brigade in addition to the Chemical Defense Regiment, the remaining 4 regiments to draw lots, to carry out the 3-3 confrontation. But this year, the rules have been changed slightly, and it's our sharpshooter amphibious unit against the other 6 teams of the 386th Brigade. You heard correctly, folks. We're going to be outnumbered 1-to-1 in this exercise, and the Iron Blood Defense Regiment will be joining in. Hiss, 1 against 6. This exercise, it's not right. This is still a fight. The Sharp Knife, even if it is more powerful, it is not possible. Nie Fei Hong had just finished saying the rules of this exercise. Inside the conference room, there was then a dense murmur of whispers. Seeing this, Nia Fei-hong slammed down the table and sternly scolded, "All be quiet, let me finish my sentence first." Hearing this, everyone quickly kept quiet, and the large conference room became silent again. I know that the difficulty of this exercise is unprecedented for our sharpshooters, but let me remind you, don't forget what the number of our regiment is. The sharp knives, the ace unit of the 386th Brigade, are the true blade that hangs over the heart of the enemy. To fight 6 with 1. It did sound difficult, but this should be the attitude and the strength that the sharp blade should have. As the saying goes, a soldier is a wimp and a general is a bear. I, Nia Fei-hong, have no fear or retreat in my dictionary, and I hope you all will do the same. I'll do my best in this maneuver, and with everyone else, I'll face the other 6 brotherhoods head on and fight to the bitter end. Of course, I was aware of the bet made 21 days ago between the reinforced platoon and the scout company. To speak from the heart, I'm fairly supportive of you guys doing this. Soldiers, they should have a heart that is not defeated, to be tougher and stronger than anyone else. But obviously, now in time, it's too late to fulfill your bet. In the face of collective honor, I hope you will put aside your mutual grudges and unite faithfully. For your bet, after the maneuvers, I, Nia Fei-hong, will personally preside and determine the winner. Is there a problem? At the sound of Nia Fei-hong's words, Chi Tian and Guan Feng, the scouting company commander, and the other platoon commanders of the reconnaissance company looked at each other and, simultaneously, they opened their mouths and responded in a positive voice. Report, no. Before team honor, personal honor should be unconditionally put to the rear. It's a rule that can't be broken, that can't be questioned. Nia Fei-hong sniffed and nodded heavily as he continued to drink. In that case, I hope that you will cooperate in good faith and do your best to show my sharpshooter amphibious force in the maneuvers. For the next 46 hours, you may reduce your training volume as appropriate, especially the reinforcement platoon. I've seen all your performance in the past 20 days or so. I would say that a single intense training session will always keep the warrior's nerves on edge. Once faced with a war environment, it is likely to be problematic. Proper rest will ensure that all combat power is utilized during the exercise. Understood, Regimental Commander. For the next 2 days, I'll control the training volume of the reinforced platoon. Great. Hearing Chi Tian's response, Nia Fei-hong nodded his head gently, his gaze quickly shifting to the other officers beside him. For the next 46 hours, I'll be working with Vice Commander Zhu, Political Commissar Ma, and Staff SGT Xian to formulate a plan for subsequent maneuvers. Ensure that the mission plan is distributed to each company at the first sign of the exercise. This battle is a matter of honor for the sharpshooters, so make sure you're all on top of your game. I, Nia Fei-hong, can't remember the last time the sharpshooter was defeated in a maneuver. I hope that this time, you will not let me down. Sharpshooter. For sure. 20 minutes later, the people who came to the meeting walked out of the regimental building one after another. Chi Tian just turned around and prepared to leave. He saw Guan Feng leading a team standing on the path he must take to get back to the dormitory, looking at him with a smirk. Chi Tian, you're so lucky that even the heavens are helping you to stay in the sharpshooter for 2 more days. Ha, it looks like Company Commander Guan is very confident in his team. As Chi Tian spoke, he quickly stepped forward and locked eyes with Guan Feng. We'll see then. In 2 days I hope to hear a short report from all of you. As for this sudden maneuver, I feel more like God is helping all of you to be a few days late and get grounded by our reinforced platoon. As the words fell, Chi Tian didn't murmur more with the people of the scout company. The body powered up and crashed into the switch seals and others, living to break out a path, and quickly arrived under the women's dormitory building. After the duty officer of the TO women's dormitory building passed the order of tomorrow's rest to Ouyang Wanyu, quickly walking back to the men's dormitory, he prepared to convey the order to Zhang Cheng's men. Only, just at the moment when Chi Tian reached out to hold the door handle, ready to push the door in, the voice of the strongest soldier king system suddenly sounded in Chi Tian's mind. The appearance of the voice brought his push to enter the room to an abrupt halt. Ding dong. Chapter 86, The Chief's Bet. The soldiers farewell. The system has automatically detected a significant increase in the host's strength and is about to conduct a comprehensive assessment of the host's physical qualities. Upon evaluation, host Chi Tian's various physical qualities are as follows. Physical fitness, 580, 500 for regular special forces. Strength, 550, 500 for regular special forces. Agility, 580, 500 for regular special forces. Military thinking, 600, 500 for regular special forces. Rewards received, primary physical fitness enhancement, elite level housekeeping skills, unforgettable Tianyufa, elite level fighting skills, intermediate level physical fitness enhancement, elite level reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance skills, and a complete book of special forces practice. At the same time, the 6th mission was opened, Red and Blue Drill, Sharpshooter for Fame. Upon successful completion of the mission, the host will receive the Dragon Kingdom's 5,000-year Encyclopedia of Traditional Chinese Medicine, looking and sniffing, acupuncture and massage, refining medicine and practicing the body. All the skills and experience are all uninstructed and at your fingertips. Hiss. Hearing the latest mission released by the system, Chi Tian could no longer control it and sucked in a mouthful of cool air on the spot. The last time the system came out with a data assessment, it was his first day on the force. At that time, his counterpart was still an ordinary conscript, but now it has been completely transformed into a special forces soldier. You know, it's only been 2 months in the past. Full stop. Such growth. I'm afraid that the words sudden and rapid progress are somewhat insufficient to describe it, right? Of course, what made Chi Tian feel the most surprised was the reward for the 6th task released by the system. 5,000 years of the Dragon Kingdom, an encyclopedia of Chinese medicine. Wouldn't this mean that if the sharpshooter was really able to accomplish a miraculous turnaround this time, and defeat 6 with 1, then he or she will be able to obtain the best knowledge and skills of all Chinese medicine practitioners in the Dragon Kingdom in this long history of 5,000 years? One person gathered the power of 10,000 Chinese medicine great masters. This kind of thing, Chi Tian had not even dared to think about it before. But now, this opportunity was right in front of him. Whether or not we can finally get this reward in our hands will depend on how well the sharpshooters can fight in the maneuvers. No matter what, the sharpshooters must win this year's red-blue game. Chi Tian's right hand tightly clutched the door handle of the dormitory's main door, and his tone of voice was a little trembling as he said, "For the past 20 days or so, I have been desperately trying to raise the upper limit of the reinforced platoon's combat power, in order to better fulfill frontline combat missions in the future, and to avoid unforeseen circumstances. If I could get my hands on this 5,000-year-old encyclopedia of Chinese medicine, then I would be able to greatly reduce the UHF rate of casualties among frontline combatants, and lengthen and widen the combat timeline of the reinforced platoons indefinitely. I can at least make sure that if my team members encounter injuries while on a mission, I'll be able to revive them as long as they can come back with one breath left." Sighing softly for a few moments, Chi Tian took one deep breath after another. Adjusting his excitement, he pushed open the door of the room and walked into the middle of the dormitory. At this time, Jiang Chong and the others had just finished washing up. Seeing Chi Tian return, they all came forward and asked, "Brother Tian, Instructor Zhu is looking for you. What's wrong?" Upon hearing this, Chi Tian did not hesitate and immediately took Zhu Xiaotian to take him to the regiment's headquarters for a meeting. Regimental Commander Nie Fei Hong's instructions from the meeting were repeated one by one. After the 4 of them finished listening to Chi Tian's narration, their faces all became heavy and even a bit ugly. 1 against 6. This is not a maneuver. It's clearly a siege of the sharpshooters by an alliance of 6 regiments on the red side. Even if the sharp knives are strong and elite, as the saying goes, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, and a good man can't stand up to a pack of wolves. So this maneuver, there's no way to fight. Gentlemen, I just want to say one thing. The sharp knife will not become bent by any external force, and behind the warrior, there is no way back. The last sentence came from Jiang Chang's mouth, and with these words, he revitalized the somewhat discouraged Lin Mang and Song Wei. Zhang Mang subconsciously nodded his head and droned in a proper voice. Xiao Chong is right. We've been practicing hard for so many days. It's time to test the results. Have a real fight with the opponents of the 6 regiments. And, incidentally, show those veterans of the scout company what a reinforced platoon can do. Whether it's a mule or a horse, it has to be pulled out for a walk. At least for this exercise, I'm participating with the determination to win. Sharp knife. Never admit defeat. Chi Tian, at this moment, followed suit and opened his mouth to echo a sentence. But as he spoke, his eyes clearly looked into a nearby locker, the furthest inward, and the only locked compartment. There, stored his biggest kill. Not long ago Nie Fei Hong from the 1st Group Army Special Forces, for his special loan to A, in the World Enjoy Kill Weapon title of the top high-precision sniper, Barrett M95. At that time, when he had gotten this high-precision sniper, Nie Fei Hong had specifically instructed Chi Tian, there are only 6 drill armor-piercing rounds in the magazine, so don't use this gun until it matters. At this moment, Chi Tian also finally understood the significance of this Barrett's appearance. Nie Fei Hong had started preparing for this seemingly impossible maneuver early on. The underpinnings of a first-tier reinforcement group were even more on display at this moment. After all, as long as there is this killing weapon, exercise not until the last moment, the sharp knife will have the Jedi flip possible. After doing a good job on the team's thoughts, Chi Tian quickly walked into the bathroom to wash up and rest. The 5 who had trained hard all day soon went to sleep, intending to have a good night's sleep. It's just a shame that it's 6 o'clock the next morning, even though Chi Tian had said that they would be resting for the next 2 days. But the 5 of them, still under the influence of their biological clocks, opened their eyes one after another.
changed into their physical fitness uniforms, and went to the playground to run.
Not a moment later, Ouyang Nuanyu's figure also appeared in the middle of the queue.
While adjusting her breathing, she asked Chi Tian, platoon leader, for the next 2 days,
are we really not going to train?
The head of the regiment has given the word that the strings of the reinforced platoon can't be kept taut all the time. They have to be relaxed and slowed down, and I can't go against the head of the regiment.
Can I? Chi Tian nodded slightly and continued to respond to Ouyang Nuanyu, who was following him.
And I share the view that we need a period of rest to better prepare for the red and blue maneuvers the day after tomorrow.
From this moment on, I will not be assigning you any training goals.
Of course, if you think for yourselves that what you are doing is not good enough, you can go and check it out,
and I won't stop you. I see. As Chi Tian's words fell, Ouyang Nuanyu ran into the inner circle of the playground in a flash.
There was no physical exercise in continuing to follow the reinforced platoon squads.
Instead, he took it in stride,
heading for the area where the veterans gathered for exercise. Seeing where she was going, Lin Mang frowned gently and asked offhandedly,
Brother Tian, that's not the way back to the dormitory either. Ouyang, this is.
She's going to take care of her own grudge. Let's just leave it alone and pick up speed. Her body can't even warm up if she's running so slow.
Saying that, Chi Tian accelerated fiercely, and the whole person, like a cheetah, let loose and ran wildly on the playground. In the meantime,
Ouyang Nuanyu took large strides to the sharp knife fighting training ground where the veterans were gathered and came directly to the area where the 3rd platoon of the scouting company stood. When 3rd platoon commander Chen Jiahao saw his old teammate coming over, he raised his eyebrows upwards and was just about to open his mouth to speak. It was then that he saw Ouyang Nuanyu take a step forward and hook a finger at Han Ya, the deputy platoon leader beside him.
Vice platoon leader Han, when I was inexperienced, I was pressed and beaten by you. You even stomped on us, saying that we female soldiers are naturally no match for male soldiers. Today, I think I've practiced enough with my experience to come back to you for a few more tips. This is between you and me. It's not about a bet between reinforcement platoon and reconnaissance company. Do you dare to fight? Chapter 87, Maneuvers begin. Dawn, 20 days of hard practice seems to have really swelled you up a bit. Hearing Ouyang Nuanyu challenge herself in front of so many people, Han Ye's expression sank violently as he took large strides from the group and angrily shouted, I still say, female soldiers, just go and do civilian work. Go to the front line of battle and play for your lives. You are not fit enough. Ouyang Nuanyu, I admit that you have some talent,
but not to mention that you practiced hard for 20 days. Even if you practiced hard for 200 days, I'll still stomp you on the ground all the same.
Then try it. The words exit at the same time. Ouyang Nuanyu quickly exploded forward, delivering an incredibly fast high whipside kick to Han Ye's jaw. Facing Ouyang Nuanyu's sudden attack, with his combat experience, Han Ye quickly dodged back out of pure instinct. At the same time, lightning-like, he poked out his hands, trying to grab Ouyang Nuanyu's kicking ankle, trying to tackle Ouyang Nuanyu's next move first. But as soon as he made his backward movement, the corners of Ouyang Nuanyu's mouth then revealed an imperceptible smile. In the next second, Ouyang Nuanyu quickly changed her stance. The right leg that was originally raised high suddenly retracted while the left leg stomped the ground with force. The entire person leapt into the air and delivered a solid knee to Han Ye's completely exposed chest. Let's not forget that at this moment, both of Han Ye's arms were still resting on the position where he had just attempted to clasp Ouyang Nuanyu's ankles. At the moment, facing this knee bar,
there was no chance for him to make a counter.
Bang! In the next instant,
a sound of bodies colliding exploded in the ears of all the warriors in the 3rd platoon. By the time they reacted to what was really happening, their deputy platoon leader Han Ye had already been completely knocked out by Ouyang Nuanyu with a knee strike. The robust body rolled several times in a row on the sand. It fell heavily on the roots of a large tree before barely stopping. Han Ye's face instantly turned a ghastly white, and his body bowed together with force like a shrimp, not to mention standing up to fight back. Even the most basic full body tensing and powering up was simply impossible. At this moment, it was only 5 seconds before the two men started exchanging blows. In one look, the winner is decided. Put it 20 days ago, such a battle would have been possible. But the person lying on the ground would never be Han Ye, the deputy platoon leader of the 3rd platoon. How is that possible? You can actually change your moves suddenly in the air. Ouyang Nuanyu, when did your core strength get so good? A few breaths later, Han Ye was helped up from the ground by 2 3rd platoon warriors. His eyes glazed over as he drank in surprise to Ouyang Nuanyu. It was a pity that at this moment, Ouyang Nuanyu had no intention of answering his query. Instead, he turned straight around and walked briskly in the direction of the playground. Remember the lesson I taught you today, Han Ye. You have no business belittling any female soldier. Waiting for Ouyang Nuanyu's voice without any emotional color to fade away, the 3rd platoon leader, who had been in deep thought for a long time, suddenly lit up with 2 eyes and said in surprise, I see.
if I'm not mistaken. It should be the result of Chi Tian taking them to soak in the rock climbing training center for a month. By climbing a rock will suspend a person completely in the air, exceptionally honing the characteristics of the body's core. The hard core of Ouyang Nuanyu is so strong that he can even manage to suddenly change his moves in the air and catch you off guard. Old Han, I have to admit, the current reinforced platoon has really become a force to be reckoned with. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It can still be this whole thing. No, when the maneuvers are over, we have to go practice as well. I'm so damn suffocating after losing this battle. Han Ye covered his belly and stumbled back to stand beside the third platoon leader. And that's when, in his gaze as he looked at Ouyang Nuanyu's departing back again, there was clearly one more point of scorn, and one more point of respect. After all these years of living, it was the first time Han Ye truly realized what it meant to be impressed by a soldier's farewell. He admitted it. Just now, he was put down by Ouyang Nuanyu in a single shot, and there existed an element of lightness. But even if he went all out, he shouldn't be a match for Ouyang Nuanyu. The growth that this female soldier had gotten from following Chi Tian for 20 days was just too great. Turning the world upside down is not an overstatement. Han Ye sensed a crisis, so he decided to cultivate hard, and when the maneuvers were over, that would be the beginning of his hard cultivation retreat. However, when the maneuvers were over, would he really have a chance to go back to the sharp end of his drudgery? The next 40 hours, the sharpshooter amphibious unit has nothing to reoccur. All sharpshooters perform only the most basic warm-up drills. The idea was to blow the horn of attack on the other 6 large regiments by using 102% of their usual strength in the maneuvers. Late the following night, that's October 31st at 11:30 p.m., all 1,748 members of the sharpshooter amphibious unit assembled in the playground, all armed to the teeth, all kinds of maneuver props, supplies, carry everything. Nya Fei Hong, dressed in military attire, stood across from all the warriors, holding a loudspeaker and snapping. In half an hour, the maneuver will officially begin. Sharpshooters, are you ready? Always ready. The neat and orderly response was like a mountainous roar that resounded throughout the base. All the fighters were fighting as if they had been pumped up with chicken blood, and they were standing by. Seeing this, Nya Fei Hong smiled in satisfaction. I'm very satisfied with the answers you all have given me, because I hear no timidity or fear in your voices. What there is just a forward momentum, and the spirit of never giving in. Drill rules. The sharpshooter amphibious force was the attacking side, and the defenders' alliance, consisting of the remaining 6 regiments of the 386th Brigade, was the defending side. All the soldiers of the sharp swords need to launch a decapitation operation against Brigade Commander Chen Gung, who is in the base of the defenders' alliance, within 72 hours. Eliminating Brigadier Chen Gung within the allotted time is counted as a victory. Otherwise, a defeat. The military exercises have been announced for 3 consecutive days in the 3 cities in the exercise area, eliminating any possibility of causing panic among citizens. In other words, both sides of the maneuver are free to act at full strength. Gentlemen, I would like to say that according to my knowledge of Brigadier Chen, he will never just willingly be a lamb to the slaughter, waiting for us to attack him. He'd make sure to have the Defenders Alliance launch a direct counterattack on the spikes, and as his mantra goes, the best defense is the offense, so let's, at the same time as we launch our offense, be ready to counterattack defensively. Next, I will distribute the action plans of each ministry in turn, and once you have them, you can start working. Any contact needed during that time can be made over the intercom and reported directly to me. Nya Fei Hong's words fell. Zhu Xiaotian, Guan Feng, and other officers then immediately moved to distribute the plan of action prepared earlier to the corresponding teams in turn. Of course, each team's planner only has a course of action for their own team. This was also to avoid the possibility of someone being captured alive by the Defenders Alliance and exposing Nya Fei Hong's offensive scheme. Brother Tian, it's only less than 11:40. Aren't we breaking the rules of the maneuver if we set off at this moment? Strengthening the rows, Lin Mang opened his mouth in a slightly puzzled manner and asked Chi Tian, but without waiting for Chi Tian to respond, Lin Mang heard Jiang Chang's voice, ringing out from in front of him, answering his doubts. The scheduled time of engagement between the parties is only the time when the attack of one party against the other takes effect, never the time of initiation. To put it bluntly, at 12:01 tonight, the sharpshooters are in danger of being counterattacked by the League of Defenders. Then how do you think they could have gotten to the vicinity of our base within a minute of the start of the maneuver? Preparations must have been made ahead of time, and when the time came, the fire was on. It's kind of an unwritten rule of army maneuvers, and it's normal that you don't know about it. So it is. After hearing the explanation given by Jiang Chong, Lin Mang nodded heavily in response. Charge. I'm sure Uncle will be very happy to see you fighting for the sharpshooter in the sky. We'll definitely win this maneuver. From the moment I was notified of the maneuver, I never wanted to lose, so let's get going as soon as we have the plan of action in hand. As Lin Mang's words fell, Chi Tian obediently took over and waved his hand at the 5 people behind him. At full speed, they rushed toward the military SUVs that had been prepared for them in advance, outside of the sharpshooter base. At the same time, countless armored cars, tanks, and troop carriers were moving in unison. Dense traffic with flashing lights, like a flood of broken dikes, began to surge in an orderly fashion out of the base. Several helicopter gunships also hovered successively in the sky, whistling and rushing into the distance. In this environment where a great battle was approaching, the heart rates of Chi Tian's few people all rose high. On his forehead, a lot of fine beads of sweat also seeped out. After all, this is the kind of image they've only seen on TV. But at this point, they were on the scene. This feeling of being about to experience war firsthand is completely different from watching TV. 20 minutes passed. Strengthening the platoon of 6 people boarded the car, driven by Song Wei, straight to the eastern suburbs of Jiangnan City. Zibepo Strip killed. There, it is the first target of the enhanced platoon action program. Only, they hadn't even driven the car 3 kilometers from the sharpshooter base when the eyes of Song Wei, who was sitting in the driver's seat, suddenly lit up. In the next second, all 6 saw it at the same time. Cannonballs emitting bright white light flew towards the side of the sharpshooter amphibious unit like rain. Even though the 6 men knew in their hearts that the shells were all maneuver shells and had no lethality. However, they were still severely startled by the scale of the horrific artillery fire at this time. Lin Mang sucked in a breath of cool air, subconsciously gripping the assault rifle in his hand with a sigh. I'm Brown. It's dawn. Chapter 88. The Great War is coming, and the mountains are ready to rain. This is the work of the 770th Artillery Regiment, with its artillery coverage, not trying to strike accurately, but only to blanket the area. The consumption of financial and material resources for such intensive anti-aircraft maneuvering shells is feared to be quite horrific. It looks like the 770th Artillery Regiment is going to be on fire this exercise. How much these guys want to take the sharp end? At this moment, even Ouyang Guanyu, an old sharpshooter who had experienced several maneuvers, had obvious fluctuations in his emotions. Anti-aircraft maneuver shells are definitely not as expensive to build as real anti-aircraft shells. It's even less than 1/10 of the price of a real artillery shell. But even so, the cost of maneuvering shells as dense as this, even to the point of completely illuminating an area of the sky, must still be a significant expense. After all, the kinetic energy and power of the flak launcher was right there. Anyone using cheap drill shells runs the risk of blowing up. If it did blow up the chamber, it would be more trouble than it's worth. It is also evident how much the 770th Artillery Regiment is looking at this maneuver. A situation like this would never have happened in the past. It's a good thing we left early, or else we would have been under the artillery regiment's guns in the first minute of the maneuver. Sprinting out from under the glistening white cover of bright light, Song Wei swallowed deeply, his face indescribably ugly. Being in this exceptionally grim, even completely restored real battlefield environment, he was truly, somewhat flustered. Old Song, put your mind at ease. Your face is white with fear. Where is that fearless energy from the previous training? Zhang Mang smiled and gave Song Wei a gentle pat on the shoulder to calm him down. With his brother's comfort, Song Wei, who was a bit scared 1 second, gradually calmed down his mood in the next moment and responded to Zhang Mang. In the past, when I watched TV, I said that this exercise is fake and it's a different thing from actual combat. Now that I've experienced it, I'd like to ask, who said the maneuver was fake? That's a great maneuver. Even the artillery coverage. For military exercises, only the ammunition and deaths are fake. All the others are one-to-one restoration of the real battlefield. In order to continuously hone the ability of frontline soldiers to act on the battlefield by way of exercises. Keep it light. We've been practicing at the sharp end for so long. Now it's nice to test the results of our efforts. Don't be a battlefield limp-wrist shrimp at the critical moment and make yourself lament and regret for the rest of your life. After spending 2 months together, Chi Tian knew Song Wei quite well. This kid is a dynamite barrel. If you treat him calmly, he won't make much of a splash. But if you keep provoking him, get him emotionally wound up and light the fuse on fire, the combat power that Song Wei could erupt from that would be geometrically increased upwards. At this moment, hearing Chi Tian's reminder, Song Wei's mood stabilized completely. The face was all back to normal, not to mention that the hands tightly gripping the steering wheel were no longer shaking. Understood, Brother Tian. You'll see, brothers will never drag the reinforced platoon down. When the words fell, Song Wei stepped on the gas pedal to the end and drove the SUV, directly killing the Zibepo Strip. 20 minutes later, with a sharp break from Song Wei, Chi Tian and the others arrived at the outskirts of the Zibepo Strip and quickly got out of the car to start the operation. In military view, this is the borderline of Gangnam City near Drainage River City, connecting the two cities for transportation and development. It is a standard cut-through area.
If Brigadier Chen of the Red Side really wanted to send heavy troops to surround the sharpshooters, or even directly take down the sharpshooters' base camp, then the first thing they have to address is the transportation of personnel and the resupply of ammunition and food. And this is one of several important routes for Red's troop transports as well as supplies, and is considered an absolute choke point. That's why Nie Fei Hong sent a reinforced platoon to guard this place, completely blocking Red's line of counterattack. Brother Tian, this Zibepo is near a highway intersection. Large vehicles come and go. If the military vehicles are slightly camouflaged, we're afraid we won't be able to distinguish them. Not long ago the artillery regiment conducted artillery coverage of the sharpshooter base camp, and judging by the direction, it was in the direction of Drainage River City. Now that the first round of artillery coverage was over, the gun regiment would more than likely not make much of a move. The next step is for the Red Side to send troops to feel their way into Jiangnan City, identify the area where our sharpshooters are gathered, and have the artillery regiment initiate indiscriminate artillery coverage again. Scouting to our territory. They will never send many troops. The target is too big. It's no different than coming to give away their heads. What we need to do right now is to interrupt their planned deployment, and not let them successfully feel their way into Jiangnan and detect the combat movements of the sharp dagger. Whether it's a troop carrier or a supply truck, we must intercept it, and I already have a plan as to how to do so. As the words fell, Chi Tian's eyes narrowed slightly and looked towards the Zibepo highway exit, the highway toll station that was still lit up. It's always bad for military trucks, even if they're of a higher class, to just break into a truck. There, every passing big rig vehicle can be monitored. Brother Sky, I see what you mean. You're planning to make a move at the toll booth. Noticing where Chi Tian's gaze was directed, Jiang Chong instantly comprehended his thoughts and immediately raised his hand to request an order. There are too many people in the toll booths. It will arouse suspicion of military vehicles. Let me go. I won't spare any suspicious vehicles. You guys wait outside for my signal. As soon as I lock on to the target, you guys immediately strike and eat them up. No. As soon as Jiang Chang's words fell, Chi Tian directly raised his hand, vetoing his proposal. Those who get to participate in troop transport and supply truck escort operations are veterans as smart as foxes. With this inch image of ours, even if you act well, it's inevitable that you'll arouse suspicion. Oh Yang, this task is yours. In a moment, you go in and explain the situation to the toll booth person and ask her to cooperate. You stay right next to her, and if you see any sign of the supply truck, you let us know on the intercom. No problem. You guys wait for my news. Yang Nguanyu nodded heavily after answering, quickly disarmed himself, wearing physical fitness clothing quickly rushed into the high-speed toll duty room. Within seconds, Yang Nguanyu put on a pink sweatshirt. Passing through the window of the toll booth, he gave an okay gesture at the direction where Chi Tian's men were hiding. Not to mention, it's an advantage to have a strong female soldier on the team, scouting for makeup and all. And Yang does have a little girl next door vibe when she changes into this pink dress, worthy of being a native of Jiangnan, born with the temperament of a sweet sister. In the darkness, Zhang Mang lowered his voice and flirted to the few brothers beside him, but after his words left his mouth, he was immediately voted down by Jiang Chong and the others. Come on, have you ever seen any sweet sister with fists the size of sandbags, punching people in the back with a mark? Lu's sister. I won't be stubborn with you if you say that Yang is good looking, but if you want to say that she's a sweet sister, all I can say is that Zhang Mang, you're really hungry. Friendly reminder ha. In the army, to fall in love with a female soldier of the same establishment is to make a report. You kid, don't forget the formalities. Keep quiet. There's a convoy coming. Ignoring Lin Mang, Song Wei and Zhang Chang's flirting with Zhang Mang, Chi Tian ordered in a deep voice, and the four people who had been chatting and joking in the last second quickly prepared for battle, holding their guns in silence, under the watchful eyes of the five. More than a dozen red Dongfeng plate car parked in front of the high-speed toll booths in order, lining up one by one to pay the toll. The first few cars passed without incident. Only when it came to the one in the middle to pay the bill, the intercom in Chi Tian's hand suddenly rang. Hello sir, our Jiangnan city is now under martial law for military exercises. Since your car is loaded with food, it is not allowed to take the 310 according to the regulations. All other routes are fine. Have a safe trip and we'll see you next time. Chapter 89, Opening the Door. Supporting lumber mills. A voice was heard ringing over the intercom. Jiang Chong quickly pulled the bolt and asked Chi Tian, what do you say, Brother Tian? Action? There's no rush. Just wait. Chi Tian shook his head, staring closely at the big cargo without any intention of making a move. Yang Nguanyu, who was in the toll booth, saw Chi Tian's few people pressing on, immediately understand the meaning of it. Directly this problematic Dongfeng big cargo release. The big truck disappeared quickly at the end of the road, and went straight to the downtown area of Jiangnan City to kill. Chi Tian memorized the license plate number and some detailed features of the big car. Adjusting the intercom channel,
he reported to the command in a hushed voice. This is reinforcement platoon. We have a situation to report. I'm Zhu Xiaotian. Go ahead. Just now there is a loaded food red Dongfan large cargo from the Zabepo high-speed intersection into the city. The license plate number is Jiang A4466. There are 3 annual inspection marks on the upper right corner of the windshield. The driver is a flat-headed young male. Suspected red material vehicle. Requesting a trace. Understood. I'll order the deployment immediately. After Zhu Xiaotian responded, the walkie-talkie resounded with the sound of zippy electricity. Qi Tian tuned the channel back to the same frequency as Ouyang Muanyu, while pulling the bolt and loading the maneuver rounds. Softly drinking. It is the most basic means of reconnaissance to let one man go first and test the defenses set up by the opponent. This supply truck, it's not the focus of our operation. After he passes through, he will certainly tip off his companions. Our goal is to follow up Red's setup. I expect it won't be long before the real prey comes to the door. So everyone be ready to fight at level 1 and move at a moment's notice. Understood. The 4 men responded in unison and followed suit, loading their bullets and hitting the ground running. The next 50 minutes, all vehicles entering the city were checked and all of them drove to the downtown area of Gangnam City. Ouyang Muanyu also didn't give any more feedback. Apparently, there is nothing wrong with any of these vehicles, until 1:05 a.m. That morning, the intercom that had been silent for a long time before Ouyang Nanyu's voice rang out again. Sir, this is your exemption pass, please keep it. Now our Jiangnan city is in a state of martial law for military exercises. Please do not approach National Highway 310. The rest of the route will not be affected. I wish you a safe journey. We will meet again next time. Got it. Those 2 cars behind me are with me. Just let them go. Action. At Qi Tian's command, the 4 members of the reinforcement platoon who were ready to go moved quickly and touched the direction of the toll station. In less than 10 seconds, the 4 men quickly fell into position. Bang! Qi Tian's hand rose and gun fell. A drill round accurately passed through the open window of the driver's seat of the platoon's big cargo, and killed the flat-headed driver with a single blow. Killed. The gunshot was the signal for Jiang Chong and the others to move. In groups of 2 or 2, the 4 men quickly rushed to the 2 large cargoes behind them. One person is responsible for guarding with a gun to prevent the person in the driver's seat from getting out of the car and resisting. The other pulled the safety off and threw the drill special rainbow grenade directly into the middle of the large cargo car. At the same time, Ouyang Muanyu followed the toll booth window. The special grenades, which had been prepared long ago, were thrown into the first large wagon compartment. This all happened in a flash of lightning, and the speed could be considered to be strangely fast. From the beginning to the end of the operation, it was, at most, less than 15 seconds. Wait for the 6-man raid to end. The flat-headed driver of the first large cargo, with red smoke stamped on his forehead, dropped the intercom in his hand with force and couldn't help but open his mouth to curse. What the hell? Show up and get seconds? I cross a toll booth and somehow I'm eliminated? Cough cough. Immediately afterward, a succession of coughs rang out from the 3 large van compartments. Songwei several people at the same time pulled open the tightly closed door of the large cargo compartment to look in. Here saw 3 heavily armed scouting parties, all covered with colored smoke, sitting crouched in the wagon coughing violently. Those of you driving, you're equally eliminated according to the rules of the maneuver. Pull into the clearing in front of you, now! Zhang Mang roared angrily to the drivers of the 3 large cargoes in a neutral tone. His words immediately elicited a series of complaints from these eliminated infantry scouting teams. Zhang Mang didn't care about them. The emotions of the dead, the living need not care. 3 other cars pulled up successively in the open space next to the highway intersection. The 6 men of the reinforced platoon directly scavenged all the supplies they had left on them and took them away. It was only then that the driver of the platoon's big cargo realized why he had been exposed. He slammed his thighs and heckled in dismay. Holy, why do you have female soldiers in this group? What? Do you look down on female soldiers too? Ouyang Muanyu's eyes instantly chilled, staring at the platoon driver's heart. Seeing this, Jiang Chong dodged and took a step forward. He blocked between Ouyang Nanyu and the veteran. A dead man should have the consciousness of a dead man. Cut the crap. The other side. Through the intercom, Qi Tian reported the elimination of the 3 replacement scout teams just now to the Blue Army Command. Zhu Xiaotian responded in a rather satisfied tone. Well done. Finally killing the Red Army's sharpness. 3 minutes ago, I received word from Fu Wei and his men that the 3rd Company of the 1st Battalion had been routed by the Red Army at the lumber mill on the eastern outskirts of Suzhou City. Now that you've done that, I'll immediately have someone take down the supply trucks that drove into the city earlier. You guys rush to the lumber yard for support now and try to eat the Reds there. And I'll have the neighborhood rush to Zabepo to take over the vacancy. No problem. We're leaving now. Loading the walkie-talkie. Qi Tian called out to his team members and ran at full speed to the location in the eastern suburb of Drainage River City. The 6 men of the reinforced platoon at this time are richly blessed. Not only did they capture all the equipment of 3 entire carloads of infantry reconnaissance teams, but they also got 3 Red Army communication radios. With these things, the role that the reinforced platoon can play in this exercise will be greatly increased. In the meantime, Blue Command Center. Zhu Xiaotian was the first to feed the good news back to Nie Feihong, as well as the military commander Ling Xianghua, who had hurriedly arrived to observe the maneuvers. At the sound, Nie Feihong, who had been fidgeting for a whole hour, finally let out a long breath. Ever since the maneuvers began, Brigadier Chen has been constantly launching counterattacks against us through numerical superiority. Not only did they shell our base camp, but they also set up a large number of men in Drainage River City to ambush our men. Now, finally, the good news has come back. Army Commander, you've really given us sharpshooters a big problem with this maneuver. Lang Xianghua, who was dressed in camouflage, looked at Nie Feihong with a smile and took a sip of hot water. This exercise wasn't intended to be a win for the sharp dagger either. Only by completely shattering the pride of these elites can they be more quickly reduced to zero, so that they can accept reality and go to other units to play their part. As for how this maneuver is going to play out next, I know you Lao Nya, you're definitely not one to tie your hands. That's exactly why I came to Jiangnan City tonight to observe the maneuvers at your place. As far as I know, a few days ago, your old Nya borrowed a high-precision Barrett from the Red Cell Special Operations Brigade. For the sake of this exercise with no chance of winning, you old Nya can really go out on a limb. Chapter 90, Supporting the Six Tigers, Meeting Old Friends. As the sky of the Southeast Military Region, any movement by anyone under his command could not escape his eyes. Lang Xianghua. It could be said that Nie Feihong had just finished coordinating weapons with the Red Cell Special Operations Brigade commander. In less than 2 minutes, the secondment report was faxed to Lang Changhua's desk. The sharp knives are almost gone. What can I do if I give up my old face? But Army Commander, you must help me keep this matter a secret. Once it leaks out, the brigade commander will surely be alerted. I have a hunch that this is our only hope for the Spikes to win. To win, never admit defeat until the last moment. Old Nya, you really haven't changed. Upon hearing this, Lang Xianghua laughed and got up to leave the command center, not knowing what to do outside. Seeing this, Nie Feihong and Zhu Xiaotian did not have the intention of going out to accompany them. Instead, he continued to focus on the maneuver, constantly plotting the next move of the Blues. In the meantime, in a military SUV speeding down the highway, Chi Tian sat in the co-pilot's seat, his brow furrowed gently. No, we seem to have underestimated the Red Army. Brother Tian, don't play dumb riddles with the brothers at this time. Tell us straight, what have you discovered again? It's not that I've found anything, it's that I think we've got to move a little too smoothly. Chi Tian rubbed his chin and narrowed his eyes slightly. Our opponents are veterans of 6 entire large regiments. There is no lack of old foxes and old men who have been in the army for decades. If I can think of a scouting technique, can't they think of one? The elimination of those 3 infantry reconnaissance teams was just right. And as the saying goes, when things go wrong, they go wrong. Brother Tian, do you mean that we turn back to go back in case there is a fraud? Forget it, this is war. Military orders are like mountains. Our superiors told us to go to the lumber mill for support. Even if we might be tricked, we still have to follow the orders. It's almost time to get off the highway. Let's eat the Reds on the lumber mill side as soon as possible. And then we'll liaise with command and explain the situation. Okay, everyone sit tight and I'll bring the speed up a bit. Songwei skillfully put the gears into S, thoroughly enhancing the performance of this military off-road vehicle to the extreme. After Chi Tian opened his mouth to mention it, the faces of the several people in the car also became not so good. The more the crowd thought about the 3 infantry scouting teams that were easily eliminated not too long ago, the more odd it seemed. There was absolutely nothing wrong with the way those 3 scouting teams reacted when they were eliminated. But that didn't mean that Chi Tian's guess just now was wrong. There is also the possibility that the 3 teams themselves don't realize that they are pawns thrown out by Red's command to be given to the Blues. The purpose was to confuse the Blue Army command, send the elite guarding the area to other locations, and weaken the arming of the Zibepo highway crossing. This is a drill, after all, and there won't really be a death issue. The matter of counting on one's own people was something Chi Tian hadn't done much of in the first place. The means he could think of, those old foxes of the Red Army, might likewise be able to think of. Only, right now, they had received an order from the commanding officer, and they had to obey it unconditionally. Whether or not those 3 scouting groups were pawns of the Red Army did not affect the direction of the reinforced platoon's next move. It can only be challenged with the command after the support mission is completed. 10 minutes later, the SUV drove into the city of Drainage River and rushed straight to the lumber mill on the eastern outskirts of Drainage River. Inside the lumber mill at this time, 6 Blues held the iron gates of the lumber mill in deadly earnest, and repelled several successive waves of attacks by more than 50 Reds outside the mill. It could be said that this maneuver had developed to this point, and these 6 people, had done their limit. Fong, I'm out of bullets. The Reds will attack next round. I'll go out and be a human shield for everyone.
A veteran with a scar on his face crunched his fists together and his tone was even more filled with defiance. I'm so stifled by this session of maneuvers. Last year we were pressed and rubbed on the ground by the sharp swords in the mighty Tiger Regiment, and this year it's not easy to come to the sharp swords, and then we're being pressed and beaten by last year's allies, the White Blades people. What is this called? When the Red Army charged just now, I recognized several familiar faces on the opposite side. This is really going to be a big disgrace. It can't be helped. The disparity in numbers is here. When we run out of bullets, we'll rush out and fight in a physical battle, and hold a few Reds down as long as we can. That's right, even if we are eliminated. We have to let the people of White Blade know that the six of us, we are still the same mighty six tigers that we were back then, and that we have become even stronger by coming to the sharp dagger. If they want to eat us, they will have to pay a small price. The last sentence was said by the most stoutly built man among the six. He seems to have been born with a sense of sheer dominance. Even in these desperate moments, it has not diminished by half. The five brothers beside him who were originally greatly reduced in their fighting spirit after hearing these rather boosting words from him, all of them also regained their spirits and nodded their heads in succession, saying, if a fierce tiger goes out to battle, not an inch of grass will be left untouched. Bang! As the words of several people fell, a piercing gunshot rang out on the outskirts of the lumber mill, followed closely by the sound of an ear-splitting gunshot. The six tigers of the mighty Tiger Regiment, who were trapped inside the lumber mill, heard the commotion and immediately prepared for a level 1 battle. But next, no Reds charged them again. Instead, outside the lumber mill, there was the sound of dense firing and a steady rise of colored smoke. Occasionally, there were a few friendly greetings that followed along in the darkness of the night. Who the hell is it? Shooting guns in the dark. Be a man and come out and go one-on-one with me. What's going on? Who are the White Blades fighting with? Inside the timber factory, Fong Jinxian's face changed dramatically. Listening to the increasing intensity of gunfire ringing outside, he quickly got up and led the team in the direction of the doorway. Just after walking around a corner, the six men saw outside the lumber mill, paralyzed, a number of Red Army corpses. Their faces were quite indignant, and blue smoke emanated from their bodies, disguised proof that they were oddly attacked by a group of blues and declared out of the tournament. Reinforcements are coming. They're from our sharp daggers. Brothers, charge out and fight. Fong Jinxian reacted extremely quickly. After ascertaining that this was not a bitter trick staged for them by the men of the White Blade Infantry Regiment, immediately lead the charge out of the lumberyard, launching a counterattack on the white-bladed warriors who were being beaten back all around and couldn't even find cover. The Reds, who a minute before had been planning a new charge on the lumberyard, were at this moment in a desperate situation. In less than half a minute, the 50 or so Reds were collectively declared eliminated, all with colors on their bodies. One of the leading captains fought to take off his camouflage and slam it to the ground. Furious, who the hell is sneaking up on me? If you have the guts, step forward. In the infinite blackness of the night, the veteran's rant felt like a punch in the cotton, and no one responded at all. Seeing this, the veteran wanted to open his mouth and say something else. In the next second, a silhouette suddenly flashed out from under a short wall dozens of meters away. At the same time, a maneuver round hits the veteran with precision. He instantly bowed and collapsed to the ground, covering his most vulnerable spot with both hands, and rolling continuously with ouch, ouch, ouch. So it's you guys. Just now, the one who flashed out was no other than the reinforced platoon leader, Chi Tian, and at this time, he also finally saw the object that Zhu Xiaotian had asked him to come to the timber factory to support. Just what kind of person was it? This isn't the same as when the five of them were doing the sharpshooter selection. The six tigers of the mighty Tiger Regiment who had a side meeting and even a little feud. Chi Tian, thank you for coming to support us. If you hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to hold out for the next round of charge initiated by these 50 or so people from White Blade. At this time the Tiger Regiment's 6 Tiger King Fong Jinxian no longer have the arrogance of the original. He even took the initiative to give Chi Tian and the others a salute as he led the way to them. Seeing this, Chi Tian raised his hand to return the salute and responded with a smile. We are all family now. What are we talking about? How is it? Are all 6 of you alright? We are surely fine. It is a pity that the other brothers of the 3rd Company. The road was directly dispersed by the people of the 1st Battalion of the White Blade. I am afraid that, behind Fong Jinxiang, the scar-faced veteran slowly opened his mouth and took over the conversation with a face full of helplessness. He didn't finish his sentence, but the 6 men in the reinforced platoon present all understood what he meant. Chi Tian swept a glance from the corner of his eye at the White Blade warriors around him who were all eliminated, each with angry faces, and sighed. The Red Army counterattack came too quickly in this exercise, and it makes sense that you were scattered. So since you're safe now, I'll contact the command center. Tin. not waiting for Chi Tian to finish his sentence. Standing outside the wall of the lumber mill, one of the Red Army soldiers who had already been eliminated suddenly opened his mouth and greeted Chi Tian. Chi Tian sniffed and subconsciously looked towards the source of the sound. That's when he saw it, back when he was a squad mate in the first squad of the Iron Fist Regiment's recruit company. One of the soldiers under his command, named Shui Xiaobo, was waving at him repeatedly and running towards him at a fast pace. Bo, I didn't realize you went to White Blade. How's it going? No injuries? I'm fine, brother Tian. Were you the 6 who wiped out 58 of us just now? Awesome. Worthy of being the elite of our Iron Fist Regiment. Just awesome. Seeing his old friend again after a long time, Shui Xiaobo was in an extremely good mood. As the words fell, he was about to take the initiative to pull out the supplies he was carrying and give them to Chi Tian. It was also at that moment that the captain, who had taken the last shot and had his little brother's head blown off, suddenly spoke up. Rushing in the direction where Chi Tian and Shui Xiaobo were, he angrily shouted, "Hey, is this damn time for pleasantries? Shui Xiaobo, your company commander is about to be crippled. What are you doing? Reminiscing with your opponents about the old days? Do you need me to prepare a table for you, so you guys can talk over drinks? So what? Who told you to like to squeal and give you a shot to teach you a lesson?" Song Wei bristled and walked over to the captain veteran with a displeased look on his face. Gesturing to his little brother with his eyes, he said with a smirk, "Don't blame me if you really break it. I drove all the way there. My arm was numb and shaking. I wasn't going to hit there. What do you say to it? Or, let Xiaobo cover you and see if it still works." When Song Wei said this, Zhang Mang and the others standing behind Chi Tian immediately burst out laughing. Even Shui Xiaobo couldn't hold back for a moment, put a laugh, raised his hand and smashed a fist on Song Wei, feigning displeasure. "Wei, I'm going to you. Why are you talking so damaging now? If you gave someone a bad beating, why should I wipe their ass?" Chapter 91, Disconnecting the Union Command. The Red Army makes a killing move. Quickly feel through the bodies of these 50 or so Reds. The reinforced platoon and the 6 Tigers of the Mighty Tiger Regiment should now be called the 6 Tigers of the Sharpshooters. To be precise, the first to leave the lumberyard area and disappear into the infinite darkness of the night. As for the white-bladed company commander who didn't know whether he had a bird injury or a broken egg, instead, they were taken to the nearest hospital for medical attention by their side. Chi Tian, how are we going to fight next? You tell me. I'll listen to you. Arriving in front of the SUV, Tiger King Fong Jinxian took the initiative to open his mouth and asked Chi Tian. Zhang Mang sniffed, and the corner of his mouth subconsciously hooked up a trace of arc. It's only been less than a month. Fong Jinxian, this attitude of yours has become really fast. I remember you asked us to remember your name during the previous selection. Only then we were too busy to get to you. So what? Practice now? Zhang Mang, don't make jokes with me at this time. Fong Jinxian smiled bitterly. You dare to call the shots of the entire scouting company. Where else can the 6 of us mess with you? We went overboard with the selection before, and I apologize. I'm sorry. Now that our ranks are broken up and our superiors have given us no new orders, let us follow you. No problem. I'll contact command first. It just so happens that I have something on my side that I need to report to my superiors. Chi Tian opened his mouth and responded, then quickly took out his intercom and tuned into the channel of the Blue Army Command. But the strange thing is, no matter how much Chi Tian called the other party, on the intercom, there was never a response from the command. Seeing this, Fong Jinxian also took out his own intercom, but the calls that were sent out were still sinking into the sea, getting no response. It's no fun to be in the field and lose contact with your command, and the problem, definitely, is not on their side. The only explanation, then, would be, at this instant, an unsettling premonition instantly appeared in the hearts of several people. Maybe it's just that this side of the country is in the middle of nowhere and the signal is bad? Fong Jinxian's face was stunned. Still unwilling to believe the flickering speculation in his heart, he opened his mouth to divert the topic. Chi Tian took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and said in a proper voice, "Get out of here first. The Red Army superior contacts Xiaobo and their delayed contact will surely send over reinforcements. When the time comes, we may have to face a siege of many people. We are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, and if we lose one more person, our chances of winning will be 1 point less. Also, I think we've gone into a misunderstanding. Since the beginning of the exercise, we've been deploying defensive formations again. Strictly control the various transportation hubs in an attempt to intercept the Red Army's counteroffensive routes. But don't forget, we're the attacking side in this maneuver. And since we're disconnected from the command at the moment, let's go do what we need to do." As the words fell, Chi Tian turned his head to look at Fong Jinxian and ordered in a deep voice, "Take us to the Mighty Tiger Regiment's base camp. Quick! To the Mighty Tiger Regiment? Chi Tian, what are you? Again? The Red Army's 6 large regiments.
The strongest is definitely the 386th Brigade in addition to the Sharp Knife, the last reinforced regiment Mighty Tiger Regiment undoubtedly. There's an 80% chance that Brigadier Chen is commanding the deployment there, and the platoon leader means to go to the Red Army's lair and launch an attack. The one who opened his mouth to respond to Fong Jinxiang at this moment was not Chi Tian. Instead, it was Ouyang Nguanyu, who had been practicing in the sharp dagger for the longest time among the 12 people present. Hearing her explanation, Fong Jinxiang then realized. Nodding instantly, he rushed with his men to the corner of the street not far away. 10 breaths later, a Gold Cup van started up quickly, punching the buggy Chi Tian and the others were traveling in. He honked the horn and drove straight to the south of Drainage River City. In the car, Chi Tian kept trying to make contact with the command. The result, however, was unchanged from earlier. Seeing this, Chi Tian couldn't help but thump in his heart. This is the most sophisticated military communication equipment in the Dragon Kingdom at the moment. Not to mention cross-city, even cross-province, there will not be any communication barriers, and completely shielded listening devices. Just now Fong Jinxiang blurted out that the signal was bad. Everyone in the room could hear that he just didn't want people to continue to think deeper. But how can they not think about it more in this situation? Brothers, maybe we're going to be in big trouble with the sharpshooters for this maneuver. Chi Tian's expression changed drastically, and even his tone of voice became unusually heavy. This was also the most ugly-faced Chi Tian had ever seen since Lin Mang and the others had known him for so long. Bar none. And the truth, it was just as Chi Tian had predicted so. Blue Command. Something's really wrong. Half an hour ago, the reinforced platoon received Zhu Xiaotian's order to evacuate the Zabepo Highway exit and kill the timber factory in the eastern suburb of Zhejiang City. In less than 5 minutes, Shen Biao, the commander of the 2nd Battalion, arrived with 2 companies of soldiers to take over the inspection. After a quarter of an hour had passed, a dozen large vehicles pulled up to the toll booth intersection. Shen Biao's men disguised as toll booth sensors lifted the car's cloth for inspection. What came into view was an entire truckload of durians that smelled strangely foul. The driver also took out the corresponding fresh food transportation formalities, and Shen Biao's people chose to release it without much thought. But wait for these big trucks to enter the city of Jiangnan. Not a moment later, nearly 200 heavily armed Red Army fighters suddenly killed out from behind Shen Biao and the others, wiping them out on the spot. And then they surrendered their supplies and sought out Shen Biao's old troop squad leader from before he joined the sharpshooters. Mimicking Shen Biao's speech, step by step, he locked the location of the Blue Army's command headquarters. At this time, the force was on the outskirts of the Blue Command, constantly attacking. Remaining at the command post were soldiers from the 4th Battalion, and men from the Sharpshooter Motor Company. In terms of numbers, the little 200 men of the Red Army were nothing in front of them, but when it really came to fighting, the Red Army men all charged forward fearlessly. This made the fighters of the 4th Battalion of the Sharp Daggers fight extraordinarily. On the one hand, it was a chance to take the opponent's commander-in-chief straight away and lay the key to victory in the maneuver. On one side, they were fighting to the death, trying to do everything they could to avoid being penetrated by the defensive formation put up by their opponents. Under the influence of this battle situation of fearing the wolf in front and the tiger at the back, the numerical superiority of the 4th Battalion of the Sharp Daggers vanished. What's more, before the Red Army soldiers launched their attack, the 770th Artillery Regiment had come in for another barrage on the Blue Command, eliminating nearly a third of the 4th Battalion. This is what caused the Blue Command to disconnect from all the Blue fighters. Nothing to do with signaling, it's entirely about the command being blown up by an opposing artillery regiment. According to the rules of the exercise, Nie Feihong and Zhu Xiaotian could no longer liaise with the Blue fighters. Damn it, Shen Biao, what's he doing? Letting so many people from the Red Army infiltrate Jiangnan City. Even the intercom was snatched by others. A bunch of idiots. Nie Feihong was furious, sitting in the car and rushing Zhu Xiaotian in the front passenger seat to growl and drink. Lang Changhua was sitting right next to Nie Feihong. Seeing that Nie Feihong's mood swings were too great, he immediately opened his mouth and said in relief, "Old Nie, pay attention to your mindset. Your emotional instability and high blood pressure issues have been the reason I have not allowed you to take another step up. There's something I know I shouldn't say, but I still want you to understand. It's just a drill. There shouldn't be any casualties, especially you, as Commander-in-Chief of the Blues. If you keep this up, you're going to lose your blood pressure. Army Commander, I know you're doing this for the good of my health, but this time, Shen Biao's blunder was too big. I just can't hold it in. We were already outnumbered by the Reds, and he made stupid mistakes at key moments that completely reduced the Blues' chances of winning to nothing. When the maneuvers are over, I'll have to court-martial him, and even if he goes to another unit, I'll make sure he remembers this lesson to death." As the words fell, Nie Feihong acted as if his entire body had been drained of its strength. Paralyzed against the back of the seat, he lit a cigarette and barfed it up. At this time,
The Red Army was small in number, but surrounded the Blue Army command, and all of them were like wolves,
playing with total desperation, wanting to help the team and take this crucial step. Faced with this situation, the 4 people in the car had no recourse. All that could be done was to wait for the 4th Battalion fighters to counterattack defensively and kill their way out to help them break out of the siege. If you can't even do that, then a few of their officers, escorted by the Red Army, would have to go to the Red Army base camp to have tea with Brigadier Chen Gung. Unfortunately, not waiting for Nie Fei Hong to finish the cigarette in his hand, the auto company warrior responsible for the backdoor breakthrough suddenly ran to Nie Fei Hong's side and knocked on the car window. "Chief, it's bad. There's a large reinforcement of Red Army coming from outside. We can't hold out much longer." Chapter 92, Reversal of the Battle, an exquisite backhanded move. Asterisk. Nie Fei Hong pushed open the door of the car with one hand, casually dropped the cigarette, and angrily said with a stern face, "Give me a gun. There's absolutely no way I'll be taken alive, only killed in battle." "Okay, brother, stay with you." As soon as Nie Fei Hong's words fell, Zhu Xiaotian got out of the car right after him, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. "It seems that our original arrangement can't wait. In that case, we, old brothers, will live and die together once more. Sharp knives, never bend, never admit defeat." The head and deputy head of the regiment are in person. Undoubtedly means that this exercise, the sharp knife, has been fought to the point of exhaustion. At this time, the sky was just dawning. Near the end of the year in the city of Jiangnan, early morning cold wind whistling, blowing the 2 people's clothes hunting. The gusts of wind brought up the broken branches and leaves on the side of the road, dancing wildly in the air in a messy manner, emitting a burst of ear-piercing sounds. It seems to play a pre-war dirge, and before the dawn, the wind is blowing. The soldiers of the automobile company quickly fetched 2 assault rifles from the supply point and handed them to Nie and Zhu. It was also at this time that the Red Army came to reinforce the large force, completely blew the horn of attack, coming in for support. 2 battalions of Red Flag fighters fired on all cylinders. The 1st Battalion was in charge of frontal support for the final assault on the fighters of the 4th Battalion of the Sharpshooters. The men of the 2nd Battalion, in conjunction with the previous vanguard, launched a devastating attack on the fighters of the Sharpshooter car company guarding the back door. "Nie Tuan, Zhu Tuan, what are you doing here? Hurry back, it's dangerous here." The commander of the automobile company fired a precise shot at the head of one of the Red Side's front runners. After dryly eliminating him, he turned his head to look at a warrior to his right and hissed, "Get back with the 2 commanders. The motor company won't let the Reds kill their way through our defenses with 1 man left standing." "No need, Shen. You guys have been great to make it this far." Nie Fei Hong waved his hand to the warrior beside him, his face gradually calming down. "You should understand that there's no point in us hiding back again. Once the defense line is broken, the 2 of us will be forced to be prisoners of war for the Red Army, and for the Sharpshooter. That would be a defeat and even more humiliating. Instead of that, we'd rather die in battle, with all of you, and show the people of the Red Flag what the sharp sword is all about. Brothers, fight." As the words fell, Nie Fei Hong quickly raised his gun and fired 5 shots at the densely packed Red Army infantry dozens of meters away. After 5 shots, light blue smoke billowed from the foreheads of the 5 Reds. Being the head of the first-line reinforcement regiment, how could Nie Fei Hong be an idle person? Not to be outdone, Zhu Xiaotian followed suit and fired 3 shots, eliminating 3 Red Army fighters. The only 20 or so men left in the automobile company saw this and all put on 200%, firing at full speed at the oncoming Reds. They did the same with a humongous effort, eliminating 1 enough to make a profit, and 2 bloodily. The Red Army did not take kindly to the sudden Jedi counterattack launched by the motor company. As far as they were concerned, it was just the last resistance of their prey. When the front row of Red Army charging fighters were hit, they quickly dodged and withdrew to the side, giving the following men a route of attack. The sea of men tactic was interpreted to its fullest extent at this moment. Even if Nie Fei Hong, Zhu Xiaotian and the others were fierce shots, how many bullets could they have? How much margin for error? Red Flag had enough fighters in 2 battalions to spell out all their ammunition. The moment they run out of ammunition, this maneuver, the Blues will be declared a total loss. Capturing or eliminating the 2 battalion commanders of the Sharpshooters alive was only a matter of time at this point in the minds of the Red Flag's 2nd Battalion fighters. After another round of charging down, there were only 8 fighters left in the Sharpshooter Motor Company who had not yet been eliminated. The commander of the 2nd Battalion of the Red Flag raised his arms and hissed, "Brothers, there is no one left in the Sharpshooters, and there are no more bullets left to shoot. Listen to my order. The last round of the charge. Follow me." The 2nd Battalion commander had not yet said the last word kill. A drill round suddenly flashed behind him before hitting him precisely in the back of the head, blowing him away with a single shot. The sudden shot made the 2nd Battalion commander's face change in shock. He subconsciously reached out and touched the back of his head, only to see in his palm,
a light blue smoke slowly drifting up. No good. There are sharpshooters back there. One of the more responsive veterans in the 2nd Battalion ranks quickly turned his rifle and aimed behind him, but at that moment, he was filled with his own brethren standing behind him. Even if these 100 or so people reacted quickly, they couldn't all turn their guns around and shift their targets to the sharpshooter reinforcements behind them in a moment. Seeing this, Xiao Shun, the commander of the automobile company, pushed Nie Feihong and Zhu Xiaotian out of the way. Chief, our support is coming. You guys get back in the car and hide. We still have a chance in this maneuver. It should be Guanfeng and the others. Old Zhu, let's retreat. For the rest, I'll leave the rest to Xiao Shun and the others. Nie Feihong's pupils lit up as he reached out and heaved a hand on Xiao Shun's shoulder. Putting down his weapon, he took Zhu Xiaotian and quickly returned to the car to rejoin Ling Xianghua. A change in the war? Seeing the two of them running back to the car without coming up for air, Ling Xianghua asked in surprise. Nie Feihong nodded heavily and let out a long breath. That's right, it was the scout company's men who rushed back in time to support them. Before the maneuver, we guessed that according to Brigadier Chen's temperament, he would definitely not sit on his hands. That's why our plan of action for the scouting company is highlighted. Every 10 minutes, the reconnaissance company needs to make a contact to the command. In the event of an accident, the reconnaissance company must abandon all missions in hand and return to the command center to ascertain the situation. One of the strongest forces of the sharpshooter is back, and with this maneuver, the sharpshooter isn't at the end of its rope yet. Nie Feihong offhandedly called the scout company the strongest force of the sharpshooter, which was not really an exaggeration. Just at this moment, for example, Guanfeng led the scouting company to encircle from the rear. Again, the manpower was divided into 2 teams and attacked the warriors of the 1st and 2nd Battalions of the Red Flag. A few breaths later, the Red Army was experiencing mass casualties, and such a performance, Qi Tian and their reinforced platoon could never play. In terms of skirmishes, the reinforced platoon can overwhelm the reconnaissance company by virtue of its superior overall combat effectiveness. It can be argued that this kind of medium-sized combat, the combat power that the more than 140 men of the reconnaissance company could erupt, was simply incomparable to that of a reinforced platoon. This, too, was the reason why Nie Feihong had placed the 10-minute engagement on the scout company's side. In the event of an attack on the command, the scout company comes back and can save them from themselves, but reinforcing the platoon to come back would, at best, help them avenge their deaths, and it would mean very little. This hand backstroke. Even Ling Xianghua had to admit at this moment that what Nie Feihong had prepared was impeccably good. Outside the command post, the gunfire intensified. The remaining fighters of the 4th Battalion and the motor company had long since been beaten and held their fire. At this time the scouting company returned. The 3 waves directly counterattacked with all their might. It only took less than 5 minutes to annihilate the entire 2 battalions of Red Flag's fighters on the spot. 5 minutes later, Guanfeng, the scouting company commander, led his own group of over 100 men, together with the commander of the 4th Battalion and Xiao Shun, the commander of the motor company. They came to resume their orders to Nie Feihong, reporting to the regimental commander. All of Recon Company, reporting to you. Guanfeng raised his hand in salute, his face filled with a solemn aura. Upon inspection, all 700 or so Red Army fighters outside the command headquarters have been eliminated. 77 men remained in the 4th Battalion, 2 in the motor company, and 133 in the reconnaissance company. When the final headcount was done, the body of Sun Liancheng, the deputy head of the Red Flag, was also recovered from the pile of corpses. Right now the command is determined to be secure. Please advise. Chapter 93, Rules that are bigger than the sky. Well done. Nie Feihong shouted excitedly as he heavily clapped his hands. 2 companies, plus a battalion, on the premise of being first covered by the 770th Battery for a round of strikes. It eliminated 2 entire battalions of Red Army fighters, and in the end even pressed a Red Army deputy regimental commander. This battle is exciting. Exciting and mysterious enough. Where's that old boy Sun Liancheng? Hurry up and bring him up to me. I'll make out with him. Lao Nya. We'll have plenty of chances to talk to old Sun, but now the red side has already determined the location of our command headquarters. If we don't get a report from Lao Sun for a long time, I don't know if Brigadier Chen will have the 770th Artillery Regiment give us another round of anti-aircraft coverage. Right now, it's more important to get out of here and go to the reserve command center to establish contact with our Blue Army fighters as soon as possible. As soon as Nie Feihong's words fell, Zhu Xiaotian followed suit and spoke out his own inferences. That's a good point. Nie Feihong subconsciously nodded his head in agreement. Old Zhu, it's still you who's thoughtful. As the words fell, Nie Feihong looked towards Guanfeng and the others and waved his hand. Eliminate the equipment of those 2 battalions of Red Army fighters for me. Take Sun Liancheng and follow me. In the meantime, Drainage River City, on a goat path. Song Wei followed Fong Jinxiang and the others all the way.
avoiding the Red Army's eyes set up at the highway intersection, and sneaked safely into the Chujiang River along the path. Traveling 20 kilometers further south is the home base of the Tiger's training base. Song Wei honked his horn and pulled over. Wait for Fang Jinxiang and the others to park and rush over. Chi Tian pulled out a map from his tactical backpack and pointed at the mighty Tiger training base and droned. If the Red Command is really here, then we can't drive any further. We'll have to resort to walking or some other means. This not only avoids the inventory of the militarized management area, but also kills the Red Command by surprise. Only, this mighty Tiger training base was built on top of a small hill in the southernmost part of Drainage River City. The back of the hill is the cliffs facing the sea, which is considered standard easy-to-defend terrain. We've got to plan how we're going to get close enough to do some pre-scouting operations there. At this moment, Chi Tian's words fell. Fang Jinxiang then took over the conversation right after him, patting his chest confidently. With our knowledge of this acreage, the 6 of us may not be below your reinforced platoon in terms of reconnaissance. This mission is wrapped up in us. You guys are strong in combat. Just retain your strength and launch a desperate counterattack against the Red Army command at the critical moment. Old Fang, are you sure? Chi Tian frowned slightly and guessed in a deep voice. The maneuvers have started for so long, but none of the people from the mighty Tiger regiment have moved yet. I have every reason to suspect that the Tiger's training base is now the Ironclad. All the elite are stationed at the base to ensure the security of the command center. In case you are exposed, it will be nothing but death. When the time comes to be arrested by your former comrades in arms, you, Chi Tian, if it weren't for your reinforced platoon, we would have been eliminated long ago. How could we still be qualified to continue participating in the maneuvers now? Fang Jinxiang knew the concerns in Chi Tian's mind, and without waiting for him to finish his sentence, he sternly opened his mouth to interrupt. As for losing face by being arrested by old comrades, I, Fang Jinxiang, am not afraid at all. Face is something that is not given by others, it is earned. You guys are good fighters, so letting you do the recon and us deploy the plan of attack is the shameful defeat of losing. If our risking our lives for you in exchange for an attack on Red's command, then we've died a worthy death, and quite honored. To say a few words from the bottom of my heart, Chi Tian, our 2 groups of people are considered to be not fighting each other. After entering the sharpshooter, I indeed couldn't swallow the breath I was threatened with by you during the initial selection, and wanted to find a chance to get it back. But since the formation of the reinforced platoon, I've completely cut off that idea. There are no 2 reasons for this. It's really because the amount of training you guys do on weekdays is atrocious. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. The intensity of that training is simply ghostly. This reinforced platoon should be composed of just a few of you, so I'm willing to be cannon fodder for you guys. At least we're working together. When the maneuver is over, I'll be able to go back to the sharpshooter and blow off some steam with the veterans. The 6 of us deserve a lot of credit for this exercise. Old Fang, since you said so, then I won't mope around. It's an honor to be alongside you. And the brothers, side by side. Chi Tian took a deep breath, his eyes blazing, his face serious, and placed his hand in front of Fang Jinxiang's several people. Seeing this, Fang Jinxiang's few people raised their hands in unison and clasped them on the back of Chi Tian's hands. Immediately afterward, the other 5 men in the reinforced platoon put their hands together. In the next second, the 12 well-trained sharpshooter warriors looked at each other and smiled, and it was all in the air. At this moment, the 12 were divided from each other without any distinction of rank or position, nor is there any past ennui. What there is just the desire to win, and the belief that you will never lose. Sharpshooter shall win. The first day of the exercise, a little after 7 in the morning, a very faint whiteness of fishbelly on the edge of the clouds appeared like a light veil, announcing the arrival of daytime. The seaside city, which had been silent for the whole night, once again became bustling with cars and roads. Gangnam City. Special Police Detachment. Detachment Chief Yu Songrong and Deputy Detachment Chief Fong Kong successively bear-hugged Ling Changhua, Nia Fei Hong, and Zhu Xiaotian and smiled broadly. I didn't realize that your military maneuvers have come to us. How about it? Do you need me to send someone to help you? I appreciate your feelings, old you, but the nature of the military's maneuvers will change once you police intervene, so I'd better do it myself. You've done me a great favor by finding me a place to sit down and command, and by the way, I've brought you an old acquaintance. Speaking here, Nia Fei Hong waved his hand to Guan Feng behind him. In less than 2 seconds, Sun Liancheng, the depressed Red Flag Deputy Regimental Commander, was brought up by the men of the Sharp Knife Scout Company. Old Sun? Good lord, you were captured alive by old Nia and the others? It's still a bit difficult to capture old Sun alive. He was eliminated by my people. Nia Fei Hong smiled and walked over to Sun Liancheng, subconsciously wanting to have a hug with him. The two are rivals in maneuvers, hooking up to fight to the death. But now that Sun Liancheng has been eliminated, there is no need to talk about so many tedious rules. Old Sun, It's rare for you and old you to meet. So what? You have to wait for the end of the maneuvers before you open your mouth to say hello? Don't be unpleasant. Niefei Hong was just halfway through his sentence. Sun Liancheng, who hadn't said anything, suddenly stepped in and snatched the matching gun of the soldier of the scouting company beside him. And the first time the gun was pointed, it was aimed at Niefei Hong's head. Seeing this scene, the faces of Niefei Hong and the others sank in unison. Old son, what do you mean? You don't intend to talk about rules? The military commander is still standing here. Don't be a sore loser. Old Nia, the 5 of us were in the same class at first. What kind of person am I? Sun Liancheng, you know me best. The rules are bigger than the sky with me. Sun Liancheng's face was serious as he opened his mouth to respond to Niefei Hong while lifting his camouflage jacket. A close-fitting body armor inside was clearly visible to several people present. In the chaos of the battle, your men just focused on the left side of my chest. You know the power of the 95 assault rifle. It can't penetrate body armor. Military Commander Lang, why don't I ask you to judge? I, Sun Liancheng, am now considered eliminated? Chapter 94, One Hand of God. This isn't really eliminated. If it were a real battle, you'd have at most minor injuries, a few hours of recuperation, and you'd be safe and sound. Only, speaking here, Lang Changhua's expression changed slightly as he looked at Sun Liancheng and reminded him, but then you wouldn't have been able to follow us to the new Blue Army command location. Someone is bound to recognize your disguise when they touch the body. Right now, the winning relationship between you and old Nia is really a bit hard to judge. Don't worry, Lang Army Chief, I, Sun Liancheng, will not make things difficult for you. This gun, I will definitely not fire it. But, halfway through his sentence, Sun Liancheng made a forward dash to control Niefei Hong, who hadn't fully recovered from his dismay. And then lightning fast, he fumbled for a walkie-talkie from the back of his waist, pressed the button, and hissed and shouted, "Report to command. This is Sun Liancheng. I'm now being held alive by the Supreme Commander of the Blue Army. Request to locate my position. Undiscriminating bombardment of a 1-kilometer area of my position within a 2-minute time frame." Bang! Sun Liancheng pulled out his intercom and his attention shifted for a moment. Guan Feng, who was standing behind the crowd, immediately drew his gun and pulled the trigger at Sun Liancheng's head. A drill round hit him precisely in the back of the head, announcing that Sun Liancheng was completely eliminated and disqualified from continuing the drill. However, at this time, Sun Liancheng had already finished reporting the most important information to the Red Command. After Sun Liancheng was shot, he let go of Niefei Hong at the first opportunity. Immediately afterward, a muffled answering sound followed from the walkie-talkie he had casually dropped on the floor. "This is the Red Army Command. I'm Brigade Commander Chen Gung, Shao Sun. You deserve a lot of credit for this maneuver. Don't worry, I've given orders to the 770th Artillery Regiment to locate your position at the first opportunity, and within a 2-minute time frame, fire all the exercise shells, which are expected to cover all 5 kilometers around your location. 2 minutes from now, no survivors in Blue Command, and all of their top brass, will be buried with you. Old son, you're so special." Listening to the voice ringing out from the intercom, Niefei Hong's face suddenly changed drastically. He rushed forward with an arrow step and clutched Sun Liancheng's collar tightly with both hands, furious that he broke the big defense on the spot. "Old son, we've been brothers for so many years. Are you playing this with me? Old Nia, I can still tell which is more important, personal feelings or team honor." Sun Liancheng was full of calmness, looking at the furious Niefei Hong in front of him, and said in a positive voice, "Although this exercise was 6 against 1, Brigadier Chen didn't belittle the sharpshooters because of the huge numerical advantage. Quite the contrary. He told me repeatedly before the exercise, the combat power that can be erupted from the sharp knives in this exercise must be the strongest ever, and all of us must be prepared to meet a strong enemy, including the fact that I was hit by your men today. It was actually sort of a deliberate arrangement by Brigadier Chen. He sneaked up on me once before we left. Tell me if the raid situation changes. I have to make sure I stay alive. A high probability of winning or losing a hand in this maneuver rests with me." Apparently, Brigadier Chen was right. He counted on you bringing me along early on, and just now, I'm not ashamed of his deployment. 2 minutes, a bombardment covering 5 kilometers. Old Nia, you guys are going to lose. Whoosh! The moment Sun Liancheng's words fell, above the SWAT detachment, a large, intense barrage of maneuver prop fire followed. The originally azure sky was once again covered by a glistening white bright light. It was so bright and dazzling that it sent a chill down the backs of Niefei Hong and the others. At this moment, if it wasn't a drill, it was a real battlefield. Then none of them will survive and die without a trace. It's over. It's all over. Niefei Hong looked up at the sky and sat down on his butt on the steps next to him. 2 minutes for 5 kilometers of artillery coverage. In this case, unless he evacuated in a helicopter at the first opportunity,
there was no way to avoid the round of fire. But now that Nia Fei Hong was in the SWAT detachment, where was the helicopter for him to use? Even if they did, then the remaining so many sharpshooters would only be blasted to pulp by the 770th Artillery Regiment's artillery fire. In other words, it won't take half a minute. The 200 or so sharpshooters who had been evacuated from the first command center with him would all be lost for this exercise, especially the scouting company. It was considered the strongest combat force of the sharpshooter, and it was going to be destroyed along with it. Nia Fei Hong knew it in his heart. At this point in the maneuver, the Blue Army's chances of winning will be less than 1%. The only thing left that had the potential to pose a threat to Brigadier Chen seemed to be the reinforced platoon led by Chi Tian, but the 6 of them were facing a whole 6 large regiments of soldiers. With this disparity in strength, Nia Fei Hong had given up his face, and the Barrett that had been borrowed from the Red Cell Special Operations Brigade didn't seem to make much sense anymore. Nia Tuan, don't give up. Zhu Xiaotian followed and sat beside Nia Fei Hong, looking at the prop shells that blossomed into bright fireworks in the sky. Holding his breath, he said, I believe Xiao Tian and the others, they won't admit defeat easily. Moreover, their strength, when placed in the 6 regiments of the Red Army, was an absolutely top-notch existence. You and I both know that a war may be won or lost in an instant. What's more, in his hand, he had a real killing weapon. That's an existence that can easily penetrate bulletproof glass. This maneuver, we still have a chance of survival. Maybe, that's the only chance for our sharpshooters to win. I hope Xiao Tian and the others can make a miracle. Nia Fei Hong ripped off the Blue Army's offensive logo from his camouflage and slapped it hard into Zhu Xiaotian's hand. The moment the fireworks burst in the sky, he led a sharpshooter of over 200 men, all of whom were declared eliminated. This was the first time that Nia Fei Hong, less than 12 hours into the maneuver, had been disqualified from combat. This sense of discrepancy, this sense of loss, made him look like he had aged 10 years in an instant. There was no longer a tiny bit of essence in his body, and his entire state could be described as poor to the extreme. Old Nia, Sun Lianqing went forward, originally wanting to comfort Nia Fei Hong for a couple of sentences, but without waiting for him to say more, Nia Fei Hong reached out and stopped him on the spot. Old Sun, as an opponent, I understand what you're doing, but as a brother, an old comrade in arms, I lost with genuine displeasure. You casually use your own people as expendable pawns in maneuvers. This is an order that my dragon commander would never give in a real battlefield. I'm tired and I want to rest and relax. Old you, help me find a room. After working all night, I need to get some sleep. Meanwhile, in the city of Drainage River, in a rainforest on the shore of the South China Sea, Shi Tian and the others looked at the drill artillery fire in the sky that was still firing continuously, blasting straight towards Jiangnan City, and their faces sank in unison. Ouyang Muanyu's mouth moved slightly, hesitated for 2 seconds, and said tentatively, such an unrelenting mass artillery bombardment. I'm sure Red must have the exact location of our command center and is launching a full-scale general attack. Nia Tuan and the others, odds are they're going to be honorable. From this moment on, this maneuver, it's no longer about the sharpshooter fighting 1 against 6. The probability is that it will be our reinforced platoon and the 6 Tigers, against the remaining 6 large regiments of the 386th Brigade. As for those old men of the reconnaissance platoon, as soon as they showed up in the city of Drainage River, they would be watched by the Red Army to the death, and the first time they sent heavy troops to surround them. Platoon leader, you said, in the face of 6 entire large regiments, armed to the teeth, do the 6 of us still have any point in sticking around to fight? On the recommendation, Il please all righteous Father more chase more, come a 5-star praise, grateful, good people life peace. Chapter 95, Self-Giving Up. Gods cannot save you. As the strongest female soldier of the 386th Brigade, Ouyang Muanyu was definitely not someone who would easily admit defeat. This is something Chi Tian understands very well, and the other 4 people in the reinforcement platoon also know it by heart. Ever since she enlisted in the military, she has continually proved that women are better than men, and that female soldiers may not always be inferior to male soldiers in overall strength. It was a path that she had endured through thick and thin and never admitted defeat. It was enough to see how strong-willed this female soldier could be, but at this time, it was such a person with super strong willpower that the thought of giving up appeared in his mind. It wasn't that Ouyang Muanyu treated her differently, or that she didn't face up to the maneuvers and didn't go for the best. Truly, she couldn't think of any way to win in this current situation. Not as physically fit as a male soldier, she can practice hard and make up for her innate deficiencies with hard work and sweat. But how should this battle be fought with 12 men against the Red Army's entire 6 large regiments and nearly 10,000 opponents? People just stand there as living targets and meat shields. They'd all have to fight for half an hour, until the barrels were smoking and the tiger's muzzle was split open, before they could find a chance to get at the Red Brigade commander, wouldn't they?
Ouyang Nanyu knew that as a member of the reinforced platoon, he usually enjoyed all kinds of priority in training, in order to be able to top them up at critical moments. But right now, she racked her brain and really couldn't think of any point to break the situation. Whether it's a real battle or a maneuver, the next thing they're going to do is get killed. Because this difference in numbers can no longer be described by the word disparity, it is simply a mantis trying to stop a chariot and striking a stone with an egg. So at this moment, for the first time in her life, she thought of giving up, forced to give up. At this time, the other four people all flashed a touch of helplessness and despair out of the corner of their eyes. Even Jiang Chong, who had unlimited faith and expectations for the sharp knife. All of them looked as if they had been drained of all their strength, looking up at the sky without saying a word, their faces full of loss. In the past, he would never have been so discouraged. I'm afraid that just now, without waiting for Ouyang Nanyu to finish her sentence, she would have put a stern stop to it. But now, he was also confused. The sudden loss of command and the unrelenting artillery coverage of the 770th Battery. All of this is a disguised indication that the Blue Command was blown flat. Ouyang Nanyu was right. For the next maneuver, the only ones who could go head-to-head with the Reds might be the 12 of them. Even if they train hard, play hard, and are strong enough to fight one against many. But can they hold back the 10,000 opponents? The phrase of taking the head of an enemy general from an army of 10,000 soldiers seems so pale and powerless at this moment. Brother Tian, ever since I came to the army, I've witnessed you singing all the way to the top, setting record after record, accomplishing the impossible again and again. But this time, it seems that we really have no way out. That's a Red Army team of nearly 10,000 people. One person's mouthful of spittle can drown us alive. Lin Mang leaned against a willow tree, took out a piece of compressed cookie from his tactical backpack, and took the initiative to hand it to Chi Tian. How about, guys, I'm going to show you something first, and when you're done, you can decide what to do next. As Chi Tian spoke, he quickly opened his tactical backpack and took a code box out of it. This password box occupied 70% of the capacity of Chi Tian's tactical backpack. It was considered to be the most important thing that Chi Tian had carried for this maneuver. There are no markings on the black tumbled leather on the front and back of the combination box. Just on the opposite side of the combination lock, engraved in 3 blood-red letters, M95, that's not an SSG, that's a Barrett. The sharp-eyed Ouyang Nanyu noticed the red font on the combination box at a glance. While his pupils contracted violently, his breathing followed closely. Not just her. At this time, the other 4 people in the reinforcement platoon also quickly gathered around Chi Tian. 4 pairs of eyes stared dead center at the combination box in Chi Tian's hand, shock written all over their faces. Barrett M95, known as the ultimate killing weapon, the strongest comrade of snipers, bar none. Brother Tian, where did you get this? Wait, Brother Tian, you can't be planning to use this big sniper to directly kill the commander-in-chief of the red side with a single shot, right? Don't forget, this is a drill. 2 days before the start of the exercise, the Nia mission called you to report to the regiment for a trip, and came back to you mysteriously with a code box not to show us, but also the first time to lock the code box into the locker. Do you say? That's right, this is the strongest card that Nia Tuan called out to me to go to the regiment's headquarters that day and handed me. As the words fell, Chi Tian's finger deftly and quickly flicked twice on the password dial, only heard a click sound. The combination box opened smoothly. A silver-colored Barrett high-precision sniper, emitting a faint cold light, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At the moment just look on 2 eyes. Let Ouyang Nanyu 5 people heartbeat cannot help but slow down a lot of many. It was as if he was being stared at by some horrible monster, and his heart was indescribably depressing and unbearable. This Barrett was specially loaned to me by the Nia Regiment from the Red Cell Special Operations Brigade for the purpose of this exercise. I don't know how many favors Nia Tuan extended and how many good words he said when he borrowed the gun, but I knew that Nia Tuan had given him to me in the hope that if the maneuver really came to a moment of desperation, I can work a miracle with it for once with my sniping skills. This is Nia Tuan's heart and soul, and also Nia Tuan's infinite high hopes for the reinforcement platoon. On the basis of this high hope, I will never choose to admit defeat. Gentlemen, I know you're under a lot of pressure for the next maneuvers, but can we really give up without caring about other people's efforts and hard work? Don't forget, 6 tigers are still in the enemy's hinterland, spying for us. They're working their asses off, searching for intel to give us a chance to turn the tide. And what are we doing? We're pouring cold water on ourselves. On weekdays training you all are not even afraid of death. How? When it comes to testing the results of training, wimpy, if you want to give up on yourselves, the gods can't save you. Not to mention that I'm not a god. But if you all want to grow again outside of training, then I'd say, in desperate times, there's life. As the words fell, Chi Tian quickly moved his hand and carried Barrett on his shoulder, as if he was fighting the Red Army to the death. For this exercise, the Blue Army is the attacking side. As long as the Red Army Commander-in-Chief, Brigadier Chun Gung, is eliminated within 3 days, it will be considered a victory. At the moment this Barrett was more than just a comrade in arms to Chi Tian. More than that, it became his greatest, and only, hope. Strengthening the platoon of 5 people by Chi Tian some reprimand admonition on the spot stayed. A long time cannot come back to God, and that's when it happened. Fong Jinxiang's voice suddenly rang out from the walkie-talkie Chi Tian had pinned behind his waist. This is Fong Jinxiang, calling Chi Tian. Please answer when you receive. I'm Chi Tian. Go ahead. Chi Tian. I'm currently in the area of the logistics department of the Tiger Regiment's training base. Old Lu was exposed just now and has been eliminated on the spot by the people stationed here. I'm certain that the group that eliminated Old Lu was definitely not from the mighty Tiger Regiment. They must have been men from other regiments of the Red Army. And from that point of view your first guess was good. There is a great possibility that Brigadier Chen is hiding inside the mighty Tiger training base, which, in this case, is the Red Army's command center. Only I can't pinpoint his exact location at the moment. We've been exposed. And now the Red Army soldiers stationed here are conducting an all-terrain sweep. I'll continue the mapping when they're done. Let's keep in touch. On the other end of the intercom, Fong Jinxiang had obviously just experienced strenuous exercise, speaking up and down, puffing and panting. Still, he picked the highlights and explained the important situation at hand to Chi Tian. And, it's kind of the best news the Blues have received since the exercise began. Bar none. Who? Old Fong, this information of yours is very important. Thanks a lot. Be safe. Chi Tian let out a long breath of excitement and was going to say something else, but not before he opened his mouth. Over the intercom, there was then a sudden cacophony of gunfire. Who's there? Get out or I'll shoot. No good. It's the Blues. Brothers, together. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 96. If you have faith, you will survive. Damn it, brothers, give me a fight. People die in the sky. In this part of Mighty Tiger's territory, we don't carry any fear at all. Fong Jinxiang let out a bellowing cry. His aura was like a rainbow, almost shaking this walkie-talkie in Chi Tian's hand alive. Immediately after that rang out, like firecrackers, the sound of bullets pouring out. Hearing this commotion, Chi Tian hurriedly opened his mouth and asked after him, Old Fong, how is the situation on your side? If you can't fight head-on, then hurry and run away. While there's still green, there's no fear of not having wood to burn. We can't afford to have any less people. Chi Tian, we can't run away. We're blocked by Red's men in the logistics warehouse, so we can only counterattack with the help of cover. And we're getting low on maneuver rounds in our hands. We won't last much longer. For this year's Red and Blue exercise, the honor of the sharpshooter is in your hands. We did everything we could to help you eliminate a few Red soldiers. 1 for 1 no loss, 1 for 2 blood gain. Putting down a few words, Fong Jinxiang, who was in the innermost part of the warehouse, dropped the intercom as soon as he could. Using the shelves in front of him as cover, he did his best to launch counterattacks against the Red fighters that were constantly being used outside the warehouse. It's just a pity that it's under absolute numerical suppression. Fong Jinxiang and the others, who lasted less than 2 minutes, were captured alive on the spot by the Red Fong fighters. They shot up all the ammunition they had captured from the lumber mills. With the strength of 5 men, he hardened himself to replace more than 40 of Red's fighters. The entire battle lasted for a short period of time, but the final result was enough to make the 5 of them proud of themselves. On the other side, Zhang Mang was the first to come back from the depressing atmosphere, only to see him jerk his head up and look at Chi Tian, as if he had made an important decision. He said in a single word, Brother Tian. Even those ordinary soldiers of Old Fong and the others were able to fight hard with the people from Red Fong's main camp for the sake of maneuvers. If we weaken our morale, we'll be insulting the reputation of the platoon and the hard work Nia and Zhu have put into us. I've figured it out. Even if I have to die, I'll be with you. Old Fong is right. It's only a matter of death. What are we afraid of? If we die, we'll be dead for 1,000 years. I've also figured out that when we were first selected, we weren't even afraid to play with our lives. Now it's just a drill. What's there to be afraid of? How many seemingly impossible things have Tian led us to accomplish along the way? And this time, I'm sure there will be another miracle. Well said. We can't forget our roots, especially the words taught to us by the Iron Fist Regiment. The narrow road is won by the brave. As soon as Zhang Mang's words fell, Jiang Chong, Song Wei, and Lin Mang opened their mouths successively, and followed to echo their voices. At this time, on the 4 of them, there was no longer any semblance of disillusionment. Quite the opposite. At this moment, the 4 people's fighting spirit was high, as if they had been given a shot in the arm, and they were completely out of their depth. Zhang Mang turned around and glanced at Ouyang Muanyu, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly with a smile. Oh Yang, you don't have that. If you really don't want to fight, you can surrender and quit.
the brothers understand.
Cut. If you 4 new recruits can regroup, Yang Wanyu, will be even less likely to back down. Yang Wanyu skimmed his lips, and a look of deathward expression appeared on his face with it. It's not just playing with your life. The whole thing is the same as who doesn't have it, and I'm giving it up. It's all about 2 shoulders carrying 1 head. Brigadier Chen more than chicken feathers. Him, no exaggeration. This was close to a month since Zhang Mang and the others had known Yang Wanyu. For the first time, she opened her mouth to swear, and the greeting was from the supreme commander of the Red Side, Brigadier Chen Gongchen. In peacetime, the crowd would have laughed in amazement and then talked about it quietly for days. But at this point, all 5 Chi Tian people understood. Yang Wanyu is really going to play with the Red Fong Brigadier, and it's still the kind that won't end in death. At this moment, the few of them finally did what Chi Tian had just said. With conviction, desperation, and even fearlessness, he launched a desperate counterattack on the Red Command. Since everyone is willing to die for the honor of the sharpshooter, let's join forces and fight him together for once. Just now, Fong Jinxiang and the others had alarmed Red's main camp with their exfiltration actions. The Red fighters must have been patrolling and checking out now with all their might. It's definitely harder for us to make a move during the day. My plan is to launch a surprise attack on Red's command tonight, by way of an underwater diversion. The plan is as follows. Chi Tian waved his hand, signaling the 5 team members to come closer together. Then, lay out your plan and your plan. After the plan is deployed, the 6 of them found a silent and safe place to rest and recuperate in shifts. It can be said that they have prepared everything for tonight's raid. Same time, Jiangnan City, Special Police Detachment. Inside the spacious and bright lounge, the 200 or so sharpshooter veterans who had been eliminated by Brigadier Chen's calculations were gathering together, waiting in depression for the end of the exercise. The most numerous among them was naturally the Scout Company, which had the strongest overall strength of the sharpshooters. 3rd Platoon Commander Chen Jiahao was filled with despair, disassembling and reassembling the Colt pistol in his hand, loading and disassembling it over and over again. Several other platoon commanders were repeating their respective maneuvers, bored out of their minds. The whole atmosphere of the lounge could be described as depressing to the extreme. Brothers, I'm really suffocating after losing this maneuver this time. We went back to the command center in time to destroy 2 whole battalions of Red's troops. In the end, it was a total loss because they didn't have time to touch the bodies. This old fox, Brigadier Chen, is really getting more and more cunning. Who says it isn't? Counting us and Nia regiment to death. Next time he comes to inspect our sharp daggers, I'll have to have the brothers in the cooking class put 2 more spoons of salted salt in his rice bowl. Still waiting for the next inspection? I'll tell you a little news. It's also something I just heard from the SWAT detachment. As the words fell from several people's mouths, a lean and lanky scouting veteran took it upon himself to stand up, gossiping at the group of comrades in front of him. He said, "It is said that after this exercise, our sharp knives will be reorganized and rebuilt. By then all of us will have to be assigned to other units. And when the reconstruction is complete later, it's hard to say whether we'll be able to keep our pointed sword titles." The lean veteran didn't deliberately suppress his voice as he spoke. The people in the conference room could hear it clearly and plainly. For a moment, everyone's faces changed in shock, seeing that the news had leaked out. Guan Feng, the commander of the scouting company, was the first to speak out, harshly criticizing. "Little Feng, it's okay to have a big mouth on weekdays, but now you even dare to spread rumors about this kind of thing? We don't even know about the sharp knives. How did the SWAT detachment know about it? Who says it isn't? All day long he just opens his mouth like a ing old lady's pantyhose." Pop! Feng Wei slammed the table, both eyes carrying fire, glaring deathly at a comrade named Wang Bing beside him, and shouted angrily, "Grass! It's fine for the company commander to criticize me. Wang Bing, you're nothing. What gives you the right to scold me? What's wrong with me scolding you? No? Furthermore, I haven't wronged you. Isn't what I said the truth? Bull asterisk 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 facts. I'm bored to death right now. I'm warning you, don't look for trouble. Or don't blame me for not thinking of friendship and beating the hell out of you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who's afraid of who? The fire in my heart is even bigger than yours. Why don't we go out and practice? Go! Whoever wimped out is." As the words fell, Feng Wei got up and headed towards the door of the conference room. Wang Bing, who had barreled up with him, didn't hesitate either, and the 2 of them, almost back and forth, walked to the door of the conference room. Wang Bing subconsciously gripped the door handle and was just about to push the door hard. A creak was heard, and the door to the conference room was suddenly pulled open from the outside. In the next second, both of their faces changed dramatically at the same time. The first time he stood at attention and raised his hands in salute. "Chief, why are you here?" Still implore the righteous fathers to move their little hands to a 5-star praise. Tomorrow more 4 chapters. Can not do, directly chop. Chapter 97. If he's there, there's hope. If I don't come, You're all going to make a scene. Nia Feihong's face was somber as he slowly walked into the middle of the conference room. His arrival revitalized a group of veterans who had been dead in the water. With an arrow step, Guanfeng welcomed Nia Feihong to the main seat of the conference room and sat down. The rest of the veterans stood in a collective military stance and stood at attention, including Wang Bing and Feng Wei, who had just clamored to go outside to make a couple of gestures. They also returned to stand in the line at the first opportunity. Chief, I heard the commotion you guys just made next door loud and clear. So sit down. Feng Wei was just about to open his mouth to say something when Nia Feihong directly cut him off and signaled for the crowd to sit down. At this moment, his serious to the point of serious tone caused a sudden sense of foreboding to rise in the hearts of all the veterans. Those who have a seat are the first to sit down, and those who don't simply sit on the floor. Gentlemen, I understand how you all feel about being eliminated, and in the same way, I am disqualified from continuing to fight. This is the most stifling sacrifice I've made as a commanding officer since the pointy knives were built. But I would say that the more times like these, the more we have to pull together and lift our spirits. As for the tidbits of information you guys talked about earlier, since it all leaked out, I have nothing to hide. It's true, our sharp knives, we do have to reorganize and rebuild. When the exercise is over, I will synthesize your weekday training results and performance and send you to the right place to continue your service. What? This news is actually true. Chief, I don't want to go. I'm willing to stay, even if it means doing demolition and construction work for the sharpshooters. I'm not leaving either. The sharpshooter is my home. The only home. Nia Feihong's words fell. The conference room that was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop the last second. The next second was like a tidal wave of chatter. There were even quite a few people who were red-eyed on the spot and asked Nia Feihong for orders. Stay at the sharp end in any capacity. Born a man of sharp knives, the soul of a dead man of sharp knives. Listening to the pleading, murmuring voices resounding around him, Nia Feihong let out a long sigh and responded with a hoarse voice. Gentlemen, I don't believe there's any veteran that wants to leave the sharp end and leave their home. But I want you to remember that we are soldiers, and we are talking about military orders. The reorganization and rebuilding of the sharpshooters into Marines was something that had been decided by our superiors long ago, and we had no choice but to obey. Please also rest assured that I will do my best to apply to the brigade commander to make sure that the number of the sharpshooter is retained. At the same time, I assure you all, if the sharpshooter Marines are successfully rebuilt at a later date, I will still hold the position of regimental commander. I will, at the first opportunity, call you all home and we will continue to fight side by side. But for the moment, I hope you will obey orders and do your duty as a soldier. Your duty. There's one more thing to tell you. In 10 minutes, I'm leaving the SWAT detachment on a bus. I hope you can remember what I've said. The more critical the moment, the more important it is to remain united and not to infight. Finishing what needed to be said, Nia Feihong got up and was about to leave. At this moment, there were also obvious tears glistening in his eyes. These sharpshooter soldiers can't afford to leave the sharpshooter. And he, the regimental commander, can? The answer, of course, is no. In fact, in terms of feelings towards the sharp knife, Nia Feihong is the deepest and heaviest one. It was just that he had always kept in mind his mission as a soldier to obey orders as his vocation. That's why he's been suppressing the helplessness and sadness in his heart, pretending as if nothing has happened. Right now, bring everything up to date and out in the open. Nia Feihong's emotions, too, had obviously fluctuated greatly, and there were even already teardrops slipping out of the corners of his eyes. Chief, you're leaving? Where will you go in the future? And can we visit you if we have the chance? Seeing Nia Feihong get up and walk to the door of the conference room, Guanfeng spoke in a heavy tone and asked Nia Feihong a follow-up question. At those words, Nia Feihong reached out and wiped his hand in front of his eyes as he responded to Guanfeng. My temporary departure has nothing to do with the sharpshooter reorganization. I am going to. Never mind. I can't talk to you about my movements yet. The principle of confidentiality is something you can all understand. All I can tell you is that our Blue Army really doesn't have much of a chance of winning this maneuver. Brigadier Chen calculated every step of my operational deployment and made the most perfect countermeasures. It can be said that his old man has mastered the timing as well as the people of this exercise. From the beginning of this maneuver, we were in a completely passive-aggressive situation. Everyone recognize the reality clearly and prepare yourselves mentally early. It's my Nia Feihong's faulty command. I'm sorry to everyone. As the words fell, Nia Feihong bowed slightly to the more than 200 veterans in the conference room who had been completely dumbfounded, before quickly leaving the place. As soon as he left in the front foot, Zhu Xiaotian followed in the back foot and added to the crowd. Soldiers of the sharpshooter, you have given everything you could for this exercise. Good job everyone. As for what Nia Tuan said just now, I would like to say that, in fact, even if Nia Tuan didn't take Sun Lianqing with him at that time, we were bound to lose. As for the reason for this, we will all know when the exercise is over. That's right. We've already submitted an application to the Red Army. If the reinforced platoon is also eliminated by them,
then the maneuvers will end here without wasting any more time.
Rest well, everyone, and I'm sure it won't be long before we see each other again.
Looking at Zhu Xiaotian leaving, the conference room door was closed heavily by him. Some of the sharpshooter veterans with more average mental capacity broke down on the spot and cried out in pain. They all came out of the 6 large corps on the red side. After a lot of hard work, the sharpshooter, the place of their dreams that they fought tooth and nail to get to, only they know how much hard work and sweat they have put in. But soon their dreams will come to naught.
The most familiar comrades will be parted,
and the most loved land will be pushed back and rebuilt.
The bottom line is this:
the dream final picture,
surprisingly, is still being routed by Red, who voluntarily begs for defeat and admits defeat. Such an ending was simply unacceptable to them.
Pull yourself together,
cry and wail. What's the matter with you? After a long time, Huan Feng, the commander of the reconnaissance company,
stood up violently and slammed the table with an earth-shattering sound.
I'm not sure what information the chief and the others have gotten, but in my opinion, we, the sharpshooters, have not lost yet.
As you heard clearly just now, the commander has pinned all his hopes on the reinforced platoon.
If the reinforcement platoon loses, the sharpshooter loses. But according to what I know about the scout company, it's not that easy for the Red Army to eat them. Qi Tian,
that was a genius recruit who had been enlisted for 2 months and had taken 2 individual third-class honors.
All kinds of military literacy. All of them are top-notch. And even the existence that can continuously set new records,
including those members of his team,
one by one.
They were no slouches either. It was also because several of them were exceptionally talented that the head of the group had granted special permission in the first place.
A reinforced platoon was formed around them,
even above our scout company.
And their subsequent efforts, I'm sure you've all seen them. At least I, Huan Feng,
asked myself that I wouldn't necessarily be able to hold up with the intensity of their training.
Then in this case,
the strength that the reinforced platoon can burst out is naturally above us. The Red Army Commander-in-Chief can take us down with his tactics,
but he may not be able to see it if he wants to take down a reinforced platoon. Now I can say that Qi Tian is the best soldier I've ever seen, bar none. With him, there's still a chance for the spikes to turn it around, and I believe in him. Chapter 98, Day and Night Defense. Family thieves are hard to prevent. The company commander is right. That one backwoods kid in the reinforcement platoon trains like he doesn't want to die.
The extreme combat power that they can explode is something that none of our scouting companies can match.
And from what I understand, Qi Tian, the commander of the reinforcement platoon, is best at laying out troops. When they were in the recruit company, they had gathered all the strength of the recruits and fooled the veterans. As long as he's around, there's still a chance for us sharpshooters to turn the tide.
That kid does have a couple of tricks up his sleeve, not only with the layout of his soldiers,
but his autonomous training programs are bizarre and quite effective.
My deputy platoon leader at first
could easily defeat Ouyang Guanyu,
but she then followed Qi Tian to train hard for more than 20 days.
Not long ago, in a single glance,
he easily put down my deputy platoon leader. This kind of growth speed is really unheard of to me.
Perhaps he can really create a miracle. At this point, even Chen Jiahao, the commander of the 3rd platoon of the scout company, who had never dealt much with Qi Tian and the others, all of them began to sigh at the surging strength of Qi Tian's few people. Most importantly,
at this moment in his words,
with regard to strengthening the platoon,
it no longer harbors the old feeling of competing with each other and not convincing anyone.
The current Chen Jiahao was the complete opposite of his previous self. Can't wait for the reinforced platoon to pierce the sky of the 386th Brigade,
because only then does the reinforcing platoon have the possibility of helping the pointy knives and accomplishing a Jedi turnaround. For this battle for the honor of the whole group, the personal grudges of the past seem,
well, so insignificant.
As for the big gamble after that maneuver, at this time it was also completely left behind and forgotten by all the people of the reconnaissance company.
In the meantime, Southeast Military Region, Family Compound, Long Family. Zhao Xueling quietly walked to the door of her daughter Leng Qingbai's room and pressed her side ear to it,
making sure that her daughter was still diligently reviewing her knowledge.
Zhao Xueling knocked gently on the door and spoke. Girl, Mom went out to buy some food. You be good at home. Don't open the door if a stranger knocks on it. Got it? Mom, I've already passed my 18th birthday. I'm not a kid anymore. Not to mention that our family lives in the military compound, so no bad guys can get in here. Okay, you're the one who knows more. I'm going, take your time to learn.
Zhao Xueling smiled faintly,
and after responding to her daughter, she walked out of the house quickly with her vegetable basket. Since the last time, from Leng Changhua's mouth, he learned that Qi Tian had become a squad leader and was considered a qualified and excellent soldier. The relationship between Leng Qingbai and his mother, Zhao Xueling, eased up quite a bit. Now Zhao Shuling fully supported Leng Qingbai's independent study and preparation for the military academy. When her daughter has the right goal, she, as a mom, has a much more solid heart. However, Zhao Shueling didn't realize that what Leng Qingbai had been studying recently could be completely different from what she thought. Inside the bedroom, Leng Qingbai listened to the door of the room make a crisp sound. The first time, he put down the way of the spider web penetration test in his hand, tiptoed to the living room, and looked around. Make sure your mother is really leaving the house to go out for groceries. Leng Qingbai rushed to the bedroom where his parents were staying with an arrow step. From the innermost part of the closet, she rummaged for the military laptop that Leng Qianghua exclusively used and that she and her mother were not allowed to touch at all on weekdays, and without hesitation, she pressed the start button. A few seconds passed and the red interface unfolded. A password box appeared on the computer screen. After trying all 3 of their family's birthdays in a row, as well as some important dates, all of which showed password failure, the corners of Leng Qingbai's mouth slightly hooked as she returned to her room with the laptop in her arms. Through a data cable, Leng Qianghua's laptop was connected to the desktop computer in her bedroom. Then, it was time to follow the hacking knowledge he had learned in the way of spider web penetration testing. It took less than 3 minutes to easily crack Leng Qianghua's military computer. Pops is still too careless. How can such an important military computer have a firewall? It's simply not difficult to crack it. Leng Qingbai's eyes glowed, and her long, slender, delicate fingers like sheep's fat jade slid continuously in the touch control area. Both eyes stared straight at the various reports and data left on the screen. Retrieving Qi Tian's name quickly. Last time, Leng Qianghua suddenly left home on a business trip to go to the Iron Fist Regiment to observe Qi Tian's monthly recruit examination. This time he was on an emergency trip. Leng Qingbai had a vague premonition that perhaps it was still related to her brother Tian. And the truth, it was just as Leng Qingbai had predicted so. Within a few seconds, Leng Qingbai found the archived records of this year's 386th Brigade Red and Blue exercise from the document library. Looking at the Iron Fist Regiment, which was located in the last place of the Red Camp's breakdown, Leng Qingbai's eyes once again glowed. She remembers it clearly. Zaitan, served right here. Bad old dad. Every time I go to see Brother Sky and the others fight, I'm not brought along. No way. This time, I have to go over to see Brother Tian's elegance no matter what I say. He must be handsome. After muttering excitedly to himself, Leng Qingbai looked at the area of the exercise regulations recorded on the document. Though it's not certain which city the Iron Fist Regiment is specifically attending, but when you get there, there's always a way to find someone. With this in mind, Leng Qingbai quickly pulled out his cell phone and booked the closest direct flight from the capital to Jiangnan City, then rushed to turn off the computer and return it to its original position. Act as if nothing happened. Changing into her most beautiful long dress and putting on delicate and light makeup, she rushed straight to the airport in the capital. At this time, Leng Qianghua, who was moving to the Red Army Command Center with Nia Feihong and Zhu Xiaotian, did not know. The military computer he keeps at home has been easily cracked by his daughter, and his baby girl, who had run over to the maneuver area. Of course, it was definitely not that Leng Qianghua did not have enough precautionary mindset. Truly he couldn't predict that his daughter would secretly learn about hacking behind his back, and that computer. But it never left the military family compound. To say that a bad guy could come in here and steal the machine documents inside is something that could never happen. It's just a shame that it's hard to prevent a home invasion day and night. Leng Qianghua has done his best to protect this computer, but in the end, he still missed a step. Day 2 of the exercise, early morning, 1 o'clock sharp. The southernmost part of the city of Drainage River, below the cliff that the Tiger's training base backed up against, 6 heads peeked out quietly from beneath the level. With the advantage of the lights and the rock climbing skills honed in daily training, the 6 men climbed the bluff in 3 tries, ducking into the area where the searchlights had just swept, making their way closer to the interior of the base. The leader was carrying a Barrett high-precision sniper on his back, his eyes cold and resolute. The 5 members of the team following him also wore a stern look on their faces, gripping the weapons in their hands so tightly that their knuckles were white. The metal of the gun emitted a cold, chilling light in the boundless night. In a silence, they could even hear each other's heartbeats and breathing. A few breaths later, the patrol searchlight folded back and swept rapidly their way. The 6 saw the opportunity to roll forward quickly, dodging and rushing to the periphery of the training base moments before the searchlight was about to hit their figures. One of them took the hook lock from his tactical backpack and swung it hard at the inside of the training base. When the hooks and locks were securely jammed, the leader gave a battle cry. All hands, prepare to move. Chapter 99, Lights Out. Whereabouts unknown. Tiger's training base, the most inwardly located regimental headquarters building. It was late at night, but the building was still brightly lit and crowded. Outside the building, there were also several teams patrolling back and forth to make sure the regimental building was safe. Seeing this situation, combined with the information that Fang Jinxiang and the others had exchanged their lives for during the day,
the 6 men of the reinforced platoon could almost conclude that this, here, was the command center of the Red Army.
Song Wei followed behind Chi Tian,
looking at the high building of the regiment's headquarters that was no more than 100 meters in front of him,
slightly nervous. Brother Tian, this Red Army commander is really a thief.
To prevent the location from being compromised, the lights were kept on full throughout the building and there were people in every room. There are also hundreds of patrols outside the building patrolling non-stop, almost as if the words solid as gold were written on their faces.
Yes, Brother Tian,
with so many rooms and layers of heavy guards,
how should we determine the exact location of where Brigadier Chen is? There's only one entrance and exit to the entire regimental building. We can only make a play there. Chi Tian had both eyes fixed on the soldiers cross-patrolling in front of the regiment's building. After a few seconds, an eyebrow was suddenly raised. See the direction of their patrol? To ensure that no corner is left untouched, 2 sets of officers on duty are constantly making rounds back and forth in an X formation. After hitting a light, it would be followed by back-to-back inspections. And that distance, by no means, was considered close. There are 10 soldiers in each patrol, so let's focus on the one on the left. The 5 of you sneak up on them, wait for them to get close, and eliminate them at the first opportunity. When you've done that, evacuate at the first opportunity, and don't get caught up in the battle. I'll stay here and look for an opportunity to make a move on Red's commander-in-chief. Based on the timing of their patrol crossings, it would take at most a minute for another group of patrolling soldiers to notice the anomaly. Unsurprisingly, it would definitely be the first to rush upstairs to protect Brigadier Chen. The exact location of Brigadier Chen's location would then be unassailable. You, on the other hand, can use this 1-minute gap to withdraw to safety. Chi Tian's thoughts flew,
and he formulated a battle plan within a very short period of time.
After listening to Chi Tian's deployment,
Zhang Mang gave a thumbs up and said, using Red's own people to find the commander-in-chief's position.
Tian, you're such a thief. There's no way around it. One has to take a chance and try it. If we had an artillery regiment, it wouldn't even be that much trouble. Just follow Red's lead and blast the whole building.
Jiang Chong, you're in full charge of the operation later.
Any questions? No problem. Everyone drop your tactical packs and follow me. Jiang Chong nodded heavily after responding to Chi Tian. Taking the lead, he took off his backpack and led Zhang Mang and the others into the darkness, quickly rushing toward the regiment's headquarters building. A little later was a close and silent battle. They don't need to carry tactical backpacks. Lighter loads have more advantages. Under Chi Tian's observation,
Zhang Chang's 5 men quickly felt their way to the far left side of the regiment's building,
and waited quietly against the wall. Not a moment later,
the line of Red veterans who had been cross-patrolling a circle turned en masse to the right.
Follow the platoon leader at a quick pace,
and with the last meter or so of distance left from the wall, the platoon leader subconsciously turned to the left, ready to lead the team on a new round.
And just for a moment, Jiang Chong, who had prepared for battle early, struck out like lightning, dryly snapping the necks of the first 2 veterans. He dragged them into the darkness of the side of the regimental building. Meanwhile,
Zhang Mang and the others grabbed the lead, before the 8 remaining Red veterans could react to what was happening,
keeping them firmly under control.
He reached out and wiped his hand heavily on the necks of several people.
You are eliminated. Stay here and keep quiet. Jiang Chang's eyes blazed as he fiercely glared at the 10 people.
The first time he touched the darkness, circled around the road and returned towards the location where Chi Tian was. After 10 seconds or so had elapsed, the soldier patrolling on the right,
sensing an unforeseen situation,
hurriedly blew his whistle.
Hearing the commotion, Chi Tian obediently pulled out his Barrett. Prepare to follow the flow of people in the regimental building and lock on to the exact location of the Reds' commander-in-chief. But next, a situation that was completely out of Chi Tian's expectation appeared. The alarm whistle blew, and the crowd in the building did not first flock toward one of the rooms in the regimental building. Instead, they ran out of the building in unison, loaded with guns and ammunition. They look like they are ready to fight early. At a signal from the patrol blowing the whistle, they darted toward the left side of the regimental building. Enemy attack. They're running down the back of the left area. Give chase. In front of the regimental headquarters building was the dormitory building and training ground of the LTTE training base. That was where the largest number of Manticore veterans were gathered, and those who struck out to sneak up on them certainly wouldn't run in either direction. So the first thing the veterans did when they rushed out of the building was to go straight after them in the direction of the bluff behind the regimental building. And this direction was exactly where Jiang Chong and the others had evacuated. At the same time, the patrols that had remained in place rushed into the building and pulled the alarm as soon as they could. The ear-piercing sirens instantly resounded throughout the entire Tiger's training base. The first thing all the figures in the building do when they hear the whistle is not to think of defense and protect the command with all their might. Instead, they rushed down the stairs in pursuit with loaded guns, which made it clear that they were ready to fight early on. The intel that Old Fong and his men traded their lives for was wrong. This building would never be where Red's command headquarters is located. Sounding the alarm also eliminated the possibility of someone doing the opposite and risking evacuation from the direction of the dormitory building in front of the regimental building. Inform the veterans guarding the dormitory building to immediately launch a siege operation to cut off the retreat of the enemy attackers. Damn, this is a deliberate dragnet just waiting for us to fall into it. As the words left his mouth, the expression on Chi Tian's face instantly sank to the bottom. It was clearly visible in his line of sight. Jiang Chong and the others couldn't care less about continuing to conceal their forms, but rushed towards this place at full speed, and kept dodging from side to side, trying to avoid the Manticore veterans. Chi Tian struck out like lightning and pulled out the SSG from Ouyang Guanyu's backpack, sniping at the veterans of the mighty Tiger Regiment who were furiously chasing behind Jiang Chong and the others. SSG's gunfire rang out in quick succession from the darkness. With each ring, a red veteran was shot in the forehead. However, the spare rounds of the high-precision sniper's magazine were limited, and after shooting 10 rounds, Chi Tian would have to reload and aim. The Red Army fighters then took advantage of this gaping opportunity to use the searchlights in their hands to directly lock onto Jiang Chong and the others. Some veterans with good shooting skills dodged to the side and pulled the trigger repeatedly at the backs of Jiang Chong and the others who were running wildly at full speed. In a panic, a drill armor-breaking round grazed Lin Mang's ear. Lin Mang instantly realized that he was being targeted by a veteran with extremely accurate marksmanship, and instantly turned around and drew his gun to counterattack. Charge, you guys retreat. I'm being targeted by the Red Army snipers. I can't leave. I'll cover you. What's all this bull ********? We'll withdraw together if we have to. Song Wei, who was closest to Lin Mang, reached out and clasped his shoulders, bringing Lin Mang forward with force. It was also at that moment that an armor-breaking round hit Song Wei's ankle with precision. Song Wei, who had been persuading Lin Mang to go along if he wanted to go 1 second, changed his face dramatically the next. While dropping to one knee and quickly pulling out his gun to counterattack, he hissed and shouted at Lin Mang, who had dodged back and forth and managed to avoid another armor-breaking round. I've been hit in the ankle, so you go and I'll stay behind. Don't bull ****** me. Any more bull ***** and neither one of us will get away. Tell Tien that this regimental building is full of veterans with real-world experience hiding in it. Fong Jinxian's intelligence is wrong. This is a setup laid out by the Red Army commander. Chapter 100, I know your secrets. Wei, I can't leave. Behind. Cut the crap and get out of here. Song Wei had already gone up and killed his eyes. After hissing at Lin Mang, rushing directly behind Lin Mang, he used his own body and blocked the bullets for Lin Mang. What are you waiting for? Retreat quickly. Don't let old Song die in vain. At this moment, Jiang Chong, Jiang Mang and Ouyang Guanyu had already rushed to Chi Tian's side at full speed. While carrying his tactical backpack, he opened his mouth and shouted to Lin Mang in succession. Rapid counterattacks suppressed the Red Army's firepower and created a silver lining for Lin Mang. Lin Mang's eyes were red, and he glanced back at Song Wei, whose body was constantly emitting red smoke. With a sharp clench of his teeth, he rushed towards Chi Tian's side at full speed. The 5 men followed the hook locks that Zaitan had prepared earlier. Nimbly, he scaled the high wall and withdrew from the Tiger's training base. It was also the moment the 5 figures disappeared above the high wall. Song Wei was captured alive and tackled to the ground by Red Army soldiers on the spot. His body was covered in red bullet marks. If he had been in a real battlefield, he would have already given his life just now to protect Lin Mang, or the kind that gets shot into a hornet's nest on the spot by random gunfire. A major officer came to Song Wei with his head held high. Fumbling the officer's license from him, he opened it and glanced at it before teasingly opening his mouth to flirt. Brigadier Chen was so brilliant that he guessed early on that your reinforced platoon would not be convinced of defeat and would definitely come to Mighty Tiger to make small moves. It's just a shame we couldn't keep the remaining 5 guys, all as dexterous as monkeys and really hard to beat, but it's good to eliminate one and be able to deliver. It's just a shame that we didn't take down the one that was the best, and only took out the one that was the dumbest. You stinking pair of 8s, you still want to cheat us out of the King's Bomb? Go to your springtime dreams. That is, there are more of you. We have limited equipment, and there's no point in resisting. Otherwise, I'll beat you like I did when I played QQ Farm. QQ Farm? What does that mean? What else can it mean? You dish it out. Song Wei bristled, his tone rather unconvincing. The major officer in front of him sniffed and his eyes sank violently. Damn, still a sharp-tongued guy. You like to scream, don't you? Somebody send him to the pigsty. Until the maneuvers were over, he ate and drank with the sow. It's just in time for the sow to go into heat, so let him compete with the sow to see who squeals louder. Yes, the officer's words fell. Immediately, someone stepped forward and escorted Song Wei all the way to the side of the Mighty Tiger's cooking class quickly. It was also at that moment that a report from one of his men rang out from the intercom pinned behind the officer's waist. Battalion Commander Lee, We've been searching around the cliff for half a day and we really can't see those little brats anymore. These guys out of the amphibious force are as slippery as loaches when they get into the water. Now what? Forget it if we can't find it. We've done our part. Don't they like to swim? Then let them swim slowly. Even if they swam the sea around the 3 cities of the maneuver, it would be impossible to find the exact location of where Brigadier Chen was. It was exhausting loading up the regiment for a full 24 hours. Inform down. Brothers, rest at ease. Refresh yourselves and prepare for the celebration banquet in 2 days. Battalion Commander Li spoke in a positive voice, after responding to his companions who chased him out from the direction of the playground. Smiling broadly, he walked in the direction of the dormitory with a look of victory. And, of course, he does have the capital to win. The sharpshooters only hope for a turnaround, folding a troop at their place. Such an achievement will definitely be praised emphatically when it is put on the celebration banquet. To tell the truth, at this moment, this officer surnamed Li was a bit impatient to go to the Red Army celebration banquet. It was good to make a painful appearance in front of a whole 6 large groups of people. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Half an hour later, the seaside of Drainage River City, 5 figures broke the water and quickly swam ashore. They quickly doubled back to where they had rested during the day and removed their wet clothes, drying them on a nearby branch. At this time, near the end of the year, the cold wind, especially this coastal city, the night is even more windy. Luckily, the 5 had done enough training against the cold before. At this time, facing this whistling sea wind, also can hide in a safe area to barely endure. Brother Tian, I'm wrong. I'm the one who got way killed and made our chances of winning the maneuver even smaller. So punish me. In the dense forest, Lin Mang cried with red eyes and opened his mouth to Chi Tian to admit his mistake. However, at this moment, Chi Tian did not want to blame him. On the battlefield, knowing that he could not get out successfully, he voluntarily gave himself up and stayed behind to cover for his teammates. Lin Meng's approach is a bit eager and uptight, but it's not incomprehensible. What's more, at that time, Chi Tian could see clearly through the scope. Lin Meng and Song Wei were positioned furthest back, and the 2 of them were also the focus of the Red Army that chased them out. Trying to get out of it together is simply not possible. Solely reaching out, he heaved a hand on Lin Meng's shoulder and softly comforted him. Lin Meng, it's not your fault that Song Wei was eliminated. The intelligence was wrong. We were ambushed in our operation. Someone had to take the rear. You both see each other as brothers and are willing to take a bullet for each other. And honestly, I can't find a reason to blame you. But then, we'll have to move cautiously, and our already insufficient numbers will be cut again. Brigadier Chen, Brigadier Chen, how accurate is your calculation? Not only guessed the Nya regiment, but also calculated my thoughts to death. Platoon leader, I don't think our operation can be considered a complete failure. As soon as Chi Tian's words fell, Ouyang Wanyu quickly stepped forward and droned in a deep voice. At least, we've ruled out one wrong option. Now I can basically conclude that the Red Army Command is among the Iron Blood Defense Corps in Manhwa City. The exercise then delineated 3 locations: Gangnam, Ditch River and Guanghua. He's not in Jiangnan. He's not in the Drainage River. In other words, we're actually very close to him. That's right, Brother Tian. This old fox, Brigadier Chen, could only be hiding in Guanghua City. Let's hurry up and set out to kill him to avenge Wei. Eliminate all the wrong options. The rest must be the standard answer even if it's unbelievable. Tian, give the order. Zhang Mang and Jiang Chong opened their mouths one after another, asking for Chi Tian's orders and drinking. As he was withdrawing, Chi Tian similarly shifted his thoughts to the Iron Blood Defense Corps located in Guanghua City. Seeing that all 4 of his teammates were ready to fight, Chi Tian didn't waste any time and ordered immediately. Since we all want to proceed with the fight and avenge Wei's death, let's get a move on. Go to the car later and turn the warm air up to maximum, so everyone warms up and gets back in shape as soon as possible. We've made such a big fuss over here in the Ditch River tonight. If Brigadier Chen is really in Guanghua City, even if he was more ingenious, he couldn't have calculated that we would move in one night and kill Iron Blood in one night. Hidden in this year's temporary addition to the Defense and Chemical Regiment, Brigadier Chen's move was indeed a brilliant one, but reinforcement platoon won't let a single misstep put them out of action. Men, move out. Same time, Red Army Command, inside the command center, Lang Changhua led Nie Feihong and Zhu Xiaotian all the way to walk fast. After 7 turns, finally meeting the mission target of this exercise's sharpshooter, the 386th Brigade Commander, Chen Gung. As the saying goes, when enemies see each other, they see each other. The same is true for opponents on the battlefield. At this moment, having just fought with Chen Gung, Nie Feihong quickly stepped forward and ruthlessly threw a punch that smashed into his chest. Brigadier, is it necessary to count your own people so dead? We sharpshooters are already very passive, so why are you being so bitter? In the face of Nie Feihong's almost snarling questioning, Brigadier Chen opened his mouth faintly and responded helplessly. Old Nya, if I don't push you a little, can you be so ruthless as to explain the reorganization situation to the sharpshooter veterans early on? What's more, I know you best, even in a desperate situation, you will not easily admit defeat, unless you don't see any hope of victory. That's why I'm pulling out all the stops on this maneuver, just to completely extinguish you and all the sharpshooter veterans. To tell you the truth, yeah, I know your biggest secret, the flipping point you want to see. It's simply not going to happen. The last exercise of the sharpshooter. I'm afraid it won't be long before it's officially over. The righteous eels felt the thoughts of the righteous fathers and appreciated them. The promised 4 shifts are here, and also here in the 100th chapter. Wishing the righteous fathers prosperity, peace and joy. Chapter 101, Iron Blood Chemical Defense Corps. When Shen Geng said this, Nya Fei Hong, who was a million times more furious in 1 second, became a little weak in the next second. Secrets? Brigadier, in front of your old man, how can I have any secrets? Oh, do you really think I don't know about your loaning Barrett from Red Cell? Brigade Commander Chen Gun looked Nya Fei Hong up and down and snorted coldly, trying to get your reinforced platoon leader to snipe me with 1 shot. Old Nya, have you been watching too many TV shows? Other than that, you should know best about this floor-to-ceiling window in front of me. The nanocrystalline steel material just developed by Rice last year, and when tested, the Gatling wildly shot through it without being able to completely penetrate it. Not to mention your soldiers, with a maneuver round that cuts its power by 80 or 90%. To tell you the truth, I won't set foot outside this building until the drill is over. The undercard you laid out in advance is, in my opinion, just a last-minute fantasy of an exercise loser, so I advise you to recognize reality earlier. Hearing Brigadier Chen's words, Nya Fei Hong stumbled on his feet and directly sat down on the sofa. His face turned red and warm for a moment. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails were about to be embedded into his flesh due to his emotions. How can this news be leaked out? In fact, before coming to see Chen Geng, after learning the exact location of the Red Command, Nya Fei Hong has expected this exercise sharp knife critical. Because of this location, the average person wouldn't even think of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those words to the sharpshooter veteran before leaving the SWAT detachment. But out of trust and understanding of Chi Tian, and a really unconvincing mind, Nya Fei Hong still felt that Chi Tian had a chance to find this place and complete a Jedi turnaround. But now, hearing Brigadier Chen point out his last card, Nya Fei Hong thoroughly understood that the situation facing the sharpshooter in this exercise was no longer critical. It can be completely described by the words, no chance of winning. Seeing Nya Fei Hong sitting paralyzed on the sofa as if he had lost all his strength, Brigadier Chen spoke faintly, confidently and proudly. Old Nya, your layout actually speaks for itself from an overall perspective. The team led the evacuation of the sharpshooters just before the start of the maneuver and defended against the first round of artillery coverage from the 770th Battery. The first time you officially started the maneuvers, you sent troops to block off various transportation routes again. He also commanded the 1st Battalion to feel their way to the drainage river, and the 2nd Battalion to feel their way to Guanghua, and to make up reconnaissance in batches. If I didn't know you so well that I had calculated your tactics in advance, I'm afraid these 2 battalions of sharpshooters are really going to cause me a lot of trouble. But unfortunately, you and I have known each other for more than 10 years, and I know your military tactics too well. Guessing your tactics and countering them isn't that difficult. Still, you've surprised me with this last card, and you've done it with great boldness and subtlety. Ask yourself, once I eliminated the Spike Scout Company, I would undoubtedly let my guard down considerably. A group of reinforced platoons were raised out 20 days before the exercise, and Barrett was loaned specifically for the purpose. At that time, once I let my guard down and leave the building, it is very likely that it will instantly turn the tide of battle and complete a Jedi counterattack. But God help me. The head of logistics of the Red Cell Special Operations Brigade is the favorite student I once painstakingly cultivated. He's been with me since his recruiting company days, and I was the one who recommended him to Red Cell later on. Tell me, what will he do when he learns that Sharpshooter is borrowing a Barrett and has specifically claimed 6 rounds of drill armor-piercing ammunition? Asterisk. So it's that asshole old Wu? Nya Fei Hong raised his hand and slapped the palm rest on the side of the sofa directly into pieces. As he roared out, he stood straight up. Can't wait to go to Red Cell right now and give the logistics minister there a hard time. However, before Nya Fei Hong got up and could stand still, he felt his legs suddenly go soft and once again collapsed on the sofa. It's been a day and a night in a row without much rest, and the heart is still so stifled. At the moment he was really a bit hypoglycemic and his mind was in a daze. Seeing this, Chen Geng helplessly shrugged his shoulders, got up and walked out. Informed the cookshop to prepare some food for the 2 captains of the sharpshooters. Army Commander Lang and I have important matters to discuss, so no one should disturb us. 3 hours later, Guanghua City, important military control area, periphery of the Iron Blood Defense Corps. Chi Tian led his 4 team members around a patch of bushes, finally avoiding the defense corps' patrolling soldiers and approaching the base of the defense corps. On weekdays, this is an important chemistry lab area, in order to be able to respond to, or even deal with, the enemy's chemical weapons in time for the battlefield. Therefore, this Iron Blood Defense Regiment's patrol and inspection work can be described as extremely strict. Even if there were no military maneuvers, this kind of place belongs to an area that the people should definitely stay away from. Once the violation approached, the minor case is criticized and educated, and the serious case is detained and fined. The words military restricted area are not an overstatement. If we continue on, it will be impossible to avoid the inspecting soldiers, so look for a chance to make a move and get a new set of vests before you do so. Chi Tian gave an order, and the 4 people behind him immediately raised their spirits. There's a lesson to be learned from earlier. This time the 5 didn't rush into action, but waited until a group of inspecting soldiers passed through the area. It was only then that they swooped in, pulling the group quickly into the bushes and eliminating them dry. There were 6 people in this inspection squad. Chi Tian and the others quickly changed their costumes, and after briefly organizing themselves, they quickly headed towards the base. But the more he walked, the more Chi Tian felt something was wrong. At this moment, although this Iron Blood Defense Corps had several batches of inspection warriors patrolling, the number of them, however, were all controlled to around 6 people. According to Chi Tian's understanding of Brigadier Chen so far, there was no way that the other party would not know about the commotion they had made in the Mighty Tiger Regiment and thus make countermeasures. Since there had already been an experience of being raided by them once and wiping out a group of people, why is it that on the Iron Blood side, the number of inspection squads remains the same, with no additions made? It's to sing them another empty city trick to scare the reinforced platoon from making a move. Or did Brigadier Chen really miss the point? Chi Tian's brows furrowed as he walked at the head of the line, striding towards the front of the Iron Blood Defense Corps base. Instead of leading the group in, however, he turned his body around, follow the direction of this patrol squad's patrol and continue in all directions. It's not time for the handover yet, and entering the base temporarily will inevitably arouse suspicion. Chi Tian simply led the team and wandered around in front of the Iron Blood base several more times. It turned until the sun rose over the horizon and the pleasant sound of birdsong sang loud and clear from the gates of the Iron Blood Defense Regiment. Chi Tian's advancing steps suddenly came to a halt before he steeply accelerated, leading the group back to the location where he had eliminated the group of patrol squads earlier. Brother Tian, it's been around a dozen times. When are we going in? If we wait for the official handover, then we'll definitely be recognized. The first moment he drilled into the bushes, Zhang Meng eagerly opened his mouth and asked. He really couldn't wait to kill in and find a way to eliminate the brigadier general that Red had sent a heavy force to protect. Several other people also wore anxious faces. After a whole day and night of busy work, just during the reconnaissance by Fang Jinxiang and the others, they took a small break. It was no exaggeration to say that several people had now reached the point where they were exhausted and were being supported by their willpower. If they continued to ink any longer, the crowd was really worried that their fighting power would be greatly reduced. Striking as soon as possible and taking the Reds by surprise is the right thing to do right now. However, in response to Zhang Meng's inquiry, Chi Tian did not answer at first. Instead, he picked up the tactical backpack on the ground and reached out to hand it to Zhang Meng and the others. This Iron Blood Defense and Chemical Corps very much has to be 12 points out of place. Let's not fight. Let's retreat. Chapter 102, Recognizing a Trap. Human Brokenness. Something wrong? Brother Sky, what's wrong with that? Zhang Meng blinked and said doubtfully, heavy patrols, tight defenses, and solid gold. It's all normal, and we've speculated that the Red Army Command can only be here. They have nowhere else to go all. The so-called heavy patrols and tight defense you talk about are the breaks they've exposed. Chi Tian lowered his voice and ignored the several Iron Blood veterans beside him who were looking at them with interest, and said bluntly, Brigadier Chen must have been the first to receive a report on the commotion we made over at Mighty Tiger. With the clear knowledge that we have begun to attempt a counterattack, the inspectors on the side of the Iron Blood Defense Corps are far from adequate. Oh Yang, you've been a soldier for the longest time. You should know that on weekdays this Iron Blood Defense Corps is staffed for external control, right? Understood some. Oh Yang Wanyu subconsciously nodded. After thinking for a moment, he spoke softly. This Iron Blood is not a first-line regiment though, but between its special characteristics, the inspection specifications are actually higher than any other troops. According to the relevant system, 4-hour shifts should be practiced here. 6 people work in shifts of 8, and every 4 hours, a group of people will come to hand over their shifts, to make sure that all inspection fighters are up to their eyeballs during the workday. It does seem a little off to be in the exercise phase at the moment, with personnel as usual, but every time we passed by the Iron Blood base, I was watching the guard post at the entrance. The kid's body was taut and focused, so tense he was close to squeezing the siren in his hand. It doesn't seem to be a problem if you look at it that way, does it? You're wrong. And that's the biggest problem. Chi Tian wore Iron Blood's camouflage and carried his tactical backpack. Glancing back at the few Ironborn veterans watching them from behind, he made the words clear. The 6 of them, along with the inspectors we've seen before, are just your standard hardened veterans, spirited and refined, but not always vigilant. We didn't even waste much effort when we eliminated them. This is because they are required to stand guard and patrol regularly, and under the influence of the long peace, they mentally default to the fact that there is no danger here. People have inertia, and in peacetime you can be vigilant for a day, a week, or even a month, but that's the limit. Tighten up for a month straight and be fine with each other. Then when inspecting again, the desire to fight will be greatly reduced, if not unguarded. But as you just said, the sentry at the door is physically taut, fully focused, and quite nervous. From this point on, the post was ready to fight at any time. If I'm not mistaken, this Iron Blood is also a smokescreen put out by Brigadier Chen, and his old man has guessed that we will arrive here in the night, and has set up a heavy dragnet inside. As soon as the sentry at the gate notices a problem and presses the alarm, we claim to be facing thousands of opponents. It is also because he carries such a great responsibility. That's why that post is able to be tight and ready to fight at all times. And not like these veterans, who are full of spirit but have no desire to fight. Hiss. After hearing Chi Tian's analysis, the first to give a reaction was not the strengthening platoon. Instead, it was the Iron Patrol veteran who had stood guard behind them, and had been quite calm the entire time. A few people had never expected that Chi Tian would be able to discover such a serious oversight just by leading the team in a few laps in front of the base gate. For a moment, the breezy smiles on their faces completely disappeared. In its place, there was a look of slight surprise, even shock. The leader sucked in a breath of cool air and tentatively opened his mouth, asking Chi Tian, "Sharpshooters, even though I'm eliminated and can't talk according to the drill rules, I just couldn't hold my tongue to ask a question. You guys don't look too big. How can your minds be this old deep? Even noticing this step of expression management? Where do dead people come up with this crap? Shut the up." Jiang Chong viciously glared back at a few veterans, then took a deep breath and looked at Chi Tian and said, "Brother Tian, I see what you mean. You are seeing through human nature that there is something different about the sentry at the gate. Indeed, I couldn't do it if I had to be 200% alert on every patrol in peacetime. I can force myself to stick it out for a while, but for how long? Like you just said, a month, tops. If even this irony is not a red command, then I really don't know how to play this maneuver, or maybe I don't know where to play it. There are just 3 prescribed areas. Us, who are stationed in Jiangnan, the Tigers, who are stationed in Dujiang, and the Iron Blood, who are stationed in Manhwa. To say that the Red Army Command is not in these 2 places, then where can they be? Don't forget, Brigadier Chen can still fight with Red Flag, Iron Fist, White Blade and 770th Artillery Regiment. A number of people of this magnitude would be a huge target if they were placed in a town, and there's no way we wouldn't be able to spot it. And it's a drill. The Reds are so whole that it will inevitably disrupt the smooth running of that city. Even if his old man is willing to go out on a limb, how are they going to feed, clothe, and house themselves for 3 whole days of maneuvers? So that means they are 100% on guard in the military area, not in Mighty Tiger, not in Iron Blood. You should not think that Brigadier Chen, his old man, is in the... At this point, Jiang Chong did not finish his sentence, but it was as if he had suddenly thought of something shocking. Eyes snapped open and pupils began to contract violently. Earlier, in Drainage River City, after we were repelled by Mighty Tiger, you said something that made sense to me. Eliminate all the wrong choices and what's left must be the standard answer even if it's unbelievable. Just now, when I sorted out all my thoughts and brought everyone back here, it was a decision to return to Jiangnan City. Chi Tian opened his mouth in a proper voice, completely illuminating his true purpose for temporarily changing his mind and giving up fighting on the side of the Iron Blood Defense Corps. Even though he didn't have much contact with Chen Geng, and now he hadn't even met him, but now a few people in Chi Tian could see it. Chen Geng, Brigadier Chen, is a cunning rabbit, and has a very unusual combat style. This was evident from the fact that he had successfully routed the Blue Command Center less than 24 hours after he had begun his maneuvers, repeatedly, and all of them work. To play with such a man, one must take into account all the factors that he might utilize. Human nature was the only crack Chi Tian had found with his reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance skills. Brigadier Chen's divine calculations had counted all of the sharp daggers in a clear way, but he didn't count on the people on his side to be negligent, especially the guard post at the entrance to Ironblood. The responsibility he bears forces him to be on his guard, which is human nature at its best. To put it bluntly, even a soldier who is used to being lazy and not trying to get ahead in the slightest, after learning that what he did next held the key to the entire exercise, and even the collective honor of tens of thousands of people,
both will force themselves to break out into a 200% fight and perform well. It was precisely because of this that the post revealed a breach that wasn't a breach at all. Then, there's the inertia of the Spike's perception of their home base. Everyone sees their home as the safest place to be. It was even customary to assume that the Red Army Command Center would, by necessity, be built in the Red Army's camp. Just think about these 2 points, and then it's very simple to backtrack from that to where the Red Army's Brigadier Chen is most likely to be hiding. As the saying goes, the more dangerous the place, the safer it is. Since the beginning of the maneuvers, Brigadier Chen had been calculating all the minds and tactics of the sharp knives from top to bottom, from the regimental commander to the ordinary soldiers. Chi Tian, then, could similarly return the favor in his own way. Open and shut the door. Brigadier Chen, you're playing Sun Tzu's Art of War really well. It's just a shame that in the face of absolute humanity, with this post, it's simply not possible to be 100% integrated into the environment, and that's why it's leaking out. The real game between red and blue is now about to officially begin. Gripping the steel gun in his hand tightly, Shi Tian's gaze looked straight at the southeast direction where the pointed blade base was located, and there seemed to be a blazing fire burning in his eyes. The 4 teammates beside him were also ready to fight the Reds to the death. The 5 people's bodies were completely taut from their emotional exuberance, and their faces were grim to the extreme as the lances in their hands pointed diagonally toward the sky. The hunting flags blown by the morning wind in the control area also seemed to be letting out a cry for a few people. The edge of the blade drinks cold light, and the military flag is raised by the sun. Sons and daughters are united with the enemy, risking their lives to build glory. Today's 2 more offer, still pleading for more followers, more favorable comments, grateful, to the righteous father's fist. Chapter 103, Targeting, Sharpshooter Counterattacks. Old Chen, do you mean that the Viper Gang will next target their terrorist activities at our Dragon Kingdom? On the other side, in the Red Army Command Center, in a room with a heavily guarded door, Lang Changhua, with a serious and meticulous face, finished reading an action record handed up by Chen Gung, and said in an unkind tone, "Then let them try. Let's see if it's the gun barrels of my Dragon Kingdom soldiers that are hard, or their lives. Army Commander, I have the same great confidence in our Dragon Kingdom's border guardsmen, but the key is..." Chen Gung looked at Lang Changhua with a burning gaze and reminded, "Counting the days, it will be the new year in 3 months. By then, the workload of the border guards will definitely increase drastically, and it will be difficult to check everything. Special intelligence predicted that the day the Viper Gang would actually launch a terrorist attack would be around the time of the year before. If then they really let them fish in troubled waters and feel their way in with weapons, I'm afraid that the people of our Dragon Kingdom will have to spend the new year in fear. Don't worry, the Viper Gang has been bouncing around outside of the country for so many years, and now they are already grasshoppers in the fall. They won't be able to bounce around for a few days." Lang Changhua's eyes sank violently, his voice full of killing intent. "Although our law enforcement power outside the country has never been implemented, but I came up with a new plan not too long ago. If this plan comes to fruition, then the destruction of the Viper Gang won't even require our personal intervention." Hearing this, Chen Gung's eyes lit up and his speech speed steeply accelerated. "A new plan? Army Commander, as far as I know, the local peace faction has been suppressed by the war faction and the Viper Gang joining forces. All armed and transportation forces are all in the hands of the war faction, and their power is growing stronger and stronger. In this case, it was the rush of their power that led me to my opportunity." Lang Changhua narrowed both his eyes slightly and looked at Chen Gung. "If you develop quickly, your foundation will not be stable. That's the main reason your special agent was able to feel his way into the Viper Gang. Why don't we just take advantage of this and order someone to stir up the Viper Gang's infighting, so that the war faction's people will take the initiative to go after the Viper Gang? Disengaging them and making them fight amongst themselves is a new idea that never occurred to me. But who to put on such a mission? That's a pretty tough armed group, and I'm afraid that if you're not careful, you'll..." "I already have an idea of the person who will carry out this order, but it will have to be kept secret for the time being. For the moment, it's better to finish the maneuvers." As the words fell, Lang Changhua got up and prepared to leave. Chen Gung, at this time, but then stepped in to invite him back. "Army Commander, I have one more thing to report. Look at this." As the words fell out, Chen Gung took out his cell phone, found a surveillance video, and handed the phone to Lang Changhua. "While you were rushing over with old Nia and the others, Director Zhao called the phone to my side, saying that Qingbai was missing. I called you and it showed that it was also off. So I had someone search through big data and find out where Kyohaku was. It shows that 3 hours ago, Qingbai got off the plane in Jiangnan, not far from the capital. This girl is..." At this time, the Zhao director in Chen Gung's mouth is Ling Changhua's wife, the surgical director of the capital hospital, Zhao Shuling. After looking at the surveillance records displayed on his cell phone screen, Lang Changhua took a deep breath and his tone became quite unpleasant. "My cell phone did run out of battery.
The drill was fast-paced and I never got around to working on this. I'll tell you what. You have someone bring clean slate straight here and send me a set of chargers. I've got to call old Zhao back. And by the way, I'll ask Jia Bing what the hell he's doing with this secrecy. At this moment, Lang Xiangwa subconsciously attributed the reason why Lun Qingbai rushed to Jiangnan to his deputy Jia Bing. After all, on weekdays, when wives and daughters learned of their movements, it was mostly from Jia Bing's mouth. Right now, Lang Xiangwa's inertia shifted the spearhead to his deputy Jia Bing's side. Unbeknownst to him, Lang Qingbai got the red and blue drill plan. He, of all people, is the one to blame. Day 2 of the exercise, 10:10 a.m. The bright sunlight illuminated the entire Jiangnan city with extra warmth. The direction of the Zibeipo highway entrance, there is a steady stream of vehicles coming and going. A couple of small, flat youths were busy as they inspected one van after another. Soon, a van pulled into view of several people. The small, flat-headed man standing at the front of the choke point subconsciously waved his hand and bellowed squarely at the van driver. Get out of the car. Routine check. Brothers, we are all workers. From the Drainage River Fading Construction Company, the boss temporarily asked us to come over to help. The car is full of my fellows. The driver was full of simplicity and spoke as he did so. While fumbling a pack of red Taschen from his pocket, he felt out one and handed it to the little flathead. Please call me comrade. Let's forget about the cigarettes. We can't take things from the people. The little flathead raised his hand in salute to the driver, then quickly stepped forward and poked his head inside the car and swept it. In the car, there were 4 men and 1 woman, each wearing a camouflage that was washed white and gray. His face was also all dusty, and he looked like he had just been seconded from a construction site. At their feet were several more urea bags, bulging with an unknown content. Site secondment. Why are you still seconding a woman? What's in the bag? Please take it out for me to see. Comrade, we 5 men work. There has to be a woman to cook, right? As for the contents of that bag, it's a racking tool for our work. You don't understand. Comrade, this is a workhorse like a daughter-in-law. There's a tacit understanding after a long dry spell. If you get a new one, it's not comfortable to use. The driver was halfway through his sentence when the cell phone he kept in his pocket suddenly rang. The first thing he did was pull out his cell phone and put it to his ear, shouting, "Hey, boss, what the hell? The walls of the school classrooms keep peeling off and the students can't study." I also wanted to rush over there to clean up and restore order to the classroom as soon as possible, but we just got off the highway and we were stuck at the toll booth. They wanted to check. I told people where we came from, but they just wouldn't let me go. Parents want to make a scene, so let them come to the Westboro Highway crossing anyway. Okay, no need to check. You guys hurry up. Without waiting for the driver to finish his sentence, the small flat man in charge of the inspection simply waved his hand, signaling that they could leave. Hey boss, people let go. You tell the parents to wait a bit. We'll be right there. As the words fell out, the driver quickly put his cell phone back in his pocket and got in the van at the first opportunity. And he gave the little flathead a not at all standard military salute. Thank you, comrade. Good people live in peace. The next second, the van roared to life and headed straight for the city. The little flathead glanced at the van in dismay and cursed with a laugh. This old countryman really has a lot of guts, and he dares to say any kind of metaphor, and to lead the rowdy parents here. Isn't that stirring up trouble between our white blades and the common people? If they found out, they'd have to tell me off. Get the hell out of here. Next car. Chapter 104, Full Alert. Absolute defense line. Half an hour later, the van pulled into downtown Gangnam City, stopping at an intersection. The driver smiled nervously and asked in the direction of the co-pilot, "What's the matter, comrade? I've done a good job of acting, haven't I?" Folks, that's a real old cow opening the door for the calf. Cow to the house. In the back of the van, a robust young man with a bullseye gave a thumbs up and smiled in response. Hearing the youth's praise, the old townsman laughed and said with slight embarrassment, "In fact, when our old horse was young, he was really scouted by a talent scout, who said we were handsome and could be a star, but I didn't want that much at the time. I just wanted to start a good business. This is the first time we've met, so I'll be honest with you. That year I just turned 18 years old. The family gave to take the 7 million or so, I think, chartered the county 4 million acres of land. I don't think I lost any money, but I didn't make much either. In 1 year's time, you'll make $4 billion. Stop. The old folks talk a lot." The youth in the back row hurriedly raised his hand, stopping the old townsman. "Old uncle, you're blowing it out of proportion. 7 million to earn $4 billion. I wouldn't dare to burn so much money for my ancestors on New Year's Day. And, if I remember correctly, when we met at the construction site, you said there's a big job here in Gangnam and you're anxious to come over and sign up. Or we'll give you a ride and fix us a couple of suits on the side as a condition for you to come over. If you really had that kind of money, Why would you do this manual labor? Young man, this you don't understand. The richer the person, the more low profile. I am. Old uncle, if you keep pulling your punches, you won't be able to sign up for the big job in time. Oops, I'm brown. Forgot about that. The old-timer slapped his head and hoofed it to the bus stop next to him, shouting as he did so, "Then you guys are busy. I'm going to wait for the bus at the bus stop. I'll see you later. Next time, I'll give you a good history of my fortune. Okay, be safe." Inside the car, Zhang Meng smiled and waved goodbye to his hometown, then got out of the car and sat in the driver's seat. Quickly starting the car, he sped off in the direction where the sharpshooter was. The other 4 people sitting in the car took advantage of the time, quickly pulling camouflage out of his urea bag and changing into it. He slung his tactical backpack again and hit the ground running. Half an hour later, the van entered the controlled area of the national highway near the tip. Zhang Meng parked the van left behind by Fong Jinxiang and the others in a dense forest, and then changing their camouflage, the 5 of them rushed straight to the training base of the sharpshooter amphibious force, with a great deal of energy. To borrow a phrase that Fong Jinxiang said earlier, they've never been afraid of anyone on this acreage. As for whether or not the speculation Chi Tian had made earlier was correct, the toll booth choke point inspectors they had just seen had actually given them the answer. The men were all unfamiliar faces, smelled strongly of soldiers, and were in no way from the sharpshooters. In other words, right now this Jiangnan city has been given complete control by the Red Army. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Chi Tian was 99% certain that the Red Army's commander-in-chief must be hiding in the Sharp Daggers regimental headquarters building. Follow a path and feel your way to the periphery of the sharpshooter. Just hundreds of people patrolling back and forth at the gate, loaded with guns. This, too, further confirmed Chi Tian's speculation. It can be said that at this moment, it is really the current exercise Blue Army from the victory. The closest time, Brother Tian, this one's a sure thing. I see quite a few familiar faces patrolling the entrance. All of them are brothers from our Iron Fist regiment. Interspersed among them were a number of men with cross-barreled patterns on their clothing, presumably soldiers from the 770th Artillery Regiment. There were 2 large regiments assembled at the entrance alone. And you guessed right. Brigadier Chen of the Red Army built the command center right in the territory of our sharp knives. Lin Meng's 2 eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone of voice became unusually excited. The moment his words fell, Zhang Meng followed suit and opened his mouth to chime in. Brother Tian, what to say? The regimental headquarters building is less than 300 meters away. With your sniping skills, are you sure? I'll try. Chi Tian obediently took out the Barrett from his tactical backpack and adjusted the sniper scope before aiming in the direction of the regimental building. It's possible to snipe. It's just difficult. Responding to Zhang Meng, Chi Tian paused his voice, his tone sinking slightly. Right now, the windows of the entire building of the regiment's headquarters are all in a closed state. The key is still all curtained up. We have to lock down the exact location of where Brigadier Chen is and find a way to make him show his head. One more thing. When I was aiming just now, I noticed that the glass of the regimental building was irregularly reflective under the sunlight, and the probability was that it was some kind of bulletproof glass. Using drill prop rounds, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to penetrate it even if I had a Barrett in my hand. But that's a good thing to fix. It's just not very easy to lock onto the location. As soon as Chi Tian's words fell, Ouyang Muanyu directly opened her mouth to take over the conversation as if she had suddenly thought of something. The sharpshooter regiment headquarters building had its glass replaced once before, with all of the normal bulletproof glass dismantled and replaced with nanocrystalline steel material. This is the latest bulletproof equipment developed by the United States of America, and when it was tested, the Gatling wildly bombarded it without being able to completely penetrate it. Damn, I overlooked this important information when I came back. Platoon leader, the prop armor-piercing rounds you're holding, I'm afraid they're going to be scrap metal. You're wrong, Ouyang. Chi Tian looked back at Ouyang Muanyu and responded seriously. You know why sniper rifles have the word armor-piercing in front of their drill rounds, instead of uniformly switching to regular prop ammo like other guns? This is because of the special nature of the high-precision sniper's production. It's chambered and can't be used with ordinary ammunition. Only armor-piercing rounds with the same armor-piercing effect can be used. The most you can do is smush the armor-piercing slugs and unload the powder, and that's about it. In this case, this 13cm armor-piercing bullet still had absolute armor-piercing effect. Maybe I can't get through that crystal steel, but what if I shoot twice? And it's not like my plan was just 2 shots. With you, we can try and hit the same spot with 4 shots in a row. I don't believe that 4 rounds of drill armor-breaking ammunition can't penetrate that crystal steel bulletproof glass. The expression on Ouyang Muanyu's face instantly became one of horror when Chi Tian said this. Hiss, platoon leader, are you planning? We're all going to shoot the same position together with continuous rapid fire? This can't be done. We've never practiced like this before. We have to do it even if we can't. It's our only chance to win. My mind is made up. even if it's hard. We have to resist the pressure and try it once. Of course, this is all an afterthought. The first thing we need to do now is to determine the exact room where Brigadier Chin is. If we don't find this, everything is empty talk. Chin. At this moment, Chi Tian's words had yet to completely fall. Lin Mang, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly opened his mouth, attracting the attention of everyone present. I have a plan that might be able to find out the exact location of where Brigadier Chin is. Today's 2 more offer. Try to code in. Strive for the New Year's Day, to give you a wave of big. If you want to add your name to the book, you can just type it out in the comments section. Note good or bad, and try to fulfill the requests of the Righteous Fathers in order. Incidentally, congratulations to the Righteous Fathers, happy winter solstice. Have you all eaten dumplings? Chapter 105, 10,000 people fighting for their lives. Judging by these heavy troops on the outskirts of the pointed sword, Brigadier Chan, 100%, is in the regimental building. If we want to draw him out, we have to use ourselves as the price. There is no other way. Tian and Ouyang found a suitable sniping spot and were ready to snipe. Ah Meng and Shaolin, kill in with me and do the special forces decapitation thing. Wait. Jiang Chong was just halfway through his sentence when Lin Mang raised his hand with a puzzled face and cut him off. Brother Chong, I don't understand this plan of yours. The 3 of us, we're going in to behead the Red Commander? Do you know how many people are in there? How can we possibly accomplish that? Believe it or not, even if we can feel our way in 3 minutes at the most, we'll be caught alive by the Red Army, who will recognize our disguise. And what if, for example, I meant to let them take us alive? Zhang Chang's face sank as he looked at Lin Mang and Zhang Mang. Using his body as bait, 3 members of the reinforced platoon have been captured alive. I don't believe that he, Brigadier Chan, can keep his head out of the water. Hiss. The moment Jiang Chong finished saying the complete plan, a sound of surprise that sucked in cool air immediately resounded around him. Brother Chong, if this plan of yours fails, then only Tian and Ouyang will be left in our blue army. This is a huge gamble that will determine the honor of 10,000 people to win or lose. Not only did you count the brothers and sisters, but you also counted the chief commander of the Red Fang. Chong, you really have a few shades of Tian in you now. Wisdom and calmness. I don't agree with this plan. As soon as Zhang Mang and Lin Mang's words left their mouths, Chi Tian followed suit and shook his head at Jiang Chong. The plan that Jiang Chong could think of, Chi Tian could certainly think of. But this was undoubtedly trading his brother's life for a chance for the Red Chief to show his face. Maneuvers, as the saying goes, are battlefields. When it came to the real battlefield, could Chi Tian give this kind of order for his team members to die and lure the enemy generals to show their faces? The answer is 100%. No. When Chi Tian counted his own people, he was using all sorts of young tricks. For example, taking advantage of the crowd's desire to learn Kung Fu, they offered to recite the Code of Ordinances in exchange. Such a calculation for the good of his brother was acceptable to Chi Tian and he was willing to do it. However, if he was counting on his brother's life in exchange for a chance to win, Chi Tian would never be able to do it. This was the reason why he had thought of this plan long ago, but had never brought it up. At this moment, Chi Tian still kept calculating in his mind. He would never believe that this was the only way to win this maneuver. Tian, I know what you're thinking. You don't want your brothers to be cannon fodder for you. You want the 5 of us, together, to return to the sharp dagger in triumph. But have you thought about it? We don't have much time left. Zhang Chang's face was anxious as he droned onto Chi Tian. What's more, we can't make our infiltration too fake. It has to be extremely well acted. This would make it possible to lure Brigadier Chen, the old fox, out. Once we make it too fake, the other side will instead increase their vigilance. And judging from the time, we only have tonight left. It would be too obvious of an intent to touch in tomorrow during the day to make a move. Agree to my plan, Brother Tin. The brothers trust you. As long as you follow the plan, you and Ouyang will definitely be able to accomplish a Jedi turnaround. But Impulse, this is where your father last served. The final winner and loser. I'd rather have you. There must be something else. Brother Sky, my father would rather see me do what I have to do. Without waiting for Chi Tian to finish his sentence, Jiang Chong spoke sternly and interrupted. I think that we don't have any more chances other than this plan. After all, the most important thing to Brigadier Chen right now is our reinforced platoon. And using our bodies as bait is the only turning point in a desperate situation. Brother Tin, do you know what the only, and biggest, problem with you is? Ouyang later told us that when you didn't pass the scouting company selection and were ready to return to the team, Special Police Detachment Chief Yu Songrong had said something to you. You're too sentimental as a person. That's your absolute weakness. And on the battlefield, your weakness is even more infinitely magnified. At that time, when Ouyang finished, I still snorted with laughter. You are the new soldier king who has repeatedly set new records and is ridiculously strong. How could you possibly have a weakness? But now I realize, Brother Tin, You really lack a domineering spirit, lacking the kind of Fong Jin Xiang on the body to give up my own. The critical moment.
All have to give. The old man rushed up to play life's overbearing spirit.
10,000 people put their lives on the line, but one general is the only one to be crowned. Brother Tin.
You have to understand that it is impossible for a strong man not to have the blood of his brothers on his hands, including the commander-in-chief of the Red Army.
And I'm sure it's the same. From that point of view, you're not considered a good commander-in-chief.
Then let the brothers join forces to help you out, so that you can grow until there are no more broken bones.
Meng, Chong, since we've known Brother Tin, we've always obeyed his orders unconditionally. But this time, I'd like to disobey. What do you guys think?
Zhang Mang and Lin Mang sniffed,
and without the slightest hesitation,
they took a step forward in unison and walked to stand behind Jiang Chong.
I'm sorry, Brother Tian, we
chose to support Xiao Chang's plan.
Tian,
you do need to make a change.
Remember when you first met Wei?
Back then, he deliberately got in your way to win, and then you ran him alive and passed out to get your revenge. But at that time, the old black instructor and the others did not make a move to stop them.
This is because the winner has the last word, writing history and portraying right and wrong. That's what the strong do, and all we have to do is try to be strong. Brother Tian,
the brothers are willing to put their lives on the line for you, for our sharp daggers.
Action. As the two men spoke,
Jiang Chong gave an order and led them to kill directly into the distance.
It's still daylight, and they need to find the most appropriate route of attack,
thus accomplishing a surefire,
but flawless beheading. Qi Tian and Ouyang Wanyu,
on the other hand,
stood still,
looking at the backs of the three departing,
thinking about something, especially Qi Tian. His brows, at the moment, were completely furrowed together,
and his body began to tremble slightly.
It's like gradually coming to terms with something you never could before, metamorphosing from pain. Winners and losers are written only by the winners. All they have to do is to keep breaking through and become strong. 10,000 people put their lives on the line, but one general is the only one to be crowned.
What the brothers had said kept hitting Qi Tian's heart and shaking his judgment. Qi Tian's personal growth also officially began at this moment.
As for Ouyang Wanyu,
she was touched by the spirit of the three who resolutely went to their deaths.
At this moment,
she truly realized the words Yu Tsongrong had told her at the end of the scout company selection. Whether she was a sniper or whatever she was,
she needed comrades in arms and would definitely need them.
There are some things that are impossible to accomplish,
even with the best of solo abilities. Right now, Yu Tsongrong's words were best corroborated. Today, undoubtedly, is also the day that the two strongest men in the strengthening row will break through and grow again. After today, the biggest flaw in both of them will completely dissolve into nothing and go up in smoke. After a long time had passed, a sound of a car honking sounded in Qi Tian and Ouyang Wanyu's ears. That's what brought the delayed two back to normal. The first time, he prostrated himself on the ground and hit himself completely. Almost subconsciously, the two men swung their high-precision snipes in front of them and took aim at the car. However, Qi Tian had just completed his aiming maneuver and got a good look at the figure inside the car. His mind, which had just calmed down, became disorganized and agitated once again. Kiyohaku?
Why is she here?
Chapter 106, A General's Solitary Marquee. Tin, you know that woman in the car?
Ouyang Wanyu shrugged her nose and opened her mouth to Qi Tian.
At this time, her address to Qi Tian was no longer the platoon leader from before. Instead, like Jiang Chong and the others, he switched to Tian.
This meant that in Ouyang Wanyu's heart,
he truly recognized Qi Tian as the new recruit platoon leader, even sighing and admiring Qi Tian.
That's why he put himself in such a back seat and changed his name.
Along with his address, I might have been looking away. That can't be right. Qi Tian put down his high-precision sniper and gently rubbed his eyes. It is surprising that one's online love interest would show up in a military-controlled exercise area.
Qi Tian was wondering at the moment if he was under a great deal of psychological stress,
causing some kind of problem with his eyesight. After all, this is something that, by definition, could never have happened right. But when he adjusted and took aim again,
the automobile had pulled into the Spire base and was headed straight for the tallest of the regimental buildings.
Ouyang Wanyu, who was on the side, could also see the difference in Qi Tian's body. Immediately, he pulled out a piece of chocolate from his tactical backpack and handed it to Qi Tian. It seems that Jiang Chong and the others have put too much pressure on you by using their lives and fighting for a chance for us to turn the tide. Have a piece of chocolate? I used to try one when I was stressed out from training and just rest and adjust. Thanks a lot. Qi Tian didn't politely talk to Ouyang Wanyu and took the chocolate and broke off a piece and sent it into his mouth. Immediately afterward, it shifted its gaze to the regimental building with the tallest spikes. At this moment, Qi Tian's aura changed violently. It was like a cheetah that was hungry and watching its food for an opportunity. Killing. In the meantime, regimental building. In the office of the regimental commander,
Leng Changhua and Shen Geng sat side by side on the sofa.
staring at Ling Qingbai in front of them, their faces extremely unhappy. Tell me, how did you know about the maneuvers and this specific maneuver orientation? And don't put the blame on your Uncle Jaw's shoulders. I've spoken to him on the phone, and he hasn't, in the last few days, contacted you at all, much less told you such important information. Besides, do you know how scared your mom was when you suddenly disappeared without saying a word? She was crying on the phone in a hurry. Do you know that, Dad? Ling Qingbai had never seen her father look so stern, and was so frightened on the spot that she was on the verge of crying out. It was Chen Geng who jumped ahead of him and said in relief to Ling Changhua, Army Commander, Qingbai is a little girl after all. It's really easy to scare her when you talk like that. I'm going to set up the next maneuvers for the operation, so you father and daughter can sit down and talk about what you have to say. I'll have another table of good wine and food prepared. Old Nye and old Ju shouldn't have seen Qingbai for a long time either, so let's eat and talk later. When the words fell, Chen Geng quickly walked out of the office, giving the Long family's father and daughter enough time to talk. Ling Qingbai bravely sat next to Ling Changhua, reached out and wrapped her hand around her father's arm, and softly sobbed, I just wanted to come and see Brother Sky. 3 months in the recruit company, he passed it long ago, but he hasn't called me, hasn't even sent me a message, and I'm really worried about him. I know it's wrong, I just want to meet him this time, say a few words and then I'll leave, okay? When we get back, Dad, you can lock me up, deduct my allowance, or punish me any way you want, my daughter will accept it. As for how I know this information, in fact, I secretly learned network attack and defense behind your back. It is also commonly known as hacking. Unlocked your computer, and then Ling Qingbai words lower and lower. At the end of the day, it was almost as noisy as a mosquito flying past. And after Ling Changhua heard this explanation from his daughter, the fire that kept bubbling up in his heart gradually suppressed a few points. Yeah, he himself had been focusing on Qi Tian's side of things lately, but had neglected too many of his daughter's thoughts. Come home and stay those nights. Ling Changhua could often hear Ling Qingbai in her room listening to previous voice messages between her and Qi Tian, sighing at times, laughing at others. It showed that she was quite hung up on Qi Tian in her heart. She just wasn't being as unreasonable as before, and to act like nothing happened every morning, without realizing it, the whole person really pined away a lot. With this in mind, Ling Changhua's tone of voice gradually softened. Silly girl, I know you want to Qi Tian, but you also have to understand that this is a drill now. And a drill is war, and definitely not a place for you young lovers to fall in love. You can't even use what you've learned and use it on your family. Do you realize that it's against the law to hack into an officer's office computer? I didn't mean to. I just want to talk to him so bad. I can dream about Brother Sky every night now. He said he would always like me and make me happy every day. But how long has this been going on and he hasn't said a word to me? I asked the driver on the way here and he said he was from the Iron Fist Regiment and that the whole army was stationed here. Will you just let us meet, please? I promise. I'll be good when we get back and I'll never do anything like that again. Ling Qingbai remained undeterred and asked his father repeatedly, but her words clearly gave Ling Changhua a hard time. Qi Tian served in the Iron Fist Regiment. How long ago was that? Ling Changhua himself could barely remember. The current Qi Tian was the sharpest blade of the sharp amphibious force, and he's shouldering the last vestiges of the Spike's hopes for a turnaround. Now letting Qi Tian meet with his daughter, even if he wanted to, it was simply impossible to do so. Ling Changhua let out a long sigh, and immediately responded to Ling Qingbai with a serious refusal. Impossible, just die of this heart. From now on, you stay in this room and don't go anywhere, and when the maneuvers are over, I'll personally take you home. When the words fell, Ling Changhua didn't hesitate for half a second and directly got up and walked out of the room. It didn't matter how Ling Qingbai pleaded in the house. He just explained a few words to the warrior standing guard at the door and hurriedly left. He was afraid that if he went soft and listened to what his daughter had to say, he would do something out of line. Why don't we just do it and be a strict father for once? What can we do? At noon that day, Chen Geng prepared a table of good wine and food and invited Ling Changhua and Nie Feihong, as well as the heads of the 6 large regiments of the Red Army. But the few people at the table obviously had their own minds, and before they had eaten 2 bites, they left in a hurry to do what needed to be done. The regimental commander's office, Chen Geng simply left it to Ling Qingbai exclusively. He himself led his troops to the conference room where Nie Feihong had previously given Qi Tian and the scout company a meeting to lay out the plan for the next maneuvers. The time just went by minute by minute. 10 hours later, it was dark and the temperature plummeted in Gangnam City. Chen Geng asked his deputy to find a military coat and send it to Ling Qingbai's side. The other party was the daughter of the army chief after all. He still had to be on the ball. However, the deputy left the conference room on the front foot. In the next second, a captain officer hurriedly ran in, saluted Chen Geng and said, "Brigadier Chen, it's not good. There are corpses in our base and they are stripped of their clothes.
I suspect that some of the blues have felt their way in plain clothes and may be out to do you harm.
Surprisingly, I really guessed my layout, but I underestimated the reinforced platoon of sharp knives. But unfortunately, under the absolute suppression of numbers, even if they touched in, they could only take out a few peripheral fighters and that was it. Pass on my order. From now on,
everyone inside and outside the base must patrol in numbers of 30 or more.
And anyone who enters the regimental building has to match the password. And if someone can't match it, it doesn't matter who he is, let alone what he's wearing. Shoot him out at the first opportunity. Understand?
Yes.
Promise to finish the job. Chapter 107, 4 shots to settle the score. Brother Chong.
The corpses of those Red Army fighters we eliminated have been discovered.
And next, the brigade commander is afraid that he will make a big move.
In the small propaganda building across the street from the spiked regiment headquarters, Lin Mang looked at the 30-man inspection team at the entrance of the regiment's headquarters, and his face became a few points more grave. It was clear to all three at this point that the maneuver had reached its most
critical moment. Next, it's time to test their acting skills. How you can fool the Red Brigade commander. To Chi Tian and Ouyang Wanyu, create an excellent sniping opportunity. If we are exposed with just 3 people, the brigadier is afraid that he will still be wary and refuse to show his head. Jiang Chong narrowed both of his eyes slightly, staring at the regimental building across the street, thinking, tell you what, wait another 10 minutes, let's go out and make our move,
and find a way to eliminate the 2 Red Army fighters. When the time comes, you will drag the corpses of the Red Army fighters and run in the direction where Tian and the others are. I'll take the initiative to expose and paralyze the Red Brigade commander, and when the final moment of victory arrives,
I don't believe he won't want to watch it with his own eyes.
Punch, why don't I expose it?
After all, the sharp knife has a special importance to you. As soon as Jiang Chang's words fell, Lin Mang took the initiative to open his mouth, wanting to snatch the exposed task. However,
Jiang Chong shook his head and smiled at this.
Shaolin, if it is you who are exposed,
let's not even talk about whether or not you'll get to meet the Brigadier General first thing after elimination.
Even if you see it, do you know what to say?
This, Lin Mang was momentarily stunned,
not knowing how to answer. Seeing this, Jiang Chong waved his hand and laughed. All right, you two are out here with me, so act on my orders.
This maneuver has been going on for so long.
It's time for a win or a loss.
I'm not worried about Tian's sniping skills right now.
I'm worried if you two still have enough stamina. You'll have to drag one of the Reds on the run in a while, and you'll all have to give me all your strength.
Understand?
10 minutes later, a gunshot rang out abruptly from the doorway of the silent sharpshooter propaganda building.
Listening to the sound of the gunshots at this very close range,
Brigade Commander Qin Gung, who was sitting in the conference room, subconsciously walked to the window, wanting to pull back the curtain to check the situation outside. At the same time, Lang Changhua, Nia Fei Hong, and Li Yunfei, who were seated in the conference room, all stood up collectively with different expressions on their faces. But the moment Chen Gung's hand was close to the curtains, he still withdrew his hand. Old Chen, there's no need to be so cautious. Li Yunfei,
the leader of the Iron Fist Regiment, scratched his head and said with a bitter face, it doesn't take much thought to realize that this must be the exposure of the remaining boys in the reinforced platoon.
What's more, the glass is bulletproof, and prop armor-piercing bullets can't even penetrate it.
Just pull back the curtain and let the men witness the final moments of this maneuver.
No way.
The fact that those little guys were able to find their way here means that their skills are absolutely extraordinary, and I can't be sure that this isn't a ploy for them to lure me into showing up.
Chen Gung's face was serious, and after responding to Li Yunfei, he wanted to say something else.
The door to the conference room was violently pushed open from outside.
His second-in-command quickly rushed in, looking victorious and drinking excitedly. Brigadier, all 5 remaining men in the reinforced platoon were exposed, eliminating one named Jiang Chong.
The remaining 4 are trying their best to break out to the outside of the base, but it's meaningless in front of the sea of men we have.
In 10 minutes at most,
this year's maneuver,
our Red Army will be able to declare complete victory. Hearing the deputy's report,
a string that was tightly taut in Chen Gung's mind finally loosened a few points slightly at this moment.
Jiang Weiping's son?
I didn't expect him to become the second member of the reinforced platoon we captured. Bring him here and let me meet the son of my late husband as well.
Yes, after the deputy answered,
he immediately walked outside the conference room and waved his hand vigorously.
Not 2 seconds later, Jiang Chong,
whose body was covered in red marks, was pushed into the conference room. Ignoring those officers sitting around,
Jiang Chong, at the first opportunity, rushed to the brigade commander Chen Gung angrily,
only relying on numerical superiority to suppress our sharpshooters.
Brigadier Chen, is this exercise you've set up interesting? If you can't afford to lose, you can cancel the maneuver. Don't tell me about you on such terms.
Even if you call out someone who knows absolutely nothing about military command,
you can win easily. This maneuver, I'm not convinced of losing. These last few words, Jiang Chong almost roared out with all his strength. It was spoken with a face full of resistance. It was as if it was a bit of a sore loser, not giving Chen Geng the slightest bit of respect because of his status. Chen Geng smiled instead of anger at his words and waved at Jiang Chong. I didn't realize that Wei Ping's son was still quite a proud prick. It's good to be a proud prick. Take off the thorns and polish them well. And it's a good piece of steel. As for the rules of this drill, it's not your turn to tell a new recruit what to do. And if you're not convinced, you'll have to put up with it. And your Nietuan said earlier that if the reinforced platoon is eliminated, then the sharpshooters will admit defeat immediately. Jiang Chong, right now you've been beaten to death by my men, and Song Wei has been detained in the Mighty Tiger Regiment. The remaining 4 clay pots of clay are unable to protect themselves, and have been surrounded by my men. Why don't you come over and join us to see how we, the red side, won in the end? As soon as the words fell, Chen Geng pulled back the curtains beside him and beckoned to Jiang Chong. At the same time, the outskirts of the sharpshooter amphibious unit, Qi Tian and Ouyang Wanyu, who had been dormant for a full 10 hours, both breathed a few points faster at the same time. Brother Tian, the people inside the top floor conference room pulled back the curtain, and I saw Brigadier Chen, the one standing next to Jiang Chong. Ouyang Wanyu's tone was anxious, and her right index finger was tightly pressed against the SSG trigger, ready to shoot at any time. Qi Tian sniffed and swallowed deeply. Looking at the sniper's scope, Jiang Chong slowly made a shoot pattern, coldly shouted, 3, 2, 1, hit, bang, bang, bang. In the nick of time, 3 shots rang out, exploding on the outskirts of the sharpshooter base. The soldiers from the nearby patrols of the Iron Fist Regiment heard it clearly, and the first thing they did was to run towards the place where the sound had risen. And that's when the sharpshooter regiment headquarters, the glass of the top floor conference room. There was a blackened bullet hole with white smoke billowing in all directions. The foremost Barrett armor-piercing round was embedded dead center in the glass. An SSG high-precision sniper armor-piercing round followed closely behind, and further back, still a Barrett armor-piercing round. The 3 bullets cut through the air and overlapped each other, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear in the crystal steel bulletproof glass. All 3 shots happened in the blink of an eye, and the people inside had no time to react. When Chen Geng, who was standing in front of the glass, realized what was really happening and subconsciously tried to dodge back, the 4th SSG high-precision sniper round arrived with precision. With the terrifying explosive power of a high-precision sniper, hardly the first 3 armor-piercing rounds toppled through the bulletproof glass, and then the Red Commander-in-Chief, Brigadier Chen Geng, was hit precisely in the forehead. The bullets alternately stacked to assist and grazed a smear of blood along the back of Chen Geng's scalp. Under the collective gaze of the officers on either side of the perimeter, it was nailed straight into the wall of the conference room near the side of the hallway. The originally somewhat noisy conference room was instantly quiet as a pin could be heard. The expressions on the faces of all the officers changed dramatically, staring at Chen Geng's head with unbelief written all over their faces. At this time, Chen Geng's original piece of lush flat hairstyle suddenly had an extra opening. It was perfectly parallel to the gaping hole punched through the bulletproof glass in front of him. There was also an SSG high-precision prop armor-piercing round that landed at his feet, making a clink, clink, clink sound. The sudden change caused Chen Geng's entire body to tingle violently. In that moment just now, it was as if he was really enveloped in death, as if he was really going to lose his life. It was a feeling that could no longer be described as an afterthought. It was a killing chance, the purest, 1,000-yard stare. Seeing that Chen Geng was stiff and stunned, he could not say half a word. Jiang Chong took the initiative to pick up the high-precision sniper bullet head on the ground. Then he smiled faintly at Brigadier Chen Geng, who was beside him with a completely stunned expression. Exercise over, thanks for your cooperation. Sharpshooter, shall win. Chapter 108, Changing Fate Against the Heavens. Father-daughter talks. Inside the conference room, Nie Fei Hong and Zhu Xiaotian's eyes were both flickering with refined light, just staring at Chen Geng with a deadpan stare, not moving a muscle. Although the duo was also confused, not sure what kind of path Jiang Chong and the others had gotten themselves into. However, the wound on Chen Geng's head was constantly making it clear to the duo. The maneuver, it seems, is really over, and on the winning side, it's their pointy amphibious unit. One of them teamed up with Barrett and SSG and silently sniped off the Red Commander-in-Chief, completing a stunning turnaround that had no chance of winning. 4 bullets and a hole in the body as bait. That's a good enough tactic. Among the people present, Lang Changhua was undoubtedly the one who had seen the most big scenes. He was also one of the first to figure out what was going on. After his words left his mouth, Chen Geng subconsciously reached out and wiped a hand on his head. A tingling sensation reminded him that he really had been sniped off, and it was the same Barrett that Nie Fei Hong had borrowed from Red Cell before the exercise. With SSG's cooperation, 4 consecutive shots penetrated the bulletproof glass and blew his head off with precision.
If the muzzle of the two people who shot the gun went down another millimeter,
then he, Chen Gung, would even really be in danger of his life? That's not right. There are a total of 6 people in the reinforced platoon. 2 were eliminated and the remaining 4 were hunted down. So this is, again. Chen Gung's face instantly turned iron blue. He turned back to look at his deputy angrily. His fists were crunching. Report. This is Su Guoqing of the Iron Fist Regiment. We have captured 2 members of the Blue Army's reinforcement platoon, Qi Tian and Ouyang Wanyu, on the outskirts of the Sharp Dagger base. Please instruct. Reporting to the General Commander. This is Red Flag Standing Army. Those 4 people who broke out in the direction of the entrance to the sharpshooter base have been captured by us without incident, but only 2 of them were from the sharpshooter, and the remaining 2, our eliminated brothers, were carried all the way forward by these 2. It was too dark for our men to see. What should we do now? Do we need to escort them back? As soon as Chen Gung's words fell, the intercom placed on the table of the conference room was followed by 2 reports. Upon hearing these reports, the group of officers present then reacted to what was going on. Chen Gung angrily picked up the intercom and hissed and growled. Bet your ass. I've been sniped off. What's the point of catching him now? Drill is over. Everyone back in line. Gollum. Chief, we won? As Chen Gung's words fell, Zhu Xiaotian swallowed a mouthful of saliva deeply and looked at Nie Fei Hong beside him, asking in awe. Nie Fei Hong was also a bit in disbelief of the images he saw at this time. After vigorously rubbing his eyes several times to make sure that Chen Gung was really sniped off, he opened his mouth and cheered. I'm Brown. Old Zhu. We won. We really won. Using his body as bait. Fishing tactics. This kind of tactic that Brigadier Chen used to kill us was counter-used by Qi Tian and the others to take revenge on the spot, and still directly decide the game winner. Not the slightest delay. Between 2 breaths. 4 bullets and a hole. These 2 snipers. A top kawa. I'll go and inform Olju of the news, so that Guanfeng and the others can also be happy. This maneuver played. It's so terribly twisted and mysterious. Zhu Xiaotian rushed out of the conference room with an arrow step, went to the corridor, and called the SWAT detachment chief Yu Songrong. The other side, Su Guoqing, who had captured Qi Tian and Ouyang Wanyu alive on the spot, was first stunned when he heard the angry roar ringing out over the intercom, and then immediately afterward, he went up to Qi Tian and gave him a big bear hug. Good boy, even this can make you flip, worthy of being the most powerful soldier I, Su Guoqing, have ever seen. Congratulations, Company Commander Su, long time no see. You kids still don't know that I, Old Su, have now been promoted to Deputy Battalion Commander, and it's because of you that I've been promoted so quickly. Because of me? Qi Tian raised his eyebrows, his face slightly puzzled. Su Guoqing didn't continue to explain, but instead wrapped his arm around Qi Tian's shoulders and walked towards the sharpshooter base with large strides. It's cold outside. Let's go inside to talk about anything. And that girl, follow along. I'll take you to see Nietuan. At the same time, the Jiangnan City Special Police Detachment. After Yu Songrong hung up the phone, he ran from the office to the dormitory floor at almost sprint speed. Hissing, he shouted, Guanfeng, I have good news for you. 10 minutes ago, the red and blue maneuver officially ended. Qi Tian and Ouyang Wanyu sniped off the Red Army Commander-in-Chief with 4 bullets in 1 hole. What? Guanfeng pulled open the window at the first opportunity and poked out half of his body to shout downstairs. Team Yu, you're not kidding us, right? They did it. They really did it. Yu Songrong was equally excited and drank excitedly. Zhu Xiaotian called me personally. Less than 2 seconds. 4 bullets and a hole in 1. The hit on Brigadier Chen didn't even react, so he was eliminated on the spot. And the exercise is over. I'm Brown. Guys, it's flipped. We're flipped on the sharp end. 1 against 6. Or by Brigadier Chen first taking a huge advantage against the odds. I have to admit that Nietuan and Zhutuan's ability to recognize people is comparable to Liu Bei back in the day. This vision, it's also too venomous. Reinforced platoon. Awesome. In the dormitory building of the Special Police Detachment, a burst of cheers like a tsunami, about to overturn the roof on the spot. The veterans of the Scout Company, who had been stifled for a whole day and night, could no longer care about anything else, and desperately hissed to vent their heart's pleasure. There were even a number of people who were in tears, leaving behind tears of excitement and exhilaration. This battle for the final honor of the sharpshooter. The reinforcement platoon stepped up in the face of absolute adversity to create a moment of heroism. From this moment on, all the sharpshooter veterans were completely convinced. Who says this platoon is young? This platoon is awesome. A few minutes later, all the soldiers participating in the exercise were informed that the exercise was over. The look on their faces took a collective, shocking turn. The previously eliminated sharpshooter veterans turned sad and hissed out Qi Tian's name. The 6 large groups of Red's warriors, on the other hand, are the exact opposite. One sighs and agonizes. There was no way out of this maneuver. And in the end, they were going to be crucified on the pillar of shame, fighting 1 against 6, taking a huge advantage in the early going, and then surprisingly losing in the end. It's a tough maneuver to lose. They're suffocating. At the same time, the sharpshooter amphibious base, regimental headquarters building, in the top floor conference room, led by Su Guoqing, Chi Tian and Ouyang Wanyu walked in with large strides, and at this time, Jiang Mang and Lin Mang had already taken a step ahead and came here to complete the rendezvous with Jiang Chong. When the 5 met, the first thing they did was to hug each other and cheer with excitement. It was an exercise in which they resisted great pressure and realized their value. Including the rest of the officers present at the moment, all of them were infected by this joyful emotion, and their faces were filled with smiles. Shame on you for not playing 6-on-1 and being nailed to a pillar of shame? The answer, of course, is yes. But compared to witnessing the growth of an ace squad, the so-called disgrace didn't seem so hard to accept. Not a moment later, Chi Tian was thrown into the air with force by 14 members. His name, too, followed suit on the top floor of the building. Chi Tian was the absolute winner of this maneuver, without him seeing through Ironblood's disguise in time. If he hadn't boldly guessed the true location of where Brigadier Chen was, if he hadn't sniped like a marksman with 100 shots, this is a maneuver that the Blues will lose. But it's just what he did, stepping up to the plate when it counted. It was a maneuver that the Reds certainly suffered a loss. But this boils down to not saying that Brigade Commander Chen Gung's setup was bad, or that the 6 large regiments of fighters performed generally well. It's really that Chi Tian and the others are playing so well, so impeccably well. Half a minute later, the 4 members of the reinforcement platoon put down Chi Tian and collectively came in front of Nie Feihong, raising their hands in salute and reporting for duty. All the officers collectively gathered around, including Brigade Commander Chen Gung, who was clapping his hands and congratulating the 5 on their victory. One person, however, quietly left the conference room when everyone wasn't looking. Lang Changhua walked quickly all the way to the top floor of the regiment building in front of the regimental commander's office, took a deep breath, and gently knocked on the door. Girl, it's been a long time since we've sat down as father and daughter and had a heart-to-heart. You must have heard the commotion just now. I want to formally talk to you about Chi Tian and your future. Chapter 109, Becoming Him, Surpassing Him. Brother Tian He. Exactly how is it? Is the red side victory? Lang Changhua's words had not yet completely fallen. The locked door in front of him suddenly opened from the inside, and Long Qingbai, with red eyes, anxiously pursued the question. At this time, the delicate light makeup that had been put on her face had been completely blown away by crying, and her entire person was a few points more haggard than before. The warrior guarding the outside of the office sniffed and wisely dashed away. Lang Changhua, on the other hand, entered the office in large strides, incidentally closing the door to the room once again. The 386th Brigade's red and blue maneuvers this year were won by the sharpshooters and lost by the Reds. The red side lost? Then why were there people cheering Brother Sky's name just now? Doesn't the Iron Fist Regiment belong to the red side's camp? This girl, in fact, Chi Tian has long since stopped serving in the Iron Fist Regiment, and it was also a lie when I told you before that he had become a squad deputy. His personal skills were so good that I moved him from the Iron Fist Regiment to the sharpshooters. And this maneuver is where Chi Tian makes the most crucial shot to help the sharpshooter take the final victory. As the words fell, Lang Changhua waved at his daughter, who had an incredulous face, signaling her to sit beside him, and told the whole story in a nutshell. After listening to his father's account, Lang Qingbai's face suddenly turned green and white. Dad, Brother Tian is obviously so good. Why don't you let us meet? He's already doing great, isn't he? Hearing his daughter's questioning, Lang Changhua's face sank, and he bluntly said, I know, he is the best soldier I have ever seen, and there is no one, but he hasn't reached his apex yet, and I'm trying to nurture him a little more to see just how far his limits can go. The reason why I don't let you guys get in touch, much less meet, is also because I'm afraid of a change of heart in him. I'm not going to lie, after this exercise is over, the sharpshooters are going to be reorganized and rebuilt, and everyone will be assigned to other formations of the 386th Brigade at that time. And where Chi Tian is going, I've already greeted him. The 1st Group Army of the Southeast Military Region, the Red Cell Special Operations Brigade. Red Cells? Brother Tian has only been enlisted for 3 months and 9 days, and you're sending him to the Special Forces? Lang Qingbai's expression completely lost management at this moment. Her mouth was open so wide she could almost fit an egg in it. Why? After a few breaths, Lang Qingbai gradually came back to her senses as she stood up and questioned. You told me before that every soldier in the Special Forces deserves respect, because they are ready to go for those most dangerous and deadly operations. It's not even 100 days since Brother Tian joined the army. Why are you doing this? Isn't this letting him go to his death? Could it be? You are trying to force me to separate from him. That's why. Lang Changhua,
am not so bad as to let an insufficiently capable warrior go on those most dangerous missions just to protect my daughter.
Lang Changhua's face steeply became serious as he said in a deep voice, Qingbai,
I can assure you that Qi Tian and his reinforced platoon all have the strength to participate in the Special Forces selection. As for whether or not they can stay in the end,
it's up to them. Also, you have to figure out one thing ahead of time. If you were to get together with Qi Tian openly right now, what would people say about Qi Tian?
It was important to realize that although he had relied on his own strength for this promotion,
it was indeed a bit too rapid.
Once your romance becomes public and people know that his girlfriend is the daughter of the army chief, there will surely be a lot of gossip to attack him.
Do you want your beloved to be at the center of a storm of public opinion? Do you want Qi Tian to be poked in the back by those who don't know?
Of course I don't want brother Tian to be misunderstood by others.
But, Lang Qingbai sniffed and was momentarily speechless. The original exasperation gradually became calmer, and he slowly fell into contemplation. Seeing this,
Lang Changhua simply filled in another fire and said, Dad promises you that as long as you hold back this time and don't appear in front of Qi Tian, let him go all out to pass the Special Forces test, and wait until he stabilizes his red blood cells and proves that he is a qualified Special Operations Officer.
I'll arrange for you to meet, and when that time comes, your mom and I will absolutely no longer stand in the way of you being together, openly in love or continue to wait. It's all up to you. Even, I want you to enter the military school, to be him, to surpass him.
The moment Lang Changhua said this, Lang Qingbai followed suit and raised her head,
which had been hanging down. Her clear, watery eyes flashed with a strong color of determination. Become him. Surpass him. I see your point. Don't worry, I can hold back and not show up this time, but I want to hear Brother Sky's voice. Is that okay? No problem, I'll figure it out. But you are not to leave this office until I give the order.
After opening his mouth to respond, Lang Changhua quickly got up and returned to the command conference room.
And at that moment,
Nia Fei Hong was calling Jiang Chong outside the conference room and saying similar things to him.
Impulse, the sharpshooter alteration is something we can't decide, and we can only unconditionally obey the orders of our superiors. So now, you have to tell me your choice, which is to stay with me. When the rebuilding of the sharpshooter is complete at a later date, return to the unit where your father served during his lifetime to follow in his footsteps. It was better to follow Qi Tian and the others and continue to go to the Special Forces examination. In other words, Impulse, do you want to be your father, or surpass your father? Become the father, surpass the father. Jiang Chong whispered a sentence, both eyes subconsciously looking towards the boundless starry sky outside the corridor window.
The weather hasn't been great the last few days,
even during the day, with heavy dark clouds covering the sky. But coincidentally, just at the moment Jiang Chong raised his head, a star actually penetrated the dark clouds and the endless night sky, radiating a bright, eye-catching shine. This starlight appeared, causing the originally fluttering thoughts in Jiang Chang's mind to settle in an instant, only to see him violently turn around and look at Nia Fei Hong, presenting himself in a military stance and standing at attention. Nia Tuan, I've figured it out.
I'm going to follow Brother Tian and the others and go to the red cell test. I'm going to surpass my father, and I'm sure he's in heaven,
proud of the choices I've made.
Nia Fei Hong sniffed, the corners of his mouth hooked into a heartfelt smile as he gave a thumbs up in praise. I'm equally sure your father will be very happy with your choice.
Good boy, go for it.
With those words, the two of them went back and forth to the conference room,
and by this time,
Xu Xiaotian had already prepared the files of the 6 people in the reinforcement platoon.
In advance, Nia Tuan,
the files are all here,
ready to be transferred to the red cell. There's no rush.
We don't officially disband our pointy knives until 12 noon tomorrow. Let's let these pointy knives stay for a while longer.
Nia Fei Hong waved his hand and answered to Xu Xiaotian before glancing around and asking rhetorically, by the way, where is that brat Qi Tian? Didn't you say you went to the bathroom just now? Why, haven't you come back yet?
It's not because you were excited to find a deserted place to dance around because you found out you were about to take the Special Forces test,
is it?
This,
then I'll go out to find him a trip. Count the time.
This kid have gone to the toilet for 10 minutes.
Don't be out of something. Xu Xiaotian quickly moved,
his face anxious as he walked quickly in the direction of the bathroom, but not before he reached the bathroom door.
An agitated growl was heard,
erupting violently from the men's room cubicle.
I'm Brown. Cool. You who? This brat, really let the headmaster get it right. Chapter 110, Sworn Farewell. One last question. Bang bang bang. I'm Xu Xiaotian. How are you Qi? Are you alright?
Xu Xiaotian walked quickly to the door of the cubicle and knocked on the door and asked.
Qi Tian, who was exuberantly swinging his fists continuously inside, sniffed and hurriedly took a deep breath in response. Why are you here, Deputy Chief Xu? I'm fine, don't worry, brat. If you're fine, hurry up and come out.
What's the point of wasting time in this place?
I know you're excited, but then you have to go back and celebrate again.
Hearing Xu Xiaotian's words,
Chi Tian then realized that there had been a misunderstanding. His hysterical rant just now had very little to do with the fact that he was going to go to the red blood cell test shortly. It was totally him who led the Blues to the ultimate turnaround. The reward that the system gave him was so strong that Chi Genius couldn't hold back and shouted out in excitement. The Dragon Kingdom's 5,000-year encyclopedia of Chinese medicine arrives. Looking and smelling, acupuncture and massage, refining medicine and practicing the body. All the skills and experience are all uninstructed and at your fingertips. Such a reward for anyone else. I'm afraid I can't help it. I want to roar a couple of times to let off steam. Of course, despite the fact that at this time Chi Tian's heart was still surging with exuberance and his blood pressure was soaring, but there was a deputy chief waiting outside the door. After all, after Chi Tian quickly adjusted his emotions, he still hurriedly opened the door and followed Zhu Xiaotian as he quickly returned to the conference room. By this time, the officers of the 6 major regiments of the Red Army had pretty much gone. At the end of the exercise, they also assembled their respective teams to give speeches and critique the performance of the exercise. Only Lang Changhua and Chen Geng, as well as the 4 people of the reinforcement platoon, were left waiting quietly in the house. Seeing Chi Tian's face reddened, the corners of his mouth couldn't control the upward curve. Nie Feihong couldn't help but smile with concern. "Brat, how is it? Is everything alright?" Without waiting for Chi Tian to open his mouth to respond, Zhu Xiaotian jumped ahead and said, "Old Nie, this kid's body is as strong as an ox. What can he be up to? I'm sure you were right. The brat is alone in the bathroom hissing and venting. I just walked by and it almost gave me a shock. Ha ha ha, understandable." Nie Feihong let out a loud laugh, his gaze looking straight at Chi Tian as he added, "In the past, when your Vice Commander Zhu and I learned that we could go to the Special Forces for some training, we similarly lost our minds on the spot. Don't have so much pressure on your mind, just go and perform well. With the talent and strength of you 6 little ones, staying in the red cell won't be a problem. Also, I have your files ready to go. Song Wei is on his way back to the sharp end. As soon as he arrives, I'll take you all under oath, one step ahead of the others, and bid farewell to the sharpshooter amphibious unit." As he said these words, Nie Feihong's eyes intentionally swept towards where Lang Changhua was next to him. Let the reinforced platoon bid farewell to the sharpshooter in advance. This is the order Lang Changhua just gave him. At this moment, even Nie Feihong, the old fox, was somewhat elusive. What kind of drugs is he selling in his old man's gourd? Isn't a farewell oath like this one enough to do as a group? Why this time, all of a sudden, do we have to do it in order? And with repeated instructions to let Chi Tian be the first to take the oath? It was a pity that the answer to this question was something that Lang Changhua would definitely not tell him easily, because the answer to this question involves Lang Changhua's most beloved person. 2 hours later, Song Wei stormed into the conference room in a frenzy. His body was covered in mud, and a foul odor that could not be described in words immediately filled the entire conference room. "Holy, why, you kids have been digging for? Why does it smell so bad?" Seeing Song Wei coming out to have a bear hug with his brothers, several people hurriedly backed up and covered their noses and asked. Even the other 4 senior officers in the room couldn't help themselves for a moment. One after the other, he put his collar up and held it in front of his nose, trying, in this way, to isolate the unpleasant odor. "Quickly stop talking. That major's surnamed Li from the Tiger Regiment. I'll remember him for the rest of my life." As if he had been mentioned in a sad place, Song Wei suddenly gritted his teeth and chanted, "Isn't it just burying him twice? I can't believe they let me be locked up with a sow in heat. It's a good thing I've learned a couple of things from Tian, so I can compete with an old sow. Otherwise, I'm really going to be spoiled by those dozen old sows in heat. Goo, this is not a topic for discussion. It's against the rules. Let's talk in private later." It's said that when you've been a soldier for 3 years, a sow turns into a sable. It seems that Brother Wei, you still haven't been a soldier long enough, or else the ones who will suffer will be those old sows. Lin Mang, if you don't know how to talk then shut your mouth. Well, at least Brother was eliminated to save you. Even you are sarcastic about me, aren't you? Song Wei raised his hand and made a close contact against the back of Lin Mang's neck. After the sound of the slap, I wanted to scold Lin Mang a few more times, but that's when Nie Feihong suddenly stepped forward, cleared his throat and droned. "Alright, be serious. Let's get down to business." Hearing this, the 6 men of the reinforced platoon rushed to stand at attention. The expression also shifted to a rather serious one in an instant. You all know the story, so without further ado, the reinforcement platoon farewell oath officially begins. As the words fell, Nie Feihong clenched his right hand into a fist and raised it to his ear. Looking at the 5-star red flag hanging on the wall, the solemn oath was taken. "I am an amphibious warrior of the Dragon Kingdom's sharpshooter amphibious unit, and I swear, I will wholeheartedly obey the orders of my superiors, serve the people and follow the rules and regulations, always be ready to fight for your country and your people until the last moment, swear to defend the dignity of the military, keep secrets, and never defect from the military. Sworn by Nie Fei Hong, the oath was over,
and Nie Fei Hong turned around at the first opportunity,
drumming to the 6 men in the reinforcement platoon, starting from left to right, in order. Chi Tian. 2. I am Chi Tian, an amphibious warrior from the Dragon Kingdom's Shark Dagger Amphibious Unit. I swear. Chi Tian opened his mouth in a proper voice, concentrating fully on repeating Nie Fei Hong's oath just now, but he didn't know that at that moment, outside the conference room, there were 2 figures, silently standing guard, listening to him let out a cry.
One of them was even crying with pearly blossoms, and her emotions were on the verge of breaking down several times.
Half a minute later, Chi Tian finished his oath.
Jiang Chong obediently took over and began to recite. The 2 people outside the conference room also at this moment,
quietly walked towards the direction of the elevator, and under the cover of night,
left the shark knife base.
Several of you, when you go to Red Cell in the future, do a good job.
Don't bury the reputation of our sharp knives.
There, maybe it's the place where you can really make your mark.
When the 6 had finished taking their oaths in turn,
Brigade Commander Chen Gung opened his mouth in a proper voice and addressed them.
Several people sniffed and quickly nodded their heads in response.
Yes, promise to complete the mission. Alright, let's end the scene. It's getting late. Old Nya,
you instruct them a few more words, then hurry up and let them go to rest. After working so hard for so long, and with the Special Forces test coming up, there has to be some time set aside out for them to relax and dine and unwind.
After explaining a couple of things,
Chen Gung intended to move to leave the regimental building and walk up to the infirmary, though now the abrasions on his scalp were now no longer bleeding,
but it still felt like a hot gush of stinging pain that was indescribable. Just before Chen Gung could walk out, Chi Tian then suddenly opened his mouth and asked Chen Gung, Brigadier Chen,
I've had a question bottled up in my heart for quite some time.
We're leaving the point tomorrow. Could you please stay a few moments longer? Yes, ask. At this point, Chen Gung subconsciously thought,
Chi Tian was to ask about some details about this maneuver that he didn't quite understand yet, or maybe it was about the red blood cells, so it wasn't much of a stretch to say yes on the spot. But the next question that came out of Chi Tian's mouth, directly causing the smile on Chen Gung's face to instantly come to a screeching halt.
Brigadier Chen, I just want to hear you tell me the truth.
Took a ride into the sharpshooter amphibious training base about 10:30 this morning.
Who the hell is the person sitting in the passenger seat? Today's 2-shift offering, trying to do the outline in.
Saw a lot of righteous father said short.
Asked if you can brush the gift to burst more.
Please rest assured that,
when the eel to do a good job of outlining,
hard to burst him for a few days.
Swipe the gift even if it's worth it.
The righteous fathers use the money to invest in themselves. Move everyone's little rich hands and click a 5-star review and hyping.
I'm already grateful. Chapter 111, count yourselves out. She's from the civilian corps and came to see me to report on the end of the year with the military repertoire. Why? What's the problem? Chen Gung reacted extremely quickly and opened his mouth to Chi Tian in response.
He spoke without blushing or gasping,
with an air of calmness,
and even a slightly suspicious sheen flashed out of the corner of his eye.
When Chi Tian saw this, the doubts in his heart abruptly disappeared,
and he said with a bashful smile,
It's nothing. It does seem that the stress of the exercise was so great that I gave it a bad look and thought I'd bumped into someone I knew. It's okay to look bad in general, but it's okay to be able to shoot accurately when it counts. After adding one sentence, Chen Gung quickly walked out without lingering for half a minute longer, but the moment he stepped into the elevator of the regiment building, the expression on Chen Gung's face obviously changed dramatically.
The original look of calmness disappeared cleanly.
In its place, there was a look of surprise that contained an obvious afterthought. Little one, don't blame me for lying to you. Now that you know too much, it won't do you any good in the future. It was thrilling enough to say the least, but I didn't realize that this morning,
the little guy was already hiding in the shadows,
ready to fight back. Even got a glimpse of Kiyohaku by chance. No, I have to inform Army Commander Leng about this.
According to the shrewdness of this little fellow Chi Tian,
he will definitely try to test him again tomorrow, so we can't let our mouth slip. After secretly speculating a few sentences, Chen Gung was at the moment the elevator door opened. Taking out his cell phone,
he dialed a military number with over 20 digits.
On the other end of the phone, Leng Changhua had already put his daughter in the car.
An escort was conducted by the commander of the motor company of the Red Flag, and sent all the way north to the capital.
After listening to the report made by Chen Gung, Leng Changhua gently nodded his head and opened his mouth with a kind face to agree. Old Chen, you've done a good job in this matter. In a short period of time,
it's not possible for their two little ones to recognize each other.
In the entire military region,
the only people who know about Chi Tian's relationship with Qingbai are you and I.
Remember, it must be kept secret. As for the little fox's tryst tomorrow, don't worry, I've already suffered a loss at his hands once before. I, Leng Changhua, am not someone who doesn't remember.
The words fell from Leng Changua's mind. He couldn't help but recall the time when he left the Iron Fist Regiment with Chi Tian's 5 men and came to report to the sharpshooter on the way. Chi Tian left no trace, even at a tricky angle, of that tryst that had been made to him. It was also after that trial that Chi Tian was completely sure. Someone up there is literally constantly ordering the troopers to make things difficult for him. It was only the identity of the other party that Chi Tian did not know for the time being. Right now, it was expected that he would have to take the Chi Tian few people on another journey tomorrow. It is impossible to say that Leng Changua's heart is not panicked. But soon, a countermeasure came to his mind. Bastard, don't you like to engage in the whole sidekick, corroborate from the sidelines thing? Tomorrow I'll say I don't know whatever you ask, and I'll see what you do when you ask. Late at night, Leng Changhua returned to the sharp knives and stride, smiling confidently. That morning, early in the morning, around 5:30 a.m., Yu Songrong, the SWAT detachment chief, sent a car to send the sharpshooter veterans back en masse, including the fighters who had been eliminated from the various regions of the 3 cities. They all returned to their respective teams to report at this moment. The first time Guanfeng and the others returned to the team, they went to the regimental commander's office in the regimental building. Reporting to Nia Fei Hong, he saluted. Nia Regiment, we're back. Looking at the ashtray on the desk that was already piled high with cigarette butts, as well as Nia Fei Hong, who was full of haggardness and had extremely obvious dark circles under his eyes. The excitement and joy in Guanfeng's and the others' hearts about the maneuver flopping instantly dissipated for the most part. They can all know that along with the end of the maneuver, the mission of the sharpshooter amphibious unit ended along with it. In 7 hours, the 386th Brigade of the 1st Army Group of the Southeast Military Region will no longer retain the formation of the sharpshooter amphibious unit. Regiment Nye, I heard from Wang on duty that you didn't leave the regiment's headquarters all night, so I knew you must not have rested. But you can't toss yourself like that. The sharp knives have to be disbanded. It's a decision from above. We can only obey. I'll go to the cafeteria and get some kanji back for you to warm your stomach. And when you're full, I'll send you back to the dormitory to rest, Guanfeng said as he went up and picked up the stacked ashtrays, pulling his legs out to head out of the office. Seeing this, Nia Feihong lightly coughed twice and called Guanfeng back. Xiao Guan, there's no need to get busy. I'm not hungry. It's not that I can't think about it. It's just that the unit I've dedicated myself to for more than a decade is about to be reorganized and I can't let go of it. You're right. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. I taught you that before, but I didn't expect you to use it to educate my old man. Take the men of the scout company with you and come with me, and finish the last thing before I, old Nia, can truly retire with my work done. As the words fell, Nia Feihong slowly got up, holding onto the table, and walked towards the office door step by step. Guanfeng didn't know what he was trying to do, but still subconsciously went forward to assist him, and led the scouting company of over 100 men to this side of the sharpshooter playground. In 7 hours, all of Point Blank will be dispersed, and this morning, it will be their last morning practice at Point Blank. Even though it was not yet time for morning exercise, the playground was already filled with people. Many of them, too, were fighters from 6 large regiments of the Red Army. It's unbelievable. Shi Tian and the others have really accomplished a reversal of fortune. Nya Tuan, your eye for people is poisonous enough. It's simply a fiery eye. Arriving at the playground, Guanfeng and the others caught a glimpse of the reinforced platoon 6-man squad that was still desperately training on this playground for the last time. All 6 of them could be said to have exerted all their strength and ran as fast as they could. Nia Feihong ignored Guanfeng's offhand horse's ass. Instead, he waved at Chi Tian, who had just run across the finish line, and called the 6 men of the reinforced platoon over as well. Gentlemen, I remember what I promised you. Back in the conference room, prior to the exercise, you all worked together with great sincerity and dedication to fight the battle of honor for the sharpshooter. At the end of the exercise, win or lose, my old man himself will be the referee and fulfill the original bet with you. Right now, it's about time. Speaking here, Nia Feihong glanced at Shi Tian and Guanfeng successively and inquired, tell me, how do you want to compare? I'm all for it. Listen to Company Commander Guan. No matter what the competition is, reinforcement platoon is all for it. Shi Tian sniffed, and with a look of total fearlessness, he confidently opened his mouth to respond. At this moment, however, Guanfeng and the others who had figured out the real purpose of Nia Feihong's trip to the playground shook their heads with a collective bitter smile. Nia Tuan, don't make fun of us. What's the point of this comparison? The bet was set that if the strengthening platoon lost, they would go back from whence they came. Now it's a good thing we have to settle for going before they even leave. The bet doesn't make sense anymore. What's more, this battle of honor is about the future reputation of all of us in the new force. Originally we were all ready to report to our new unit in ashes and be talked about as a laughingstock.
It was the reinforcement platoon who played out a miracle once, turning the tide against the odds with such a huge disparity in numbers. Not only does it put a face on the sharpshooter, it puts a face on us. How can we still have the face to trouble the reinforcement platoon? No more comparisons. Say nothing more. Our scouting company is completely convinced. Chi Tian, count yourselves great. The last sentence, Guanfeng, was directed at Chi Tian and the others, though there was still that hint of defiance in his tone when he said it. But the 100 or so warriors present knew it by heart. How much weight does that count you guys awesome carry in the boys' mouths? What's more, Guanfeng was also the commander of the scouting company of the 1st Line Reinforcement Regiment, enlisted for more than 10 years with a great deal of war service. The words carry even more weight coming from him. Chapter 112, Departure. Red Cells. Xiaoguan, are you sure? This is the only chance you'll get. If you don't fight now, you may never be able to fight again. The corners of Nie Fei Hong's mouth hooked up slightly as he asked Guanfeng a rhetorical question with a smirk. Guanfeng sniffed and glanced back at the 100 or so veterans of the scout company. Seeing that everyone no longer wanted to trouble the reinforced platoon, he then nodded his head and responded, Captain, we're sure. We're not going to compete. We're convinced. This last battle for honor, the reinforcement platoon really taught us a lesson. In the future, we are going to spread out individually, though we have been reduced to 0. But when we go to other units, we will still do our best to stay sharp as well. The number can be changed, comrades can change, but the body of the military bone, military blood and military heart will never change. No matter where we go in the future, these brothers and I will still be the sharp blade against the enemy in the hands of the motherland. The absolute sharp knife. That's right, no matter where we in the Sharp Knife Reconnaissance Company go in the future, our military bones, blood and heart will never change. As Guanfeng's words fell, the 100 or so veterans of the reinforced platoon immediately opened their mouths and agreed in unison. And after they finished speaking these words, a smile of heartfelt joy finally appeared on the face of Nie Fei Hong, who had been sullen all night. It's for the best. I'm relieved that you guys think so. No exaggeration. Last night Nie Fei Hong tossed and turned in his office thinking about what he was most afraid of. It was this bet that would be settled because of the performance of the reinforced platoon in the exercise. It became a regret in the hearts of all the veterans of the Sharpshooter Reconnaissance Company. In the future, even if you go to the new army, it will become a thorn, hard into the heart. Repeated torture, cannot forget to release. But now, sure enough, these veterans are thinking outside the box. Instead of holding on to regrets, they learned from them and grew again. Nie Fei Hong's heart, which had been hanging for a long time, finally landed smoothly. He immediately announced on the playground that today, at noon, was the celebration of the last battle of honor for the Sharpshooter Amphibious Unit. There was no limit on cigarettes or alcohol, and incidentally 6 large regiments of the Red Army were invited to celebrate. Same time, Donghai City, Old Town, in a dilapidated neighborhood. Even though it is the end of the year and the weather is getting colder, but under the big acacia tree at the mouth of the neighborhood, there were still a few spirited old men getting together, killing Shangchi around the Chu River, with rooks and cannons laying out one layout after another. Hear the trumpet blowing for a new journey. The goal of a strong army beckons ahead. Suddenly, the urgent ringing of the telephone came from the pocket of the old chess-playing man with the silver hair. The old man fumbled the phone out of his pocket, and the caller ID on it was more than 20 digits long. Old Chi, who called you? Why is the number so long? An old friend I recognized when I was a child soldier killing little devils when I was a child. Suddenly looking for me. I guess I want to catch up. I'm going to pick up a phone call. Lao Sun, please help me to go down 2 steps first. Waving his hand at his companion behind him, the old man with the surname Chi slowly got up and walked to the outside of the neighborhood, where the traffic was standing. Hello? This is Chi Xiaohai. Old bear, why are you calling me all of a sudden? Old Chi, that grandson of yours has a letter. I didn't see it. Your Chi family, it's really a general's son. Oh, I think the sir just passed the recruiting company. Was he assigned to a good company? Or is it? You underestimate that grandson of yours. I'm telling you, Chi Xiaohai, Chi Dafa's father and Chi Tian's grandfather. Sort of the only family member that Chi Tian had had some contact with after traveling to this world. Don't forget, when Chi Tian resolutely enlisted in the army, among them, there was Chi Xiaohai's influence, and it was not small. At this point, it was an old friend of Chi Xiaohai's who was still working in the army who called him to tell him about Chi Tian's performance after he joined the army. 10 minutes later, the person Chi Xiaohai called Old Bear finally ended a mouthful of narration. Taking a sip of water from the military teapot on the table, he sighed heartily. Old Chi, it's no exaggeration. You, grandson, are the best recruit I've ever seen and not one of them. Little Ling from the Southeast Military Region has already arranged for him to go to the Special Forces for training, and this afternoon, he'll be departing. Hiss.
I know all about this asshole's 2 individual third-place awards in a month and a half of enlistment, but I did have no idea that this kid is now qualified to go to the special forces and grind his teeth. Trouble you, old bear. If there's anything else that happens to this asshole in the future, you remember to tell me first. He's been doing nothing since he graduated from high school. Now, Daphabet and I, as a couple, can finally breathe a sigh of relief, too. As the words fell, Qi Shaohai exchanged a few more pleasantries with the old bear on the other end of the phone. Only then did he hang up the phone and return to the big acacia tree to continue killing chess. It was just that the old men present were clearly seething. After receiving the phone call, Qi Shaohai, playing chess style, suddenly became very harsh. It's like a veteran who's been in the field for a long time. Every step was accompanied by an infinite surge of killing opportunities. It didn't take more than 7 moves to completely kill his old buddy, who could usually go back and forth with him. Hey, old Qi, how did you suddenly become so good at this chess move? Come on, tell the truth. Did some chess master just call and secretly instruct you? No, come again. I'm happy today. I have to show you guys what Qi Shaohai, can do. Later that afternoon, around 4:30, reinforcement platoons of 6 carried their respective files and belongings, followed by Leng Xianghua. He came to the pier along the coast of Jiangnan City to wait quietly. After the celebration, the 6 learned. The Red Cell Special Operations Brigade they were going to next was located on an unnamed island. It's strictly classified to the public and surrounded by hundreds of nautical miles and full satellite positioning coverage. There, it could be said, was the forbidden land that the people of the Dragon Kingdom were truly unable to touch. At the same time, it is also a dream mecca for some powerful soldiers. Wan Feng, the commander of the Sharp Knife Scout Company, had once served in the Red Cell. Then he gradually failed to adapt to the intensity of training there for medical reasons. Only then did he have no choice but to retreat to the first-line reinforcement regiment as a scouting company commander. This shows the special forces. What a cruel and horrible place it really is. Even those who couldn't hold on to the super training volume and had no choice but to quit from there, to the local reinforcement corps, still have absolute power of speech. 10 minutes later, the dock staff withdrew en masse at the behest of one of the leaders here. In no time at all, a small landing craft was seen docking at fire speed in front of the 7 men. Leng Xianghua waved his hand and led Qi Tian and the others to quickly board the boat. In less than 3 minutes, the landing craft, on which the crowd was traveling, disappeared without a trace near the pier. Ilua Bean, this is our Dragon Country's latest research and development of Jiaolong landing craft, traveling up as fast. When we were training, we were only able to practice in the simulation room, but I didn't expect to see the real thing today. As soon as he left the sea, Lin Meng, who was sitting inside the boat, stared wide-eyed through the thick windows and sighed out loud as he looked out at the vast ocean that was rapidly receding. The remaining few were like curious babies at this point. Unrivaled shock was written all over his face as he looked around at the endless sea level. Even though the 6 hadn't had much exposure to sea and undersea combat before, it was all training and wouldn't take place in real open ocean waters. But at the moment, they were in a position where they had come to the edge of the country. Here, it is the fastest and most favorable line of absolute defense that the Dragon Kingdom can set up when there is an invasion by a foreign enemy. The mood, and the visualization scene, and the training, are completely different. Brothers, do you know what the sea has to offer? After a few breaths, Zhang Mang asked the few people softly as if he suddenly thought of something. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Nuanyu was the first to speak up and replied seriously. What's not to know about this? Economically, maritime transportation carries the bulk of the global trade flow of goods at a very low cost and allows for full circulation. In terms of development, marine fisheries are rich in resources. It can greatly ensure the development of coastal cities, and also provide a lot of renewable energy equipment, such as tidal energy and wave energy. Ouyang Nuanyu spoke with ease and in a comprehensive manner. Even the driver in the front cockpit couldn't help but nod his head and give a casual compliment after hearing this. Little girl knows a lot. Do a good job when you get to Red Cell. You're the one with the best development prospects in this team. However, just a moment after the driver's words fell, Zhang Meng, who was sitting at the back, then spoke once again, and with that, put on an inscrutable look, shaking his head back and forth over and over again. He laughed towards Ouyang Nuanyu and the others. Nonetheless, you are seeing the surface, not deep enough, much less straight to the soul. In my eyes, Master Zhang Meng, the ocean is the best thing in this world. You can come and see it when you're in a good mood, and you can come and dance when you're in a bad mood. If you lose hope in life, you can still get off. Anyway, the ocean, it's awesome. Righteous fathers, remember to come along for the ride. 3 more tomorrow. Open a new chapter. Chapter 113, Encounter. Red Cell Rescue. Ahem. Secretary Lang Jun.
Lang is approaching the high seas.
Travel another 20 nautical miles or so west and we'll reach the Red Cell Island. Jiang Meng's words could be said to have rendered the several people inside the landing craft speechless on the spot.
After Ouyang Wan Yu plucked him out with a speechless face, she also stopped talking to him. Self-consciously, he cocked his head to the side, admiring the waves cascading in the distance. Lang Changhua, who was the military commander, then gave Jiang Meng a vicious glare with a leathery smile, responding to the pilot in a deep voice. As soon as possible. Lately the Viper Gang's cargo ships always intentionally or unintentionally lean towards the borderline. The orders have been given from above. Once they cross the red line, they will directly start fighting without mercy. But if they don't sail into our territory, we can't fire at will. And, Jiang Meng, when you get to Red Cell, write a 5,000-word review and give it to me. Why, Secretary Lang, isn't this joke funny? Funny my ass. The moment Lang Changhua's words fell, Chi Tian opened his mouth immediately after and took over the conversation. By the way, Secretary Lang, I also have a question I want to ask you. It's almost the end of the year. Do the Special Forces have a spot for a civilian troop to perform with the army by then? I can hear that the 386th Brigade, this year, has already begun to work against the civilian corps, and the Special Forces should be there, too, right? Hearing this, Lang Changhua instantly realized. Chi Tian was sidling up to him again, corroborating the same question he had asked Chen Geng last night, so he directly waved his hand and said forcefully to Chi Tian, I don't know, don't ask me. As the words fell, Lang Changhua immediately sat back down and closed his eyes to rest his mind, again choosing to respond to all changes with no change, just like last time. Seeing this, Chi Tian simply shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything more. Lang Changhua made it clear that he wasn't going to reveal half a word to him, so there was no need for Chi Tian to continue to make a fool of himself. Inside the boat, it gradually became quiet, but this silence did not last long, with the pilot having to drive a few nautical miles or so towards the Red Cell Island. Several speedboats emblazoned with the Viper motif suddenly appeared from the opposite side of the sea and sped their way to the landing craft side. In less than half a minute, the 4 speedboats directly surrounded the Augur landing craft. The leader, a strong black man with an AK-47, rattled off a few people in the boat in a completely unintelligible bird language. Seeing this scene, the faces of several people within the Jiaolong were instantly hard to see. Secretary Lang, you've had your mouth opened, haven't you? Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. Song Wei swallowed a mouthful of saliva, chanted casually, and subconsciously probed behind his waist. But then, he suddenly reacted. Now they had no weapons on them, and all of their weapons had been left at the pointy knives. The only one with a rattle. It was the same Barrett that Zaitan carried in his traveling bag, on loan from Red Cell. But the point is, there are only a few drill rounds left in this Barrett. Taking this ammo against the loaded AK-47s around you? What an international joke. This is the Dragon Kingdom Jiaolong landing craft. No matter what camp you are, please leave immediately. Otherwise, we're going to counterattack. Inside the cockpit, the pilot reacted extremely quickly by opening the loudspeaker and uttering threats to the 4 speedboats outside. Whether or not they have a weapon or not, those terrorists out there don't know. Finding a way to muddle through and get out of the situation is the most important thing to do right now. Only, it didn't wait for the driver to finish his sentence completely. A black man on a speedboat in the northwest corner suddenly aimed his gun behind him. In the next second, a frightened and white-faced dragon woman who couldn't stop trembling slowly stood up with her hands raised high. After the Negro had said something to her, the woman cried out to the augur in a trembling voice and with a sobbing voice, I'm a foreign export trade interpreter for the Seoul Ocean Trading Company, and our ship was robbed by these people. More than 30 employees on board have been kidnapped, and they suspect you're a team sent by the military for reconnaissance. Tell you to lay down your arms and surrender at once, or they'll kill me first, before blowing up your ship. Damn it, give them too much face. Secretary Lang, give the order. Even with our bare hands, our reinforced platoon will not be afraid of these terrorists. After listening to the woman's relay, Chi Tian was the first to touch his saber from his traveling bag, his face full of killing intent. The remaining 5 moved quickly and also touched their military swords, each with a murderous intent on their faces. The 6 were in no way cowed or frightened by the guns in the terrorists' hands, fully prepared to fight, even to the death. Jiang Chang's eyes were even more red, and he couldn't wait to go out and fight these terrorists to the death on the spot. His father, after all, died at the hands of this offshore terrorist group, only for the 6 men in the reinforcement platoon who volunteered. Lang Changhua, however, gritted his teeth and shook his head, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart and roared, absolutely not. Didn't you hear what that translator said? We still have a cargo ship and more than 30 people in their hands. If she resisted, she would be in danger. And if any of the terrorists went back alive to report the news, the 30-odd civilians would have to suffer along with them. Unless, of course, You are absolutely certain that you can take out the armed men in these 4 speedboats in the first place, but they have guns in their hands, and even if you have the chance, you can't possibly kill them all, and you might even die for nothing. Tell that interpreter that we can surrender and go with them, but we must make them guarantee the lives of the people of Manhwa. Also, send a distress signal to the red blood cells immediately. The distance isn't too far, so maybe they can follow the auger's localization and find this group of terrorists' lair. Understood. The driver opened his mouth and responded. The first time he operated the machine in front of him, he sent an urgent call for help to the Red Cell Special Operations Brigade. At the same time, the loudspeaker turned on again and addressed the interpreter who had been kidnapped by the Viper Gang. Tell them that we can go with him, but they must guarantee the lives of our common people. Otherwise, even if we die, we'll pull a few back. So if they agree, put away your guns and lead the way. As soon as these words came out of the driver's mouth, the kidnapped interpreter hastened to cry something to the Negro beside him. It didn't take 2 seconds for the blacks on these 4 speedboats to collectively put away their guns. By the tallest of the Negroes, after waving his hand at the landing craft and signaling them to follow, the 4 speedboats continued in formation, guarding the 4 corners of the landing craft and moving slowly forward. Less than a minute later, inside the landing craft, word came back from the Red Cell side. This is the Red Cell Special Operations Brigade. This is Chief of Staff Dai Hao. Distress signal received. You guys stall as long as you can. The warships are activated in a minute and are ready to locate your position. Stay safe. Don't get into a head-on confrontation with hostile elements. Backup is on the way. Chapter 114, Kill Me If You Have the Guts. Followed the speedboat all the way forward for less than 2 nautical miles. The black man sitting in the front left speedboat suddenly pulled out his satellite phone. After placing it in his ear and twittering a couple times, he pulled the trigger hard into the sky. Bang! After a gunshot, he pulled the female interpreter up by the hand and whispered something else in her ear. These guys told you to spread out and come sit on their speedboats or let their bosses shoot the crew. The female interpreter hissed and shouted again to Chi Tian and the others. Hearing these words, the already ugly faces of the 8 people in the boat were completely gloomy to the extreme at this moment. Lang Changhua took a deep breath and said stiffly, "Open the hatch and do what they say. We'll split up 2 by 2. Shin, you're with me. The 6 of you hold each other, and remember not to act rashly." But, Secretary Lang, once we leave the auger, the Red Cells people won't be able to locate our position. Is there any other way? Do you want those people to die now under the guns of terrorists? Lang Changhua glared at driver Xiao Shun, and his tone gradually became determined. Xiao Shun sniffed and didn't say half a word more. Directly opening the hatch, he followed Lang Changhua and jumped onto the speedboat on the left front. A few of Chi Tian's men stepped out right behind them, holding their hands up high as they scattered and jumped to sit down on the other 3 speedboats. The 8 had just taken their seats. The blacks on the speedboat then simply tied their hands behind their backs and also took all the weapons they had on them. For the sake of safety, Chi Tian did not play any mind games with these terrorists in terms of numbers. And the truth, it was just as Chi Tian had predicted so. After each of the 8 of them had separated, one of the Negroes leaped lengthwise into the auger. A careful check up and down made sure that no one else was hiding in the landing craft. Only then did he return to the speedboat and fumble for a packet of explosives from the back of his waist. Without hesitation, he threw himself into the cockpit of the auger. Go go go! After doing this, the black leader gave a big wave of his hand, taking Chi Tian's few people with him. He quickly turned around and headed to the exact opposite position from what he had just done. On the speedboat in the northeastern corner, Chi Tian buried his head to the lowest level and whispered to Zhang Meng beside him. These people have an extremely strong sense of counter-surveillance. They must have guessed that our landing craft has a locator system and were just leading us on a blind detour. Now even if Red Cells people could get here, there's no way they could find us. So what should we do? Tian, we can't just fold our arms, can we? We can only take one step and see what happens. The fact that they didn't directly shoot and kill people means that we are still useful to them. When we go to their base camp, let's see what happens. Bang! Before Chi Tian's words fell, the sea level in the distance, the auger ship that several people came and exploded in response. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Jelong was enveloped by a mushroom cloud, and then quickly sank, completely scrapping into a pile of scrap metal. Also following the sinking to the bottom of the sea were the thoughts of resistance from a few of Chi Tian's people. Weapons were taken, hands were tied behind the back, and the enemies in front of them were terrorists with loaded guns. Now they really are what that old saying is all about. The man is a sword, and I am a fish, no doubt about it. This was the biggest crisis Chi Tian had faced since joining the army. Captured alive by the enemy and, moreover, about to be driven to the opposing camp. Once there, their lives and deaths will really be unknown. An overwhelming feeling that could not be described in words instantly took over Chi Tian's heart, make him feel miserable, suffocated. After traveling north for about an hour and a half, a small rainforest island came into view.
The island stood densely packed with figures. They had different skin colors, and were of different heights, shapes and sizes, but by the looks of it, they had no problem communicating with each other. These people are all carrying bulletproof vests, and in their hands, they are armed to the teeth with a variety of weapons, for speedboats have just come ashore. Someone then aimed their gun at Chi Tian's men and escorted them all the way to the depths of the island. A few minutes later, Chi Tian and the others were separated and imprisoned into the middle of a dungeon. Ouyang Wanyu struggled and let out a cry, but she could not get any response at all. All there was the echo of empty, deep voices, and the scent of blood so thick it stung the nose. Waved his wrists, which were hanging in the air, vigorously. It was only then that Ouyang Wanyu realized that the other party had used a very standard Navy figure 8 knot when he backbound his hands. Once fixed, this knot can only be broken externally with a sharp instrument. Trying to unravel it from the inside is simply impossible. And she couldn't struggle. The harder she struggled, the tighter the knot was tied. Her hands, by then, could still be at risk of necrosis. If I had known that I was going to be hung like this waiting to die when I came here, I might as well have resisted, or at least resisted and had a chance of survival. The more Ouyang Wanyu thought about it, the more angry she became. And when she said it, she couldn't help but spit hard in the direction of the dungeon door. Coincidence. Just a moment after her words fell, the tightly closed dungeon door suddenly opened from the outside. A stocky, yellow-skinned man walked in quickly. He was holding a stick like a wolfsbane in his hand, and his face was full of killing intent. Your name is Ouyang Wanyu, right? Tell me about it. The number of the unit you served in, and the time you enlisted, and your rank, the lay of the land in your military administration. As much as you can say. A friendly reminder that I'm very unhappy today, so you'd better not let me waste my breath. One of the 8 of you has already confessed, and if you don't tell the truth, the consequences, you know. With that, the man swung the stick in his hand a little harder. Sharp wind-breaking bursts of sound then exploded in Ouyang Wanyu's ears. At the moment, replace it with an ordinary person here. I'm afraid I'm going to be scared on the spot and cry out, or even become incontinent. But at this time, Ouyang Wanyu was not at all amused. As if she hadn't even heard the battering ram's threat, she breezily said, I don't know, old lady. After coldly responding with 5 words, Ouyang Wanyu slowly closed her eyes, her whole body tensed up, ready to be beaten. The man saw this, nodded gently, and bellowed angrily, it's a fierce, I like it. Then let me try whether the stick in my hand is hard or your bones and mouth are hard. Pop, the words fell. The man swung the wolf-tooth stick in his hand with all his might and smacked it on Ouyang Wanyu's belly. With this one hit, Ouyang Wanyu spat out blood on the spot, and her face instantly turned a pale white. Bright red blood stains oozed from the camouflage at the small of her back. Following suit, as it turned out, the sharp points at the end of the stick in the man's hand were one bent iron hook after another. Just take a hit, and the bent iron hook will sink into the flesh in one smooth motion. If you pull out further, it's a secondary injury and the skin is broken. I'm going to give you one last chance to answer my question, or die. This fighter's eyes were full of killing intent, and the tone of his voice did not contain any emotional color, just standing straight in place looking at the hung-up Ouyang Wanyu, as if they were looking at a corpse. In this situation, it was absolutely impossible for Ouyang Wanyu to say that she wasn't panicking. Still, she was quite determined, and spat a bloody curse at the beater. Asterisk 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 you, if you've got the guts, you can kill me. Fine, then I'll do as you wish. Chapter 115, I bet you don't dare kill me. The same thing happened in the other rooms of this island dungeon. Zhang Mang was facing a man who had also studied ancient martial arts. Judging from the opponent's explosive muscles, the path of offense was also wide open. And this person is extremely confident. He actually directly released Zhang Mang, restoring his freedom and demanding a one-on-one actual battle. Zhang Mang would naturally not refuse such a request. Raising his hand, he blasts his opponent with a barrage of cannon punches to the solar plexus region. In this case, Zhang Mang would not have the slightest bit of retention, and was definitely 100% going all out. But it was such an all-out punch that was easily blocked by this man's palm. You know, Zhang Mang had done tests. This punch of his was enough to completely shatter a 1 centimeter thick marble slab. The strength of his power, one could only imagine, but at this point, the vigor that erupted from the other party was stronger than Zhang Mang, and by quite a bit. How is this possible? Who the hell are you? His fist was deadlocked by the other party, and even pinched the bones of his right hand were on the verge of being forcefully misaligned. Zhang Mang could no longer suppress the shock in his heart and roared in disbelief as he asked. It was a pity that the other man had no intention of answering his question. Instead, he threw a lightning-fast punch with his left hand, directly blasting Zhang Mang's left chest. After this punch, Zhang Mang's face was no longer half bloody, and even his lips became a white color. At this moment,
He completely understood the gap between their strengths. If there is a gap, it is a world of difference. Give me a hard time. We soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, no matter how much you torture us, we will never betray our beliefs. Zhang Meng fought to swallow the mouthful of blood that welled up in his heart and hissed at the other party. This Han Yu sniffed, and without the slightest hesitation, he raised his hand and ran to smash Zhang Meng's ceiling. The downward stroke is severe, not the slightest delay. Out of the hand is a killing move. Zhang Meng knew that he could not beat him. His right hand bone was pinched by the other party and misplaced, his left chest and heart paroxysm, and he could not use half of his strength. Solely close your eyes and wait bashfully for death. On his face, he couldn't see half a bit of fear, and what he had was just a piece of calmness. A couple of other rooms, Jiang Chong, Song Wei, and Lin Mang were all covered in wounds as well, half beaten to death. All of them were prepared to accept death, preferring to die rather than betray their faith. Only in the dungeon in the very center, Qi Tian was still playing with the enemy, not giving up hope of surviving. Standing in front of him was a woman so beautiful that she doesn't feel any aura of danger. The standard googly-eyed face is topped by thin, cicada-like lips and a straight, three-dimensional nose, plus a pair of eyes that were deep and venomous, as if they could see through everything. Even Qi Tian, who had been a man for 2 lifetimes, at this moment all had to admit that this woman was beautiful, but judging by her exposed blood-red tattoos, and the 3-pronged saber at her waist, this man, however, is extremely dangerous. The 3 words Medusa, almost instantly, surfaced in Qi Tian's mind. Introduce myself, my name is Shen Moxie, Viper Gang Green Hall Master. The gold store robbery that was first solved with your participation was planned by me myself. Shen Mosie's voice was very melodious, as pleasant as a silver bell. Only, at this moment, Qi Tian clearly had no thoughts of appreciation. Instead, he looked her up and down with absolutely wary eyes. Shen Mosie noticed Qi Tian's eyes filled with wariness and caution. However, it was with a look of complete disinterest that he fished out his saber from the side of his waist and walked slowly towards Qi Tian. Just now, under the coercion of this saber, your people have confessed. Your name is Qi Tian, rank of staff sergeant, and you're a reinforced platoon leader in the sharpshooter amphibious unit. I didn't see it. You kid is not the strongest among these youngsters, but the status is the highest. Now I'm going to give you a chance to join my Viper Gang's Green Hall. Seeing as you've got a decent head on your shoulders, I can guarantee that at least 8 figures will be paid into your overseas account every year, a sum that the Dragon Army can't even trace. Meanwhile, all over the world, if it's a woman you like, any status, any color, the Viper Gang can get it for you, and all you have to do is tell me what the others don't know, as well as go back to where you belong and be my pawn. After 2 years have passed, I will arrange for you to complete your last terrorist activity and return to the Viper Gang, at which time the position of Vice Master of the Green Hall will belong to you. If you work with me, in just 2 years, I'll make sure that you can live a carefree and elegant life, and you'll have everything a man could ever dream of. So what do you think? Qi Tian's brows furrowed as he stared dead at Shen Mosie's face, wanting to read a hint from it. But unfortunately, the other party was also a master of reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. Qi Tian had been surveying the area for so long, but he froze and didn't see anything halfway out of the ordinary. Solely letting out a long breath and making a show of having resigned himself to his fate, he responded to the other. To be honest, your offer doesn't really look good to me, at least these 2, and it doesn't tempt me. Don't like bills and women? Boy, you can't be no good, can you? Shen Mosie frowned, and after asking a rhetorical question, his wrist violently flung forward. The 3-pronged saber in his hand flew out in response to the sound, and ran at the bottom of Qi Tian's small abdomen and stabbed it. Whoosh! Hearing the sound of the breaking wind, Qi Tian's 2 eyes snapped open. At this point it doesn't matter that this Navy figure 8 knot is getting tighter and tighter with each struggle. With all his strength, he struggled to raise his leg upwards, which barely dodged the thrust, letting that 3-pronged military spike sink straight into the earthen wall behind him. The power was so great that even the hilt of the blade was about to be completely embedded. Reacting quite quickly, it seems you don't want to die either. Then give a few words of what I want to hear. Maybe I'll be in a good mood and be able to spare your life. Shen Mosie's eyes were cold, with killing flashes, but just the moment she finished those words, Qi Tian's face, which had been tightly tensed, suddenly eased. It's like being certain of some kind of answer. The expression on his face became steeply subdued and calm. Shen Mosie is it? I am proficient in medicine, and I am considered to be one of the top Chinese medicine practitioners in the Dragon Kingdom. Just now, when I hit my eyes, there are quite a few problems with you. Would you like to hear me tell you about this first? Of course, I'm willing to listen to any news you want to tell me. First, you are walking with a pronounced left-sided effort in your lower back and a vague forward tilt of your upper body, which is a sign of a lumbar strain. Secondly,
You have well-muscled small arms, especially the anterior palmaris muscles, and judging by the combination of the first point, you're a person who has been doing push-ups for many years. Also, the tattoo on your waist isn't right. Tattooing is done through a tattoo machine, where the blended pigment is lodged into the dermal layer of the skin through the rapid up and down movement of a tattoo needle. The dermis is rich in collagen and blood vessels, and when the pigment particles are lodged in, they will be wrapped and fixed in it by the collagen, thus achieving coloration. But this one on you, although well made, didn't seep into your body at all. Not to mention me, even a 10-year-old Chinese medicine practitioner can easily see it when he comes here. You're obviously a tattoo sticker. Finally, it's all about the frequency and pace of your walk. Although deliberately accelerated to follow much shorter, the habits and the bones cannot be changed in a short period of time. Deliberately walking fast, your hand and foot coordination is obviously not well coordinated, but you just took those 2 steps without subconsciously forcing a change in habit. So your arm swing just seemed very natural. And the swing, as it happens, is the standard back-swinging arm of my Dragon Kingdom soldier straight, with the front side of the wrist 30 centimeters away from the seam line of the pants. 1 point no more, 1 point no less. Chi Tian spoke in a relaxed and calm manner. At this point he no longer looked like he had just been captured, like being manipulated pawns, deciding life and death at will, alert and wary. Instead, they shook up the chess game. See through everything, control the game, come and go as you please. After seeing this breezy look of his, Shen Mosia's face instantly sank to the bottom. In his tone, he was even filled with a killing intent that was so thick that it was about to condense out of the water. Kid, what the hell are you trying to say? Nothing, simply want to bet with you. Just bet you don't dare to kill me. What's the matter? Try. Chapter 116, Never Doubt Loyalty. Army Commander. The little guy who can make you personally deliver the red cells is really not an idle person, nah. At the same time, in the center of the island, in a small 4-story building, unlike the Ouyang one, several people were beaten half to death. Lang Changhua and landing craft pilot Xiaoshen were sitting in a conference room, looking at the big screen in front of him. His face was serious and deep. Not only were there no injuries on their bodies, but they instead had cups of hot tea on their hands, radiating outward. This kid is still too well-rounded. I didn't expect him to remain absolutely calm and so keenly observant in this situation. Lang Changhua picked up the hot tea and took a sip, twisting his head to a nearby colonel. He responded, especially with the medical skills he just mentioned. I've been focusing on him for so long, and I've never even heard of him having this kind of ability. This kid, has he been pretending to be a tiger all along? If that's the case, then he has, perhaps, other cards on him. Hiss. Then let's wait and see together. When Lang Changhua's words fell, another major beside him immediately followed and opened his mouth to take over the conversation. I won't hide it from Military Commander Lang. Now even I, too, am beginning to look forward to the play of this kid named Chi Tian, later on in Red Cell. And according to my understanding of Shen Mosie, this girl will definitely continue to act, and will not disorganize herself just because of just a few words. I'd really like to see how the duo can follow up on their game. This loyalty training, it's suddenly getting interesting. Old Tang, I believe this kid Chi Tian will give you Red Cells a big surprise later on. The old Tang in Lang Changhua's mouth. His real name is Tang Renjie. Identity is the 1st Group Army Red Cell Special Operations Brigade of the Southeast Military Region. Brigade Commander, rank of Major. At the moment, 3 high-ranking officials were sitting in this small conference room. Quietly, he watched the real-time surveillance on the big screen. On their faces, they all held a strong look of anticipation. The other side, just as Tang Renjie had predicted so, Shen Mosie didn't give up this loyalty special training because of those few words from Chi Tian. Quite the opposite. At this moment, she slowly walked behind Chi Tian and pulled out her saber from the earthen wall, casually pulling out a blade flower with murderous intent in his eyes. He ran at Chi Tian's throat and stabbed. The slash came with a clean cut. Chi Tian's heart, which had just settled down, also became tense again at this moment. What's going on? Am I wrong? Is this really Viper Green's territory? Forget it. It's a blessing that can't be avoided. Big deal. I'll use this life to prove my loyalty to my country. Chi Tian secretly said 2 bad words in his heart, while quickly closing his eyes and waiting for the fatal blow from the 3-pronged saber. After the blink of an eye, the saber was only the last centimeter away from Chi Tian's neck, but the moment the blade was about to touch the skin of Chi Tian's throat, Shen Mosie's wrist suddenly doubled outward, and the 3-pronged saber in his hand deflected smoothly. It grazed out backwards in the direction of Chi Tian's neck, not really hurting Chi Tian's vitals, but it still left a thin gash on the outside of the knot of his throat, oozing blood vaguely outward. It could be imagined how menacing that knife came just now. Now, do you still doubt that I'm a Dragon Kingdom soldier? Shen Mosie's tone was icy cold as he drank a Chi Tian who had his eyes tightly closed. To tell you the truth, we
the Viper Gang, also have military training. And the intensity of the training is no less than your Dragon Kingdom soldiers. Trying to prove my identity just based on those judgments just now. All I can say is, you're still too young. Phew. Feel the stabbing pain coming from his neck. Chi Tian opened his eyes and exhaled forcefully. The last vestige of doubt in his mind settled down completely. You are wrong. What I said just now was not a judgment as you call it in your mouth, but a plea for proof. In my heart, I never believed that my brother would betray his country and leak information. This, then, is my greatest strength. Even if you really are one of Viper's men, then I'll never believe that the information you've spilled was leaked to you by my brothers. As for the analysis I just did, it was just to prove my guess through the clues I found. That's all. The sudden deflection at the end of your slash just now reinforces my judgment. This is a loyalty exercise that the Red Cells used to greet us. Specially formulated. You must be from the Red Cell Special Operations Brigade. Chi Tian said these words decisively, and after Shen Mo Xie heard them, he was silent for a moment on the spot. However, her reaction was also extremely fast, and it didn't take her a moment to find the loophole in Chi Tian's words. Staff Sergeant, it seems you trust your judgment, but you seem to have missed the most important point. Earlier, our men had blown up a landing craft on the spot in order to get the 8 of you back to the Viper Gang base camp. If I were really one of your Dragon Kingdom soldiers, why would I have to waste so many resources just to conduct a so-called loyalty training? Don't you think too highly of yourself? A staff sergeant isn't worth that much. How could I not have thought of that? There are just some situations that you might not really understand. In the face of Shen Moxie's imposing rhetorical question, Chi Tian paused his voice and continued to respond. What I can tell you is that ever since I enlisted, I have been frequently targeted by my superiors. The treatment itself is completely different from other ordinary fighters. As for the reasons for this, I don't know the full picture for now, but I can probably guess a few things. It should be that I had unintentionally offended some high-powered officer up there, so he had specifically ordered people to keep targeting me, recruit company or not. First-line reinforced regiment. To be honest, by the end of the day, this kind of targeting, I was getting used to it. Now, destroying an augur ship for me is not out of the question. Only the fact that he did it made me even more curious about who he was. Mobilizing ordinary infantry regiments and first-line reinforcement regiments is even better. Now there's also the ability for special forces to blow up a landing craft in order to engage in loyalty training. What the hell is he? A higher-level brigade commander than the Special Warfare Brigade? Or further up? At this point, Chi Tian didn't finish his sentence. However, the faces of several people in the small conference room all turned odd at the same time. Especially Lang Xianghua. Out of the corner of his eye, a trace of panic clearly flashed. Not for any other reason. It was really because Chi Tian's guess at this point was infinitely close to the truth. If only he had been a little bolder. The word army chief, I'm afraid, would have come out of his mouth. Military Commander Lang. I've seen this kid's file. And old Nia mentioned him to me before when he came to borrow weapons. At that time, I could hear that old Nia's admiration for him had reached the point of intoxication. I, Dai Hao, am straightforward. If I have anything to say, I'll say it directly. What on earth has this kid offended you to make you target him like this? I have a feeling. This kid is pretty talented. Polished well. It's definitely a good piece of steel. So why make things difficult for him time and time again? Inside the small conference room, Dai Hao was filled with doubt and asked out to Lang Xianghua. The Red Cells are considered an establishment in the Southeast military region that can mix it up with the rankings. On weekdays, Lang Xianghua was also quite nice to Tang Renjie and Dai Hao. It's safe to say that there's nothing to know and everything to say. The three are also extremely close. Whenever you have a chance to get together, you have to find an opportunity to have a drink and bond together. But this time, Lang Xianghua, who has always been straightforward and doesn't play around with that set of curves at all, skimmed his mouth hard. Prest didn't intend to answer the question Dai Hao had asked. On the contrary, he seemed to be a bit annoyed and felt that Dai Hao was meddling in his own business. Reprimanding in a positive voice, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. You just train these 6 well, practice well, and next year at the Southeast Military Region Special Forces competition in the beginning of spring, perhaps these 6 are the killer apps in your hands? When Lang Xianghua said this, Dai Hao's face, which was originally a bit doubtful, instantly changed. With a forceful shrug of his eyebrows, he pursued in consternation. Killer for the Special Forces competition? Military Commander Lang, what is it about these 6 little guys that makes you think so highly of them? If I'm not mistaken, the oldest of the 6 of them is less than 5 years in the military, and even the other 5 have been enlisted for less than 4 months. It's a miracle that they came to the Red Cell test at all. You are now even planning to let them represent the Red Cell and participate in next year's Military Region Special Forces competition. This couldn't be me hallucinating from all the stress I've been under lately, could it? Actually, it's not just Dai Hao. Inside the small conference room was Tang Renjie, the commander of the Special Warfare Brigade, as well as Xiao Shun, the commander of the Red Cell Transportation Company who had escorted Ling Qianghua all the way here. At this moment, they were all staring at Ling Qianghua with wide eyes in unison, looking at him incredulously. It was as if he had heard something extremely unbelievable and couldn't understand it. However, not waiting for Ling Qianghua to pick up the conversation and answer the doubts in the hearts of the three, a sudden roar of anxious, worried shouts rang out from the large curtain right in front of several people, and as soon as this voice came out, it also made the attention of these few officers steeply change. Someone bit his tongue. Get the hell out of the way. Doctor. Chapter 117, I'll be great for once. Bang. What's going on? Hearing that movement, Ling Qianghua violently slammed towards the table and asked angrily. Dai Hao took out his intercom at the first opportunity and asked the burly man who kept hissing and calling for a doctor in the big screen. Squid, what's the situation on your side? Chief of Staff, this kid is so damn reckless. The burly man known as Cuttlefish obediently pulled out his intercom and hissed in response as he carried Lin Mang on a wild goose chase out of the dungeon. On the way to loyalty training, I followed the rules and injected the boy with nutrient solutions, swindling him into thinking they were foreign psychotropic drugs. Once injected, he'll become a machine that only tells the truth. I didn't expect the kid to suddenly bite his tongue without any hesitation. Thanks to my early discovery, I pried his mouth open in time, or this kid would really be dead. Now he's bleeding profusely from the base of his tongue, even though it's not broken, and I'm rushing him to the infirmary. I know. Have Director Chang use the best medicine and make sure to keep him alive. Dai Hao's face turned blue as he roared in response before turning to look at Ling Qianghua. Bitterly, he said, Military Commander Lang. This one called Lin Mang is really like his name, and he's also Tu Mang. It seems that we have not done enough to protect our loyalty training, and it is true that this has not happened in the past. As soon as Dai Hao's words fell, Brigade Commander Tang Renjie followed suit and spoke up with an echo. Was filled with doubt and asked out to Ling Qianghua. The Red Cells are considered an establishment in the Southeast military region that can mix it up with the rankings. On weekdays, Ling Qianghua was also quite nice to Tang Renjie and Dai Hao. It's safe to say that there's nothing to know and everything to say. The three are also extremely close. Whenever you have a chance to get together, you have to find an opportunity to have a drink and bond together. But this time, Ling Qianghua, who has always been straightforward that set of curves at all, skimmed his mouth hard. Prest didn't intend to answer the question Dai Hao had asked. On the contrary, he seemed to be a bit annoyed and felt that Dai Hao was meddling in his own business, reprimanding in a positive voice. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. You just train these six well, practice well, and next year at the Southeast Military Region Special Forces competition in the beginning of spring, perhaps these six are the killer apps in your hands? When Ling Qianghua said this, Dai Hao's face, which was originally a bit doubtful, instantly changed. With a forceful shrug of his eyebrows, he pursued in consternation. Killer for the Special Forces competition? Military Commander Lang, what is it about these six little guys that makes you think so highly of them? If I'm not mistaken, the oldest of the six of them is less than 5 years in the military, and even the other 5 have been enlisted for less. Miracle that they came to the Red Cell test at all. You are now even planning to let them represent the Red Cell and participate in